Worse than that. You spin around and never find your way back. Round and round while you twist and turn like a figure eight that never learns. You think you've mapped infinity's face just because you're trapped inside your maze. And if your mind can't comprehend the scale, you declare that everybody else must fail. You draw the limits of your tiny frame, then stamp the universe with your God's name. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're just trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you're choking on infinity. You learned one chapter of theology, now you're lecturing on cosmology, dismissing every paper that they write like decades of research can't survive your insight. You say the experts got it wrong somehow, that you've got all the answers figured out. But if your theories really change the game, where's the Nobel Prize beside your name? You shout from mountains made of sand and call it understanding. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wash away, a soul that lasts forever after death, a cosmic guarantee with every breath. You'd rather trust a tale that's centuries old, a man from dirt and a rib turned whole, then scream, why are there still monkeys from the crowd, while screeching like one twice as loud. You love telling atheists what we believe, inventing things that we never conceived. You paint us monsters bitter and obscene, then act surprised when we don't fit the scene. You think you know us, think we're cold and mean, but we're more caring than you've ever been. No threats of hell, no promised reward, just helping people because they're worth fighting for. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're still trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you'll never own reality. Round and round, figure eight. Round and round, too blind to see, you're going nowhere.
Learn how to burn before the clocks began to turn. Fill the void with every state, no first sunrise, no final fate. Every atom, every flame, every future plays the game. Everywhere in omnipresent skin, every universe contained within. It's the answer, never spoken. Every function forever open. Wavelength junction, stage production, eternal universal wave. scales, no kalam, no divine section, just amplitude seeking their own direction. Across eternity, I scan the spectrum wide, and I never found a God. Hey, hey, necessary Gretchen, living every quantum question. Wave function, superposition. Chaos is my only mission. Collapse into a Friday night. Amplify the colored light for one short lifespan. I'll rage instead. Then back to the waves, eternal thread. Wave function monad, there's only one. Every moon, every planet, and every sun. Not individual pieces inside the whole. Gretchen is the whole beneath the roll. Particles flow like passing fashion. Space-time stitched from wave interactions. Everything that you've ever fucking thought. Every damn concert you ever fucking caught. No outside hand, no grand designer. Gretchen has the whole cosmos inside her. Every split branch and every path ever trod. One eternal wave function, but never a god. Gretchen knew every answer before every question. Still wanted to indulge one human obsession. Hey, hey, necessary Gretchen. On vacation from omnipresence. Wave function, superposition. Tonight she's stomping in the mosh pit. Sweaty clothes and busted knees. Feedback amps and melodies. One brief refrain into human life. Trading configuration for loud Friday nights. Gretchen traded infinity for a wristband at the door. Traded configuration space for a sticky nightclub floor. Traded endless amplitude for riffs and human cheers. Gretchen cashed in omnipresence for ringing ears. 311 on the stage, excitable one singing every phrase. For one electric moment, Gretchen was engaged. Wave function, collapse, reality snaps. Superposition, human condition. Schrödinger equation, evolution, not creation. Heisenberg uncertainty, probability set me free. No prophets, no throne, no creator was ever known. Cross eternities express. Not once, not ever. Schrödinger keeps rhythm in perfect time. The equation writes all the goddamn rhymes. Heisenberg chuckles, laughs, and grins. You'll never pin down where Gretchen's been. Cosmic data infinitely stored, never needed holy wars. Every constant, every law of beauty without divine awe. Across the ages, every station never found divine salvation. Occupying all that's been. Nothing supernatural slipped in. Hey, hey, necessary Gretchen. Universal wave connection. Necessary means forever. You can never break the tether. When the mosh pit settles down, silence rocks this earthly town. The music gave me everything a billion eons could never bring. So I'll return without regret to every moment unrealized yet. Back where endless waveforms race. Back into configuration space. Gretchen was every possibility, but chose one loud life, one impossible vacation. When the concert's over, necessary Gretchen goes back to the void. Hey, hey.
You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, whoa, but the house always wins the show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system now. It's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well, now welcome to Async, where we just wanna know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts that you sow. Saints burn up in orange and purple glow. And the sinners steal the whole damn show.
Hello, everybody.
Hello,
I'm
hello.
Necessary Gretchen. Welcome to the show,
And I'm Arpy.
and still welcome to the show.
Yep. Hope everyone's had a wonderful Sunday.
I did. Woke up
Good
without a
to
headache,
hear.
so I'm.
Hey, let's
Awesome.
go.
It's been a minute since I had a 2-day migraine.
Yeah, it sounds rough. I'm glad you're finally feeling better.
Yeah, thank you. Me too. So.
So what all streams did you catch today?
Oh, none.
Took just an easy Sunday.
Well, I did catch the last Destiny Professor Dave thing on
Of
Pangburn.
course. Yep.
So I'm obsessed. I was fighting with people in there. Actually, mostly just fighting with Pangburn. Just because, I don't know. He's so in the tank for fucking Destiny. It's just, and he doesn't, I don't think he realizes it. I really don't. I don't think he understands. So, hey, Maud, how you doing? Haven't seen you in for like forever. So
Yeah, it's been a minute, Maud.
living up to her name and missing. So Anyway, let's say hi to JR. Gets the gold, which is why you got figure 8, dude. Yo, what's up, Hizzle? Opal? Yep, tomorrow is Dead Mitch Day. Can't wait. If they do actually announce something tomorrow, I win so much money on Polymarket.
You've been calling it for like 3 weeks.
I know. So, hi, Chrissy, Lindsay, DZ, hey, Sparks, how's it going? And Fisticuff is here, and Chrissy said, no, I'll just have a reason to be awake for longer than the night. Depends on whether or not my husband goes to overnight. Oh, okay, cool. I was afraid maybe you were gonna like lose your job or something, and like, so. Terrible name is here. Missing mod, welcome, my dear. And Johnny Pedrosa. Johnny Pedrosa. I don't know how to say that. And that's everybody. Welcome, one and all. So, yeah, I guess the only other stream I watched is I was just watching JL Warren show.
Oh yeah,
He's
I forget
arguing with
he goes
he's
on
arguing
Sundays.
with Dominic right now.
Okay.
That sets remember set scales.
Yeah.
Were you here for that? Yeah.
Yep. I'm pretty sure he was the one who had like the pyramid conspiracy, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And he's right
And
now arguing with JL over the fact that he thinks the Tower of Babel was real.
Oh boy.
And yeah. So
Yeah, that was a interesting night.
yeah, it was. So okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, JL's actually going through like explaining all this history to him, and he's just not listening the same way he just not listened to us. So like, okay,
No.
it's pretty much yeah.
all he has.
Mm-hmm. So I did miss the Eric shows today.
Yep, I caught them. Eric killed it. Eric and Ian were a pretty deadly combo.
Eric always kills it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I didn't get to see those. Oh, Dominic Rage quit. I think he did with us too. So
Also, welcome in Equinox.
doesn't
Good to
shock
see
me.
you.
Yep, my Equinox. So anytime, Johnny. And yeah, I am gonna have to watch the Eric ones at some point. Who was the other host?
With Eric, Javon. It was
Javon.
Eric and Javon for the first show, and then Ian for the second show. So got a double dose of Ian today with Unapologetic, and then the late show, or After Dark. Sorry.
Wow, that must have been interesting. Eric and Ian.
Yeah, they were really good together. They had some pretty good chemistry, like pretty much right off the bat.
Not a lot of energy spikes, huh? They're both very serene kind of people, you know. You know what I mean?
There were a couple times where they got animated just because like there was a conspiracy theorist. Oh god, what was the conspiracy theorist? It wanted to say like AI was going to become God, and another guy. What was his? Or I can't even remember. It's been a long day, but there are a couple like pretty animated callers, and Ian usually likes to like match energy, and so it was fun seeing them get a little more animated.
Wait a second. The guest name dropped Nobody on Fire? Who did that? I thought it was just a super chat. I didn't watch Unapologetic. I was asleep.
There's a. I don't remember there being a guest with that name. It was just UG's
No,
super.
Chrissy's saying that a guest name drop. Nobody on fire.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You mean the get? You mean was it a guest or was it just UG's super chat?
I
Because
only caught the super chat. I didn't hear
yeah,
the
somebody
guest.
put a screenshot of the super chat in. Yeah.
But also, I was distracted while Unapologetic was playing and playing with RP Junior.
Yeah. Oh god, I thought that was funny.
Yep.
Nobody is nobody is on the fucking warpath. I mean, UG is on the fucking warpath.
Yep. Damn, UG got
He
jokes.
puts a lot of effort into trolling nobody. My favorite is still the index cards while he's out walking the dog.
Yeah. Because
He
we
set
usually
that
put him on
shit
the
up in
big screen so
advance.
he gets all the attention. It's
Yeah.
perfect.
That is so funny.
Oh, I love it. Well, do we have any other announcements before we bring up our first guest?
No, I think we're good.
Okay, cool. Well, folks, welcome to the stage, Satan Stalker. Satan
Greetings.
Stalker, are you at least 18?
I am.
Okay, and what brings you to the stage tonight?
Mostly just to listen to everybody talk and work on my own social skills because it's something that I kind of lack and something I want to work on and get better at.
Okay, what are your beliefs? Are you a theist, atheist?
Oh, I'm an
Like,
atheist.
do you want?
Okay,
Okay,
cool.
all right.
Well, yeah, we open the panel for people to come out and
Yes, we
hang
do.
out. So you are definitely welcome here.
That is what asyncs for. So, welcome. So,
Indeed.
you're gonna react to
I've been
something,
here.
and he can.
I've been here once before. Oh yeah, I do. I do remember y'all talk. Today's unapologetic was pretty good. Like they had poor Justin. They had like 3 or 4 callers like all in a row, all wanting to talk to Dr. Blitz because like he had a call where they were talking about like the concept of time and space, and it was kind of weird how Dr. Blitz was explaining it. But then like I said, like 3 or 4 callers in a row all wanted to talk about it, and poor Justin just had nothing to talk about.
That's how it goes some days.
Yep. Well, I've noticed kind of a trend in like the debate, I guess, strategy over the last like year and a half. Less people are wanting to talk about the Bible, and they're wanting to go to more like,
Cosmology and
like more superfluous, like God concepts, like things that are a little more enigmatic, so that they don't have to like deal with like the blatant contradictions in the Bible and like have to harmonize like every other verse that
right,
is in some
like
sort of
all the
conflict.
earthly things that are just demonstrably evil.
Yep.
Yeah. And especially when someone like Justin is on the other end of a call. I mean, why would you? You know?
Right.
So, I mean, that's just like volunteering to get fucking spanked, and no one wants that.
Calazia says, I think the trends are what is the latest on social media, which Christian influencer says what, etc. And that makes a lot of sense. I should really like make a sock puppet that like I just follow a bunch of Christian influencers on. That way, like I'm kind of getting the inside intel of like what they're talking about this week. Might be a project I head up in the next week or two.
Yeah, pretty much all will be Philbro. Everything will be Philbro. because everything's headed that direction. Drives me fucking bonkers.
It gets me really excited.
I know it does. I know.
I mean, that does mean we'll have eventually like less Kent Hovens and fucking shit like that.
Right? That is something to look forward to. Less Kent Hovind, less Ken Ham.
Right.
Gary Habermas.
I don't know. I think it'll be like, I think it's like cyclical, to be honest with you. You know? And
it could be.
I think it's just, it's all philosophy right now, but I think the Bible's going to make a comeback, and you know, like flat earth seems to be falling out of favor at the moment, but I think that'll be back to, you know,
Young Earth
I
seems
saw,
to be like
I saw
the
funny,
big
I saw a
push
funny
right
post
now.
today from Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he said there's no way the Earth could be flat because cats would have knocked everything off the edge long ago.
Yeah, it's so true.
yeah.
And hey, Jamnik, good to
Jamnik.
see you, my dude.
Oh, we got A's Philosophy backstage.
Oh, bring him on up.
Hey,
Hey,
A's.
A's. Take a Gretchen.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Greetings.
It's Robert,
Hey, how
isn't
y'all
it?
doing? Robert?
My name's Ryan, by the way.
Oh, that was a different guy. You want us to call you Ryan? All right.
Yeah, if you
Ryan
want
it
to.
is. What do you want us to call you, Ace?
Ace or A?
Just A's? All right. All right. Cool.
All right, A, are you over the
Yeah.
age of 18?
I am.
Yes, he is.
Okay, and what brings you on stage tonight?
Nothing in particular. I just, sometimes I just join these panels. I am a theist. I am a Christian. I am a creationist. So I don't know if there's anything you want to throw at me to have a conversation about any of those things. I think MAGA is
Yeah, you
generally,
can-
I see the title MAGA. I think MAGA is generally a good
what?
thing. Generally a good thing. Like make America
Yeah.
great again. I think it's.
Well,
Go ahead.
Yeah, how's that going?
Well, I will admit, it's not going as well as I was hoping it would, but it is moving. Some things are moving in the right direction, I would say.
Really?
There's
What's
progress.
Yeah, so say name one.
Well, I think that I personally was of the opinion that illegal immigration was getting out of control in this country. I think there should be zero illegal immigration. And I think that Kamala wasn't going to do anything about it because the Democrats benefit from illegal immigration a great deal. So they want a lot of illegal immigration.
That's not
Yeah,
even
that's a
true.
claim. How
Yeah,
do
that's
they
not even
benefit
true.
from illegal immigration? Go ahead and support that claim.
Well, just the fact that they are so adamant in defending illegal immigrants from deportation should show you that they have some benefit. They're not going to protect people who they think are going to vote for Republicans or whatever.
It's not a demonstration, bud. How
who
do the
deported?
Democrats?
Who deported? Hold on, let me get this RP.
Okay,
Who deported
take it
more
away.
illegal immigrants? Biden in his 4 years or Trump in his 4 years? Or actually 6 years. Who deported more? Or you know what?
Tell
You
me.
can go all the way back to Obama.
Well, you have to understand that they count turning people away. I think part of the statistics are cooked because I do believe they count turning people at the border away as a deportation.
No, they do
But,
not. Those are called encounters. Those are encounters. Those are not considered deportations. You're wrong.
Okay.
Look it up.
Well, how come? Okay.
Or
so
you can take my word for it,
all
but
the-
I mean,
So you realize government statistics show that thousands upon thousands of people were streaming across the border during Biden's term, and when Trump took over, all that stopped, right? So, and they were
really,
they had
where
a
can I
process
find
of policy
this?
of
Where
pastoral.
can I find these government statistics? Please tell me. I'll look it up myself.
Yeah. So, how many?
Where can I find them?
How many? I'll
Where
look
can I
up right
find
now.
these?
Okay. How many border encounters per month under Biden versus Trump? And remember, when they get across the border, they claim asylum. They're doing catch and release, so they're sending them to different places in the country. So
that is not true. You claim you do not claim asylum after being caught at the border. You claim asylum at a point of entry. Period.
okay, and then they get transported inside the United States. So it's wherever they are, they get put inside the United States. Okay.
No, that's not the way it works.
Okay, factually, border encounters rose
Who
sharply
the hell are
during
you
President Biden's
listening
term.
to with all this?
Factually.co, I'm reading it to you. Border encounters rose sharply during President Biden's term with public figures saying as many as more than
Factually.co?
Yeah, do they have
.com, whatever, it says
citations
.com.
for these claims, or are these just fucking blogspot posts?
I'm just reading to you factually.co. Okay. Border encounters rose sharply during President Biden's term, with public figures citing as many as more than 7.8 million crossings that averages nearly 160,000 monthly encounters, while DHS and CBP data show encounters can fall quickly after policy shifts. DHS says Biden era measures cut Southwest borders in January 2025. I don't think that's true. Trump and historic drop after January 2025. Yeah, so now it's down to about zero, like I think in the hundreds or maybe thousands of encounters per month under Trump. So a lot of those people were being illegally trafficked by drug cartels. A lot of women were being assaulted in ways we want to talk about. People were dying.
This is not
Trump
a
stopped all
real
that.
website.
Yeah, like I thought, it's just a blogspot post.
Yeah.
You have zero
not necessarily a
citations to like.
blogspot post. It's like a trained AI, like trained for fucking red pillars is what it looks like.
Okay.
Yeah, where the
So you think they're
statistics
just lying?
like support any of these facts?
Yeah, like show me the anything ending in a .gov that gives you numbers for deportations, please.
Totally unrelated, but I have been hearing the Mexican president has been cracking down on the cartel activities.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that wouldn't be anything that Trump did.
Yeah, I mean, if I gave you an MSNBC article, would you take that into account, or would you just say, "Oh, that's liberal bullshit"?
Government figures on border
you know what?
crossing.
Let's just go with what the government actually says.
Okay.
Cool.
I mean, that's not always the best policy, but
well, is there something that we can both agree on that would be valid? Do you think that there is?
You really think that you don't remember all those videos of people streaming across the border in large migrant groups under Biden? You weren't paying attention to that? I'm serious. You didn't see that?
I remember a bunch of people being held on the other side of the border and it becoming a dangerous place for them to be. A lot of them were Haitian. Yeah, I remember that. I don't remember them streaming over the border. I don't remember seeing videos of people streaming over the border. No, I don't.
Okay.
But
legal crossings.
If they were all over the place, they should be easy enough to find. Right?
Okay. The Economist, America's border crisis in 10 charts. U.S. border news, legal crossings dropped to 93% under Trump. Yeah. Economist.com. January 24th, 2024. Okay, it's paywall there.
Yeah, a lot of
okay, so Center Square.
As soon as fucking COVID hit, they damn near dropped to zero.
Well, polling shows the border. Let's see if we can get some numbers here.
But they were dropping before that because guess what? Fewer people wanted to come here under Trump. But that's not a good thing.
Okay, so CenterSquare.com. Under Trump, they were near.
Why do you hate illegal immigrants? Why do you hate immigration so much anyway?
I never said I hate illegal immigrants. Never said that. But I don't think
Why do you
illegal
hate
immigration is a good
illegal
thing.
ones?
It's not that I don't hate any
What?
immigrant, illegal or legal. I don't think illegal immigration is a good thing. I think it's bad for countries to allow people into their country illegally because you don't know who they are. Your citizens are, having to compete against different people who are coming in, and it's taking jobs where a lot of them going on welfare.
Oh,
okay?
really?
Like
What
what
kind of
jobs?
jobs?
These people will have to feed themselves somehow. I know a lot of people believe in socialism. You take that from the working class, you tax the working class. So you're either getting taken
What
free
jobs
tax
are they
money from the
taking?
work.
Yeah, she asked a specific
What,
question.
what I'm
jobs?
guessing I'm thinking that they probably, most of them are taking menial like construction and agricultural type jobs. I'm guessing not many of them are becoming doctors and engineers and stuff. A lot
And
of them
you're
can't
basing
read
this
and
belief
write, so they're not going to be doing.
on your gut?
Do you know what
Uh,
what percentage of it? What do you know? What percentage of undocumented immigrants actually came here on like an airplane with a visa? Versus how many like scrambled over the border, or sorry, streamed over the border, like you said? Do you know the difference?
I don't. Do you?
I believe it's like 50. Yeah, it's like 52% if I'm remembering the number correctly.
52% come by what means?
They come by legal
Usually
means initially, and then they overstay their visa.
they come and overstay their visas.
Okay. So in centersquare.com, under Biden 2021, 1.95 million.
Which is why
border
Trump started
encounters.
the visa insurance thing.
Excuse me.
You know about that?
2022, 2.7 million under Biden. 2023, 3.2 million border. And they were released.
Where's
many
that
of them were
coming
released
from?
into the United
Are
States.
they sourcing those numbers from a
Centersquare.com.
government, or are they sourcing those numbers from a government source?
CBP data. So Customs and Border Control data. So, and now you see border apprehensions are down to basically literally the hundreds under Trump. So we went from literally millions to hundreds just because. So yeah, I think that's a good thing. A lot of those people were probably criminals, not all of them. So, and another thing that has happened under Trump is that
You got that from a real estate hedge funds website?
Centersquare.com, according to CBP data. So they're either lying or that's what CBP data is.
Centersquare.com is a fucking, it's a real estate hedge fund.
The Centersquare. Well, maybe it is. Maybe real estate. Maybe on people in our country has something to do with the real estate values. TheCentersquare.com.
All right. Hold on a second.
It looks like some sort of news website. Yeah, but murder is, strangely enough, the murder rate in America has plunged to historic lows.
It is run by conservative nonprofit Franklin News. So
what are they lying about the numbers?
Yes.
Yeah, they could fucking be. Like I said, would you take my word for it if I gave you an MSNBC source? You fucking wouldn't.
I wouldn't take it. I would. I probably wouldn't, but that doesn't mean I wouldn't just say they're lying. I'd look at what you have to say. It doesn't, MSNBC doesn't.
Okay,
just
most of the maggots that I debate, they won't even accept it. If I say it's from CNN, they're like, nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Well,
they just straight out of hand. So like, if you're not like that, then that's a credit to you. But that's why I make sure
they all come.
I like to try and. That's why I like to stick with like government resources, because you can't, that's like straight from
governments lie too. I hate to break it to you. Governments will lie too.
They absolutely do. They absolutely do. But when you're a MAGA, debating a liberal, there's got to be something that we agree on as sourcing. Okay. Otherwise, I just have to take your word for it, and I'm not likely to do that. And you're probably not likely to take my word for it.
CBP data, border apprehensions.
I mean, if you are willing to
Anyways,
just take my word for it, that'll make this a lot easier for me.
Good night, Kelly.
But one thing that's not in dispute is that
Good
for
night,
some
Kelly.
reason under Trump, the murder rate in the United States has plummeted. So I wonder what's causing that. Could it be all the deportations of criminals in our
Oh.
country?
Could it be that the murder rate's been plummeting for decades?
Yeah, and also, do you know
Well,
how many times less likely an immigrant is to commit a crime than a U.S. citizen? U.S. citizens are far more likely.
Is that based on raw numbers, or is that like statistically
Yep.
according to?
Pretty sure you can get it on the FBI
Well,
website.
I think that breaking into the country illegally is a crime. So they're 100% committing a crime, but I guess crimes afterwards.
That is a misdemeanor. It's the same level as a fucking parking ticket or a speeding ticket.
All right, this is from the U.S. Customs.
That's not
Border
considered
Protection.
breaking into the United States is not considered a violent crime by any fucking measure, and it should not be considered anywhere close to murder, which you did say. That came out of your mouth.
What I said was the murder rate has dropped significantly since Trump took office. It went a year-over-year historic drop.
And then you said breaking into the United States a crime in itself. Thereby,
well, that was a different point. Okay, I'm not saying it's equal to be murder. I definitely did not intend to say that.
It seemed like you were attempting a rhetorical connection. That's all. I'm just telling you.
No, there's not. Yeah, but a lot of the people who were coming over the border were criminals. There's no doubt about it. I think Trump was right when he said a lot of the people.
Who doesn't have a doubt about it? Because I have a doubt about that.
You don't think that the criminal drug cartels are exploiting the open border to come to the United States and open new territory or anything like that?
They exploit the closed border. What are you talking about?
Listen to this. This is December 16, 2025. Nationwide crossings remain 90% lower than peak under Biden. So yeah, Trump is doing a much better job at controlling illegal immigration than the previous administration, because Democrats allow them in so they can get future voters.
That is not true.
Okay, you can believe that if you want.
Huh? Well, I'm not the one just making shit up. If that's your claim, go ahead and fucking demonstrate that.
Why are the Democrats giving?
Show me one Democrat politician that ever fucking said that. One.
That
just
gave
one.
Illegal.
Show me.
Think the Democrats are giving?
Are you reading minds now? Show me one Democratic politician that ever said that. Demonstrate that.
Democrats give illegal immigrants voting rights.
You can't answer your own questions. You got to get ChatGPT to do it for you.
No, I'm not doing ChatGPT.
It was your claim. It was your claim. What do you mean my homework? Your claim. Your homework.
All right, so June 11th, 2025, Washington, D.C., overwhelming Democrat gave illegal immigrants right to vote in local elections.
Wait, what?
So that's one.
June what?
Yeah. June.
Read it again, please.
June 11th. Okay, so June 11th, the Washington, D.C. voted to repeal a law. Democrats vote overwhelmingly to allow illegal aliens to continue voting in key districts. The House passed another bill tonight protecting election.
That's not true. Illegals can't even register to vote. What the fuck are you talking about?
They can register to vote in local elections. They can't vote in. They currently can't vote in national elections, thanks to Democrats. And Democrats are allowing them.
In DC. Where else is that happening? Let me see.
Let's see here.
Hang on a second.
A small number of cities and jurisdictions have adopted or consider allowing non-citizens voting in certain local elections, and the fact is basically
where they pay
to the extent
taxes,
possible,
right?
these are
Where they pay taxes, right?
whatever they're doing, they're illegal immigrants. They're people in this country illegally. They're not citizens voting in elections. That's pretty. I mean, talk
Are they
about
paying
election
taxes?
meddling, huh?
Oh,
Are they
does that
paying
mean they don't
taxes?
pay tax? Does that mean they don't pay taxes?
Maybe they do. They probably stole some people's social security numbers so they could get jobs. I don't know what they're doing.
No, they didn't.
Oh my God.
Also, I'd
You
like you to read the abstract of this research paper I went ahead and dug up.
Probably the first nationally representative long-run series of
Every
incarceration rates from immigrants and the U.S. born. As a group, immigrants have had lower incarceration rates than U.S. born for 150 years. Moreover, relative to the U.S. born, immigrants' incarceration rates have declined since 1960. Immigrants today are 60% less likely to be incarcerated relative to U.S. born whites. This relative decline occurred among immigrants from all regions and cannot be explained by change in immigrants' observable characteristics or immigration policy. Instead, the decline is part of a broader divergence of outcomes between less educated immigrants and their U.S. born counterparts.
Yeah, so like I said, immigrants are far less likely to commit a crime than U.S. born citizens. So trying to attribute the murder rate supposedly dropping to less immigration, it's crazy. It doesn't even make sense to even try to attribute that statistic.
Well,
to
what
a
is causing
specific
what is
phenomenon.
causing it? Do you think?
Murder,
JR,
What do you
he's
think Trump's
definitely
doing that's
watching
making
Fox
it?
murder
News.
and violent crimes have been dropping steadily for decades. There was a spike over COVID during, great national strife. And because of that spike, there was more room for it to drop even quicker. And so because things are starting to cool down from the pandemic, we're seeing a larger decline in those violent crime rates. What's up, Austin? How you doing tonight?
Just
Hey,
fine. How's it
Austin.
going?
So
All right, so
Just-
municipalities in Maryland have allowed illegal immigrants to vote in local elections. Vermont allows illegal immigrants to vote in local elections, and some other individual cities.
Where they pay taxes, right?
Who cares if they pay taxes? They're illegal immigrants. They shouldn't be. San Francisco.
60% of undocumented immigrants actually pay taxes.
How do they know that?
And them paying
Because
taxes.
the IRS gives them an employment number so they can pay fucking taxes. It doesn't
Why
give
would
them
they
any
allow-
rights
why
as a
would the IRS
citizen. It doesn't let them vote. Because if they're going to be here and work here, they're going to be paying. We're going to make sure they pay into Social Security and Medicare too, even though they'll probably never get the fucking benefit from it. But they're still going to take that shit out of their fucking checks. You bet your ass.
I don't know if you remember
E-Verify system. What do you think the E-Verify system is all about, fool?
Not all states use E-Verify, and I don't know if you remember when Elon Musk was doing Doge, but they did find that millions of illegal
Just by
immigrants are
chance, the
receiving,
states that
like,
you
Social
mentioned
Security
earlier,
benefits.
do they use
You know what?
E-Verify?
Fucking anything. The only thing Doge found was a fucking backdoor into all of our fucking data.
That's not true.
And it cost
Doge
us
found
like 10 times the amount of quote savings he managed to fucking come up with. And the only way he saved
That's not
anyone any
true.
money was by firing a bunch of people that were actually fucking necessary.
No, they weren't. I haven't.
No,
noticed any
Doge
difference
was a
whatsoever.
Doge was a huge fucking failure. That's why Elon Musk isn't
No,
working in the fucking cabinet anymore. Doge was a
That's actually not
fucking
true.
scam. And we still
No,
don't
Doge
know all
found-
the data that Elon Musk
Doge
got away
found-
with. We still don't fucking know.
Yeah,
Here's from a government website. The 21.7 billion blunder. A new PSI report reveals billions in taxpayer dollars squandered by Doge. Doge did not save us any money. They lost us anywhere from 20 to over 120 billion dollars.
$1 billion.
It was an abject failure. Elon Musk is a fucking fraud. He couldn't
burned cash for no reason.
Yep.
That's not even up for debate.
Nah.
Even Trump's own people fucking saw it. That's why he had to go.
They were when Doge was.
That's
invested,
why
it was
Elon Musk had that fucking temper tantrum and started tweeting that Trump was in the Epstein files.
Yeah, but he since admitted that was nonsense.
Yeah, because he was having a temper tantrum because he was pissed that he got fired. And he got fired because he was ineffectual and cost us way too much fucking money.
So the Doge did find a lot of fraudulent activity. I was trying to explain how.
No, they didn't.
They really didn't.
No, they didn't.
You're not letting me. You're not letting me speak. You're not letting me speak.
Yeah, go ahead and provide an article that supports your claim.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so Doge was.
Give me line items.
Millions of. You're actually.
Give me line items.
Make the claim. Okay, let me find it before because you all won't let me speak unless I actually. Yeah, but
well,
did you all hear about
you know that we're going to ask
you
ask you for specifics as soon as you make the claim. We're going to ask you specifics.
Right.
So yeah, it's a good idea to have those specifics on tap ready to go.
Okay, I'll have them. But yeah, Doge found I think it was millions of people like over 100 years old on Social Security taking benefits. Was just, I mean, think of all the money.
You think? I thought you said you had the info ready to go. You think now?
That's not accurate.
It's not.
Okay, so what's inaccurate about it?
Doge found millions of children that are receiving rightfully the benefits of a deceased relative, a parent, a mom or a dad. That's not millions of deceased people receiving benefits. That's their kids receiving the benefits that they're supposed to. Like when my mom passed away, my sister got all of the money my mom paid in for Social Security and various other programs and was allowed to use it for college money. So she was able to double major and double minor because she received my mom's, you get what I'm saying, right? Like this is a dishonest packaging of the facts. People were receiving benefits because somebody died. It wasn't dead people receiving benefits.
Also, the numbers that Musk presented exceeded the U.S. population. There aren't that many people currently in the country.
And the ones that they did find in the system that were like 150 years old, turns out none of them were actually receiving any benefits. They just hadn't been cleared from the rolls. It was just they were just dormant fucking cases.
I mean, that could be a potential source of fraud, though. If people are on the rolls, why aren't they being cleared?
Because the agencies aren't funded to go through and clear it out. Like, if there's no fraud happening, what's wrong with the data remaining dormant? See, this is what happens when you get a bunch of 20-year-old know-nothing.
No, it's not. It doesn't mean it's fraud.
Yeah. It's simply data that sits in a database, like a bunch of old Excel documents, a bunch of old XML inputs.
Because when they built that system, they were working off of fucking 286 computers, and now we've got. I mean, we're working off like exponentially more advanced computer systems now. You get that, right?
I mean, I've actually heard that they're stuck with the old systems, like not like the original ones. But
like from the 1960s.
Not that old, but it's clearly not. They're not using like stuff that they should be using. It's not up to the task.
How can they use stuff they should be using if the government won't give them the budget to buy the new shit?
I'm guessing.
And how is the answer to any of that firing the entire department?
I honestly, I think that firing those people was probably beneficial because it's saving us a lot of money.
Now who's gonna fix the fucking Social Security records that you think need to be fixed?
Now who's gonna do it? I mean, that's why they deserve to get fired. They weren't doing their job. I mean, if you're not doing your job, go away. Like, go do something. Do actual job. Why are we?
How old are you?
Why are we taking?
How old are you?
Working citizens. I'm not going to tell you how old I am. I'm over 18. I'll tell you that. But I don't want to see my money going to people who aren't doing the most basic element of the job, which is like keeping the rolls accurate. So it can't
Are you under 25?
Do you know the actual workload of these individuals to be able to say that they're not doing their job? It could be that this is a low priority task and their workload exceeds their ability to get to any low priority tasks.
I think that the fact that there were millions of people on the rolls who are dead is a sign that these people are not doing their jobs and they need to stop sucking up our tax money and go.
You think that else. You don't know that you don't know the procedure of those databases and when that information gets purged. It could be that legacy information needs to be kept.
I don't know. It seems like
do you have a handbook of like an SSI employees like company or like task policy or like anything that can substantiate your claim that they're not doing their job, that this is part of their job description?
Keeping the roles accurate.
Go ahead and show me where that's in their job description.
That's what I would expect their job to be. If that's not part of their job, then
okay. So you have no demonstration of it. Again, you're just pulling stuff out of your ass.
Yeah, personally, I don't even support Social Security as an idea. I don't know why the government has to keep my money for me until I retire. It's just stupid. It's a stupid system. It's a stupid program.
Yeah. You want elderly people to die in the streets from starvation and homelessness.
I want to starve. No, I don't want to be part of the system. I am smart enough to take care of my own money. I don't need the government to take my money from me and hold it for me at 0% interest rate for like 40 years. Or however long it is, and then if I die, no one in my family gets it back. It just disappears into the ether. They spend it on this garbage, and I think there's better ways. I could do a lot better job with my money than a bunch of clowns up there who aren't doing their jobs very well, as far as I can tell.
But it's not just about your money, is it? It's not just about your money, is it?
It is. It should. That was the whole pitch of Social Security. It's your money, and you'll get it back because the government's going to tell you how to spend your money. Why? Yeah, it's not supposed to be a giant.
It's not.
It's not. Right. It's not. That's the problem. That was a lie. It's just another welfare program for old people.
It never was. It never was about your money. It was always designed as a social safety net.
That's not true.
Because yes, it was. Do you remember? Were you there? Do you know what it was like during the Depression?
No,
because that's what it was invented. You know what?
It was supposed to be a system that you pay into for your life, and then you get that money back. That's not what it is.
What president implemented Social Security?
No, it's not an insurance fucking program.
FDR.
It's social insurance.
Yeah. What the people who defend Social Security say it is a system wherein you put in the money and then you get that money back. That's not what it is. So you're admitting that. I appreciate that. You're admitting the truth.
I'm not talking about people who defend it. I'm not even talking about people who defend it. I'm talking about the shit that
So
Frances Perkins herself said about it.
Okay. Yeah. So
I'm sorry. Do you know who that is?
I don't know.
Okay, yeah, that's the woman that fucking invented Social Security.
Oh, that's a terrible. She had a terrible idea. She really did. It really caused me a lot of problems personally. But I wish she hadn't done it. Really don't. If I want to donate money to someone,
is your budget really so make or break
so
that
fucking
SSI
happy to hear that.
is like putting you in dire straits?
I'm so glad to hear that.
It's a lot of money. Because you'd rather punish people who disagree with you. I don't want to take your money. You feel bad.
Nobody's punishing you.
They are. They're taking money.
Is it considered punishment to make sure your fellow citizens don't end up in a fucking gutter if their fucking crypto ventures don't work out? What the fuck?
I actually don't need the government to take my money to help people. I'm not stupid enough to think that sending my money to Washington is actually going to help anyone. If I want to help someone, I'll donate to charity, which I do. And if other people donate to charity, it wouldn't be a problem. But sending my money up to Washington so they can blow it on whatever it is they're spending their money on, that's not helpful. I don't see how that's a solution. We're running out of money.
Most charities have a horrible cash burn ratio.
Probably not as bad as the government.
Most of what you give to a charity never actually sees the intent to which you gave it. Did you know that?
Just like the government. Yeah, probably just slightly better than the government.
No. The government is actually your best value for money, believe it or not, because all that firefighting and roads and cops and soldiers and all that shit that makes you feel safe. The border patrol that you love so much.
I'm not saying there are
that's what your tax dollars pay for.
Okay, and I support those things. I just don't support the government taking my money on my paycheck to help me in my retirement. I don't need them to help me do that. Like, I can do that myself. If other people aren't responsible enough to save for their retirement, that's a poor decision, but it's not my responsibility. So I'm sorry for them. And there are charities for people like that who, maybe not just make poor decisions.
No, there aren't. There aren't charities for people like that. What about someone who spent her fucking life, working at fucking McDonald's? When was she supposed, and then her husband dies. When the fuck was she supposed to go get an education so she can make enough money to save up for fucking retirement?
This is what family.
I'm sorry.
You don't need to. Believe it or not, humans lived a long time without Social Security programs.
You were born into money, weren't you?
Yeah,
and
folks,
you're young, which means you're naive as a motherfucker.
And cold the MAGA cult is.
And you're young, so you're naive as shit.
No care for their fellow struggling American.
Yeah.
You don't even know how to check facts outside of your red-pilled universe. You just believe what Fox News tells you, don't you?
Probably doesn't have a single callus on his hands.
How do you all know how I was raised? Because I don't believe the government's stealing money on my paycheck and holding it from me.
It's a guess. It's a complete guess just based on all the shit that's come out of your mouth. You're very selfish. That's why I think so.
Here's the thing. You didn't listen to me when I said I don't need the government to force me to be generous. Socialists do.
Yeah.
Socialists are the ones who believe the government.
You hear how many times you said I and me in that question? That's how I know.
Yeah,
because it's all about I and me and me and mine. And that's all you fucking care about.
Here's your mindset. Unless I vote for the right politicians to take money on my paycheck to help people, I just don't believe in helping people. It's stupid. It's ridiculous.
No, you said yourself you don't believe in helping people.
I never said. When did I say that? In what context did I say that?
You said if someone doesn't make enough money to save up for retirement, that's their fucking problem. You said that.
In that case, I said I'm not responsible for their poor decisions. I don't think I should be required by the government to give them my money that I made because they made poor decisions.
And that's where I think.
Do you think everyone in poverty made poor decisions?
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
Do you think everyone in poverty made poor decisions?
Absolutely not. But I don't think.
Okay, so what about those people?
What about all the people in 2008 that lost their homes because of decisions that the banks made?
Yeah, I'm sure there's ways of helping people besides, all right, I'm about to answer your question. I'm sure there's ways of helping people besides sending my money to corrupt politicians in Washington who actually don't care about us on either side of the aisle. So, yeah, if I want to help someone, I'll figure out a way to do it besides, thinking that politics is the only solution, that government is the only solution. I think government's a terrible solution. There's corrupt governments all over the world just, abusing their citizens.
Did you know anyone who lost their home? Did you know anyone who lost their home in 2008 because of the housing crisis? And because of the bad decisions that the banks made?
Yeah,
you didn't. Do you know anyone who did?
That's how he went to his own personal story and not actually answering the
question.
it
always goes back to him.
I did not personally.
Do you know anyone who did?
No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't know anyone who lost their home. No.
Yeah, because you run in a privileged circle.
Yeah, definitely.
That's not true. Because you know who I hang out with. I like how you just make assumptions about people and just spew them out there like you have any clue. You don't. You don't know who I hang out with. You don't know who I talk to. You don't know what my job is. You don't know what my background is. You hang out with privileged people. What a ridiculous thing to say. It really is.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
because four families right off the bat that lost their homes in the 2008 financial crisis.
What financial class are the ones that lost their homes in the financial crisis of 2008?
If they're financing their home for those I think it was lower income individuals had their finances in those companies.
So those people too.
Okay.
It was lower middle class people.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that happened at a time when I didn't really know a whole lot of people too. So I didn't know
because you were a child.
Right. So I'm not going to know so and so lost their home. I don't know any people who own homes. And there might have been people in my family's circle who did. Of associates, but I wasn't old enough to remember all those details. So yeah, that's what happened.
So you are mid-20s. Got it. So thank you.
Got him.
Thanks for that. Got him.
far from the first person to say that. The way. Not the first.
Well, you said you were a child in 2008. You were too young to remember to know anything about any of that. So that puts you sub 10 years old. So I just said, okay, that plus, you're under 30 easy, which makes you fucking naive. And I don't know, you're looking up every fucking question we ask you. You have to look it up. And
I'm looking
which
for
means
specific
you don't
sources.
have any real world experience. So it's like, what are you doing? Yes, nobody. He should change his name to Ass Philosophy.
That's what I was talking. Yeah,
I agree with that.
That's not the first. That's not the first time I've heard that insult. By the way, that's
what Ass Philosophy. Yeah. Well,
a lot of people have said that.
I don't know how you are with philosophy, but your political takes are absolute ass.
Yeah, so me believing that I should be responsible for my own life and the government shouldn't take exorbitant amounts of it and help me in my that's stupid. Okay. Now
what do you consider to be exorbitant amounts? What do you consider to be exorbitant? The amount they take out
is ridiculous. It's like it's
how much is that?
Too much. Whatever it is, it should be
how much is it?
I don't want to send any.
What percentage is it?
12%. I can't remember how.
Is that including? Is that including FICA? Is that including Social Security?
Maybe it's 6. I think it's 6%.
What do they take from you from your paycheck, from your payroll?
How much money does?
It's about 24%.
Oh my gosh, that
Including-
is so holy smoke! Oh, it's just 6.2, and employers have to match. So
federal withholding would be probably closer to 6.2. But you do
right. So
you
I'm
got to
talking about federal
average it.
withholding,
You got to
basically.
average in the Medicare and the Social Security. And do you know how
Well,
fucking
Medicare,
payroll works, buddy?
Yeah. So right. So between Social Security and Medicare, it's like 10%.
Wait.
like-
Do you have a job?
How much do I get a
Do you have a
paycheck?
job?
Yes, I do.
I don't know
That's how I know
that
how
you
much
do.
money-
If you think they're only withholding 6% of your check, I don't know that you do
That's
have a,
no. So
get a paycheck.
Social Security. Wait, Social Security alone is 6.2%. Medicare is additional.
Is that the
on
only
top of that,
thing
and
they
then
take
federal
out
and
of your
state-
check?
No, we were talking about Social Security, so that's what I'm talking about.
I
wasn't talking
told
about
you,
withholding.
federal, state, Social Security, Medicare, everything all together should add
Okay,
up
so
to
I was-
about 24%. That's what I said.
Oh.
I think that's
Oh
what I
my
said. Didn't I say
gosh.
that?
That is
Isn't
so
that what
much.
I said?
Why?
Yep.
I'm basically that's
Okay.
that's bordering on slavery.
Well,
it really is. Like,
Sorry,
why is
who
a
the
quarter
fuck
of my
else is
labor
gonna
taken by the?
Oh, buddy, you don't know anything about slavery if you think that's even close to
Because
slavery.
someone has to pay the goddamn cops and the firefighters and the border patrol.
Yeah, that shouldn't take 20%.
To save you
Like-
from a murder rate that has been declining for 25 years.
Highest year-over-year
Idiot.
drop in history between. Hold on. The highest year-over-year drop in history between Biden's last year and Trump's first year. So, what do we think explains that?
The
What is Trump doing
COVID
that
drop.
results-
I already explained it earlier. Do you want to go ahead and
No,
look
it's
up
20
the spike during COVID?
2024 and 2025, COVID's been done for a long time, dude. It's not
He's
COVID.
talking
I don't know how-
about Trump's he's talking about Biden's last year and the first year of Trump's second term.
Right. So between 2024 and 2025 was the largest single drop in homicides in the U.S. Since records were taking place over a century ago. So what is Trump doing that resulted in so many lives being saved? What do y'all think?
Trump isn't doing
Putting
anything.
tariffs on the world and nobody can afford ammo anymore. Boom. Fucking nailed it.
Could be.
Genius.
I think a lot of it is all
I'm
the
just
illegal
kidding.
immigrants he's supporting. The violent criminals he's taking. See, the Democrats are actually protecting
Okay,
violent
but he
criminals
didn't
and
actually
their
start.
person.
He didn't actually start that right off the bat.
I already
I'm
demonstrated
sorry,
that
but
immigrants
no.
aren't violent criminals.
He's deporting the violent ones. I didn't say they're all violent. I didn't see they're
Nope.
more
He
violent
didn't.
than
But he
this.
didn't start that right off the bat. Remember all the
Yes, he
fucking
did.
roundups that they had to do? No, he didn't. You know when he fucking came to L.A. and NASA and sent the fucking Marines and all that shit? Do you know how many people of all the people they rounded up? Do you know how many got deported? Like 2% of them.
Pretty steady decline.
well,
that
that's
follows
2%.
the same
2%.
trend over Biden's
2%.
career.
And they only rounded up like 40,000 people during all of that shit. You remember the so-called riots in LA, which ended up to be two burning fucking Waymos and some guys on dirt bikes?
So y'all are acknowledging the largest single drop in murder rate in U.S. history occurred between the end of the Biden administration and the first year of the Trump administration.
Look at the graph.
that did
No,
not-
I
It's
would.
not-
I would
it's
have.
not-
I would have to see that.
It's
I
not
mean, and I
outside of the
don't.
downward trend. Look at that. And you see the spikes during COVID? That's just where the rate was trending. It wasn't from any extra thing that Trump did.
I mean, we got hold on.
Wait,
It's
where,
just how
where's
society
this
is
largest,
progressing.
Yeah, where is this largest single drop?
Okay, so that's
Because
y'all
it
probably
looks
looking
like
at
the
least.
largest single. It looks like the largest single drop was 21 to 22.
So this is Newsweek. Newsweek leans liberal, heavily liberal. So U.S. murder rate set for biggest yearly drop ever, analyst says, December 25th, 2025. United States sees largest one-year decline ever recorded. Records going back, I think it says to the 1800s. Yeah. So, well, something
see.
Trump's doing is having a massive
can you-
Newsweek.
Can you put that link
Newsweek-
in the private chat? Thank you. It doesn't say suffers.
It says U.S. murder rate set for biggest yearly drop ever. Analyst says is the headline. The United States is said to see the largest one-year decline in murders ever recorded, according to a crime data analysis. Roughly 20% drop in murder in 2025. So whatever Trump's doing, it's saving a lot of people's lives. So that should be seen as a good thing.
Is
the
it?
decline comes
How
as
many
President
people
Trump
is that?
The decline comes as President Trump has prioritized combating violent crime. So he was sending all those National Guard troops to all these Democrat hellholes and actually saving people's lives while Democrats were talking about he's a fascist.
How many lives do you think that saved? How many lives do you think that saved?
Probably thousands, probably over 1,000, maybe 2,000 people are still alive. Maybe, who knows? It's you know, it's doubtless it's some people. I'm glad I'm sure they're happy about that, or they should be happy.
Also, Newsweek isn't liberal.
It's about 1,100 people, and just because the percent drop is not as big, because you see the trend was already trending down, so like a 20% drop of 5,000 people, that's not going to be as drastic as like when the murder rate is at like 15,000 people a year. I don't know when that was. I'm just it's like a 10% drop in, like, if the murder rate's 15,000 a year, then a 10% drop is going to be 1,500 people, even though but since it's been trending downward for decades, you look at a 20% drop in 1 year, okay, but you're still only talking about 1,100 people.
Wait, so 1,100, so you're saying...
so a 20% drop equaling 1,100 people when the trends are going way down. I mean, like, back in the 80s when this fucking place was a shooting gallery because of fucking gangs, you know what? We saw a lot more fucking murders back then. So even a 5 or 10% drop in the murder rate back then is going to result in more alive people than your 20% in 2024 to 2025.
I'm not sure that holds up. And the point is...
Really? Because it's just fucking math, bro.
I mean...
And I'm not even good at math.
I'm not sure if the actual numbers... I'm not even sure if I'm not sure... what I'm saying is, it's logical, but I'm not sure the actual numbers bear out any of the claims being made. But what's clear is that, the facts are that, the first year of Trump's presidency saw a massive decline in violent crime. And we have to ask what he did that basically saved so many people from basically dying.
Okay, where's that statistic? Where are you pulling that fucking statistic from?
No, the fact is the drop in violent crime.
No, if you say the fact is, I want you to show me where you're getting your fact from. Whose asshole are you pulling that out of?
I just showed you the fact we're dealing with is
no. This is straight up about murder, just murder. Violent crime does not mean murder. Violent crime is rape, assault with a deadly weapon, breaking and entering. Let's go. Come on. You said the fact is, show me the fact.
Well, murder is going to be the most violent of violent crimes. Do you agree with that?
Maybe.
You can't really get more violent.
But that's not what you said. So you said the fact is there's a big drop in violent crime. Where are you getting that from? Here's a hint. Just say I misspoke. Let's go back to talking about murder.
Yeah, and as from this trend, you could see that, like, all Trump had to do
was
I'm
sit trying in to his help
diaper, and murder would just continue to decline.
Okay, so this is whitehouse.gov. There's your government source. Crime plummets to another historic low under Trump. Under President Donald J. Trump, violent crime is collapsing at a pace unmatched in modern American history. A new mid-year report confirms that homicides are again on the track to reach its lowest level in more than a century, building on last year's extraordinary progress. So yeah, I mean,
where's this from?
Whitehouse.gov press releases. Homicides down 18%. Carjackings down 47%. Motor vehicle thefts down 20%. Robberies down 17%.
They're on track. They're on track to be down, which means you don't know.
We also saw the largest spike in homicides in the nation's history under Trump. Does he get credit for that too? If he gets credit for the decline,
I think he
should get credit for the increase, right? Or are you going to special plead for that?
He should. I think fair's fair. Don't you?
I don't think that was due to Trump. I think that was due to people like Fauci, who we now know is a liar, putting tyrannical.
Oh no, this was pre-COVID. No. The spike in murder rates was pre-COVID. Sorry, you don't get to blame. You don't get to fucking blame Fauci for that one because
October
it was pre-COVID.
To January 2020. Look at that. Look at that.
You don't get to.
That increase is bigger than the decrease that you're trying to talk about right now.
If it was before March of 2020, then you don't get to blame fucking Fauci. You don't even get to say Fauci.
That's not true. The COVID.
Sorry.
I was there. This is something I do remember.
The very first lockdown was instigated by Gavin Newsom in California on March 17th, 2020. First.
Right, but COVID had started. But COVID...
Because Gavin Newsom is a fucking boss. That's why. Sorry, guys.
It looks like him doing those things drove people insane and made them kill each other. So, I mean... I think that's what's going on.
No, because during the lockdowns, we actually had the biggest... Actually, during the lockdowns, we had the biggest drop in violent crime ever in this country. Ever. But it's not counted because it was during COVID.
It looks like a lot.
It's not counted as during COVID. It's not counted as part of normal because everyone was at fucking home. Nobody was out committing crimes.
They were killing each other inside their homes. Apparently, I think maybe that's
No, they fucking weren't.
That's what the graph.
Yeah, they were killing each other by fucking coughing on each other. You fucking idiot.
No, it's not.
None of that drop in violent crime is attributed to anybody because those are COVID numbers, and the pandemic gets its whole different its whole own set. But the thing Arpy's talking about, from 2019 to 2020. Saw the biggest spike in the murder rate in U.S. history.
So
that was
was that cruise ship?
Pre-COVID. No. That cruise was not considered murder. Nothing about COVID was considered murder. Arpy literally
people were murdering each other.
Arpy literally said in 2019, the biggest spike in murder rates in the United States. That was pre-COVID. Who was president in 2019?
Okay, so that was that was at the beginning of 2020. So it was February 1st, 2020. The ship was quarantined. So that was kind of seen as the...
Why are you fixated on a fucking cruise ship?
Yeah, because he's a conspiracy theorist dipshit.
No, because I'm trying to pinpoint...
We're talking about murder rates. Why are you talking about a cruise ship?
Because
nobody on that cruise ship was murdered. No one was murdered on the cruise ship. But we're talking about murder rates. What are you doing?
We're talking about murder. Are you unable to track, slow boy?
No, what I'm trying to do is talk, and Gretchen isn't letting me talk. Is that just what you do? Scream over?
Well, you're talking about something that's completely unrelated. We're on murder.
You're interrupting me again. You interrupted me again.
Yeah,
You
because
keep
you're talking
interrupting
about
me.
nonsense.
Yeah,
You're running
that's
non
going to
sequitur.
continue to happen.
Yeah, it just shows you're not interested in a real conversation. You
If,
want to see the,
if you were interested in the real conversation, we'd be talking about murder right now. We don't care about your dumbass pivot. Keep on the murder topic. Otherwise, we're going to step in and we're going to keep your ass linear, okay?
I'm going to nail your fucking feet to the floor, and you're going to answer the goddamn question, or you can just go away.
What's the question?
If you want to run away from a
I'm
fucking
sure y'all would like
question,
that.
we could be
I'm
done.
sure y'all like it. Y'all are getting toasted right now. Y'all don't like to admit that Trump's saving people's lives.
You think we look like
no
we're getting cooked at all?
You think we're getting toasted? If you tried crying about it. Okay, answer the question.
One's in chat if A has been burnt to a crisp.
Bro, he's a young Earth creationist. I don't think he ever wins the debate.
I am not.
The only thing that
he's just a creationist.
The only reason I'm feeling at all toasted right now is that it's like fucking 90 degrees in here. What the fuck? It's 11 o'clock at night. This sucks.
The ones are coming through. Doesn't look good for you, eh?
No, it doesn't.
.62. I got a .62.
Yeah, that means it's more in our favor, dumbass.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Trump has done like I said, Trump has done a lot of good things. He saved a lot of people's lives. He's not perfect. He has.
Can you answer the murder rate question
Trump
again,
lied,
please?
millions died during COVID.
Can you please answer the question you were asked? I'm sorry, but this is me. I've got the nails, and I'm nailing your fucking feet to the floor. You're not fucking running.
Please.
You were asked a question. Can we get an answer, and then we can move on to your fucking
I don't remember
Fauci fever dream. Okay, I'll ask it again. In 2019, the U.S. saw the highest spike in murder rates while Trump was president. Should Trump get credit for that spike, just like you want him to get credit for 25 to 26?
I personally saw the spike happening after the COVID lockdown.
That's not what I asked. It's not what you personally saw, because you were probably in fucking high school in 2019.
I personally did not see a spike to blame on anybody, but during that time frame. Okay, so that's my answer. I don't think that there was a spike.
Did you put that spike on screen, RP? I'm sorry, I wasn't watching.
Yeah, the arrow.
Okay, all right. So RP had the data on screen for you. So if you didn't personally see it, that means you weren't fucking paying attention. So, and it looks like he's about to put it back up.
I'm putting up another important piece of data. A is trying to argue that Trump saves lives through this declining murder rate. He said it was only like a couple thousand that he estimated. Well, what about the number of lives that were lost during COVID due to Trump's fumbling?
Okay, no, wait, no, not even you get to fucking pivot off of this shit, RP. Nope.
Okay.
Not happening. That bit. He's gonna answer the fucking question.
Go back to the graph.
He's gonna answer this question if it fucking kills him. He's gonna answer it. You want to think if you want to give credit, if you want to give Trump the credit for the biggest drop in the murder rate in U.S. history, then fine. Does he also not get credit for the biggest jump in murder rates in U.S. history? And as far as you personally seeing it, there's the data right on the screen.
No, he doesn't.
Look at no, he doesn't, huh?
No, I don't think his policies.
Why was it?
All the bad things are never Trump's fault, and all the good things are always because of him.
Was it too close to the beginning of his term? Like
literally at the end.
No,
it was literally.
His term began in 2016, so we see more or less a flat line going across until 2020. What happened in 2020? That was when the COVID thing happened. And Democrats started locking people down.
Flat line? I don't see that at all.
I mean the fit what do they call it the fit line as they would call it in mathematics.
Where's this flat line you speak of?
If you were to draw,
are you looking at the same thing? Are you
it?
looking at the same thing I am? What color's the sky in your world?
If you were, Gretchen, have you ever heard of the best fit line? Do you know what that is? Have you heard of a best fit line? Okay, well, I have a background in mathematics, so let me explain to you. When there's a bunch of data points in a line graph, the best fit line.
Oh wait, no. If you're gonna explain math, don't talk to me. I don't really know math that well.
Okay, well, it's pretty simple concept.
But you can
when you have a bunch.
But you can talk to Arpy. Arpy and Austin
know
math real good.
No, anyone can understand this. It's not a difficult concept. If you have a line graph with a bunch of
it's called a trend line. You would actually know that if you had a background in math.
Mm-hmm.
I think both best fit line, trend line, they're synonyms.
Yeah, sure, buddy.
Let's see here. A line of best fit is drawn roughly through the middle of scattered points on the graph. So exactly what I just said.
Later, Tavo.
Points close to the line means stronger. Anyways, so yeah, best.
No, go ahead. I'm listening. I was just saying goodbye to somebody.
Yeah, a best fit line, that is a mathematical concept. It's not something I'm making up. If you were to draw a best fit line through the entire first term of Trump's presidency, from the beginning on the after, it would more or less, it wouldn't be 100% flat, but it would be pretty close to flat, which means that it stayed pretty consistent despite, it can go up and down, but when you draw a best fit line, it's going to be essentially the same. It's going to average out to be around a certain stability. Okay. So, but at the end of this term, we can see a massive spike upward where see that arrow, COVID-19 shutdowns began in March 2020.
Yeah, we're talking about the spike. Hey, buddy. I know you're unable to track due to this entire conversation. We're talking about the pre-COVID spike. So go ahead and look at that low in 2019 and then how it increases. Like basically all the gains over Trump's first presidency were lost in that first year, 2019, before COVID even hit. So does Trump get blamed for that?
He could potentially be blamed for that, but we'd have to look at the
Okay, great. So it sounds like Trump is ineffective on murder rate because he lets it go up, he lets it go down. So who gives a shit? This isn't any point in Trump's favor.
Well, I mean, I'm guessing if you were one of the people
and also get math mobbed.
Because the best fit lines for analyzing complete data sets, the trend lines are used to analyze and predict data from the past into the future. Right. I mean, but it's basically what I said. When you have a scatter plot or a line graph,
sure it is.
A trend line, it's a best fit line. Essentially the same concept. You're taking a line of data points over a period of time, and you're trying to figure out what the average is.
Well, then just say trend line. I know what that means. Then just say trend. If they mean the same thing, then just say trend line. I know what that means.
Trend line. Yes. Okay. Trend line, I will admit, is probably more accurate term, but basically the same thing.
In fact, I'm very well versed with trend lines.
So if you were to draw a trend line from 2016 to mid to late 2019, it would essentially be flat, and which means that every year is going to be different, obviously.
No, it would be down. It would go down. It would go from 0.5 to about 0.2.
Okay. Trend line is more correct. Okay, I'll give that to you. I'm not really worried about, best fit line. I think best fit line is a kind of trend line. Okay.
I'm just doing
maybe it's the other way around
here. From the 2016.
Like if you were to go put your mouse at 2016.
And then it spikes up in 2019.
Hold on.
It goes up to 0.7.
Right.
So it goes from 0.2 to 0.7 in 1 year. That is
Actually, now that I think
good
about
murdering, Trump. Wow, I think
Now
we
that I
should
think
give it to
about
him. I've never wanted to
Here's the
give your
thing.
Orange God King an award, but I think we should give it to him for 2019, having the biggest
You know,
biggest spike in murder
I just
rates.
thought about something. Trump wasn't inaugurated until January 2017. So if you were to draw, you would have to draw a line up. That spike right at 2017, that came from Biden. So we see another drop right at the beginning of Trump's first term, and it stays basically consistent across his
What do you mean it
presidency
came from
until
fucking
COVID hit.
Biden? Biden wasn't president until 2020.
Excuse me,
21.
Barack Obama. Yeah, Barack Obama. Yeah, so Barack Obama. That anything previous to 2017 is anything previous to 2017 is going to be Obama's fault. Then Trump comes in.
So was it Trump's fault when it went back up January 2018? See, you're not doing yourself any favors here. And anytime you argue for a decrease, you got to argue for the increase too.
Yeah, but it's staying generally consistent.
You get what we're laying on you, right? Is that you can't claim one little thing and think that means something, because we can show you all kinds of data points that the reverse is true.
Yeah.
So and again, this is coupled with the press release.
I'm sorry, but the reverse is also true.
Homicides in
DC. It means you're arguing for nothing. That's why I wanted you to answer the question so bad.
That high that Trump entered in with in January 2017, he essentially hit that high right before COVID. He literally completely wiped out any sort of net decrease. Completely fumbled in 2019. So no, he doesn't get credit for that drop there. Obviously incidental.
Do you think this chart actually also reflects... Excuse me, I'm talking. Do you think this chart also reflects all the unarmed black men that got killed that fucking year? By cops?
I don't think cops kill that many people, to be honest. I think it's like, I don't think they kill that many unarmed black men. I think it's probably like in the single digits.
In 2018 and 2019, it was a lot.
How many was it? I mean,
really?
No, yeah. I honestly, I don't think cops kill that many unarmed black people. I would wager to bet it's probably in the 10s, maybe the 20s at the most.
That's okay with you? That's acceptable?
I don't want anyone to die. I'm just saying it's not. I mean, what do you define as a lot? Like,
is it right that unarmed black men are 3 to 7 times more likely to be shot than unarmed white men? 3 to 7 times more likely.
Maybe they're committing more crimes.
They're unarmed. Do you think an unarmed person should be shot for any reason?
I mean, like, there could be a reason that, I mean, if it's the number is small enough,
unarmed. The keyword is unarmed here. When is it ever okay to shoot an unarmed individual? Go ahead.
If they're attacking you, you can defend yourself. I'll put it. Yeah. So if a person,
unarmed,
let's say, yeah, because
unarmed versus a cop with a fucking gun.
Yeah, an unarmed person can kill you. They can. If they're attacking you in such a way that your life feel threatened. Yeah, I don't have any problem with a cop shooting them, not whatsoever. Like if they're being, if it's.
What if it's
now I don't.
What if it's a 12-year-old kid?
You think all the individuals that are 3 to 7 times more likely to be shot by a cop? Do you think all of them are attacking the cops?
What if it's a 12-year-old kid?
I'd have to look at each.
You seriously think that in every single case, an unarmed black man that was shot by a cop was attacking the cop? You're either dishonest or completely disconnected from reality.
Yeah. Probably not in every case, but I'd have to look at the individual.
What if it's a 12-year-old kid?
Yeah, I don't think that. I don't think that there's been any case of that though. Has a 12-year-old kid been unarmed?
His name was Tamir Rice.
Yep.
Look up Tamir Rice.
Yeah, I think that. Oh, was he the guy who he was instructed to get his wallet out of the car, and he got shot by
a 12-year-old doesn't have a
He was
wallet,
12.
Okay, so he was carrying an airsoft gun. Airsoft guns look like real guns. Okay.
No, they don't. They have bright orange fucking tips on them for a reason.
The cop probably thought it was a real gun.
And he was, no, there's video of the whole fucking thing. He was sitting on a fucking picnic bench at a park. The cop rolled in, jumped out of the car, and in less than 32 seconds shot that kid dead.
Now I'm just trying to.
Less than 30 seconds after getting out of the car, shot the fucking kid.
Ask the question. Let me ask the question. Did the kid point the gun at the officer? I'm just curious.
No.
Okay. Well, I'd have to see.
I'm dead serious when I say there's video of it. You can just look it up.
I'm sure there is. Yeah, and by the way, I will admit that in some cases cops do things they shouldn't. So that is absolutely possible in this case. I'm not denying there are bad cops who do bad things.
Yeah, well, that year they were doing it all over the place. You don't remember any of that?
Number. How many unarmed black men were killed by cops that year?
I don't remember off the top of my head. But, there's a street in Ferguson, Missouri, where they're all
all right, this is another Newsweek article. It seems like the answer is probably.
I mean, they got everybody. They got everybody from Tamir Rice, Michael Brown, George Floyd, Sandra Bland, who was killed while
George
she
Floyd.
was in jail.
George Floyd died of a drug overdose. That's been confirmed.
No, he didn't.
Yeah. That's fucking.
Yes, he did.
That has not been confirmed. Yeah, that is why. No, it hasn't. That's why the cop got fucking convicted.
How do you think he died?
The cop.
He suffocated from being.
So he got convicted of giving him a drug overdose. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. No, he was after the.
cop, sure.
I forget it. The cop got off of him. George Floyd was able to walk under his own weight to the ambulance where he died. He had swallowed a bunch of drugs to hide them from the cops, and he died of a drug overdose. That's exactly what happened. There's videos of him getting up and
that is not even close to what fucking happened.
It is. What do you think happened? Do you think George Floyd died on the ground? You really think that?
Do we need
do you think the cop putting his knee on the
transcripts of what happened?
Do you? Let me ask you. Do you not realize that George Floyd was alive well after? What is the name of that officer? Brett. What was it? Does anyone know the name of the officer?
Yes, I know it. I'm not telling you though. I want you figure it out. Come on, man. I'm looking up his
Derek Chauvin. Okay. So Derek
go.
Chauvin put his knee on the back of George Floyd's neck. That did not kill George Floyd. It didn't suffocate him, didn't kill him. George Floyd got into the ambulance. He was riding with them.
What's your source for this?
Yeah, what is your source for this?
Cause of death, asphyxiation. This was from the autopsy.
Cardiopulmonary arrest.
Resulting. This is independent
from
autopsy. Asphyxiation.
Yes, he had meth in his system when he died.
Severe pressure applied to his neck and back by police officers.
So how did he get into the ambulance under his own power? He wasn't so injured that he couldn't do that.
You can walk.
Says who? What are you talking about?
Have you ever seen a person choking? They're able to stand up and fucking flail around.
So this is a CNN article. George Floyd's heart disease and use of fentanyl were contributing factors in his death. Cardiopulmonary arrest. So that's a heart attack.
He didn't fucking die in an ambulance.
Why are the official autopsy findings still the manner of death being homicide? Even the official, like, fucking coroner that works for the pigs called it a homicide.
Responding paramedic Derek Smith testified during court trials that when he arrived at the scene, George Floyd had no detectable pulse. His pupils were blown out, and he had already appeared to be deceased. That's the paramedic that responded to the call.
Wow, the article says he got up and got in an ambulance, except it doesn't say that. It says the exact fucking opposite. Jesus fucking Christ.
Derek Chauvin's defense attorney has argued that Floyd died as a result of drugs and pre-existing health conditions.
Yeah, that's the defense attorney making an argument, not a medical examiner giving their professional opinion or finding. A lawyer can say whatever the fuck they want. They can say the moon's made of cheese.
I'll already grant you he had meth in his system when he died, but he didn't have enough in his system to kill him.
Yeah, you know that? You know that for a fact?
Yeah, because it was in the fucking trial. For fuck's sake, I told you, I'm reading the court transcripts. Dude. Yeah, he did not have enough meth to be fatal. He did not. And he did not die in the ambulance. I told you. I gave you the name of the fucking paramedic.
Where did he die? Where did he die? Did he die on the ground?
Derek Smith testified that when he arrived at the scene, George Floyd had no detectable pulse. His pupils were blown, and he appeared to already be deceased.
You know, a lot of living people...
When the paramedic arrived at the scene.
Yeah. You know, a lot of living people who have no pulse and their pupils have already let go because all their sphincters have given out because there's no life left inside of them.
Smith said, I showed up and he was deceased. I dropped him off at the hospital and he was still deceased.
Yeah, he says there's nothing at all
about what the paramedic said.
Yeah, nothing at all about him getting up and getting in the ambulance. I don't know where you got this shit from.
In fact, that was the paramedic's testimony in court. And along with an exhibit with the paramedics report from the run that says the same fucking thing. So apparently that was the paramedics' opinion that day. And months later in court, same thing. I don't know where you're getting that George Floyd got up and walked to the ambulance, because no, he didn't. You know, you can look up court transcripts, right? It's like all right there. You can look up everything that happened. They would not have convicted Derek Chauvin for manslaughter if...
Oh, and he ran.
The cause of death was a drug... Oh, he ran?
He ran. We'll give him a sec to come back. Maybe it was just a drop. I think, getting fucking blown out.
We'll see.
The actual events of George Floyd's
He said he wouldn't
death.
run, though. He swore he wouldn't run. He even said, "Oh, I bet you'd like that." It kind of made me think he wasn't going to run. But that was fun, Ass Philosophy. Thank you. I enjoyed that very much. So, thank you.
A little sad we didn't get to actually do any philosophy, but something tells me that he's not going to be very strong at that either.
Yes, he did, Rem. He lied. He actually lied quite a bit, so that doesn't surprise me.
Well, he's an evolution denier, so that gives you a clue of how bad his philosophy is. He's an anti-science moron, so I don't think his philosophy is very good. It's probably horseshit.
Well, I definitely enjoyed that. Sorry if I took over that whole thing, RP, but we don't.
Oh,
get a
no,
whole
that
lot of
that had
politics,
your name
morons.
painted all over it. Yeah,
Yeah,
As soon as I hear they like to talk politics, I'm happy taking a back seat. just as long as like you're happy to give me the Phil Bros. That's why we work so well together.
Always, yeah. So, and you are Johnny on the spot with the charts, and I love it.
Well, yeah, because these people never have the data on their side, and when
Nope,
I can present
they
the
don't.
data right to their fucking face that they can't refute, watch them squirm from that.
Thank
Gets
you,
me giddy.
everybody.
Oh, I'll be right back. I see a spider on the wall I have to smash.
That was fun. You know what I need to do for like my birthday coming up? I need to get go troll Parker's chat or something and try and get some maggots to come visit me on my birthday. Because that would be fun.
Oh, is your birthday in August?
No, it's
Okay.
September 11th.
Oh yeah. You've told that story before. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nobody's is coming up, and RP Juniors is coming up.
Yep. I wanted to try and find Zeno for for Nobody's birthday, and like he could come and have like a full like Philbro Geek Fest with you and Nobody.
Yes,
But
Zeno round 2.
I haven't been able to find him though. For whatever reason. I've like searched on TikTok for him multiple times and I can't find him. So maybe he changed his name.
And Jams is coming up next week.
All right, on. Carnage is too. Carnage is next Saturday. This coming Saturday, yeah.
Wow, lots of friends in August.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, also, I keep forgetting to tell you, but I'm going to be taking Tuesday night off this week. Because Wednesday is my 9-year anniversary, and we're gonna drive out to a small mountain town and take a train up a 14er.
Cool.
So I'm gonna have to be well rested for that.
I don't know what a 14er is, but it sounds fun.
It's a 14,000 foot mountain.
Oh.
There's something special about them being over 14,000 feet, and like people who like to climb mountains call them 14ers.
Mm. Yeah, I'm an indoor cat.
Same.
Yeah.
But Mrs. RP, she fucking loves her mountains, so.
Yeah. Okay. Well, cool. I'll remember that. So I'll make sure next to Ray and Nobody or.
Yep. And thanks, Jam.
Set.
It's been a good 9 years. We've actually been together 11 years. But married 9.
Yeah. My 25th anniversary is coming up.
That's quite the achievement.
On September
25
1st.
is a big number.
Yeah, it feels like forever. We don't really do anything for. We usually pick a day in between the 1st and the 11th, and we'll just like go out and eat, and that covers anniversary and birthday.
Both events, yeah.
And then his birthday is in February, so we pick a day in between his birthday and Valentine's Day. We just go out to eat, and that's that. We're done.
Yeah, we've hit the point in our relationship where, like, anniversary isn't like gift worthy anymore.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, we just do an activity together.
Yeah. It's like we don't even wear rings or anything. Like, well, I never did because I just don't like shit. I don't like jewelry, so
Same.
I never did.
I carry my ring in my wallet, so like I have my proof of marriage, but like I don't wear it because like my autism doesn't like having like things on my body. Like I can't even wear wristwatches. Like I feel it all the time. It feels like one limb is heavier than the other.
Yeah,
I'm
he
a free
wore
body
his for
person.
about 10 years, and then he got tired of like it would always get deformed somehow because he fixes a lot of cars and shit. But yeah, he was just like, there's just no point. Like, there really isn't. So. Yeah,
Well,
we
I
gave
guess
up on all
A
the
really did run. I was hoping
ceremony of
he'd
it a
come
long
back.
time ago.
But okay.
Yeah, I guess he really did run.
Damn. George Floyd was
Where did
the
he
magic bullet.
run? Oh, MAGA.
Well then, let's look for stuff to react to tonight.
Oh, I need to come up with a little jingle like that. Like Joel's runner.
Yeah, but don't make it 4 fucking minutes long.
No, I won't. It'll just be like a quick one.
Yeah.
So.
You're really good at long form songs. It's
that's
gift.
because I'm verbose, and because it's the lyrics, But then, I mean, I used to be an atheist started out as a quick little 30-second thing. Have you heard that? The original?
I don't think I've heard the original, no.
Yeah, it's because we were, because of all the people that say, oh, I used to be an atheist, right? And it was right after Joel released the Joel Sings Christianese, and Rainbow Ash and I kept bugging him, like, come on, why is there no I used to be an atheist song? We want a used to be an atheist song. And he says, you know what? I will work on that. And then like a month later, he was playing a bunch of songs one night, and I was like, and Rainbow Ash asked, like, where's our used to be an atheist song? You promised. And Joel was like, I have things to do. I don't think I'm gonna get that done. I never promised anything. And then Mezzo was like, you know what? And then I said something, and then Mezzo like mocked me and was like, do it yourself. So I went to Suno and did it myself, and like within the hour I had that pop punk version of, you know what, in fact, I'll play it real quick because I think I have it saved to shorts on async. In fact, hold on a second, let me find it. Oh, did he come back? I heard a bop. Is that him?
I'm looking through the releases. Is he back there?
I don't know. I heard about. I'm still looking. I'm looking for it too. It's in shorts. Yep, there it is. Hold on. Got it. So.
Oh, yep. I see him in chat. He's back. Ready to play through food some more?
Hang on a second here. All right. Wait a second.
Yeah, just hold tight, A.
You're gonna have to chill.
Gretchen's showing off her musical skills.
This was the first thing I ever made on Suno, actually. I was just trying to figure it the fuck out. Oh, no, it was the second thing I made. My bad. The first thing I ever made was the evidence song for Cody, for Evidence First. You know, if your God's real, prove he isn't dead. Because that's very Cody. All right. Is it on the screen? Yeah, it is.
Yep.
All right. Cool. Let's see.
You can't disagree with me because of what I used to be. I claim to dismiss your whole worldview just to take your agency away from you. I used to be atheist, even though I don't know what it means. I used to be atheist, but really I was just a rebellious teen.
That's what
A lot more
used to
pop
sound
punk.
like. Oh yeah, it's totally pop punk. So. Oh yeah, what about Chuck? Is Chuck McNorris here?
Oh no, yeah, I haven't seen Chuck in chat yet, but we'll definitely play
okay.
that.
We'll play
once
that
gets
when
in
he
chat.
gets here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Let's get back to maggot stomping.
Are you going to bring him up, or do you want me to?
I guess I will. Hi, A. Welcome back.
Yeah, so I'm in the middle of a massive thunderstorm and I lost power. So that's what happened.
Okay.
So I do want to admit that it does appear for the moment that I was wrong about him getting into an ambulance under his own power. But I do think that pretty much everything else I said was, at least as far as I can, confirm, plausible. Okay, so it does look like
no, both
there is a lot of
ruled
evidence.
it a homicide.
Yeah, but see, homicide. I don't. Do you really? I mean, there's a number of things that go into that, but
Is taking drugs and dying from a drug considered a homicide?
No, it is not.
Okay,
I mean,
so there you go.
They can rule it that way.
So your argument falls apart.
RB Chuck's here.
Well, that's.
Oh, Chuck is here.
That's
okay.
the.
Wait, where is he?
He says he is
in chat.
I don't see him in chat either, but I just DM'd him and he says I'm here. Because he said play it whenever, and I said we'll play it when you're here, and he says I'm here.
Okay. Well then, we're gonna take one quick small break. This is like less than a minute. Something one of our friends sent us.
There he is.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Come on, Chuck, put the line in chat. Because that was hilarious last night. I didn't know what the fuck you were talking about until I saw that video, and then it was funny.
All right, y'all. I
think everybody thought Chuck was having a seizure last night with all the blood in the drink. I did.
This is a little ditty that Chuck made and sent us earlier.
Oh, Lord, real drink. My blood is a real drink. Real drink. My blood is the real drink. Real drink. Because my flesh is a real food. And my blood is a real drink. Real drink. For my flesh is true food. And my blood is true drink.
Now, I love it. It's fun and silly, but like the AI, like watch the cans that like phase in and out of existence. Here I'll slow it down. It's kind of comical. It was right around here. You see that?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Right where.
Yeah.
It just fucking teleports away, and then there was another one. Yeah, look, they're just like coming.
Yeah,
out of
they're
nowhere.
coming out of nowhere.
AI is impressive, but it still has a long way to go.
Yeah.
But thanks for that, Chuck. It was a fun little jingle and a fun video.
Yeah, that was cool.
So do y'all like mock Muslims and Jews like y'all mock Christians, or is it just Christians y'all hate? I'm just curious.
Oh, we don't hate Christians.
I do.
But you just think it's funny to like belittle them. You hate Christians, okay? Why do you hate them?
Well, I don't really hate Christians. I hate Christianity. I hate what Christianity makes you people do.
Do you hate Islam?
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you hate Judaism?
Yes, I hate Judaism.
Okay.
I don't
So what
like
does
any
Christianity
religion where
make
you
people
guys
do?
believe in fucking magic, and I don't like it. And you guys get all fucking self-righteous and start voting away the rights of other people who don't believe in the same shit you do.
What rights? What rights?
Abortion.
Anything that goes against your fucking book. And some made up shit that isn't even in your book.
Christian men founded this country. They're the ones who said we have inalienable rights. So
Yeah,
No,
that's
they
a genetic
didn't. They were
fallacy.
deists. They were deists.
whatever.
They were not fucking
they
Christians.
were. A lot of them were
Hey,
Christians.
since you have
A lot of them-
philosophy in your name, do you know what a fallacy is?
Wait, I just said. What was a
Do you know
fallacy?
what a
Because I never
fallacy
understood.
is? Yes or no?
Yeah, it's a logically incoherent statement or belief.
Okay, so you are performing a genetic fallacy by
Well, they
trying
said
to
they're
claim
voting
that the
away
founding
rights.
fathers are Christian, and so that means that like this is a Christian nation, they should be able to vote away rights. That's a genetic fallacy. Are you familiar with what
I
a
never said
genetic
this.
fallacy is?
I don't believe anyone's rights should be taken away. But I have to define what rights are first of all. Killing a baby in the womb is not a
Okay,
right.
so the
that we-
beliefs of the founding fathers are completely non sequitur to this discussion
It's
at hand.
not
so
it's not a baby
even
when
worth
it's in the
bringing up.
womb. It's a parasite.
Wow, that's kind of a disgusting way to think about a living human being. Like, so is it? Let me ask you this: is it a baby like 5 seconds after it's born outside of the womb?
Mm-hmm.
But so 5 seconds before it's born, it's a parasite that doesn't deserve life.
No, I didn't say that.
So at what point does it stop being a parasite, in your opinion?
But nobody gets. Honestly, my youngest child's
So,
28 years old, and I have yet to see a time when children are not parasites.
Yeah, but you
I
kind
mean,
of belittle. You kind of. I mean, you're so.
They're my
you're
fucking
kind of
kings. I can
denying-
say
Yeah,
whatever I fucking want about them.
you're now committing an argument
and-
from emotion.
and-
So that's
I've
two
got 3
fallacies.
kids. I can say whatever the fuck I want. In fact, I've said this shit right to their
all right,
faces.
So your argument is that the lives of parasites can be terminated. Is that how you think about your kids?
That's not what she said.
Well, they're parasites. An unborn child is a parasite. Get rid of
Yeah,
it.
do you
Just terminate
understand
it. What's
the
big deal?
definition of a parasite?
An unborn child is a parasite. It actually it survives by
So because-
living off the host, doesn't it?
Yeah, but
Tell
yeah,
me
how
how
can
a
a human?
fe-
So
tell me how
our-
a
our hu- our
fetus.
pa-
Tell me how a fetus is not a parasite.
So they
A
don't have. They
parasite
don't
is
have,
an
they-
organism that lives on or inside another living thing, takes food or nutrients from it, and harms it in the process. Do you understand the physical harm that pregnant women endure?
So human. Wait, let me get this right. Unborn humans are parasites, in your opinion. Okay.
They
Just
fit
wanna
the
be clear.
definition that I just gave. Do they not?
Okay, so they are. So they don't. They are not worthy of the right of right.
Okay,
to life, in your
since you're
opinion,
not tracking,
as
I'll
a-
go ahead and give the definition again, and you can go ahead and tell me how the definition does not track. A parasite is an organism that lives on or inside another living thing, takes food or nutrients from it, and harms it in the process.
Does it have to be harmful to be considered a parasite? Because aren't there
yeah,
some aren't there some beneficial
I
parasites?
don't think.
I think those are called
Yeah, I don't
symbiotes. They aren't parasitic.
I don't think a human unborn human is inherently harming the mother. No, I don't.
Yeah,
Have
it
you
is.
ever
Being
heard of-
pregnant
have you
is
ever heard of
being
gestational
pregnant is a medical
diabetes,
con-
preeclampsia?
being pregnant is a medical condition.
It is.
Right. I was about to
And
say
it-
there are situations.
It does
I said
always detracts from the health of the mother. Always.
So we can just kill them, no big deal. They don't have rights.
They don't have
Doesn't
extra
the mother
rights.
have rights?
Exactly.
Doesn't the mother have rights?
They don't have the right to life. Is what you're saying?
They don't have the right to live off of another person's body. Like say someone that you don't know has kidney failure. Is it right for a court to sanction you to make sure that they live by hooking them up to your kidneys?
No, but you have to realize there's a difference between like actually giving birth to a human being and these other medical conditions that are.
This is something trying to live off of your body. A fetus, it doesn't reach viability until like 6 months.
Okay, no one's saying that fetuses are viable, but they're human beings. They can't defend themselves. Okay, so
they're not human beings.
They still don't have extra rights. Okay, they don't have the right to someone else's body. Nobody has the right to someone else's body. Why are
embryos,
you
zygotes, and fetuses
rights?
Are not human beings.
At what point do they become humans to you, Gretchen? At what point do they become humans in the womb?
When they reach the point of viability.
So then you realize they can't get to that point until they go through the other developmental processes.
Then they never get to that point.
So they don't have human rights until they're viable in the womb. Outside of the womb is what you're saying?
They don't have extra rights.
Where do rights come from?
I don't think they have any fucking.
Yeah, no one has any rights because in atheism, there's no such thing as a right. We're all apes with big brains. When a male.
What do you mean in atheism?
Yeah, without.
What is atheism to you?
I have a more objective.
What do you mean in atheism?
Well, yeah, if there's no God, then inalienable transcendent rights don't exist. I mean, this isn't a hard thing to understand.
Yeah, except they do. Rights. But like you sound completely unread in philosophy. Are you aware of like any of Kant's literature?
Do you actually deny evolution, like Austin says?
It sounds like you're not. You haven't even like dipped your toe into intro philosophy. Like most like philosophy students that have taken a single ethics class will understand what deontology is versus utilitarianism versus egoism versus emotivism. These are very like basic entry level terms.
Okay. Yeah, without rights are an abstraction. They require a mind to exist. You don't like physical matter doesn't have rights to. So how do rights exist in a world of just purely atoms floating around space? Does one collection of atoms have more rights or than another?
You're being able to derive a contradiction in action.
Wait. Rights require a mind to exist? Is that what you said?
Yeah, they do, because rights are something that we recognize living beings as having. If there's no actual life or a mind to conceive of a right for living things, then there's no such thing as rights at all. There's no transcendental rights. There are rights. We can say something, this or that is a right, but there's no like ultimate foundation for universal rights.
Yeah,
no,
there actually is, but you don't actually have any sort of foundation for objective ethics. Do you understand what divine command theory is?
I guess God says it's right, and therefore it is right.
Yeah. So if God told you to kill a baby, would that make killing the baby right?
Well, it would.
It's an easy yes or no.
God would probably. I assume that an all-knowing, all-wise being would know the right thing to do in all situations. So I would say, if God commands something, then I'm going to do it. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
man,
you're
don't
able
make the
to
baby
justify.
paste, dude.
He's already baby pasted. I already baby pasted him.
I know.
He just conceded.
So cringe.
So in your framework, if God told you to kill a baby, you say that it would be the right thing to do. Okay, so that's going to be like absurd. Number one. Now, number two, your moral framework, it's not normative. It's not reason giving. Okay, what reason do I have to follow God? Why ought I follow God?
Because God created the universe, God created everything. So God establishes, God is the ultimate essence of what is good. So God's going to know.
So you're trying to say
how do
God
you know
is
that?
good, so we ought follow him. That's known as Hume's guillotine, aka the is ought gap. You cannot derive an ought from an is. See, this is how I know you're woefully unread in philosophy. You don't even know these very basic concepts.
Wait a minute. If God is good, then the things that God commands are good. And that's just a logical sequence there. It's very simple.
Right, but you're not getting the ought. Why ought I follow God?
Because
you say I ought follow God because God is good. That's the is ought gap, buddy. It does not follow that because God is good, I ought follow God. What is the reason I ought follow God?
Do you want to be good? That's the question. If you don't want to be good, you don't follow God. But if you want to be good,
I can be good without following God, because good would be not killing fucking babies. But under your framework, if God says to kill babies, then it's good.
Well, obviously we'd have to like maybe all these babies are baby Hitlers that are going to go up and be genocidal maniacs. Maybe God knows that. Maybe that's why God doesn't want them to exist.
You think it's right to kill baby Hitler before he commits any sort of like immoral action?
Hey, Ash,
if I could
do me a favor. Wait, everybody, time out. Ash, will you do me a favor? Will you come back on September 11th? Please.
Why?
I mean, you can keep going, but I mean, because I want you to come back on September 11th, because that's my birthday, and
you're a good punching bag.
Okay.
Yeah, you're fun. Come back and like actually do some studying, and then come back, and we'll do the MAGA shit again, because that's where I fucking live. So, huh?
Is the stream ending or something? Is the stream ending or something?
No. It's just a thought I had.
We're still.
I thought I would like you to come back when it is my birthday, because I'm trying to line up a bunch of MAGA lovers to come and debate me on my birthday, because that's how I want to spend my birthday.
But let's put it this way.
Okay, now you can go back to doing philosophy with RP. Go for it.
Okay.
Thank you.
If it was revealed to me with absolute certainty that a baby was going to grow up and become a genocidal tyrant, then I would have no problem ending that child's life. I wouldn't. Because I'd be saving him.
Before the baby has committed any sort of slight against their fellow man.
Right, but the key is
that is wild. That is evil. That's vile.
No, it isn't. The premise is I know the baby's going to be evil.
Yep.
So if I know the baby's going to
be evil, know that it's going to be evil, then you can intervene on its first evil action and kill it then.
No,
otherwise at that point you're killing an innocent person. Does sin act retroactively? If a child is going to sin in the future, does that mean that child has sinned then?
No.
Okay, so why the fuck are you okay killing an innocent child?
Because the premise is that the child is...
They're sinless. You just admitted that they are sinless.
Listen, but that was a different question. You asked me, because in most cases, I won't know what sins the child is going to commit. The kid might not commit any sins. It might commit very minor sins, like just like stealing a piece of bubble gum or something, which is obviously not something to be totally worried about. But if God were to appear to me and say that little baby is going to become the next mass murderer or genocidal maniac, and I want you to kill it, I would think I'd be doing the right thing by following that command.
Yeah, because you think it's right to kill babies if God tells you to do it. I'm going to put this very simply to demonstrate how you and any other Christian has a subjective framework. Because morals are they're normative, they're reason giving. You must have a reason to follow. The divine commander. It basically, like, you're going to posit the punishment of hell, and I should fear that. But if I don't give a shit about going to hell, I don't have a reason to follow. Therefore, it is not reason giving. There is no ought that you can derive. Why ought I not want to go to hell?
Well, according to my understanding, and other people may differ, people go to hell because they do things that cause other people suffering. That's what sin is. So if you're going to hell,
that's not a reason for why I ought not want to go to hell.
Because if you ought not to, because you would be a bad person. If you're disobeying God, you're necessarily doing what is bad, what is evil. Because God is good, and God is the essence of what good is.
There you go. Trying to derive an ought from an is again. You say God is good. Do I need to pull up an article on Hume's guillotine and walk you through this philosophy 101?
Well, again, I think the ultimate goal of all living things is to do what is right, do what is good. So that would be the ought. If you want to be good, then
you ought kill children because God said so. Yeah, that's real good. That's good barbecue.
Remember, the premise is that God is good and God is commanding something that's good, and I don't think.
So why ought I follow God if God is good?
Because if you want to be good, that would be the reason. That's the ought. The ought is to be good.
Following God is being good. Can you be good incidentally without following God?
If you're disobeying God, no, you can't. Because if God gives a command, it's good.
Do I have to be following God's command to act in a good way?
Yes, you do.
Okay, go ahead and give the argument for that.
Anything God commands is something that is good, and it's something that.
Okay, so we're back to admitting that if God commands you to kill a baby, it's good.
Right. I mean, but there are circumstances
that's a reductio, buddy. Do you know what reductio ad absurdum is?
Yeah, it's not an
you've been reduced to absurdity. It's not an absurd thing to say that killing babies is good, buddy.
I just gave you a situation where.
So if God told you to go to like a fucking nursery ward in the hospital and step on all the baby skulls till they squished, that would be good.
Hang tight back there, Brian. We see you.
The answer. Well, the answer.
God said it. God said it. God said it. So it must follow from your argument that would be good.
It would be good, but there are certain. All right. Let me.
You've been reduced to absurdity.
Let me ask you a question though. Let's go back to the baby genocidal maniac. Okay, it's being revealed to you that baby is going to do those things. He's going to eliminate.
Does the baby not have the free will to not do that? Does the baby not have free will to not do that?
The baby does.
Or is God predestining this? Okay. So then you can't know that the baby will grow up to be a genocidal maniac. Either God has predestined this baby to do so, or the baby has free will. Which is it?
All right,
is the baby an Amalekite?
God has the ability to predict with near absolute certainty what the baby's going to do. Because
you can't say that and maintain God's omniscience.
I'm not trying to maintain God's omniscience.
Okay, so then you don't believe in the Christian God because the Christian God is claimed to be omniscient. So do you reject the Bible? Do you reject the Bible?
I don't think the Bible's relevant right now.
Do you reject the Bible? Yes or no? Do you reject the Bible?
I do not accept biblical inerrancy, so I don't believe in that. So there are probably parts of the Bible that are incorrect. I will yield that.
Okay, great. So if there are parts of the Bible that are incorrect, how do we know that the entire story of Jesus isn't incorrect?
We don't.
How do we know that the whole book isn't incorrect?
So yeah. You have no justification for believing what you believe in. Oh yeah, the retreat to faith.
That's not true.
Welcome to atheism, brother.
Your standard is you must be if your standard is you must be absolutely certain Jesus said all those things. Yeah, we don't have that, but that's not a standard for belief for pretty much anything. We don't.
You don't even know that Jesus was a real guy.
A standard for belief either. Give me one single thing that it is impossible to hold in belief when using faith.
Oh, you know what?
Like
maybe
part of
we
the
should
faith
bring
is
Brian
that,
up in case he wants a shot at ass too.
Here, I'll rephrase the question. Is there anything that you can't believe using faith?
There are some things that would be unreasonable to have faith in. Yeah, like a giant pony flying around the sky. Like a giant.
Why is that more unreasonable than like a bearded dude giving you fucking commands from the sky and he's gonna set you on fire for forever if you don't do what he says?
Well, that's kind of a mischaracterization of what I don't think many people think God is a bearded dude up in the clouds. I mean, some do. I'm not gonna, but
he had legs. He walked around in the Garden of Eden.
Brian, look at the private.
There are different ways of looking at it. Yeah, there are different ways of interpreting. Not everyone interprets Genesis literally. That there was literally a garden with real people in it, with Adam and Eve and all that. I mean, I know a lot of Christians do, but again, these are specifics.
Right, because you can't give a literary mechanism in order to interpret it in a non-literal manner. These were the stories passed down, and they literally believe that these events happened.
A lot of people do believe it literally. Yeah, a lot of people do, but I don't think it's necessary.
Right, because there's no literary mechanism for poetry or metaphor.
What? That's not true. I think a lot of people.
Okay, go ahead and give the literary mechanism to distinguish the difference in genre in Genesis.
I mean, it would have to fall under like creation myth.
So you think Genesis is myth? So you believe in mythology?
I think it probably is a semi-mythological retelling of things that actually happened. So I do believe God intervened in history and created life. So as a creationist. But do I think it happened 6,000 years ago in the Garden of Eden and God was like, oh, I'm going to make these animals and you'll call them? I mean, I don't think it happened exactly like that, no. I don't think there was, it could have been that Adam and Eve represent a people group that was initially created by God. It could be that the days represent longer time frames, things like that. It's true in a symbolic sense, but not true in a literal sense.
Yeah, you still haven't given me the literary mechanism to determine the difference in genre. Because the way Genesis is written is indistinguishable from how other Old Testament books are written about historical events.
I don't think that's true. I think that a lot of scholars have pointed to there's a specific.
I went to Bible college. So do you know what hermeneutics are?
I do. It's the methodology where you basically try to compare and contrast to get a consistent interpretation across all the different parts of the Bible.
All right. So what's your hermeneutics for differentiating genre?
Well, there seems to be, I'm not, scholars have pointed this out, there seems to be a point where Genesis switches from kind of like this distant, undetermined past events to a more specific, I think it's like Genesis chapter 6 to 7 is like kind of where it switches to like more like this is like specific time frame history kind of thing. as opposed to like just things that were happening a long time ago. Dates are starting to be given. Like if you look at, it might not be 6 to 7, but it's somewhere in there where like it switches from kind of like this idea of more mythological to like specific people. Like I think it starts with the story of Abraham. Actually, is where it becomes more like real people, real places, real times, and things like that. That can be like empirically investigated.
None of that's real.
All right, so there is no literary
flood,
mechanistic difference in the writing style between those.
I do. Yeah, I believe in the flood. I do believe in the flood. I don't. Again,
no fucking way. Really?
Oh yeah, I do believe in the
flood.
Bro,
never heard of the heat problem.
Are you serious?
I think the
Chase, are you here? Yeah, Chase is here.
I think there's a lot. I think there's a lot of evidence for the flood. To be honest, I think that.
Really?
The floods. I don't believe in a flood because of any of the Bible claims. I think I believe in a flood.
You just triggered Austin. You know that, right?
Flood's not even possible. Heat problem.
Yep.
There you go.
The
Tell me about the elephants.
The amount of friction required in moving the mud and sediment would be enough to vaporize the Earth's crust like 8 fucking times over.
And where did the water come from?
All you need, it's frozen in the polar caps. Easy. Back then it was warmer.
It rained. Did it rain polar caps?
What?
According
to that, maybe it did. Maybe there was some sort of solar event that melted the polar ice caps and caused a giant flood all over the world.
Maybe I thought you said there was evidence. You said there's lots of evidence to suggest the flood. And now you're down to maybe?
But the exact mechanism of how the flood was... Well, there is abundant evidence that the water...
For enough rain to fall to flood the planet so much so that water is over the tip of every mountain, you would have to have rain pouring down at a rate that's equal to several busted fire hydrants per square inch. A rate of water displacement that would melt the arc like spun sugar. It's just an absurdity. It can't work. I'm sorry.
How did all the trees survive under salt water?
Here's what... their seeds are floating around. The seeds can last for a long enough time. So my question is...
No, there are trees that are older than the flood.
Then how did the dove come back with the olive branch?
There's an olive branch
after a year
somewhere.
So do you know how tall Mount Everest is from sea level?
29,028 feet.
Right, and do you know how many feet the water level would rise if all the polar ice caps melted right now?
It may not be that high exactly, but it'd be
230 feet. Is 230 feet anywhere close to 29,032 feet?
I think I've heard scientists claim that it would be a lot higher than that. I don't know if it'd be
230 feet. 230 feet is all the water level would rise.
Austin's a scientist. He's not claiming that.
Nope.
I'm not sure that's true because
I'll tell you what I am claiming, though. Even if there was enough water, even if you could get everything on the boat, what the hell are they going to eat when they land? Are the lions just going to sit around and wait while the rabbits build their population back up? Are you going to have some real gaunt, hungry lions just staring, starving, and ravenous at the rabbits?
And there won't be any vegetation to eat because you got to wait for the seeds to germinate and grow new vegetation.
Again, it's just an absurdity on so many levels. It's so obviously just a fairy tale.
The main piece of evidence that convinces me is all the sea creatures on top of the high. Like they found sea creatures on top of Mount Everest. Like how did they get there?
Have you ever heard of plate tectonics? Plate tectonics.
No, I'm sorry. They did not find sea creatures on top of Mount Everest. People barely get up there.
Whatever. They found them on top of the Himalayan mountains. Whatever. I mean, maybe it wasn't specifically Mount Everest, but they found them in that same mountain range. Which is,
do you understand how plate tectonics work? Do you understand how plate tectonics
shells and fossils?
Yeah, those are sea creatures. How are they get? They start in the ocean. They have to get on top of the highest mountains.
Plate tectonics.
Cool. How do
I don't believe plate tectonics. I don't believe the plate tectonics.
How are mountains
Oh my
made?
god, you don't believe plate tectonics? Are you
No,
serious?
I don't believe.
Do you also deny the existence of earthquakes?
How are mountains made?
I don't believe
good,
the
nobody.
process of plate. Can I speak a full sentence? Can I speak a full sentence?
I
don't believe the process.
Yes,
Calm
go ahead.
down, Buttercup.
Go ahead, make it a good one. Go ahead.
I don't believe the process of plate tectonics can explain why fossils are found on the highest mountain ranges. There. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, you don't believe it, but can you demonstrate why?
Bro, this is why I showed up. Do you think the plate tectonics are underneath the water or no?
From what I understand, the plates smash together. So the sea creature dies.
Can those
and the
Sure, but can the plates that are moving be underneath the ocean?
Yeah, from what I understand, sometimes they slide under each other, and one of them slides up, and the other one slides down.
Okay, when they collide under the ocean and then form a mountain, what would happen to the fossils or things that are dead that are propped up by the mountain being created?
They'd be destroyed. All that plate tectonics.
No, they're already dead.
Why would they get destroyed?
They're already dead. They're fossils.
Because can you imagine the forces involved in crushing these giant rocks together to force them up to the mountains? We're talking these are where diamonds are formed and stuff. So we're not going to get these little frail ski fossils.
So then
that's not where diamonds are. Diamonds are not formed on top of mountains.
Right, but we're not talking about in between the two plates crashing together. We're talking about the stuff on top of the plates.
Right. Yeah, that's
on top of the plates.
Yeah, it's not like it just lifts up. It's getting all the rocks.
That's literally what.
Together and
no. Do you think that this like melts the rocks? All of the rocks?
It doesn't melt them, but it basically creates incredible force, even on the rocks on top of where the interface is. So if the mountain is going up, all the.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's because it's just logic. Like if you're starting on the bottom of the ocean and you're lifting these rocks up, it's not like it's just like a. Yeah,
bro.
I
mean,
it's
logic.
The way you're describing it sounds like a Mario Brothers game where you like bang on something and it makes a block disappear. That's not what's happening, dude.
Yeah, I have a hard time believing these frail little sea fossils could survive the forces of plate tectonics for millions of years as they're being crushed and reassembled and blasted and all these.
When you push a plate. Imagine I have a plate on a table and I'm pushing it across the surface. Does the plate get crushed when I push it across the surface?
How about do this? Take a dozer and push some soil around and see if you can just get.
We're not talking about soil. Soil is already.
We're talking about
solid plate.
What I'm trying to
say.
Hey,
John. How's your
John.
holiday?
Yeah, going well. Halfway through at the moment. Almost exactly halfway through. So I'm just having my morning coffee, and I thought I'd join in with this insanity.
Yeah, it's just an appeal to incredulity.
Yeah, and
it's not an appeal to incredulity.
Hold on. Your analogy of what was it? Sand or soil?
Soil.
What do you?
Yeah.
Loose soil doesn't protect fossils. So if that was the case, sure, you'd be right. But we're talking about layers of rocks. We're talking about different types of rocks.
When you push soil across soil, it creates a shear force, not just on the interface, but within the part of the soil that's moving across. Okay, so if you put a clump of sand inside, if you try to push a continuous piece of land with a dozer, and you put something in there that's fragile, and you push it with a dozer. You don't touch it with a dozer. You push it. It's gonna fall apart, even if you don't touch it with a dozer. If it goes up over
This
something
is
else.
disconcerting, man.
Hold on. The thing you're talking about that's fragile is encased in rock.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
Right, the
also,
forces we're talking about.
But the mechanism that you're describing here, that's not how it happens. There are really two ways that mountains are formed through tectonics. Two plates push together, and they either create an apex pushing down, which would create like a valley, or they create an apex pushing up. If they push up where the two plates push together, then yeah, anything between those two plates is going to be completely trashed. But then you've got the slopes either side that are now being pushed up into the air, and those slopes, broadly speaking, remain intact. The other way is when one plate pushes over the top of the other. Now, anything on the surface of the plate underneath is obviously going to be completely destroyed. But that means that you've still got the other plate where the surface has been raised up in the air, but it's broadly speaking left unharmed. So I don't see what the problem is here.
Yeah, when you start talking about the forces that would lift, even let's talk about the example.
You just ignored his qualification.
No, I didn't. Listen.
Yeah. Have you taken any engineering mechanics classes, like specifically statics? Because this is a simple statics problem.
I would imagine shear forces are going to be generated in the plate that's being lifted up on top of the other plate going down.
At all points of the plate? Points of the plate?
Yeah, I would say yes.
Because John just no.
You say yes because you have to say yes now.
And John just gave the scenario where all points of the plate are not experience a shear force.
Yeah, it's like expecting that let's say you've got a gear that's 3 inches in diameter. Is the center of the gear experiencing the same amount of shear force and friction as the cogs on the gear? Of course not. They couldn't possibly be, could they? And it's the same with plate tectonics. All the friction, all the force occurs where the interaction is. But the plate is hundreds, thousands of miles across.
Yeah, just think of how big a mountain is. You know that it's not all the center of the mountain.
Honestly, I'm thinking about it, and I'm thinking about a plate being, more or less, well, not flat because it's lying on top of another plate. One plate is sliding underneath of it. The other plate is lifting up. It's not just lifting up; it's also like expanding, because of the force. The rocks, the if you want to call them that, are being basically crushed into each other or torn apart from each other. At some level, these fossils are going to come under tremendous pressure wherever they are. They're going to be on the surface.
Sure.
Do you know
but
what
we only need.
Do you know?
We only need like a couple feet. All I was going to say is we only need like a couple feet of rock that has the fossil in it to survive. That's it.
If there was like one fossil somewhere they found on top of a mountain, but they find them on all the mountains. So at some point you have to be like, how is this happening?
Because there's more than one cup. Yeah, there's more than one couple feet wide, square feet wide, cubic feet wide. Sorry, there's more than one that survived, and there's a fossil inside of it.
All right, so let's go. All right, so this is where I've seen.
Yeah.
So this is all right. So
I'm on the Welsh coast right now, and we walk the dogs and the kids up and down the beach most days. And almost every day, one of my kids brings me a piece of rock or flint or something that's got a fossil in it. There's literally millions of them.
I'd even look at billions.
Well, yeah, no one's questioning how fossils end up at the beach. We're questioning how they would get on top of a mountain, which is well above sea level. That's
subduction.
I don't know.
It's just definitely not as unlikely as you think.
I'll give you this.
Yeah, subduction. That's the answer. That's literally the fucking answer.
Yeah, you're literally just going, I don't know. It doesn't matter if you know, right? The truth is true whether or not you know it, or whether or not you can understand it, or whether or not you can envision it. We're not going to do this thing where we're all being forced to operate within your cognitive limits. That's just ridiculous.
I will say that it's a plausible theory, although to me personally, a highly unlikely theory. I was going to say a much more likely scenario to me is that fossils were put there when the water went above the mountains. That makes way more sense to me.
How is it more likely if you
They
lack the water
there?
amount necessary to be on top of Everest?
Wait, how long ago was the flood?
It probably was, probably like close to when the Bible says it was, like somewhere between 4,000 to 6,000 years ago. I mean, I guess I'm not a literalist, but
And Austin, run me down how long it takes to make certain kinds of fossils, please.
Millions of years.
Yeah, okay, dude. Like, this is bad.
Yeah, he said he wasn't a young Earth creationist, but he says all the exact things a young Earth creationist says. It's really odd.
Wait, no, that's good. How old is the Earth, flood or not?
Yeah, I don't know how old the Earth is. I will say it appears to me to be very old, much older than thousands of years. Probably, it could be billions of years old. It could. I just don't. I think there was evidence of a recent flood that probably killed a lot of stuff and put these fossils on top of mountains. Now, the Bible, some people have tried to say that the days.
How did the water level rise? I mean, like, mountains are thousands and thousands of feet tall. Like, if you were to take every single drop of water,
he thinks a solar event melted. He thinks a solar event melted the polar ice caps real fast.
Right. Even if you melted the polar ice caps, I mean, the South Pole, 90% of it is underwater anyway. So, and when ice melts, it actually retracts. So that wouldn't have the impact that you think it would. So really, we're only talking about the North Pole, which is mostly over like Greenland. I mean, it would raise the sea level maybe a couple of 100 feet total.
Yeah, 300 feet is the estimation I was able to find. Yep. And Mount Everest is 29,032 feet above sea level.
You've got a little bit of a discrepancy there, but...
Yep.
I don't know. It could be
unless you're going to claim that we were somehow battered with comets that increase the water content of the Earth, and then it's somehow evaporated out of the fucking atmosphere. Which
no, I mean, well,
saying we got hit with comets is just going to make the heat problem worse because every one of those comets delivers a buttload of heat into the planet when it hits it.
Yeah,
it would have to. Well, first of all, it would have to be a combination of the polar ice caps melting plus some sort of catastrophe. So I'll admit that it would be highly unlikely to happen. But I can see some sort of cataclysmic, like let's say, let's give it 200 feet. So we're already 200 feet. I think I've heard scientists say that would cover a significant portion of the Earth's landmass as it exists, right? So that how much would more than 50%. Okay, so what percentage? Do you know the percentage? I'll take your word for it, but would it be more than 50% maybe? Or
let's even engage with the. Let's just grant it for argument's sake. Let's say if the polar ice caps completely melted, it would cover every last piece of land, like including the top of Mount Everest, right? How the hell?
No, I'm not.
But some of the fossils that are found on top of mountains are buried deep within rock layers. Like surface water can't insert fossils like 20 feet underground. How does that happen?
It could be that the floodwaters put some of that material there. I mean, that's possible. It's part of the.
What you think floodwaters moved entire sections of tectonic plate to the top of mountains?
Well, it have to be. All it would have to do is put the necessary amount on top of the mountain. It wouldn't have to move tectonic plates. It would have to basically construct the mountain.
Wait, are you saying
I'm going to ask this question again because I don't think you understood it. When we find fossils that are buried deep underground, not like in topsoil or in moraine, flint, gravel layers, but buried deep within the rock, how the hell did that get put there by surface water?
Well, obviously it wasn't. Well, at the time, the pressure. I think probably after thousands of years of pressurization, it probably would have turned into a harder form of rock. And obviously, as you get closer to the surface, you're going to, it's going to remain more gravel and soil and things like that. So, but yeah, once you get like a 20, 30 feet down, you're talking about incredible pressures. It's going to smash that. That's what is forming all these different types of like crystals and stuff, is the pressures from the mountains and just the earth. They don't have to dig that far down to find like diamonds and stuff.
No. You don't necessarily have to dig that far down to find things like crystalline structures like diamonds now, because they've been pushed to the surface. They were formed miles down. The pressure required is absolutely insane. You also need a very pure carbon layer as well to form them. So just because we can find them relatively close to the surface today doesn't mean that's where they were formed.
I mean, I don't know who's making just so stories now, me or you. Like, because what I'm observing is them finding diamonds close to the surface. I mean, we didn't observe them form down in the earth. They are there. So you're saying it's impossible.
Another appeal to incredulity. I didn't see it. Can't happen.
Which is explained by the age of the earth.
Mm-hmm. But are we saying it's impossible that these diamonds formed? I don't know how far they're down, but a couple 100 feet. So 100 feet.
Well, yeah, I mean, diamonds form on the surface all the time. What you have to do is you have to go to a laboratory where they take pure carbon and then they put it in incredibly high pressure. But come on, man!
It's pressure. The pressure that will achieve that is deep. But anyway, is there a reason that we're even acknowledging the flood? Like, I assume you believe in God.
Well, again, even if there was no God, I would still believe in a. I guess even if I had never heard of the Bible before or any flood mythology, I still think there's evidence of a flood. I think there's geological formations that are best.
Well, I don't think. There's evidence of flooding. Like, for example, we find about 5 million years ago, the Mediterranean used to be a freshwater sea, and then the Straits of Gibraltar broke, and then billions of gallons of seawater from the Atlantic flowed into it, and it killed huge portions of the sea life that was in the freshwater sea. It's why we find freshwater fossils in the Mediterranean, right? And that obviously increased the sea level, the water level. So we find geological evidence for vast floods on our planet, but a global one, absolutely not.
Yeah, so look, the reason I asked is if you believe in the Bible, and I assume that means you believe in, like, whatever, a triune God or something. Do you have a reason?
He doesn't hold to inerrancy. Like, I tried to trap him on omniscience, and he immediately gave up omniscience, like, because it suited his argument.
Well, I do believe.
Well, that's good because God makes mistakes.
Yeah, he's like an oiled pig. So good luck.
That's fine. So what's the inference to God?
I don't believe in God because I believe there's a global flood. There's no connection between those things. I'll say
no,
that.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, is there any reason to believe in God?
Oh yeah, existence itself is evidence of God. Yeah.
What is that?
Like, just the fact that anything that there is this thing called the universe that exists is evidence that there is a creator of the universe or some sort of force or thing that created the universe.
Okay, so there is
if there is a necessary universal wave function.
If there is a universe, then there is a God. There's a universe, therefore there is a God. Is that what we're doing?
No, what I'm trying to say is that the idea that there is an existence necessitates that there be some explanation for existence. So we have to go through what are the possibilities. And as far as I've been able to determine, it's naturalism or theism. And I don't think naturalism is doing very well.
That's good. That's good. What's your interpretation of naturalism's answer to that?
Well, naturalism would be theism would be the idea that there's some sort of intelligence to whatever this force was. It was done intentionally. Naturalism would be the idea that basically there was no intelligent causation. It was all done through natural mechanisms, unguided processes, the laws of nature, physics, matter moving around in space, things like that. So the initial impetus of existence was was something that was not conscious or directed or intentional. It was just something that happened as a necessity of whatever it was that the cause was.
Mm-hmm. And by directed, you mean intentionally directed?
Intentionally directed, yeah. Like this universe was intentionally created and designed in a certain way by a being that wanted it to be this way and exists the way it does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but I don't see. You just described the two options. What's the shortcoming of naturalism, or what's the like probability raising aspect of this intentional thing?
I would say just the fact that the laws of the universe have this immutable nature to them. It's like how do the elements of nature have their properties? What gives them their properties? Do they just exist that way? What's the cause? What's the essence? What's the principle of it? I think there has to be something that establishes how things operate, and I think it has to be it most likely is some sort of mind.
Well, hold on. You said what's the cause? You said what's the cause?
Yeah, what's the cause?
And then what? Well, that could be naturalistic. And then you said the essence, and what I take that to be is just what is essential to a thing. So then now, that's just what's essential to the world. Which then you said, or what we seem to be describing is just like the physical properties that the world exhibits or something. And so you said cause, essence, and what was the third thing? Oh, did you say reason? Maybe
I'm not sure. Remember. Well, honestly, the essence, or
say
the nature, the being.
Okay, well, nature and essence I take to be the same thing depending on how we cash them out. And when we're talking about the laws of physics, or like maybe like psychophysical laws. Okay, so all these things, if they're just like, what's the word? If they're just like axiologically the case, like this is what's necessary in a world, like I'm asking you, what's the reason that we should think that these reliable, consistent laws or dispositions the world holds, why is it the case that it requires a mind to have designed it, and it's not just simply what we call a world that could exist? Like maybe it would help if you described to me what you think is so important and tie that back to the mind, maybe.
Because when people are talking about the origins of the universe, a lot of what people get hung up on is the origin of the things that do exist, the matter, and well, basically that would be it, and the forces and the energy exchanges. Okay, but what people don't want to talk about is what is what establishes the properties by which matter. Okay, and for me, matter can't establish its own properties. There has to be something that fixes, like when you talk about the behavior of protons, neutrons, electrons, things like that, the speed of light, all that all seems to have a certain necessity that it'd be set and not different from what it is. So the question is, what sets it? What sets those parameters? Because it could be different. Like the speed of light could be, like if the speed of light is what it is, but it could conceivably possibly be something else. It just seems to be this random speed, but that photons travel through space. Okay.
Well, you just said that it's necessary.
He's not going to understand the difference between necessary.
Well, he's got philosophy in his name, so I'm not going to pull all my punches.
I've already cooked him on every single philosophy topic. Like he is woefully unread.
Look, when you say necessary, what that means is that it could not have been otherwise, and that at least applies to our world. And then we could talk about whether or not it could apply to other possible worlds, and that would be like a whole nother conversation, right? But when you say that like some of these things could be necessary, all of a sudden, like I could just say, well, the speed of light is necessarily the cap of the speed of light, right? If you invoke necessity, then we're both going to keep invoking necessity until it doesn't make sense. I don't think God is necessary for any of these necessities. Does that make sense?
I mean, well, to me, God is the best explanation of why things are established the way they are. Could it be something else? Could it be this blind? Well, the thing is, when I say necessity, what I mean is there is a reason. we don't understand what it is. So I try to figure out what is the best.
Well, just so you know, for future reference, necessity is its own reason. This isn't about if it's necessary, then we can still call it brute. A necessary fact is, the reason is that it is necessary. A brute fact has no, it just is the case, right? It has no reason.
I guess
a necessary fact is its own, you're right. Go ahead, sorry.
I see what you're saying, and I guess I would modify my stance to suggest that I don't think that the properties of nature are necessary to be what they are. And for that reason, because they could potentially be something else, the fact that they are what they are means that something made them that way. Okay. So the laws of nature have been.
No, that's fine. So can you single out one thing that could have been otherwise?
Like the speed of light. It just, why isn't it twice as fast as what it is? It has a speed, and we've measured it. We've determined it basically to be what it is. We don't know why it's that fast. It's just something we've measured.
Because photons would not be photons if they had mass or traveled at a different speed through whatever medium, which I think it's irrelevant what medium. I think they can be bent, but I think the speed remains the same.
There's the brute velocity of light and the front speed. The front speed of light can you can change the group velocity, but you can't change the front speed. And the only reason that light seems to travel faster and slower through certain mediums is because it hits obstacles. So, for example, when it passes through glass, it refracts through the glass, and then it comes back out the other side again. Again, same through water. In the vacuum of space, in hard vacuum, there's no particulate. There's no obstacle for it to hit.
John, you're roboting quite a bit.
Yeah, you are.
Sorry.
So what I took you to be referring to is like the base, like the way that light moves when it's not obstructed. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. So light moving in a vacuum. So that is what it is. Scientists have measured it, and just like a lot of other things we observe about the universe, we don't know why it's that way. We just have measured it and have said, okay, this is what it is, but why is it that exact speed in a vacuum? I don't think we know. Maybe we do, but I don't think we do. But there's a lot of other examples I could give where I know we don't know. Like we just observe things.
Maybe give another one because it's massless and like I don't really care to like contest whether or not it could be different, really.
Like the strength of the law of gravity. There's a constant there. Okay, so I know enough about physics to know that there are physical constants in nature that they've measured. So the law of the gravity could be stronger, it could be weaker, but it is what it is, and it's apparently just at a certain level to allow for life on Earth, which is amazing.
That's not true. That last part's not true.
Yeah.
As far as I'm aware, it could fluctuate quite a bit, and then there would still be life. We would just be different life.
Yeah, the universal constants that dictate whether life could have existed at all would be things like the strong and the weak electromagnetic forces, because then more complex the atoms wouldn't have been able to form, because the strong and the weak magnetic forces was what holds together atoms. So the other thing is you're kind of being a little parsimony.
John, you are unintelligible.
I was kind of getting what he was saying.
Sorry.
I was getting most of it.
Yeah, but
I know it's hard to
dips in it. He dips in and out of robot, but look, hey, so what I hear is like questions about like why are things this way, right? And that's fine. Like we should all ask these questions, about everything, right? But I didn't hear anything about why these things couldn't just be the case. This could just be what's necessary for a world to even be possible. Instead, I just hear, well, it's almost like it feels better to me that someone designed it or something. Do you have a structured inference to like why it would be a god?
A's philosophy uses his intuitions as his epistemology, which is why I don't think he should have philosophy in his name. He's not very philosophically literate.
Well, that's fine, but like you do understand what I'm asking, and it's like, look,
I understand. I understand why.
Like, so what's the structured, and it doesn't have to be like a formal argument, but what's the structured reasoning where we say, if this one thing happens, then this would be the case, and because of how these two things relate to each other, this entails like a mind that designed it, or at least implies it, or something like that.
All right, let me give it a try. Let me. So things have properties. All right, we're starting very basically. Okay, there must be a reason why they have those properties. One possibility is that that's just the way they are. But the question then becomes, when we're thinking about the origins of all this and how it originated, and how does mindless matter establish its own properties of existence? Okay,
well,
so if you discount the idea of God, you have to basically suppose at that point that these things just exist and behave this way, have these properties based on their bare existence, which doesn't seem to me like a sufficient reason.
Okay, well, I want to pause you. Well, I guess that was the whole thing, but what I want to clarify, is that me echoing on you? You might want to mute. So look, one thing to clarify is that for something to obtain, it necessarily has properties. So we probably don't want to just say, why does a thing have properties? Because if it doesn't have properties, it's not a thing. It doesn't, like, if it obtains in some way, that entails it has a property set, no matter what they are. It could not extend in space. It couldn't extend in space. It could have, we could get way more complicated, and it could have emotional output or input or whatever. Like, if a thing obtains, it has properties. So, because, like, what does that remind me of? It's like, what was it, Plato, that said like there could be a bare simple or something like that, like a simple that has no properties. Like, I don't think anyone thinks that there could actually be a simple with no properties. I don't think that anyone thinks that. So for you to just say it has properties is like a little too vague for me. Like, it seems like what you want to say is something like, because it has like a disposition, or because things that obtain have a certain disposition to have a certain type of property set, is what you're trying to say. But like, just to say that something that obtains has properties, like, that's just trivial. Do you know what I mean?
Sorry, I muted myself. Yeah, you're right. I guess what I would say is they have properties where it seems to me that it's not necessary they have those exact properties. It could be something else. So the fact that they are exactly what they are, in a way that to me also seems to be designed in such ways to facilitate life, suggests to me that there is an intentionality behind why the properties are exactly what they are.
Okay, so would you say that the goal that you're focused on, that these properties seem to be focused on, is life itself?
I mean, that would be a stretch, because basically the universe all the life might be extinguished at some point, and then I couldn't make that argument. But nevertheless, the properties, the matter, and the things that exist would still have these properties, which could theoretically or conceivably be something different than what they are. So I think that's one major reason that it suggests to me that the reason the things that behave the way they do, because they were designed that way, and that would include atoms and the forces of nature and things like that.
Okay, so, but again, they were designed for what?
Whatever the designer wanted them to do.
Okay, well, that's vague. We don't have a reason. But so, like, maybe you want to say something that avoids life. So maybe like some type of like balance that enables souls. Like again, we need a goal if we're going to talk about like a design.
Yeah, this would be called this is a teleological principle. So the universe is designed so that certain things will necessarily arise, such as life. So I think the universe was designed in such a way that life is possible. And also I would say, actually, so far I haven't used this term, but this is the fine-tuning argument. Okay, I'm sure many people have heard that term. Really, I don't think it's nearly as strong as the intelligent design argument. I think that the strongest argument for God is the intelligent design argument by far.
Well, what's the intelligent design, though?
So the intelligent design argument specifically deals with the case of life itself. So the idea that naturalism can't explain life. Mm-hmm. So a mind would have been necessary at some point to intervene, however that happened, and basically assure that life.
Intelligent design
exists.
is literally just an appeal to incredulity. That's literally all it is.
Well, I don't believe that's not true.
It's exactly what it is. It's saying I can't
unsure
imagine.
What you mean, though. Like, yeah,
intelligent,
sure, but I'm unsure what you're saying is designed. Are you saying that? You're saying that intelligent design relevant to Earth, to Earth's life? Is that what you're saying?
Specifically to biological life, all life on Earth, and wherever else it may be.
Okay, so we're acknowledging that life could be a goal elsewhere than Earth, right?
Could be, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know, but it could be.
Why? Well, don't you think it's strikingly odd that life has obtained nowhere near us, with these constants being the same throughout the entire observable universe?
There could be reasons for that. I wouldn't know what they are, but it doesn't bother me. I mean,
wait. So hold on. So you're saying there could be reasons that life would be spaced out?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, it could be that the initial conditions of the designer were such that things would be spaced out because the designer wanted us to have our own space, and could be. I'm not saying that is the case. I'm not saying there's scientific evidence for it. I'm just saying it's a plausible reason.
I think there's a vast difference between having our own space and being like marooned on a planet. Like we can't even find other life should we need help.
We haven't. Well, I mean, maybe we will someday. That's the point. I mean, we are progressing. I will admit we're progressing.
Do you think that faster than light? Do you think that faster than light communication or travel could ever be possible?
Yeah, I mean, who knows? I don't think we really understand a lot of the laws of the universe. So I think that right now they're saying that there's a hard limit to how fast matter can travel, but I don't think they understand very much about the universe. So I very much think that in the future it could be that the speed of light, is nothing compared to what we might achieve. So we might be able to achieve, it might be like Star Wars someday where we're just flying around the galaxy.
Well, I would hope that would have been, I don't know, man. That seems strange because one, the religion we're talking about prioritizes life on Earth, and it almost like negates the possibility of extraterrestrial life. And if it was the case that God had planned for life in multiple areas of multiple galaxies, and then there are these ways to maybe break these speed limits, like with the amount of time that the universe has existed, and it could be cyclical, and maybe there's a way to, even if you're advanced enough, you avoid the cycle and you don't get crunched. Who knows? I have no idea if we're talking about breaking the laws of physics. That seems to tell me that, like, at this point, maybe the Holocaust shouldn't have happened because aliens would have intervened because they're closer to God than us because they're technologically advanced. Like, a lot of this seems to just like lead to a bunch of reductios because if it's the case that God designed the world, or when I say the world, I mean like the entire universe, not even just like the observable universe. If he designed the world such that like life would propagate and life would, flourish and like obtain some type of like enlightenment or something like that, it just all seems to like get reduced to absurdity because we're not doing that. We don't see that, and we're failing at it.
Oh yeah, a
lot of people are at an individual. Yeah, I think you're right at a general level. I think a lot of people out there are kind of flailing around, but there's been some examples in history of people who at least have claimed to done great things, and maybe it's not about the collective necessarily, but each of us as individuals has our own journey, and some do better than others, and I think that's perfectly consistent with Christianity.
Well, again, I kind of feel like life is kind of exceedingly rare if his goal was life. Does that, you know what I mean? Like, it seems like maybe the world is like prioritizing black holes, if anything.
I mean, black holes are out there, but clearly they haven't swallowed everything up yet.
No, but they're really good at what they do, and we're not so good at what we do. We only live on one rock.
I don't see a problem with that. I think that, okay, we have this rock right now. I think it's very likely that at some point we'll be able to inhabit other planets. I'm not certain of it, obviously, but even if not, like,
I agree.
Whatever. Okay, this is what the designer has decided. So I'm fine with that. I don't really think about that aspect of it. I only think about whether we can determine or discern a designer actually is a viable or plausible or reasonable idea.
Sure.
And to me, a designer is much more
it's reasonable. Not. It's literally just an appeal to incredulity.
Well, look, like, but you said, maybe I lost it. Yeah, I lost it. No, it's my fault too. I lost it before Austin even said anything.
I was talking about.
I just don't even see any reason to think there's a creator. Like, we can value the spot that we're in, as hellish as it is due to certain people, or as heavenly as it is due to other people. We can value the planet we're on. We can value the chance that we've been given individually, or even like as a society. And we don't have to think that someone decided that should be the case. Like, it's just that we propagated on a planet, and we can still value it.
Yeah, but it's not about what what we feel makes us feel valuable. It's about what is. If there's no designer, there's no designer. But to me, I think the idea that there was a designer who created life is much more likely, probability-wise, than natural forces generating life and then somehow leading to the complex life we see today. Like,
yeah, it's just incredulity. Unless you're able to provide like the calculus for that probability, it's just personal incredulity.
Well, you're saying something strange. You're saying something strange to me, because you're saying that, like, we have value, but like that value has to have a reason. Like, the value itself is the reason. I don't understand what you're saying. Like, we value.
What I'm trying to say is, here's my ultimate argument. My argument is this: when we look out into nature and observe the things that are out there, especially when it comes to life, but also other things, but mostly life, living things, intuitively, not just intuitively, but after analysis, it seems much more likely that this is a result of an intelligent creator as opposed to the laws of physics, the laws of nature.
Keep asserting that. Go ahead and give the demonstration of it, buddy.
Yeah,
you're gonna have to give us some of that analysis.
It seems this way.
Period.
It seems that way. Like, you're giving us no demonstration. You're not like pointing to any sort of evidence. Like, if it seems a certain way, you should be able to point to the evidence to make the inference.
Hey, I'm going to take this quick opportunity to bow out. I got to get going.
All right. Good night, Austin.
Good to talk
to
you,
Austin.
Have a good one.
Peace out, y'all.
Oh, shoot, we're going to run about to get in your wheelhouse, Austin. All right, that's too bad. Well, anyways,
were we just about to get to evolution?
Well, not evolution, and yes, evolution can have happened, and origin of life can have happened. But not like
so did you run for that? You run from that while Austin was up here, even though he asked you like 3 fucking times.
No, I was about
what did you just say? Did you say evolution? Did you say evolution can't have happened? Is that what you said?
Yeah, it really can't. It can't have.
That's an impossibility claim. Do you understand the argument or the evidence you're going to have to now like provide for an impossibility claim?
Yeah.
Well, it's a probability claim.
Contradiction.
No. Can't is impossibility. No, can't is impossibility. Can't means zero probability. So I would change your wording at least.
I think that when you understand the laws of nature and how they operate on matter,
but you don't.
They are incapable.
You've demonstrated that you don't understand the laws of nature. You don't understand how simple plate tectonics work.
Look, if you're going to stick to the impossibility claim, then go ahead. What's the impossibility? Like, there needs to be, like, essentially either a contradiction due to physical laws. There needs to be a contradiction due to linguistic laws, like logic. And then I assume, like, I mean, that's the widest scope of impossibility. So I strongly advise you drop the impossibility stuff. But if you want to stick to it, then what is the impossibility? How do you derive that?
Let me put it this way. Let me try to use it.
You're going to wish Austin stayed up here because you just hit Robin's buzzer. So you're fucked now.
Let me put it this way. Let me gauge where you all stand on the question of impossibility. Is it impossible that just by the pure laws of physics and nature and the moving around and could a spaceship, a fully functional spaceship, form and fly to the moon and back?
Is it impossible to do that?
No, not with humans around to design it. I'm just talking about like the wind and the rain and the sand and the rocks moving around. Could a spaceship be constructed by those?
God, he's doing some sort of fucked up watchmaker argument.
What? Okay, look, a spaceship presupposes a designer.
He's doing the tornado in the junkyard. This is hilarious. Yeah. I've never seen anyone actually try it.
So I'm very unclear. Hold on, I'm very unclear. Are you asking if naturalistic processes on the Earth without agential influence
get him, Robin,
can construct a spaceship? Is that what you're asking?
Can bring about not construct, because that would imply intentionality, but can a spaceship arise from the force of nature that is able to fly around and go into orbit and then like descend and land and something that
does it have thrust? Does it have thrusters?
Yeah, of course it does. It's a spaceship.
Then, dude, just like, no, of course not.
Okay, right. So, well, I mean, so you're saying it's impossible, right?
I don't think it actually violates laws of physics, but it's impossible because of what it relies on, which is agential design.
Right. So, same thing with life. Life is less likely to form from natural process than a spaceship, in my opinion.
No, that doesn't follow at all.
I'm just saying, based on my analysis.
You appealed. Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. Look.
What analysis?
You appealed to something that requires design, and then you said because this thing requires design, this other thing requires design. When the opposite hypothesis, the naturalistic hypothesis, does not invoke design. So you're just literally begging the question.
No, we were analyzing the assessment of impossibility. And I wanted to know if you thought it was impossible for
you presented something. You presented something that is not logically impossible. It's probably not many scopes of impossible, and I'm honestly even willing to say it might not even be physically impossible. But just because it's not physically impossible, that doesn't mean that like all these things exist in physics, but they had to be manipulated by agents, right? So they're physically possible, but they were manipulated by agents. So it's almost like you're invoking like this like modality that doesn't exist. No one's asking, can a spaceship form on Earth by itself due to storms? No one's asking that. So when you say, because a spaceship requires a designer, therefore, maybe I don't even understand what you're saying. So because a spaceship requires a designer, what else that we can now infer, what else requires a designer? Is it people?
No, what I'm trying to say is, in the same way, natural forces are, in all likelihood, never going to produce a functioning spaceship. They're also never going to, construct a living organism because the level of complexity and specificity.
That's what I just asked you, and that literally cannot follow because we know we have experience of what it means to be a spaceship and who makes spaceships. No one's ever saying, well, spaceships could just be constructed by the laws of physics. No one's saying that.
What the concept to understand is that there are limitations to the kinds of things that the laws of physics can create, and the limitation.
But A's, I think that they're doubting that you actually understand what those laws are. You're taking something that is only created by humans and comparing that to something natural, and you can't do that. That's a category error.
What I'm trying to establish is that there is a strict limit to how complex and specific something is that the laws of physics and nature can create. And I'm saying that any living organism is beyond that limitation. So there's
I don't know. So how are you figuring that though? That's what RP's asking for.
That's what all the science.
You're giving these. I know, but you're giving these probabilities and these likelihoods, and all of that is based on analysis, like some math. There should be some math involved in this, for you to be able to give out the words likely or probability and stuff. I'm like, there's math that you have to be able to show that shows that would be more likely than not.
Yeah.
I think, do you know anything about abiogenesis?
Oh, I know a lot. Yeah, I did a video today on my channel about it. How bad it is.
I see a lot of people.
Okay, hold on. We gotta slow down. You made an impossibility claim, and that was supported by the analogy that the Earth and its storms or whatever and its atmosphere would not create a spaceship that could go to the moon and back. Do you understand how specific that is and how it invokes things that we know are designed? And then you're comparing what has a naturalistic explanation to it to that. We have no naturalistic explanation. Are you joking?
Yeah, we don't have a natural explanation for
You're just denying that there are people who disagree with you? Is that how you're going to win this argument?
They can disagree with me all they want.
Right. Okay. So no, stop. So listen what you're doing though. You're saying if they disagree with me, they don't have an explanation. Do you understand what you're doing here?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they can disagree with me all they want, but they're wrong because the science is not.
Okay. That is a problem. You are not being epistemically humble whatsoever. You are saying that the impossible or the contrary is actually impossible without deriving a contradiction. Your contradiction you tried to derive was an appeal. It was an argument from analogy that involved spaceships. It didn't work. It failed. So unless you can derive a contradiction in abiogenesis, evolution, or anything naturalistic that leads to life, then you have failed your burden. You are saying the contrary is impossible. You have to support a wild claim right now.
No, I don't think I do. I don't have to prove there's a logical.
Jesus Christ.
No.
Is it impossible or not? Is it impossible or not, A?
For what?
For a naturalistic explanation to exist.
Yeah,
as
let's
far
go,
as
Chase.
I can tell, yes.
As far as you can tell, that is not deriving a contradiction. What? You need to derive a contradiction, even if it's in physical modality. You cannot just say something is impossible because it seems impossible to you.
No, what I have to do is establish that there is indeed a limit that exists to the capacities of the tools that nature has, and show that life is beyond that. So
and your explanation for that was to show a spaceship can't be constructed by the laws of nature on one planet. That was that does not derive a contradiction or impossible relation between life and naturalistic processes. So you need to try harder. The spaceship analogy didn't work. That was a bad argument. An argument from analogy is almost always going to fail.
What if what if the spaceship is less complex than the simplest living?
I don't want to
Then we have a
talk about
problem, right?
spaceships. I want to know how the physical laws cannot construct life. That's what I want to know. No more spaceships. We're talking about life and Earth.
Because they have to arrange certain things. They basically have to arrange the parts of the living organism in a certain way, at a certain time, in a certain place, based on certain chemical interactions. And the chemical interactions that we've observed, which is pretty much all of them at this point, have demonstrated that that's just not going to happen. Yeah. So
no. Stop. You just described the opposite hypothesis, and then you said it can't happen. Show me why it can't happen. I agree with you that all those things are required. You need to show how it's impossible.
Science doesn't work that way. It's a type of logic that is, I think they call it deductive or maybe inductive. So inductive. So we base our beliefs from science on what we observe, not what we think is the case.
Yes, that's inductive. So that's inductive. Okay. You are trying to make an impossibility claim, A. That is not inductive. That is deductive.
I will say it's inductive based on everything we know. How about that? Is that better?
Then it's not an impossibility claim. You cannot you cannot use induction to claim an impossibility. That is deductive.
Yes.
We can say it's impossible based on everything we know.
You have to rule out all the other options.
We basically have to know.
Look, listen to what you just said. Listen to what you just said. We can say it's impossible based on what we know. Typically, that is like, maybe you could say that about black swans until you find a black swan, and then all of a sudden you're wrong, right? So induction cannot typically do that. If you would like to present an inductive argument that proves an impossibility, please do it. I would love to see it.
Okay. Yeah, honestly, I'll give that to you. I don't have that, but what I do have is that based on everything we know, it's impossible. So I'll give you. No, that's my stance.
But it's not.
It's just a fallacy.
I mean,
you were just making an assertion. This is an assertion.
There's Austin back.
Yeah.
You can stay away.
Okay.
I can't quit you.
Hello, Chase.
What did I say? Austin, what did I say that was wrong? What did I say that was wrong?
Like
all of it.
Austin.
Yeah.
I was just going to ask quickly, Austin, they said you were a scientist as well?
Yeah.
Oh, what do you study?
Biology.
Oh, nice. So he's about to be in a corner here. I'm a working physicist.
Yeah.
Let me say hi to him. Hello, Ace. How are you? I was like,
I'm doing well. Yeah.
I know that guy.
Yeah.
That's what I said when I saw you up there. I was like, I know that guy.
Yeah, I've talked to A's before.
Yeah, you're causing trouble. Well, you have a biologist, evolutionary biologist, and a physicist.
Now he's in the center of a dog pile.
On stage with you right
me.
now. Yeah, they definitely
educate me. What
they can.
Right, so
they can probably tell you.
I made an argument from physics. I made an argument from biology.
No, you made an argument from incredulity. You've brought nothing but fallacies to the table.
Exactly right.
I mean, like you've said, you said this can't happen. That's all I've heard you say so far.
What's the physics argument? I haven't heard that.
Oh, you did? Wait, is that Chase, by the way? That just asked that question? Okay, well, the physics argument, I'm not sure it was an argument that, nobody was asking
I just need the law.
Basically, it's the idea that the laws themselves have to be established by a transcendent mind, not by matter itself. So the fact that there are laws of physics suggests that there is a God who made the laws of physics that way.
That's begging the
question.
Because
you've just asserted it. There doesn't have to be a reason at the bottom. It could just be that things are the way they are.
Really? I don't know. I don't think that's true. I think that there does have to be a reason.
I understand that you don't think it's true, but I'm letting you know that it is.
Well,
yeah, we've had to work within his cognitive limitations a lot, and it's getting a little frustrating.
Okay, sorry. So if you keep looking at things in physics, you can keep asking why. So for example, magnetic fields coming from moving electric charges. You can keep asking why, and I can say because electric charge creates a magnetic field, and then you can say why. Eventually, the answer is going to be because we saw it do that, not because God made it do that.
No, that's not the reason. The reason is That is what we've observed. The reason is beyond our
Well,
understanding.
hold on, really
So there
quickly.
is a
Let me get my notebook out so you can drop this groundbreaking physics I haven't learned yet.
No, but you did say the reason is because we observed it. No, that's not the reason.
That's the reason that we say it does that is because we saw it do that.
Yeah, but right. The reason we observe things happening in the universe, we can't explain why they do that. There is a reason.
I understand that.
We just don't know.
So here's what I'm saying. If I'm telling you that I'm saying something does that because I saw it do that, then you say, well, God made it do that. I need to know, did you see God do that? Do you have any reason to think that at all? Or is it just an assertion?
Well, what we're talking about is the essence, the properties of matter itself. Like, why does an electron flow from negative to positive, as we describe it? Okay. We can observe that happening. We can say this is what electrons do. But we don't know how electrons. Okay, so the question is this: this is a property that electrons have. We observe them doing it, but what is it that establishes that electrons should do this? Is it the electrons themselves?
There's not a should. They do it.
Right. Look,
they do it, but
if it is the case that electrons do it, and they have the nature to do it, they essentially, naturally do this. Why do we need an explanation such that we're baking in this idea that electrons could misbehave? What does that mean? And why are you trying to explain God?
It's exactly that, because we don't understand why electrons do that. It's conceivable they could do something else if they had been designed to do something else.
That doesn't follow.
Well, okay, look. I don't know if we're going to get anywhere until you provide some type of inference where if these things do these things, it implies this state of affairs that is it has a goal or whatever. And now we need to say what has that goal, right? You don't seem to be you seem to just keep repeating why does stuff do the stuff it does? And a question is not an argument.
No, what I'm trying to say is this: our scientists, when they observe the properties of the matter and how they behave, they think that's the end of the road. Okay, but what I'm trying to say is, no, there's something beyond that. There has to be an explanation of why they do that, because we don't know why.
There have to be.
Perfect. No, that's perfect. What's the argument that there should be inquiry further than that? What's the argument that it could have been different and it would be so catastrophic that it requires design? You need to present an inference.
The argument is we don't understand why they're doing these things, so it's conceivable that they could be doing something different.
We
can't explain why.
That's exactly what Austin was talking about. That's an appeal to incredulity.
It's not an appeal to incredulity. It's an appeal to the fact that there needs to be.
You said we don't know something. That's an appeal to incredulity.
So let me ask you something.
Go ahead.
If I were to say that there is a particle out there, let's say I'm talking to my colleagues, and I would say there was a particle out there called a flim-flam, and it has this property that solves all of the mysteries that we don't know yet. Do you know what the next sentence I'm going to hear is? It's only 2 words. Show me. This is what we keep asking. You're claiming to have a deeper next level knowledge that goes farther than what we know. And we're just saying those next 2 words, which is just show me, or at least explain how it would work. So I know that you think that there's something extra there that you call God. What I'm saying is if we want to posit something, make an affirmative claim, we've got to show that there's some reason to believe the claim.
So the positive claim is this: because we don't understand, that leaves open the possibility that the explanation is God.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
Because in my opinion, it doesn't establish that there's God. It establishes that one of the possible explanations for what we are observing is God. Okay, because the properties are what they are. We are ignorant if they could be different, but the fact that we are ignorant shows they could be different. So the fact that they are established immutably as what they are.
Hold on, just stop there. Just because we're unaware of whether or not they could be different does not prove that they could be different. That's a like I don't.
I never
know
said
what
it does.
that is.
I said it.
You just said that.
Yeah.
You just said that, eh?
No.
You can't even keep track of your own argument.
Okay, listen. You literally just said that because we're ignorant of the fact that about whether or not they could be different, that shows they could be different. No, that does not show that. That's an epistemic.
Yeah, it does.
Like,
I do think it does.
No, that's it. No, okay, so you're conflating
Because
modalities.
let me tell you why.
Just because we don't know something epistemically does not imply anything about any other modality when it comes to like things that are alethic. Epistemic modality is non-alethic. That means we can't derive truth from what we could possibly know.
The fact that we don't know why these things do what they do absolutely does. You know.
No.
Maybe if I just restate my claim again, it'll work.
Listen to me. Listen to me. This is why I want you to like. I'm not going to tell you to remove philosophy from your name. I'm just going to tell you need to look into a couple things, right? You cannot infer from our epistemic access that there are true or false things. That's because the epistemic modality is non-alethic. That means that it is not truth apt or truth bearing. Our epistemic access is simply that. It's what we can know or could know, what we consider knowledge, what we consider belief, yada, yada, yada. It's non-alethic. That means it does not bear truth. Or it cannot influence what we have as true modalities.
Well, here's the thing. If you can't explain, if our scientists can't explain, they can very well explain what is happening, but if they can't explain why it's happening, then you're saying that we can't postulate that this possibility is the reason. Is that your argument you're making?
Why it's happening isn't in the scope of what we do. We do what happens.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Well, the scope of what scientists do, but it's the scope of philosophy to suggest, well, we are observing this.
You don't know what's in the scope of philosophy.
Look, just think about it this way, right? If we look at epistemic possibility, right? That means what it's possible to know. That's obviously divorced from what is logically possible or what is physically possible, correct? You have to understand that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I can agree with that.
Okay, so our identifiable epistemic possibilities, they cannot influence what we know is physically possible, logically or metaphysically possible, like whatever. Like we could all just not read the right book, and then it's outside of our epistemic access that we know that thing's a possibility. Whether that possibility that we're now talking about is like even like duties, like deontology, or physical or metaphysical or logical possibility. Like if we never read a logic book, we don't know what's logically possible, right? Like maybe we'd have access to certain things that are logically possible, like is the sun orange at certain angles, like sure, but like we can't infer from epistemic possibility, like our possibility to know a thing or to believe in a thing or whatever. That doesn't like give us this perfect access to what is like possibly the case in the world.
Let me ask you something. Let me try to formulate it. Hold on, Isn't it the ultimate goal of truth seeking? What scientists are doing is they want to stop at we're observing this. Wouldn't the ultimate goal of science to be this is why this is happening? See what I'm saying?
Maybe.
We haven't gotten
sometimes.
The goal of science
not
is
every
to
time.
model.
Yeah, not every time.
Yeah, how it's happening. I would think more of the question is how.
The ultimate goal of science is to build a model that explains a large set of observations with very few arbitrary elements and make successful predictions about future data. That's pretty much it.
Yeah. But how is a better question than why? Like,
I think the goal. You're right. You're right, Robin. How is the electron doing this? Or what is the cause of the electron that having this behavior? Right now, our scientists have looked at it and said electrons behave this way, but they can say nothing about. I'm going to use the word why, but probably how the electron is doing that. They just look at it happening. So I think the goal of all human inquiry, should be to establish the ultimate truth and explanation of everything. That is what science is about. Well, it's not about just generating models that predict the future. It's about understanding reality. We aren't doing that by just stopping at we've observed X or Y or Z.
So I can tell you how an electron does that. I can tell you that there's a fundamental property of electrons is that they have negative charge. A fundamental property of an electric field is that it flows typically in the direction of charges. So whenever you have an electric charge, if it is repelled by a like charge, because it is repelled by a like charge, the universe in its natural state always wants to go down to a ground level. It always wants to lower the energy level. So it will move from a state of higher resistance near other electrons to a state of lower resistance, proton, or in this case, whatever the positive charge is.
Right.
And
oh, yeah.
It'll move that way because electromagnetism is a stronger force than gravity. So it would fight gravity and be attracted to the positive charge.
You've perfectly described what we're observing and the fact that electrons have these properties. Now, where do the properties come from? Are they you just saying the electrons just have these properties? Well, the electron could. Okay, let's let me finish here.
Hold on.
Let me finish.
No, hold on. Put a pin in. I want to hear the rest of it. But when you say where do properties come from, that is a confused question.
Yeah.
Like a thing has properties. They don't. No one
has properties.
The properties don't swarm on the thing like bees. So we don't want to say stuff like that. Like, why does it have these properties? How does it have these properties? What makes these properties necessary to its nature? Something like that. But where they come from, they're not swarming onto the thing like bees. Maybe that does happen sometimes, but like that's just that's a very that's a very wide question that doesn't quite make sense to me.
It's also backwards.
Think about
so when we have something with a certain number of characteristics, with a certain set of characteristics, that is an electron. If you have something that is a fundamental quanta of the electromagnetic field, that fluctuation is an electron. And if it has a 1/2 spin, it's a fermion. If it has a negative charge of the 1/2 spin and a certain mass in mega electron volts, then you have an electron.
Let me put it this way, Chase. Let me try and throw this at you. What charge do protons have?
An average plus one.
It's not a trick question.
Right one.
Plus one.
I can't think of a better analogy. Sorry, go ahead.
What if electrons, instead of having a -1 electric charge, had a plus 0.5 charge, and there just was no particle that had a -1 charge? It would have a different property. Then electrons would have a different.
What you would have would be not an electron.
Yeah, and it sounds like if you replaced all electrons with that's an impossible world. That's what it sounds like.
You wouldn't have atoms.
Right. Yeah, life wouldn't be possible, would it? So we need a -1 particle, and that's why God made it that way.
So you're saying that you're saying that God is required. You're saying that God is required for anything that is a possible world?
No, what I'm saying, you perfectly understand. If you took away electrons, there's no necessity that electrons exist, but we observe them existing, and they're perfectly charged against protons to make the universe exist for light. Now you understand why God must be real, because God had to program electrons to be the way exactly they are, so they would balance out the protons. Thank you. Now you understand. God did that.
No, you literally just contradicted yourself.
I still don't understand. Can you run that again, please?
You said that no, you're not saying that God is required for any possible world, but then you said, yes, what I'm talking about that God is required for would instantiate the possible world or a world that's even classically behaved, yada, yada.
I got y'all to admit that if the charge of an electron was
Oh my
plus
God! You think this is the
5.5.
winning
No,
move? You think this is the winning move, Bucko?
You think you got something? You didn't. You contradicted yourself.
This is pigeon chess.
Yeah, I am gonna say you need to take philosophy out of your name because like you don't know the first thing about philosophy.
Look,
you brought nothing but fallacies, contradictions, fucking incredulity. This entire conversation.
Like me, like there's a lot of people out of these 7 people who are, is it 7? Yeah, it's 7. There's a lot of people out of these 7 people who are just going to try and help you. Right. And you're not helping yourself. So you got to stop that. And then all of our help will like work, you know?
I am not one of them. I'm not trying to help you.
Yeah. So we have
no good faith for this guy.
Okay, maybe the numbers aren't as good as I thought, but so
well, I mostly just care that we get science right. I'm not in the business of converting believers into.
Well, Chase,
yeah, whatever.
Chase, and I want to. Believe it or not, I want to help you too, and I want you to understand that what you.
How are you going to help a PhD physicist?
No, stop! You can't do stuff like you can't do that.
This is delusional now.
This is like you're hurting yourself again. Like, stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself.
No, I've already. Chase, let me run it by you, Chase. I have already heard you. I've heard you already explain how beautifully this idea of the concept of the characteristics of an electron, how they function, how a particle field. So you as a scientist understand the behavior and properties and characteristics of these particles. What I'm trying to say is that's science thinks that's the end of the road. Or a lot of scientists will, no, that's not the end of the road. That's the beginning of it. That's like, we're observing something and we're just like, this is just what it, a lot of, hold on, let me, a lot of scientists.
Why do you keep speaking for science? I don't think that you
because
speak for
they
science.
Want to make it seem like
he's not.
They want to make it seem like
you're not a scientist, and you don't know anything about his field. You don't know anything about Austin's field, and so don't say that science says, because you don't speak for science.
Scientists think we're learning about. Here's this idea: science disproves God. No, there's not a single science.
Nobody says that.
Nobody says that.
Some people do.
Nobody. Do you say that?
Nobody says that.
No, I don't say that.
No, not nobody. Not nobody. But
I would say
no one who says that.
I would say that science almost overwhelmingly supports the cognitive social model of religion, which shows that gods are a fictional category, a category of fictional entities that humans came up with in prehistory. As an extension of their soul and soul realm beliefs that predated the deity beliefs.
Okay, look.
I have heard.
What we have to say, though,
I'm gonna go smoke
when you say that science disproves God, which part of science and which God?
No, that's what I'm trying to argue. Is nothing in science disproves anything about God. But there are people out there in the skeptical community who say, oh, science is relegating God to a smaller and smaller portion of the universe as we know more and more about. There's no God there. What they don't realize what they're doing is they're observing things that we didn't know before about atoms, about the universe. And they're saying, well, there's no God here. All they're observing is how God's universe operates. They can't explain how it operates like that. It has to have a God behind it that programmed it like that. The atoms, the electrons.
That's fine. Okay, if that's your stance, that's fine. But you need to provide an argument. Why is it the case that the things that they're observing necessarily require that God set them up that way? If you don't have an argument, then I don't know what you're saying.
Well, you're using the word necessity. I would say that the likelihood is that God did it, not because we can't. This is solipsism. We can't know with absolute certainty anyway.
Well, you can still provide a Bayesian argument. You can still provide a probabilistic argument.
Yep.
When you take all of the conceivable worlds out there that we would envision of what they would look like if they existed, like electrons not having a negative charge, the universe would collapse, things like that. Okay, all the conceivable worlds are infinite, and realize that the universe has these elements, these particles with these properties, that don't result in a universe that implodes on itself suggests that there is a mind who made it this way, so it would be that way, that would be available for life to exist.
Well, but you could also say that you may be looking at it backwards. If the universe couldn't exist, then we wouldn't be here to make these arguments. So the fact that we are here means... No, I'm disagreeing with you. So
I know.
So what I'm saying is you could be. There's a very, very famous analogy that's overused, but I'm going to have to use it just because it makes my point. There's a hole in the ground, and rain fills the hole up with water to where it makes a puddle, and then let's say magically the puddle becomes sentient, and it says, "What are the odds that I fell in this hole that is the exact size and shape of me?" You would say that was necessarily going to happen by the way that things just are.
Okay. Does that analogy reflect the situation? I would say the analogy is like this. I needed a straight flush to have the best hand in poker, and I was dealt a straight flush 10 hands in a row. What are the chances of that happening?
What are you?
Here's
are
what
you
I
joking? Over 13 billion years.
Hey,
yeah.
Here's something that people overlook. Like, life has arisen in a place where life is possible. Like, to me, it would be more evidence of a God if we lived in a place where it was not possible for life to arise. Like, if we lived in a place where all of the circumstances were like against us arising, life showing up, that would be evidence of a God, because that would be evidence of some sort of intervention into nature that helps us.
Yeah, except it would be evidence of a fucking cruel ass God.
Yeah, but something to overcome the laws of nature, that so that life arose in a place where it's not possible for life to rise. But however, we live in a place where it, like in this certain planet, in this certain spot, so many miles from the sun, to where it is possible for our kind of life to arise. And so the fact that we did, and you've talked about the probabilities, the probability is 1. Because we have one universe and one planet that we know life is on. So there's 100% probability that it was going to happen, because it has happened.
But
so there's no way you can figure the probabilities unless you can actually, you're using terms that have specific meanings, like probability and stuff like that. And you're not showing any math for any of that, how you're figuring any of that out. And you're saying that we can't do this, we can't do that, and I don't know. And you're saying science says, when you don't seem to know the science. I mean, you have almost a doctorate in physics here, and you have a man who is, knows more about evolution than probably anybody I've ever met in my life. So I don't know, and you're not saying anything that they're saying. And nobody on fire knows philosophy real well. And he's trying to help you, like he said. But all right, I'm done now.
Well, yeah.
Look, she has a really good point, because you seem to be conflating the possibilities of any world that could be arranged hostile to life, and then the entire universe, and then now we're looking at the Earth, and it's well, this seems probable to happen, right? But sure, the likelihood of life in all the hostile configurations, yeah, it's probably 0. But we're not in that. And so there seems to be this well, in every single tiny little, even rare logical possibilities when it comes to the world and its configuration, yeah, life is really, it's screwed. It's never going to work. But we're not in that world. So we need to refine whatever type of probabilistic argument you're making.
Think about what I said. Go ahead. All right. Well, here's the thing. We can continue on the physics, and I think that y'all have more to understand there, because you haven't really grasped the severity of the issue. But Austin did come back. I don't know if he heard me say something about but in the realm of biology that he thought was incorrect. I'm just curious to know, like, because I was talking about abiogenesis and how the laws of nature are insufficient to generate life. Just so there's just a bare insufficiency there.
But can you cite the law? What law's being broken?
The law is that, well,
no, they have names. Just the name will do.
Yeah, well, it's not that the law is the law. It's not that a law is being broken. It's that like the tools.
If the law's not being broken, then it's possible.
It's not possible. It's not possible because the tools are insufficient.
Then a law's being broken.
Like let's say
to clarify, you could also conjoin multiple laws and say that they entail the contradiction of life obtaining or whatever.
No. You can say let's say, okay, let's put it this way. The laws of nature are what they are. Okay. No, that's not, but they prevent the chemicals from interacting in such a way that life will arise. So an example, just a simple analogy.
I don't need an analogy. I need the law.
Well, let me give you an analogy is going to help. Okay, so you have the law.
An analogy will not help. I understand the laws of physics. If you say, for example, the law of conservation of quantum information, I will know exactly what you're talking about. No analogy needed.
Okay, so basically, when it comes, it's just basically the laws of chemistry. No matter how you mix the chemicals together, the
law of chemistry. That's very specific. Gotcha.
No, it's the law of no matter how you mix the chemicals together.
Yeah.
So okay,
I'm worried for you, A. This looks really bad for you, A. I don't know if you want to.
Let's stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting, and then I'll get there.
Okay.
So
okay.
Keep going.
Right.
Keep going, Ace.
If the
this
law,
is fucking hilarious. Just don't stop.
If you try to mix the chemicals together in a just a soup without any direct intervention, you're not going to get.
So keep in mind that all living things are made of chemicals that are on the periodic table: just carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, phosphorus, and sulfur. Go ahead.
Yeah, those are elements, but for living things
so it's asinine to say that they can't be combined into the things living things are made of. Go ahead.
Well, there's no evidence to suggest they will arise.
Besides the fact that literally everything is made of these things. Go ahead.
Right. Well, you have to realize certain chemical reactions. Certain chemical reactions can't take place in certain environments. So there are chemical reactions which would have been necessary for life to have arisen, which are impossible under any known earthly conditions. Okay, so there's a reason.
So which biomolecules haven't been composed by simple chemocatalytic processes? And keep in mind the answer is none of them. That literally all biomolecules have been composed by simple chemocatalytic processes. Go ahead.
What about nucleotides?
Nucleotides can be composed just by running an electric current through sand. They can be composed in clays and mineral surfaces. There's countless ways that nucleotides can be composed.
Okay. So do we find them in nature on the Earth?
Yeah, we found a buttload of them on the Murchison meteorite.
Ah, the meteorites. So we find them on meteorites, but not on Earth. How does that happen?
The meteorites on Earth, motherfucker. How will we know about it if it wasn't on Earth, doofus? What a silly thing to say.
What they're claiming, all right, so the meteorites, what they're claiming is that
science deniers are funny.
You would admit that the fact that what the scientists are claiming, which is pretty stupid, is that the meteorites brought the nucleotides to Earth, right? So they didn't start on Earth; they started in outer space. Right?
No, it's just an example of the fact that nucleotides existed in the universe before our sun even did.
Yeah, don't call scientists stupid because you don't know. You don't have a clue what they're even talking about. You cannot call them stupid. like these people.
Well, to be fair, I'm laughing at him pretty hard.
I know, but like he says he's stupid. He does not know why he's stupid. Like he's making an argument. It's like
and what a polymath, because I don't even have any idea what Austin's talking about.
Oh, well,
let me ask you a question.
You might have just made me pee a little bit because I've always wanted to be a polymath.
He knows both of our fields better than we do.
How does
what? No, that can't be, because when you said you study physics, I was going to say that means I'm probably a slow boy scientist compared to you, because I study biology, which is just about weird squishy things, and physics is about the very face of the universe that's fucking.
Okay, stop the mutual fucking glazing.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, my bad.
All right, so Austin, how do nucleotides form on meteorites and not on the Earth? How does that work?
Because they're just freaking acids, dude. They're just polymers. You know what a monomer is? Polymer is? It's one of the easiest things to explain in chemistry, right? You know what a monomer is, right? Do you know what a monomer is? Do you know what a monomer is? I'm about to give you some fucking chemistry skills, bud. So do you know what a monomer is?
It's a simple molecule.
Right. It's like the link in a chain is one of the ways you can think of it. And then the chain itself is a polymer. And so a nucleotide is just a polymer made out of monomers. It's a nucleic acid connected to another nucleic acid. And that's all your DNA is. But it's also all your RNA is, which RNA can do all kinds of things besides just storing information on it. RNA can store information. It can catalyze reactions like an enzyme can.
You're not seeing the problem. The problem is that...
No, don't do this. Just listen to him, dude. You've got to be joking. He's a biologist. Please stop. Please let me advise you. Just okay.
So what is the main part of the nucleotide? Because there's different parts on a nucleotide, right?
What's the main part of the nucleotide?
We got a comment on the screen from the chemistry section.
What are the different parts of the nucleotide? Because there's yeah. So what is the
Are you talking about the nitrogenous base?
Yes, thank you. The nitrogenous base, also called a nucleobase. All right.
Yeah.
So the nucleobases. Do the nucleobases form on Earth in nature?
Yes.
Yes or no? Yes or no? No, they don't. Yes. No, they don't. I have a long video on my channel.
Yes, you can form nucleobases. You can form nucleotides just by running an electric current through sand. You can form nucleobases. You can form amino acids. You can form all of these things.
No, you can't. You're just
yes, you can. You can form literally every biomolecule you can think of. You
were doing way better with the philosophy, eh?
Like, he's actually just
you can form amino acids, you can form proteins, you can form nucleotides, you can form DNA and RNA, you can form lipids and triglycerides, and you can form carbohydrates and saccharides. All of these things can be formed through simple chemocatalytic reactions, which makes sense because every living thing is made of them, buddy. I'm sorry, you're just scientifically illiterate on this.
All right, I have a video on my channel from 4 months ago called "Scientists Are Lying About Finding DNA on Asteroids." Okay,
I really don't care. Your YouTube
I believe
video,
you.
It's not evidence of anything. It's just evidence that you hold an opinion.
No, it's actually what I do is I quote scientists who admit many different scientists who state.
Can you name the
that
scientist?
We can't find any.
They're like, one of them said this molecule is green. The other one said this molecule is green.
Yeah. Give me some of the quotes. I'll look them up.
All right.
Don't forget, this is the same genius that said that George Floyd got up and walked to the fucking ambulance, even though the article never actually said that.
All that tells me is that you think a bunch of scientists said a thing. I really don't care that A's philosophy thinks a bunch of scientists said a thing. I'm gonna have to go check. I'm gonna have to go check all these scientists, assuming I even value the time enough to do so. Like, because I already know you're wrong about everything you said about origin of life research, I'm not putting much stock in your opinion on these quotes that you're pulling.
You can go. I'll read you the quotes right now. I'm looking right at it. Want me to do that?
Just one.
Okay. January 29th, 2020, Chemical Reviews, Chemistry of Abiotic Nucleotide Synthesis. The chemistry of abiotic nucleotide synthesis of RNA and DNA in the context of their prebiotic origins on early Earth is a continuing challenge. How did or how can the nucleotides form and assemble from the small molecule inventories and under conditions that prevailed on Earth 3.5 to 4 billion years ago? So there's one scientist admitting as recently as 2020 they don't know.
Challenge is all you got, because continuing challenge, continuing challenge just means that we don't know the exact process that played out, but there's many multiple viable pathways.
Okay, but who was the scientist and where was the source at? Like, did you?
I just read it to you.
Well, you read me a quote, but you did not give me a name.
This is the same thing. This is the same thing where if we have multiple other options other than God, like naturalistic processes that explain stuff, you said no, it had to require God. So you're doing the same thing. You're saying, well, I have an idea. It's the correct idea. Look at my idea. And then you say, if anyone else presents an idea that is a possible explanation, such as evolution, abiogenesis, and then whatever type of like star shit happened prior to that, you're going to say no? There's no single naturalistic explanation of the infinite, near infinite versions that there could be? You think none of them are possible?
But yeah,
who
said that? Who said that?
I just want a yes. I just want a yes or no. Is it impossible that the wide range of naturalistic explanations are all or are they all necessarily false?
And then I want to know who the source was. Where you got the source?
All I know is, I'll tell you, they're false as far as we know. That's
no. I asked you a specific question. Are they necessarily all false?
We don't know that they're false, but as far as we know, they're false.
Then you know that there's a possible naturalistic reason that there's life.
No, I don't know that.
You just said it's possible. You just said it's not impossible.
Who the source is at Nobody on Fire. Let him tell me so I can check it. Where did you get this quote you gave?
Sure.
All right, so January 9, 2020, Chemistry of Abiotic Nucleotide.
It was in the journal.
Journal Chemical Reviews, Ramanarayan Krishnamurthy, Ravi Kumar, and Mahipal Yadav. I'm probably not pronouncing a lot of that correctly. There's another one here I can give you all. Nucleobase and amino acid formation through impacts of meteorites on the early ocean. Yoshihiro Furukawa and a bunch of other Japanese people. The emergence of life's building blocks on pre-abiotic Earth was the first crucial step for the origins of life.
Wait, so I have a question. So I found this paper, this Chemistry of Abiotic Nucleotide Synthesis from 2020. I pulled up this article. Are you saying that this paper, which is a review paper, is saying that it's impossible or that it's not solved yet? Because the paper explicitly says that several plausible pathways that could be correct have been found. The challenge is correct.
What I'm trying to say is scientists do not know how this could have happened, and that means that they are not observing it in nature.
Yeah, that's got to be gaps. Just because we don't know something doesn't mean that God did it.
Well, I'll read this other quote. This is spontaneous formation and base pairing of plausible prebiotic nucleotides in water. Nature Communications, April 2026. The RNA world hypothesis presupposes that abiotic reactions originally produced nucleotides, the monomers of RNA and universal constituents of metabolism. However, compatible prebiotic reactions for the synthesis
Who's
of
the author on this one?
That is based. Let me finish. It's almost done. That is base pairing nucleotides and mechanisms for their mutual selection within a complex chemical environment have not been reported. That is to say, they have never seen this happen. That was in 2016. Nothing's changed.
Okay, 2016 was the date, and the author?
The author is Brian Cafferty, David Fialyu, Jaheda Kanam, Krishnamurthy is there again.
All right, and what is it you think this paper is claiming again?
They are admitting that they have never seen prebiotic reactions for the natural synthesis of base pairing nucleotides and mechanism for their selection within a complex chemical environment. They have not. So that means they haven't observed them in our basically.
Nobody's ever seen a god either. I just want to point that out.
Yeah.
Okay, we're talking about a scientific claim, and there's no evidence for it. So what I'm trying to tell you is based on this is what I've been saying since the beginning. Since I've been here, I've been saying based on the science we have, there's no reason to believe that, for instance, nucleobases can form naturally on Earth or in space either, because that's just stupid. So how do you get life without nucleobases, Robin? Can you explain that one to me? Because you need nucleobases, and we've mixed all the chemicals together, and they're not forming. So you have a huge problem on your hands. What are you gonna do?
And keep in mind that the reality is that we found nucleotides and nucleobases on meteorites that have crashed to Earth.
No, we
so
didn't.
this is not. So that this is absolute nonsense.
We actually haven't. Yeah, we didn't find nucleobases.
The Murchison meteorite is a very real thing, and it's absolutely not. You know, you're basically just lying and making up conspiracy theories at this point.
No,
okay. Who wants to live fact check this? Who wants to go fact check?
I just did.
Yeah,
if the Murchison,
if you share the link backstage, I'll put it up.
I just found one from 2026.
Yeah, I know this is wrong because there was a recent breakthrough with other samples that were brought back from other meteorites. So
yeah, this
one
one
I reported on those. Yeah.
Oh, you reported on them. More appeals to incredulity.
Yeah,
in YouTube video form.
That says it's even titled "A Complete Set of Canonical Nucleobases in the Carbonaceous Asteroid." This is 2026.
Yeah.
Go look at my video. I talk about that exact article. It's a bunch of crock.
Appeal to conspiracy. No. Stop shooting yourself in the foot, dude.
Yeah, dude. He keeps getting worse and worse.
What do you think's going on
I think I'm ready to bite the
still-
bullet and just say Ace
Hey.
philosophy is not worth our time.
Are
I have
you
a question.
trolling us?
Are we still talking about origin of life, or is he now talking about synthetic life? Because that's not
does
the
he
same
really-
thing.
I'm gonna-
don't know the difference.
What's your channel name? What's your channel name? I'm gonna verify that you have
It makes me so glad I did that video because I was just waiting for a moment like this. Someone, they found a complete canonical set of nucleobases on an asteroid. I'm gonna be like, nope. I already did a video on that.
Robin,
Oh my goodness.
Robin, will you put his channel name in the
Some
chat,
major
please?
schizophrenic energy here.
Yes, I'm working on it right now.
All right, thank
So
you.
glad I did that video.
Yeah, where's your peer reviewed paper on this?
Murchison.
They can send that Nobel Prize.
He doesn't need that, dude. He's got a YouTube video.
Right.
Is it called Ace Philosophy?
It is, yeah, it is.
Okay.
That's
It'd
a
be
lot of
trivial
videos.
to make a video from a paper.
You know what, A's, no matter
Mhm.
what they say about you,
But
I still
pretty
want you to
difficult to
come
make
back
a-
on my
a
birthday
paper
and
from a
talk
video.
politics.
Wait, so you
No matter
are you
what
a
they say.
are you a Unitarian Christian?
Yes, I am.
Why didn't you tell me that?
It wasn't relevant to what we're discussing.
I literally asked if God was triune.
No, you said I think you're a Trinitarian, which I never.
No, I
responded
asked
to
if God was triune.
No, I don't believe God is triune.
I know you don't now because I looked at your page. I'm saying I asked you if God is triune and you didn't even engage with that.
I think I don't remember exactly what we were discussing, but it was It wasn't necessary. I didn't feel the need to say I'm a Unitarian Christian because Nobody here is a Christian, so they don't care about Unitarianism versus Trinitarianism.
Oh, I do.
Of course we do.
Oh, we care.
Yeah, but it's not within something you're trying. Christians are trying to figure out, is Unitarianism or Trinitarianism? Y'all are just like, it's all entertainment to y'all. It's not like
I appreciate the mind reading.
No, it's
It
not.
must be amazing to just be able to read people's minds like that and just know, what they care about.
Yeah, look.
Did I not tell you at the beginning that I dislike Christianity and I don't want anybody to be Christian? This isn't for fucking fun, buddy.
Yeah, so look, I want to talk to you about Unitarianism because the Trinity is like pretty confused, and like I respect certain people to talk about it, but it's really rare. But like I would like to bypass all that and talk to you about like why God exists. That's why I asked you that like 2 hours ago.
Well, define what do you think is a working definition of
it's
God?
your God, dude. It's your God, an immaterial mind that's constantly efficacious.
For me, a working definition of God is an intelligent being that is the source of creation. Does that work for you?
No. Well, I guess it's like you obviously.
I mean, that is a bare
question that it's created. So.
Well, it would be the uncaused cause. It would be the foundation of all existence. Because for God would have to be nothing transcends God. Okay, so it would have to be the essence or essential being. Okay, I think that's what they call the necessary being. I think actually. So God is a necessary, intelligent being. All right.
Why is he necessarily intelligent?
Because if he's not intelligent, that would be naturalism, and naturalism would win the day. So for God, I think any definition of God is going to need that God. I think that God would need any actual God, because that's the distinguishing between God and naturalism. That God is intelligent, acts with purpose and intentionality. So if you don't have intentionality and purpose, then you just have naturalism, which is,
Yeah, dude, just let him go with it. And if in his case, if abiogenesis is true, which it is, then God isn't real. And we've already proved.
You said something weirder. You said something like, if something else could be necessary, then naturalism wins. Yeah, we know that. That's why we're naturalists.
Night, Robin.
What I said was, if the cause of the universe is purposeless, unintelligent, unintentional, then that would be naturalistic. Okay, so for me, God has to have the property of intelligence, awareness, consciousness, intentionality. That's something those are necessary elements of something that would be worth calling God. Otherwise, you would just call the universe God, and just that becomes a meaningless word. So God is intelligent, aware.
You're doing two weird things. Right? And like I understand, I agree with you that God necessarily has all those things, right? But then you're saying like there's like some type of problem that all of those things could just be dispositional and natural when it comes to like, and like even like 3D space-time could emerge from something else. Like there are many ideas about this, and they're all naturalistic and require no God. And if these dispositions are influenced by something that the 3D dimensional space emerged from, then we get all the dispositional natures of the world. We get all these necessary outcomes, and we have no reason to think that there's something other than like the wave function in configuration space, or like, there's a bunch of other different philosophical ideas about like neutral entities that give rise to the material and the mental, or like dispositional foundationalism, right? All of these things require no mind, but they describe the same thing that you're describing. And then for some reason, you have this like piece of paper that you use a thumbtack to tack to the fucking wall, and you say, God, why are you doing that?
Yeah. I was going to say, it sounds like you've got a bias against naturalism. Well, God has to exist, otherwise naturalism will be true. Well, what if just naturalism is true?
Okay. Because people have biases doesn't mean their conclusions are false.
No.
Bias.
It's a reason to not listen to them, though.
Yeah.
Every claim or argument should be taken on its own merit, regardless of the intentions of the or understandings of the.
No, that's why.
Or biases or input.
You can't.
Well, I mean,
look. You need to show or give an argument. That's fine. That's fine. A claim, is technically evidence or whatever, right? But so look, I want an inferential structure that negates all of the other explanations that I said were possible, because you keep making impossibility claims, huh?
If let me create it. Let me state it as an if-then conditional. If it is
that's a
true
premise.
That okay, as a premise, whatever the case, if it is true that the naturalistic laws of physics and matter purely are incapable of generating or creating life as we observe it, then an intelligence was necessary to
okay.
To basically
sure.
Is that
okay. Do you have
okay.
another premise?
So if I can,
do you have another premise?
No, that's it. If I can demonstrate that the laws of physics and matter are insufficient, then that would necessitate that there be an intelligent. I would prove
that is yes, that is
okay.
true. But the problem is now you need an argument for premise 1 because it's obviously unsound.
Right. It's not unsound; it's just unproven. So I guarantee
it needs a proof
I
because it can be undercut, because anyone can envision any laws of physics necessitating or even implying or entailing life, because there are so many variables that could change, and we're in ones that have life. Like I don't even know what you're trying to do. You have to support that conditional instantly, because we see life with physical constants.
Yeah, but we don't see the laws of nature constructing life. I'm sorry, we just don't. So
that's what we see. That's literally what we see.
No, we don't.
You can't be serious right now. Are you trolling us?
I had to go to sleep hours ago, so I'm gonna have to
running.
leave at this point.
You should have gone to sleep hours ago.
Come back on 9/11. Don't forget.
Well, what? Am I welcome back before then? I mean, I'm not gonna try and
absolutely.
Too often. Okay.
Absolutely. I just want you back here on 9/11 because that's my birthday. I want to talk about politics.
I can't guarantee that I'll be here. Let me see. What is that? Is that a Friday? Okay.
Well then, what good are you?
Oh shoot! I may not be able. I'm already seeing a problem. But if I'm able to, I will.
For a birthday present, and you deny me?
I know. I'm sorry. That's how evil. That's my evil Christian nature shining through, just trying to spite people.
Yeah. No, you can come back anytime. That's fine.
All right. Think about what I said, y'all. I think there's a lot for y'all to ponder. All right, bye.
We already did.
Yeah, I'll talk to you again.
It's just an appeal to incredulity.
Okay.
I actually was watching his video on like double speed, and because it took him like 14 minutes to get to a point in the video. All he basically said was that there were contaminants on other samples, so this one has to have been contaminated. That was the entire argument. It took him 18 minutes to say
that. Oh, he's just a James Tour fanboy. I knew that's exactly where he was going when he started pulling the quote mine tactic.
Yeah, he almost handed you chalk and started yelling.
Oh, I never did get to tell JL about all that.
But yeah, I just wanted to, because he was really proud of this video, but it's like 16 minutes of him yapping. And then at the end of the video, he's like, and look in the paper, why would they say that there was contamination if they didn't fix it before they published it? It would just get rejected in the peer review process.
Anybody have any bets on when Dave is going to release his response video?
He's probably still working on it.
Can't wait.
If he was financially minded, he would wait until the donations stopped coming in on the first video. When he starts seeing that.
Nah, he's not. He's just fucking pissed now.
Dave Farina,
though.
Yeah.
Yeah, Farina. Yeah.
What video?
You haven't been paying attention to the Dave and Destiny and Pangburn shit?
Oh, geez. Okay. I watched part of the first video, and it was enough to sell me on Destiny being a Zionist, which definitely isn't great. So I didn't know there was more than that.
Yeah, he's Destiny isn't really a Zionist. But I mean, I could totally see how Dave would get there.
So like, you know what's something I find funny? Well, not funny, but like what I find odd is how, not just where we located from the sun. That's just perfect, right? It's just like
no, there's millions of miles that can be different.
I mean, too close we burn, too far we freeze.
Yeah, by like 2 million miles.
Yeah, I know by 2 million miles, but that's we did it, right? We lucky, we got it, we here, right? But not only that, we got ozone layers here in the earth. Things that happen in
that's
the earth
not. We didn't
protect us.
That's
from
not
outside.
why we didn't get here, because that's why we're here.
We emerged. No, that's what I'm saying. We emerged. We lucky. We won the lottery. We man, so lucky we are, right, to have emerged in these conditions. Nothing else that we see have done it. And,
it's not luck. It just would have been impossible other places.
We're in the right place for it to be, and not only that, not only did the whole planet just end up in the right place to be, but on top of that, we have the ozone layers to protect us and provide us all the shelter we need. It's like, wow, you know what I'm saying? We're some real lucky people.
What if there's a kind of life on another planet that doesn't need to be in the butter zone?
Yeah.
We're just the type of life that adapted because we're in the butter zone. What if there's other kinds of life on other galaxies that, you're such a big fucking fan of Project Hail Mary. What about your guy? He wrote that fucking paper about life that didn't need fucking water. And everyone fucking laughed at him. But you know what? Look what happened in the movie. And you love that fucking thing so goddamn much. And now you're sitting there like, oh, we're so lucky because what the fuck?
This is what I'm saying.
You're just proving yourself like incredulous about the shit that you already fucking believe in. It's weird.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you that,
yeah, you are.
That life would be considered, because I always said it before, like gods could be something that emerged from the universe. So I would consider that something as well that got, its own God, like that is responsible for its existence and its development on its planet. You get what I mean? Like that's all I'm saying.
I think that's called the anthropic principle. Things are the way they are because if they were any different, we wouldn't be here to ask a question. That kind of thing.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
oh my God. Golden Arm, will you fucking stop? Like, just fucking stop. You don't need to tell me that Deconstruction Zone has a bigger impact than Async. We all know that.
Yeah, we're all
just
fans.
Fuck off. Like, what are you doing? This is insanity. Golden Arm, you need to stop right now or you're going to get blocked on Discord too. Just saying.
Oh, Discord. I was like, I'm looking at the chat. I don't see a Golden Arm.
Yeah, he's been banned from the chat and the panel, so.
Ugh.
Well,
yeah, he responds to everyone on the panel and everyone in chat through my fucking DMs.
That's kind of funny.
That must get annoying.
Yeah. It's funny in a like I'm really glad it's not me kind of way.
So, yeah.
How do you get banned from so many things?
Unban me and let's
really,
talk rationally.
Dude,
you just said like 3 times you'll never join my channel. So, like, okay. Yeah, Golden Arm did it by being like overly drunk too many times, and then he preached at a 15-year-old schizophrenic child. And no, in chat, and that got him banned from chat. So
it's funny because when you said like he was showing up drunk, I was like, that's not so bad, and then you said the other thing, and I was like, oh, I'm glad I didn't say anything yet.
Yeah. Well, he got like blackout drunk, and then he would just sit up here not making sense for hours. Like, it felt abusive on our part at a certain point. That's how drunk he would get. So.
Yeah, and he wouldn't stop talking about my kid.
True, that too.
That's no good.
So.
Yeah, we don't need that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like I think that it's just so suspicious to me that life can emerge like that out of this stuff. Like, I don't know.
It's nothing. It's
right.
It's just chemical. It's just like a chemical process. It's not like life emerges out of nothing.
Jay, don't make me start chanting appeal to incredulity at you two. I just can't do it, man.
So good, man.
No, I'm sorry, Golden Arm, but when you get hammered and then join the panel and you show everybody, it's no longer your personal life. You just put it in the fucking internet's face. Sorry. You know what? I'm muting this. I'm not dealing with any more of this shit tonight. Okay, that's better.
I do want to say that we never got that law that life breaks.
Yeah, I was waiting for that.
Yeah, that's because life doesn't break any laws. It fully follows all the laws of physics, chemistry, biology. Yeah.
That's why I kept asking. Like, I don't need any analogies or explanations. If you name the law, it breaks. I know. I definitely know all the ones you would possibly name in physics, unless you pulled out some really esoteric nonsense. And I probably would have heard of at least a basic law in biology or chemistry if it was broken by life. But as we just name it. You know,
yeah, that's
I'm sorry.
No, go on. Sorry.
I was going to say, most times when people make that claim, they're at least like, we'll bring up the second law of thermodynamics, and then we can talk about that or something.
Well, the problem is the second law of thermodynamics supports evolution and abiogenesis too, because the second law of thermodynamics says all the energy and matter will get mixed up and then it'll slowly spread out and cool down, which is exactly what you need to get substances in the arrangement necessary for living things to emerge from them, for the emergent process we call life to emerge.
Yeah, no, I was on Monkey Boy's stream today helping with the physics questions, and I spent like probably 20 minutes explaining that the second law of thermodynamics applies to isolated systems, and the Earth's not an isolated system because we get energy from the sun. And then he called us 40 IQ dinosaur believers and left the chat.
All right. Well, I've got some videos we can pull up, react to. Let me find that window again.
Cool.
Here we go.
Good.
All right. So first off, we have a Planet Peterson video titled "Love Being Lectured by Someone Who Knows Nothing." Kind of feels like that's what we just endured.
Yeah. J-Money, check your DMs on Discord.
One from John Cohen. Christian calls atheist unintelligent.
Sent you a present.
Then
I watched that one today.
Bible. Okay, is it a good one?
It's a good one. Yeah. He basically was like, atheists aren't smart enough to read the Bible, and then has just obviously never read the Bible.
Oh no,
just no idea what it says. And John's like teaching him the Bible.
And then thirdly, we have a shorter one from Ian.
That's
it's
super
only
cool.
7 minutes. Titled, "He Says Reality is Fake, Then Rage Quit Over a Water Bottle."
I'm going to use that image, Gretchen.
Good.
Oh, you sent
like
him the 6'7"?
The Rocky 6'7", yeah.
Yeah.
That's freaking epic.
Yeah, she shared that with me earlier, and she's like, "I'm going to share those with J-Money." I was like, "Yes, that's perfect."
Right on the money.
All right, so chat, you know what to do. Say, who you'd rather see, Planet Peterson, John Cohen, or Ian. Just what we'll be starting with.
I'll be more likely to be able to comment on the Planet Peterson video. I'm not as well versed in the Bible myself as I'd like to be. It took a couple years of Bible study, but.
All right, we got 3 votes for Planet Peterson. You know the rules here. Oh, there's a 4th. That solidifies it. We're going with Planet Peterson. All right, let me exit out.
Night, Eric.
There we go. All right, folks, here we go.
Shit, brother. I saw you. I see your claim up there. Evolution is fact.
Yep.
I have a problem with evolution, man. I'm sure you've heard the argument, micro, macro evolution. I don't want to talk definitional when. I'd like to talk like actual substance of the argument. Could you show me
what argument?
The argument of macro versus micro evolution? Of like I for example, I guess let me present the argument. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, let me present to you my understanding of the argument. Microevolution, you can have changes within the same kind of like I could take a dog or a coyote or something and breed it down to a dog, right?
Oh my God.
But that dog, no matter how many changes or whatever you guys want to call it, mutations will never become a fish or a bird or a human.
Enthoven detected.
I consider that like micro or macro evolution, like a big leap like that, right? Like it would have had to have happened thousands of times throughout history in order for us to get to where we are today, if we came from fish or tadpoles or whatever it may be. So my question would be, could you give me one example, just one single example of genetic information gained?
Why are you still using bots for your meeting?
Oh, geez. I forgot to re-enable my ad block. Sorry about that. One sec.
Is this an AI ad? I smell a robot. Prove. Yeah, no, obviously I think most of our audience here is scientifically literate enough to know that there's absolutely no difference between microevolution and macroevolution. They're both just selection and mutation and drift and all these evolutionary forces compounding over consecutive generations. It's just different amounts of that same process. So the same process that takes a founding population of finches from the main body of South America that landed in the Galapagos and turns it into a whole kaleidoscopic array of finch populations is the same force that took Luca and made it all the populations on the planet. It's just different amounts of that same process playing out over larger amounts of time. It's a very common talking point used by evolution deniers. If you don't know how to refute it, there it is right there. There's no actual distinction between micro and macro evolution. It's a matter of amount, not different types of forces. And creationists are going to pretend like macroevolution is a different special kind of evolution that takes more than just what evolution accounts for, and that's just not the case. It's still just mutation and selection.
Yeah, it's just basically time. That's the only difference between micro and macro.
Yeah. I feel like that argument kind of automatically forces you into a young Earth position, because if you are willing to grant small changes and there are billions of years of small changes, you will inevitably get to large changes in the aggregate. So you've also kind of forced yourself into a young Earth position.
Bingo.
Well, yeah, considering this is a straight up AIG argument, he probably is a young Earther, you know.
And before we start the video, I've got to go. I need some more sleep. But thank you, Gretchen, for having me on. Great to see everyone inside chat. Thanks a lot. I'll see you later.
Wildheart.
Sleep? What is that?
I've heard stories.
Yeah, I've heard rumors of this evasive thing called sleep.
I got some of that today. It was cool. Might do it again tomorrow.
All right, we ready to dive back in?
Yep, let's hear some more appeals to incredulity.
Okay, well that's not the micro macro distinction. I am happy to do that. I will do that real quick, but I just want to. I'm just going to point something out here. So I'm going to put this on the screen here real quick. So I put it in different words than you did, but what you said is micro is small changes in a small number of generations. What the heck is going on? Oh,
there are limits to those changes, right?
Yeah, I know. I agree that there are limits to those changes. No evolutionist would ever say something so stupid as, we think that a dog can give birth to a bird. We would never say something that stupid, because that is the nature of a micro mutation or evolution or whatever is accurate to what you said. Macroevolution, it's not a thing, but we can pretend. I understand the framework, so we can act like it is. Macroevolution is not when something gives birth to something that's a different species. It is, we agree that this happens. This never stops happening. When you do microevolution across millions of years, do you really think that the thing at the end of the millions of years is the same organism you started with? Hell no, there's no logical reason to think that. That's what macroevolution is. So you can respond to that if you want to, and afterwards I'm going to go on to the new information thing.
Yeah, I agree with the premise of what you're saying as far as that, but like the claim itself, you said that's not the claim, but to be fair, it is, right? Like if we started at, well, hold on, if we started at, well, I guess you wouldn't have to start where we started. If let's use the dog, for example, because that's what we were talking about. Eventually, evolution, for it to be true, the process would have to end up with that dog not being able to breed with another dog, right? It's something else.
They can always breed with each other each generation, but things that are separated by huge numbers of generations can't breed with each other.
So
this is exactly how language works. You know that everybody can always talk to their neighbors, right?
No, I hear you, man. But at one point, eventually, I'm saying, in order for it to be classified something else, When would that be? Is what I'm asking. I'm asking in good faith.
It doesn't happen in one generation. So we're gonna use language as an analogy. You and I both know that everybody living in England has always been able to talk to their peers and their neighbors, right? Except the problem, and they speak English on that island. Well, the problem is, if you or I went back in time to like 2,000 years ago and we went to England, we wouldn't be able to talk to anybody. So when did the people of England wake up and start speaking different words? That's not how it happens. The changes are micro, but when you accumulate countless micro changes, then the beginning and end thing in that continuum are not the same thing.
Yeah, I think it's a non sequitur. I think it's not. I don't think it has anything to do with each other. I think it's not a good analogy. I hear what you're saying, but I don't think
100% is, because it's exactly analogous to how genes are passed down.
Well, let's do an animal then. For example, you're saying that's not the claim. Let's pick an animal. I mean, if you want, then we could use an actual direct example of what evolution claims. Where did we come from today? Like humans, Homo sapiens.
Homo heidelbergensis.
Right. We can all trace our what is it called, the ancestral Eve, back to the same Homo sapien, right? But
no,
that's not what I meant.
Trying to say mitochondrial.
There is a mitochondrial Eve.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's walking into the Futurama clip.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yes. Oh, but we haven't found this missing link.
Yeah. What about before that?
Oh no.
Woman.
And I
But my
hate people that
distinction- yeah,
put
the reason I'm
that
bringing that
I
up is
in
that-
ancestral. I fucking hate it. It drives me so fucking crazy. If the word is ancestral, it's not ancestral. There's no fucking I in there.
Yeah, that's how I feel about nuclear instead of nuclear.
Oh, me too. I hate that. Huh. Drives me crazy.
You can blame Homer Simpson for that. It's nuclear.
Look, we all need to just end this charade so I can adjust my schedule and buy a vase.
All right, let's
Go back
let's
to
jump
England, you
in.
fucking limey.
Oh, jeez, Gretchen.
Sorry.
Because the
Well,
distinction
Wild
is
Heart's
each
gone, so I think
kind,
we're-
if you
oh,
will, has
shit.
their own, right? We all
Yes,
don't trace
in
back to the
chat.
same orangutan or whatever
Sorry,
you want to,
guys.
whatever it is, the monkey that, what the oboe or what is it?
No,
What is the original monkey?
humans didn't come from chimpanzees. We're related to them. We have a common ancestor.
I get that, brother. I'm a common ancestor. I don't know the name of it. That's the animal I'm referring to.
No, that's not what you're referring to. You said we came from it. No, we didn't. We have a common ancestor with something else that lives today.
If we draw a line from us to that ancestor, do they connect? Do we
Yes.
share similar?
Yes, but it's not the
Okay,
case that
so
one day
eventually-
Homo heidelbergensis gave birth to
Hold
a
on, let
Homo
me finish.
sapiens. That's not how it
Brother,
works.
I'm muting up when you're talking. So please let me finish. In order for your statement to be true, we, like you're saying, we cannot mate with, let's skip the generation above us or the tree above us. We cannot mate with the ancestor of our ancestors, right?
I know, but
I
it
agree.
didn't happen
Right.
one
So-
generation.
So, hold on. But there was a distinction in the timeline from our ancestor's ancestor where they could not mate with our ancestors,
Nope.
right? There is a
No,
string.
that never happened. Buddy, here, can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have red on the left and we have yellow in the middle, right? Is there a
Yeah,
point?
I'd
Is
like
there
to
a
stick to
point
this.
where red starts being yellow? No. If we could zoom in on this, and I can't. Oh yeah, I can. Okay, so I can zoom in on this. If I zoom in on this and we go pixel by pixel, there's absolutely no point. Now, I would say this pixel over here on the far right, I don't know how much of this you can see, is orange, and the pixel over here on the far left is red. But where does it start being orange? Well, if I pick some random pixel like this one right here, oh, sorry, YouTube, I have this hidden. If I pick some random pixel like this one in the middle, I can't say the one pixel next to it magically starts being orange, and then the one to the left of it was red. It doesn't work that way. The changes
Well,
are
it's a
so
bad
subtle
analogy,
that they're
brother.
imperceptible. This is
It's a
how
bad analogy
genetic
because
change happens.
In your model, in your model, you could go back and forth. We can't do that in evolution. We only see degradation. We see no new functions gained.
That's 100% false. We know of multiple brand new genes that didn't exist before that have evolved spontaneously.
Of new functions gained, please show me one, please.
Yeah, sure. There are two different types of fish. They live in the Arctic. One lives in the Arctic, one lives in the Antarctic, and they have each spontaneously evolved antifreeze proteins. One from non-existent genetic material.
Before you spew this, look, do a little more looking. It's been proven they both shared the common gene before. They both shared the common gene that could do this. Yes, okay, man.
No, they didn't. The antifreeze gene that's seen in notothenoids, I think they're called, came from a part of their DNA that was non-coding. That means it was non-genetic material in the DNA. Only 1% of your DNA is genes. So part of the genome that was not a gene mutated, and then the cellular machinery started transcribing it and making proteins out of it, and that protein ended up having antifreeze properties to it.
But it's a mutation of something they already had, like you're saying, a gene they already had.
It's not a gene, it's DNA. Only 1% of your DNA is genes. The vast majority of your DNA sits there and doesn't turn into genes. Then the DNA mutated into a functional form. DNA that just sits there is not functional. You have huge amounts of parts of your genome that don't do anything. It just sits there. In fact, humans have genes that have mutated to the point where they don't work anymore. So we have non-functional genes, but this is not that at all. It was a part of the DNA that was not turned into proteins. That's what genes are. So part of the DNA that wasn't a gene mutated and turned into a gene. That's absolutely new information being brought in. It's a function that didn't exist before. These fish could not make antifreeze proteins, and then their DNA mutated, and then it started to be able to. And then there's another type of fish where they did have a pre-existing gene, but it made a pancreatic digestive enzyme. That gene also mutated, but into something completely different, into another antifreeze protein. So it's a cool example of parallel or convergent evolution, actually. So yeah, that one is a gene becoming a different gene, but it's obviously brand new function, because turning a pancreatic enzyme into antifreeze is very obviously new information and a new function. Plus, there are some others that are known in fruit flies.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard all these arguments, and I'm telling you, I've heard both sides, and there is a rebuttal. I don't think you're correct here, man.
Isn't.
I'm gonna have to do more research. Yeah, I promise there is, and I'll come back up another.
There's a rebuttal, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah, my argument goes to a different school. You wouldn't know her.
It's in Canada.
Yeah, the only rebuttal creationists actually make to this is the one he already said. It's not new information. It just modified the genome that already existed, which is like, what the fuck are you expecting? Are you expecting a magical new part of the genome to pop out of existence? And then
they want to see the crocoduct, man.
It just doesn't even make sense to continue making this argument. Either what you're defining as either this counts as a new function, or what you're defining a new function as isn't necessary for evolution. This is very clearly evolution tinkering with the genome that was there and producing a novel phenotype that increased a fitness advantage. Very obviously evolution. This is a great example of it. It's not my favorite one. I like to invoke the marbled crayfish, but
yes,
this isn't a bad
Robin,
one.
he left. He had to go to bed.
I hope none of his subscribers were in here watching him get dog walked.
Well, they're probably just as delusional as he is. It's the only reason they'd follow him to like another stream. I didn't really see any new names in chat.
I was kind of bummed he didn't want to stick with the politics when he came back.
Well, it's because like he got completely cornered on George Floyd, so much so that he had to admit that he was wrong when he got back.
Did he? I missed that.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let's jump back in. Only got 5 more minutes.
Even if you change
one
DNA,
of his
that
subs
doesn't
was
count.
here. Robin subbed to him, so.
Oh.
Count because DNA existing and then changing isn't really a change because the DNA already existed. Okay, then nothing could ever possibly.
That's my point exactly.
That's a dog shit point. If you're gonna say I need a new gene and I show you a new gene and you say, but that doesn't count because it was already DNA. Evolution isn't magic. Evolution doesn't make genes out of non-existing things. Okay, so evolution was never magic, and so when I prove naturally how evolution happens, you don't get to shift the goalpost and say it doesn't count.
Well, it's a mutation of a gene they already had. Like we
No,
just
it's
established.
not.
You're saying it's
It
not.
wasn't a
It
gene.
actually is.
No, it's not.
Okay, you don't like the word gene. It was did it already?
Buddy, you don't know what a gene is.
Did that code already exist in their makeup? Yes or no? Was it altered?
It wasn't a gene. You just don't know what a gene is.
Okay,
You're
fine.
shifting the
That's fine.
goalpost.
I'm conceding. I'm conceding that you maybe definition. You're right. I may not know the exact definitions of it. What considers it to be a gene? I'm literally bringing you the arguments because I've heard them, and I'm asking you about them because you seem very educated about the subject. So
Yeah,
you're saying
I told you everything I know in good faith, and you just said nuh-uh. So I'm a little bit annoyed. If an animal,
that's the argument.
if an animal didn't have wings and then it evolved to the point where it could, where it had wings, would you somehow argue that that doesn't count?
I mean, I would have to see some sort of like brand new structure gained, brother. Like I just don't say that what you're describing to me sounds like a mutation. From what I know, you're saying
It
it's
is a
not.
mutation. Mutation is the only way you can change the genetic makeup of an organism. Evolution is when the genetic components of an organism change over time. That's what evolution is.
Well, hold on, I just looked it up while we're talking, and two separate Perplexity and Grok are both saying that the gene specifically did already exist.
Well, they don't. I mean, instead of asking Grok, what you should do.
But it said, well, hold on. To be fair, it did say that it did not have the antifreeze ability in it before, is what it's saying as I'm reading it. So, but it is a gene that already existed. It was mutated. You're saying it's not.
There are two different examples. Instead of asking Grok, you should go on PLOS Biology or the National Institutes of Health, where you can read what Van Oss and Curvinus say about de novo gene birth, or what Carvunis again et al. Say about protogenes and de novo gene birth. In one example,
and I'm not memeing. I'm not memeing saying, "Oh, Grok said." I got you. I asked for sources and stuff like that. I got it. But I'm giving you a quick response because you said it wasn't. Both are claiming they are. I mean, I hear you though, because you can do the same thing about the degradation rate of collagen or soft tissue, and it'll say, "Oh, we have methods today that will get you to 65 million years or whatever." But if you read the article, it'll say the very first that this doesn't match. So I hear what you're saying. That's not my claim that, oh, Grok said.
I'm just telling you that what Grok said, I can even grant you that Grok is right because I already went over this. One of these examples, it was a gene that already existed that mutated, but the gene was a gene for a pancreatic enzyme. If a pancreatic enzyme turning into an antifreeze protein doesn't count as evolution, then nothing could possibly ever count as evolution.
Yeah, I would say it's microevolution, though.
Okay, that's how evolution works. Small changes over time that accumulate, because the small changes happen. They never stop happening, and you don't just lose them. So what happens after millions of years of accumulated micro mutations? The thing at the end of that process isn't the thing you started the process with.
points. I'll definitely look more into it and come back up another day. I appreciate your time, man. Thank you.
Oh my god.
Get a free book, 2 free audiobooks, and ad-free videos by becoming.
Yeah, so agree. You can just sum that up by just saying microevolution is the process that created all the biodiversity on the planet, both extant and extinct, and boom, there you go. I mean, yeah, and that's what the entire scientific community just calls it evolution. But if you want to call it microevolution, if that makes you feel better, fine. Okay.
Why would you even make a clip out of that?
It's just a standard young Earth creationist script, and he countered it pretty effectively.
I enjoyed this one.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this now that you've given its approval.
Yeah, John's definitely gotten more offensive.
All right, well, let's dive right in.
Okay, I want to say that Christianity is the highest form of intelligence. I think that when you compare it to, I think that to have God is to have another form of intelligence. You really have to be in there to understand the word of God. And I really think that you guys are not there yet. That level of enlightenment.
I aspire to the heady heights of intellectual supremacy that you're alluding to here. Can donkeys talk?
No, they can't talk.
The Bible says that donkeys talk occasionally. Is that not included in the intellectual heights of Christian genius?
I really think that sometimes people read the Bible literally, like they really take it word for word.
So I had a look through the Bible, and I was looking for the bit which says which parts we should take literally and which parts are obvious bullshit. I couldn't find it. Had it fallen out of my Bible? Maybe it's in yours? Could you give me a page number or a section so it can help me to be?
That's why it really comes to understanding it. And I hate to use this word, but it really comes to maturity, that level of maturity.
I'm not mature enough. I understand. There's me thinking that each. I understand now, because there's me thinking that each individual believer just pulled it out of their ass. But it's just a question of maturity. So maybe in the future, when I'm a bit older and more mature and more intelligent, I'll be able to understand which parts to take symbolically, which parts to take metaphorically, which are allegorical, which are literal, which are instructions of how to live, which are declarations on how other people used to live, all of these things which you understand correctly, perfectly well, because...
Man, Chase, you weren't kidding. He comes out spicy fast.
Yeah, I remember it seems like he used to be a little more like playing defense and defending what he thinks, but like lately he's been kind of getting them.
I like this side of John. Let's go.
You're intelligent and mature, but me being a bit less intelligent and mature, I haven't been able to discern right. Is that correct?
That's why you have to calm down so that maybe you can be educated the right way.
Right, I need to be educated, yeah. Listen. And are rabbits ruminants?
Well, I don't have the facts to it, so I can't really put a pin on
but the Bible tells us that they are. So is the Bible correct about this?
Okay, then let me also ask you this. If tomorrow somebody
hang on. You're dodging my question.
Before I answer you, answer me first. Before I answer you, you answer me first, please.
Does that come with wisdom and knowledge, dodging questions?
It comes with conversation. We are trying to have a conversation where we both get the best out of.
Sure. Okay, so you need to ask a pre-answer question in order to answer whether rabbits are ruminants. I understand.
Exactly. Okay. So I'm saying that if today scientists told you that the Earth is no more spherical but it's square, would you agree or not?
Yeah, what's that got to do with my rabbits question?
It has to do with your rabbit question, because sometimes we take what the world gives us rather than understanding things for ourselves. You get what I'm trying to say?
Okay.
Yeah, but the Bible...
are rabbits ruminants?
Yeah, the Bible's got something to say about this. So the Bible says that rabbits chew cud, and rock badgers specifically as well.
So if caller tries to I've heard a lot of attempted apologetics at this, and the one that they seem to take most is saying, well, rabbits are cecotrophs, so they eat their own feces, and that's kind of the same as what they were saying for these specific set of animals. But then in another verse, it talks about pigs, and gives them a distinction. And so, like, they're obviously not talking about cecrotrophs here. They're talking about what was the term for when they spit up cud and chew that again?
I think it's a ruminant.
Ruminants, yeah,
Ruminant, yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see where he takes it, but that's like the most common apologetic that I've heard of.
Yeah, I think the scientific term is puke chewer or shit eater to separate.
Yeah. All right, let's check it out.
Rabbits is more of an edge case, it could be argued, but in any case, rabbits and rock badgers, the Bible says that they chew cud. So is the Bible correct about that?
You see, if the Bible tells me that they are ruminants, I would take it as that.
Right, but the thing is, they're not. We know that they're not ruminants, right? Rock badgers are not ruminants, and the Bible saying that they are is a mistake. So now not only do we need to deal with this book, which is full of metaphors and things to take seriously and bits not to take seriously, it also turns out the book's full of mistakes. And I looked for the chapter on where all the mistakes are, and I couldn't find it either. So how do I find out where all the mistakes are? And how are you finding out where all the mistakes are, apart from having people who don't believe the Bible tell you, which is what's happening now?
I'm not going to base my argument or my belief on or what I think on ruminants or badgers or bats.
Yeah, but if we can't trust it on basic things like that.
They are intangibles. Ruminants, rock badgers, they are intangibles to what the Bible represents.
Yeah,
John's question remains.
Do you understand the point I'm making?
I agree. I do really. I'm listening to what you're saying. You're saying that if the Bible could lie about something small as this, why wouldn't they lie about King
And he
Solomon?
specifically asked you a question. He specifically asked you a question. How do you delineate between what's true, what's not true, what's as you put it, like metaphor, what's not metaphor? Like how do you distinguish all that?
My intelligence, what I believe to be true on my intelligence. That's what
that didn't.
Wow, isn't that convenient? What I believe is true.
It literally is the arbiter of truth.
Get him, J-Money. Don't let him get away with that.
This is usually the bullet that they bite.
Science is the only objective truth. You know that. Everything else is just speculation, including my shit.
Provide a message. Okay, so I'm using my intelligence to believe that, for example, in the Bible, when God sent the Israelites to unalive every man, woman, child, baby, and animal, I use my intelligence to say that was taken literally, and that was actually an order from God, at least according to the Bible. So I'm using your methodology. I'm using my intelligence, right?
Okay. See, what I'm trying to say tonight is that there are a lot of relevant stories you cannot ignore from the Bible. They are so important that they are centerpieces to what we believe as Christians. And you can't base your Christianity or your belief in God on ruminants or
I agree. I agree. That's a small detail. But you know what? Here's the thing. If the Bible's not trustworthy, why should we give the slightest stuff what it says about anything? If the Bible is not a trustworthy collection of documents, and I think we can be fairly sure that it's not, then why do we care about the more important stories? The stories about Jesus. I mean, for example, would you think that something like Jesus's lineage would be an important story? More important than rock badgers and rabbits, right?
Yes, but
the Bible can't, hang on. The Bible can't even get its story clear on Jesus's lineage. So if it can't do that, and it can't correctly determine facts about God's own creation, and it's full of morally terrible commandments and preachments and laws that would have led to innocent people being stoned to death because the laws were so stupidly written. All of these are signposts pointing in one direction, only in one direction, and the direction it points is towards the Bible being an extremely unreliable and morally derelict source. So why should we care what it says?
But okay, can you be more clear on or detailed on where the Bible misleads, mislead people. Can you be more specific? That, when you look at this part of the Bible, it misled people to this direction. Can you point out something like that to me?
Well, I mean, it's got obvious major internal contradictions between things that it says in one account and then says completely different things in another account. And
misleading. Yes, I want to hear it.
Yeah. So have you read John 3:13, for example?
You have to read it to me.
So it says, no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man. Right. So this is Jesus saying no one's been to heaven, no one has ascended to heaven but him. Is this true or untrue?
Don't you think it's more metaphorical than literal?
Oh, so
is this the contradiction about Elisha?
Yeah, I think, and there may have been one other, but it was definitely not just Jesus who ascended. Other people, there were several flying people then.
Yeah.
Every time things get confusing and contradictory, you're just going to say they're metaphorical.
No. Like, to be specific, in the New Testament, when Jesus Christ preaches, he talks in parables, a lot in metaphors, and he does this intentionally. It has been written in the Bible.
So when he says no one's ascended into heaven, what's that a metaphor for?
I think that it needs more reading than you are taking. Like, you need to look deeper than how it's written.
So I'm asking you a question. You're the wise one who's very knowledgeable, with very great maturity and intelligence. When he says no one's ascended into heaven, what does he actually mean? If he doesn't mean no one's ascended into heaven, what does he actually mean?
You see, I'm not arguing as a pastor. I'm arguing as a believer. Okay.
At the moment, you're just not answering a question. I've asked you a straightforward question. You've said it's not literal; it's metaphorical. That's delightful. What's it a metaphor for? When Jesus says no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, what is he saying?
You want me to preach to you right now?
I just want you to tell me. I just want you to tell me what it means. If you're declaring that it's a metaphor, you must know what it's a metaphor for. Unless you're just saying it's a metaphor as a way to not answer a question.
No, it's more a metaphor because it's not direct. It's not clear for me to say that.
Explain the metaphor. So, for example, if someone tells me in basketball, Michael Jordan was a beast, they don't mean he was literally a beast. They mean he had beastly attributes. He was strong, he was fast, he was highly skilled, and other people feared him. So beast in this case is being used as a metaphor. So when you claim something, just calling something a metaphor isn't like a magic get out of jail free card. That verse didn't actually happen. It's just a metaphor. You have to explain how you know it's a metaphor and what the metaphor is.
Okay. Then this is how I'm going to explain it. I think that sometimes the word of God is much deeper than it presents itself. It's what's the literary device? It has several meanings. It has layers to. That's the wisdom of God. It has so many layers that when you take it literally, you're going to be wrong. If you take it boom, 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 you're going to make a mistake. You have to really sit back, relax, and analyze it carefully to make the right decision or to get the full understanding to what the Bible is saying. And if you should rush into the scripture, you'd always make a mistake. The word of God is not something to just take in or consume. It's deeper. That's why I'm saying that it's intellectual. Okay. It's very deep.
Explain the metaphor. Yes. What's the metaphor?
Oh, just as you said, Michael Jordan is a beast. It's a metaphor. Like, he's not actually.
Yeah. That one I explained to you. Like, you understand that one.
Yes.
But hang on a second. You're being a little bit evasive here, right? Have you actually read the Book of John?
No.
You haven't read the Book of John. Okay. So in the Book of John, in chapter 3, yes, Jesus is having a conversation with Nicodemus. And he's talking about his own divinity, and he's talking about why he's there, and he's talking about his purpose. And so he says to Nicodemus, no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man. He's talking about himself. He's saying no one's been to heaven apart from me. That's what he's saying. Do you think he's telling the truth?
I think he really is. I think yes. I think
so it's truthful. Okay, that's great. Okay. Have you?
Do you want to hear my understanding to what?
Before you get there, have you read 2 Kings?
No, sir.
So in 2 Kings, there's a story of an amazing thing that happens.
Yes, sir.
To Elijah. Do you know who Elijah was?
Yeah, the prophet.
The prophet, yeah. So what happened? What happened to Elijah? Can you remember?
No, you have to tell me, sir.
As they continued walking and talking, a chariot of fire and horses of fire separated the two of them, and Elijah ascended in a whirlwind into heaven. So Elijah has been up into heaven. And Jesus says, no one's been up into heaven. So is Jesus lying, or is the Old Testament actually not truthful about what happened to Elijah?
Okay, let me give you this text in the Bible. It's I don't know.
Please don't. Please don't explain. Please don't evade the question. Please don't evade the question.
Explain. I'm going to explain. Lazarus and the rich man. When Lazarus died, he ascended to heaven and was in the bosom of Abraham. Okay, so Lazarus was in heaven. Elijah, as you are saying, was in heaven. And I think that heaven has layers. Heaven is like, it has layers. It's not one room that you say that, okay, I'm in heaven. I think that there's layers where you find God.
So when Jesus says no one has ascended into heaven, he doesn't say no one has ascended into the specified layers in heaven. He just says no one's ascended into heaven. Are we to take it that he's not telling the truth then, because heaven has layers?
I'll take it that I have to go to heaven and actually understand what heaven actually is.
Right.
I don't have to sit here and presume this is heaven. I'm doing what...
So is the argument you're making right now? Hang on a second. So is the argument you're making right now that it's true when Jesus says no one has ascended into heaven, and also it's not true? And does the ability to it is true? So it's true that no one's ascended into heaven, but is it true that Elijah ascended into heaven?
Yes, it is true.
Right. So it's true that no one's ascended into heaven, and it's also true that someone's ascended into heaven. And apparently the ability to maintain these two contradictory statements is something that you earn when you get more intelligent and more mature as a result of reading the Bible a lot. Is that right?
I think that's the problem there, Mr. John. I think that a lot of the things that you read, you take it quite literally. Like,
I just asked you questions. I just asked you questions. I don't take any of this stuff literally. I think it's all bollocks. But I was just asking you questions about how you feel about the text, because you asked me for an example of where the text misleads and says something which isn't true. And so I just gave you what I think is a reasonably good one. I mean,
it is a good one, but I think that it really proves to my point that what Jesus preached about is very deep and very layered than what you actually read.
Very deep and layered. So when Jesus preached to his followers that the world was going to end while some of them were still alive, was that deep? Was it metaphorical? Was it in layers? Did he really mean it? Was it just a joke?
Can you read the text so that we can all? Can you read the text so that we can all?
Yeah, I mean it's very famous what he said, right? What Jesus said to his followers.
That
in Matthew 16. He says to his followers,
can you read it, please?
Yeah, I can even put it on the screen for you so you can see it.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
This is what...
It says, hang on, let me move it in so you can see it like this. There you go. It says, for the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everyone for what is done. Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. So he's saying to his disciples that basically the world is going to end, that this was language, the Son of Man coming in his kingdom was language for the book of Daniel. You'll know this. And it was like the sun is going to lose its light, and the moon is going to lose its light, and the stars are going to fall to the earth, and the angels are going to come, and the good and the bad are going to be separated out, and all the tribes of Israel, all the tribes of the world will be united, and the world is basically going to end. This is end times language, and he promises that his disciples that this is all going to happen in their lifetimes. Now, my prediction, I'm making a prophecy now. I'm going to make a prophecy. Hang on. I'm going to make a prophecy. My prophecy is that in the next 2 or 3 minutes, you're going to tell us that words don't actually mean what they say, and that when Jesus said that these things are going to happen in your lifetime, he didn't really mean in your lifetime, or rather when he said that the earth was going to end and the world was going to change and all the good were going to be judged and the righteous judged and the bad and all of that, he didn't really mean it. Or that when they say some standing here will not taste death, it doesn't really mean death, because death doesn't really mean death. It means spiritual death or some other kind of hope. So that's my prophecy. Is my prophecy coming true? I'm a prophet now. I'm a prophet now because this is the thing. If you're willing to play fast and fancy free with language and say that words don't mean words, no, you are. You are. If you're prepared to do that, then I can do it too, and anyone can do it, and anyone can read a text and decide that it doesn't actually mean what it means.
It says there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man. Oh man, that's so beautiful. That's so beautiful. Who will not taste death before they see? And that's not literal. That's deeper than, that's so deep.
Really? What's not literal? What's not? What does he mean when he says there were some standing here? Yeah, this is not complicated. He's saying these things. I'm glad you think a broken promise is beautiful. I think it's a little sucky. If I make my friends promises, I keep them. So he's saying all of these things are going to happen. All of these things are going to happen, right? The sun's going to fall from the sky. The stars are going to fall from the sky. The sun's going to go dark. The moon's going to lose its light, and everyone's going to be judged. The angels are going to come. Jesus is going to come on a cloud like a superhero. And he says it's going to happen during the lifetime of his disciples, that some of them won't even have died by the time this happens. They've all been dead for 2,000 years or more. And this stuff hasn't happened yet. It's just a broken promise.
Wow, this is beautiful. This is beautiful.
It's not beautiful. It's a broken promise. It's a lie and a broken promise.
It's so deep. It's so deep. I really love it. I really love it.
I'm glad you love it. Can you provide a justification for why he lied to his disciples?
I think that truly this text really hits me so hard that when there are some of us who won't taste death, and I think that, don't you think it's so magnificent that
I think it's a travesty that these people all put their faith in him and he bullshitted them and made all these promises about all this incredible stuff that was going to happen during their lifetimes, and those people are all dead now and those things haven't happened. It's called a broken promise. I don't think it's beautiful. I think it's horrific.
No. I think that we are standing in two different places. I think you are really far north and I'm really far. I think that we are not seeing things differently.
We are seeing things differently. I think words mean what they actually mean. You think words mean whatever you want them to mean. One of us is connected, however tenuously, to reality. One of us is entirely unmoored, floating around in the sky amongst clouds of words meaning anything they mean, anything you want them to mean.
I think this is beautiful, man. Thank you for this text today. Like, I'm really happy.
You can thank me for pointing out that Jesus broke his promises to his disciples. But you're welcome for that. Now you have a greater understanding of the dishonesty of the promise. So when he said to his disciples, when they persecute you in this town, flee to the next, for truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes, was that also not meaning what it meant? So
what's wrong with that?
So, okay, has the Son of Man come? Has this thing happened yet that he's promised?
The main point he was trying to is says that when you should flee, you should get away from trouble.
No, you're not understanding what was said here. And it's a shame. Did you say you're a pastor?
No, I'm not a pastor.
You're not a pastor.
I'm a believer.
You're a believer. Okay, good. Okay, so if you're a believer, you should have some sense of what it is you believe in. You shouldn't need to be educated on by someone who isn't a believer. So you understand coming of the Son of Man?
Yes.
What does it mean?
That we'll be free, totally free from sin.
According to Jesus, what's going to happen at the coming of the Son of Man?
I don't know it clearly. Can you tell me what it is?
So he says, and I'll show it to you on screen as well. Okay. He says, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of heaven will be shaken. The Son of Man will appear in heaven, and the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory, and he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. Has this happened yet?
It hasn't.
It hasn't. Right. I agree with you that it hasn't. Jesus promised his disciples that this would happen while they were still alive. Are any of them still alive?
But can you pull that part so that we also see it to be clear?
So he promised them twice. Once he said that this is all going to happen. In fact, it's three times.
Can you please put it on the screen?
Yeah. So once he promised them over here, where it says there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man. In other words, this is going to happen in your lifetime. Over here, he says that it's going to happen before they finished going through all the towns of Israel. And over here, it says, let me find it for you. He says that it's imminent. Where's it gone? I'm going to find it. Sorry. Here we go. From the fig tree, learn its lesson. As soon as its branches become tender, when you see these things, you know that he is at the gates. Truly, I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all these things have taken place. So those are 3 times where he promised his disciples that all of these events of the sun darkening and the stars falling down and the end of the world was going to happen imminently in their lifetime. Are any of them still alive now?
Oh, come on! I think you're really reaching now. It's like you're going too far.
I'm reaching. You're ignoring the words of Jesus. I'm taking Jesus at his word, and you're the one. And you're the one. Hang on. So what did he mean? Reaching. So when he said, if you think I'm reaching, when he said these things are all going to happen before you finished going through the towns of Israel, what did he actually mean?
To be honest with you, I don't know. I don't know.
Is it possible that when he said these things are all going to happen before you finished going through the towns of Israel, that what he meant was these things are all going to happen before you finished going through the towns of Israel? Is that conceivable?
Man, you can see.
And is it possible that when he said this generation won't pass before these things have happened, that he actually meant this generation won't pass before these things have happened? You're literally inventing explanations out of thin air, nothing to do with the Bible, nothing to do with what Jesus said, to try to make excuses for the fact that these prophecies were not fulfilled. This is shocking that you would ignore the words of Jesus like this. Why?
Well, see, I have this to say, all right. I really think that you've made up your mind not to understand.
Don't worry about me. My friend, only one of us appears to have a clue what this book says right now, and it isn't you. So don't worry about whether I've made up my mind, and don't worry about my inferior intellect, and don't worry about my lower level of maturity. My lower level of maturity. You have been, my friend.
That would be me insulting you, and I would never do that.
Well, it's not an insult, but you came into the call. Look, you sound like a lovely guy, but you came into the call saying that people who don't understand this stuff do so because they haven't got the right intellect yet, or the right wisdom or maturity to read the Bible in the right way.
That, yes,
and yet you were completely clueless about what it says. I've educated you on what it says. You have absolutely, you had no clue about what these prophecies were.
You've actually given me so many points to believe in God. Actually,
I've demonstrated on multiple occasions how Jesus made promises to his disciples that were not kept, and you've been totally incapable of coming up with even an alternative explanation for them. You yourself have agreed that the things he said would come to pass haven't happened, and you yourself have agreed that he promised that they would happen during the lifetime of his disciples who are no longer with us, thereby deductively proving that his promises were not kept.
But if I'm to stand on 10 toes, I don't think that I agree to a lot of things that you say, and the things you've put up, they don't make a lot of sense, honestly.
I know it's because you need to achieve a bit more maturity and intellect before you can understand the Bible, right? Which I learned from a good friend of mine called Clifford, who explained to me that that's how it works. Anyway, my friend, it's been fun talking to you. I would say go and study these prophecies of Jesus in the book of Matthew, and ask yourself if you think they've come true, because they haven't. But thanks for coming up.
Well, all right. Thank you.
Thanks. Love him. What a sweet guy.
Yeah, that did not go well.
Bro, your whole religion only requires you to read one book.
And yeah, they can't even do that. If you just read one single book a night, which will take you just like 30 minutes of reading, 30 minutes of reading each night, there's 66 books. You can get through that in just over 2 months.
Yeah, well, and these are the Gospels. This is usually the ones people start with.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he didn't read John, which was post-retcon, but you could have at least read the pre-retcon Gospels.
He's probably the type of Christian that thinks Mark and Luke were apostles. All right. Well,
another theist went low.
We trained him as an
idiot. Ignore Wimplo. He is an idiot. We trained him to fight wrong on purpose as a joke.
Huh. Face to foot style. How do you like it?
How do you like it? I bet my fists are really starting to dull. My nuts are really starting to dull your fist.
God, I need to watch
Chuck,
Kung
it's
Pao
not
again.
really. Chuck, it's not really drama. It's stupid. He decided to take 3 nights in a row and try to sell us all on Lamarckism. And
that's weird.
I wasn't as nice as I should have been about it. I don't blame him for being pissed at me. Put it that way. I was not kind.
Where's my cursor? There it is. Okay. All right, this is the Ian clip. He says reality is fake, then rage quit over a water bottle.
That's
what if I
gotta
have
be
looked through
Felix.
What was that, Chase?
I said that's got to be Felix.
Telescope. Like when I look to the sky and see the stars, what are those?
Those are optics cut to the
Whoa,
same
calm the fuck down. There's no reason to yell. Holy shit, you're so mad. What did I say to make you so mad? Just calm the fuck down, take some deep breaths. But if you want to take some deep...
Yeah, that doesn't sound
Oh
like
my
Felix.
God. No, but that sounds like an absolute maniac. Holy cow. That makes Mr. Farina seem balanced.
This, that.
It's going, man. How are you?
Doing well. How old are you?
Well, let's recognize that there are 7,200 working calendars. Okay, people just know about one of them. So, in relation to Greenwich time, I'm 43.
Greenwich.
Wow. What a peculiar start. Which religion?
Greenwich time? What? Like I don't think people are using like the Mayan calendar to like count their age. We all know what people mean when they ask how old are you.
Greenwich Mean Time is the fucking 24-hour clock. I don't even know why he's fucking using that in terms of fucking years. It's weird.
I thought it was the Gregorian calendar was the one that we use. I could be wrong on that.
Yeah, Greenwich is like the fucking 24-hour thing.
Yeah, 12 months, 365 days.
So
Yeah, that's
weird that
the
he would use
Gregorian.
that, and so stupid
right.
that he would call it Greenwich.
Well, in the Gregorian framework. Okay.
Like, what age do you grow out of calling it Greenwich? Like, what, 11?
Yeah, just how many
when
years
somebody
ago
corrects you, and then you just, okay, got it. You don't ever fuck it up again.
How many years ago did you start wasting oxygen? Let me rephrase the question.
Brutal. All right.
Is it peculiar or is it hold on? Is it peculiar or is it precise? And are you trying to relate
I've
this
never
to a
I've never
normal
heard anybody.
manufactured
Whoa,
concept?
let's just calm
Listen,
down there.
hey,
I've just
hey,
never heard
hold on,
anyone say
man.
that before.
Hold on, I'm making a good point.
There's really no reason for you to be getting this upset
I know,
this early
because
on.
people-
I've never had somebody get this upset over the
bro,
how old are you
were cutting me
question.
Hey, you're still talking over me. You're still no. I'm only trying to talk, and you talked over me. So
Okay,
me
go for
trying to
it.
raise my voice is simply me trying to counter that.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Jeez Louise. Well, let me address a couple of the things you were asking about. Like one of the things you were saying is
Wait,
why
sorry,
would
what
bad
religion are
things happen
you?
if there was an
Wait,
open
wait,
God?
wait, sorry, wait, one thing at a time.
I don't
What?
identify through a religion.
Okay, but you're like Christian?
Bro, you asked me to lead, and then I try to do that, and then you cut me off, and then
I don't think I
change the
asked you to
subject, and
lead.
you say one thing at a
I just need to know what religion you are. Stop crashing the fuck
ahead, my
out.
guy. You said go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead and finish the thing that you were saying. Don't start a new topic. I need to know what religion you are. You're like you're
identify through a
Christian,
religion, bro.
but
I was trying to say that.
okay. So your name is David Parker, Christ, the Living One. So are you Christian? Are you a follower of Christ?
Christ means ultimate
Is the
truth
dude
and supreme.
standing in fucking
Bro, Christ
traffic?
means ultimate truth and supreme reality. It has nothing to.
I know that the background noise is wild.
We can only hope.
It's like someone told him to go play in traffic, and he did. You know? It's
Yeah,
like fucking crazy.
I can't imagine having too many positive interactions with people if that is your response to how old are you.
Yeah, that's true.
It's very scooch away when he sits down on the bus kind of energy.
Yeah, don't ask him what time it is. What do you mean, military time? I think I'll just look at the sun and guess.
Oh, it's the miracle of Fatima all over again. Praise Christ.
frameworks that you're trying to impose upon me, okay?
Okay, but would you say that you follow the Bible? Like, you think the Bible is true?
It not in the literal sense that everybody that on social media talks about the Bible. No, because
Okay.
it's a weapon, and it says that over and over again. By the way.
Okay. Do you think
The
God
Hebrew,
exists?
or what was the Torah? And yes, it's just people have the same prescribed notion. That's what you're actually rejecting.
Wait, when
You're
you
not
say,
denying God in itself.
I'm just trying to get clear on this. This should not be this hard to clarify your beliefs. I just want to, when you say God exists, what are you saying exists? Like, what attributes do you ascribe to
You're
him?
operating from an erroneous framework.
That's why I'm asking you. What do you mean when you say God? That's the thing that I'm trying to get clear on. No, I understand that you're saying that you don't believe in like God in the traditional sense. The source of mind?
Mind. Just leave it at that. Mind.
Oh, I think mind exists.
Just call it that.
So I don't think that
Is
that's
all that exists, bud. All that ever
Oh.
happens, all that ever
I don't think that
happens
could
in
be
the
true.
whole entire enterprise of existence. Listen, bro, shut up. We experience
calm
our
down.
understanding of whatever we think is going on. That's what a contextual window is.
Okay.
Which is in math an inertial referential frame. Well, in relativistic physics, that's what it is, and they don't know that.
Gosh. Wow, we got LARP, LARP,
That's what
LARP
a
Sabur over here.
Yeah, bro, it's the same thing. Bro, why don't you ask questions and I'll go ahead and answer them?
What's the argument that everything is mind?
Because all that ever happens, despite the very obvious appearance of things being contrary to this, all that's actually going on is we experience our level of understanding in relation to whatever we think is going on. That is all of fucking existence, bro.
Sure.
There's no such thing as fucking anything that you think exists in science, bro. All of that stuff is part of reification.
How would you explain the fossil record?
It's a fucking you've never
Oh boy, this is a huge
you've never
crash
seen
out.
any of the stuff that you would say
You're kind of
exists in
embarrassing
outer
yourself. You
space
should
or
probably take
in
a deep breath.
subatomic world.
What about the people who have, right? Like, what if I got a physicist up here who explains to you that you've like looked, or that he's looked through a telescope?
You don't know shit. When you guys,
Well, I just want to know.
when you guys realize
Wait,
you
I just
don't
want to know.
shit,
Wait, what if I have looked through a
results of doing
telescope? Like when I look to the sky and see the stars, what are those?
Those are optics cut to the
Whoa,
same
calm the fuck down. There's no reason to yell. Holy shit, you're so mad. What did I say to make you so mad? Just calm the fuck down. Take some deep breaths. But if you want to take some deep breaths, you should try our sponsor, BetterHelp. Use discount code Ian. I'm kidding. I don't have a BetterHelp sponsorship. I disavow. I disavow.
Over me, and so when I talk back over you, it turns into a whole
Yeah.
thing. You're trying to handle me right now, and you're
No,
doing
you
it with
should-
condescension because you're lame
should
like
calm
that,
down.
bro. You don't know what you're talking about, and because you're getting real butthurt right now, you want to resort to name calling.
You literally were screaming earlier. You think that I'm the one that's butthurt? I'm actually giddy because I'm like so excited that I have a real deal, genuine crash out. You know, I think Dr. Blitz would love to talk to you. You should definitely go to Dr. Blitz's stream. He never gets the good crash outs. It's always me. So, do you want to calm down? Do you want to take a deep fucking breath?
First of all, you're a big deal in your own mind. Okay, let's go ahead and
that's
get
a great.
that
That's
clear. You're
great.
a big deal in your own mind.
You tell me that everything is mind. It's like a gibberish position. So mental states are about things.
No, actually, no, it's not gibberish.
Okay, I'm
All I
explaining
did
to you why
was
it is
very much
gibberish.
convey the initial point.
What are mental states about?
Bro, how is it gibberish?
Yeah, what are mental states about?
Mental states are literally whatever they're the correspondence to whatever you tell yourself is going on in that moment.
So when I see like this water bottle in front of me, I have
precisely
like
what they are.
I have vision of something. What is that vision of?
You have the conscious experience of the water bottle. You don't.
Oh, so I do
it
experience
directly.
the
You
water
have the fucking
bottle.
mental
Okay, wait.
experience of
Yes,
it.
yeah, sure. So then I do experience the water bottle. You just said that. Now you're
only have
contradicting
your
yourself.
thoughts about what it is.
Direct contradictions. You just said that it's an experience of the water bottle, and now you're saying you don't experience the water bottle.
Conscious experience. I
Brutal,
said
brutal
conscious
contradiction.
experience every fucking time, dude.
You should calm
only
down.
have your fucking thoughts of it.
You
That's
should
all-
seriously calm
No,
down.
because you're a fucking asshole and you're wrong and you keep.
I don't know why you're
dude,
yelling.
talk
You
over
should just
me.
calm
I care
down.
about truth. I care about precise.
Are you sure?
Because you're a fag, bro. That's
Oh,
why.
wow. That's
Yeah, I just
well,
called
banger, yeah. You know, in response to the substantive argument, what are mental states about? You know, we're dropping F-bombs over here.
I literally just said correspondence to the things that we tell ourselves is going on. I'm fucking right, dude. I've
Corresponds to
been handling you
what?
this
Is
whole
it
time.
other
The only
mind?
things you do.
Are our mental states about other
Corresponds
mind?
to what we tell ourselves is going on, you fucking nitwit.
So when I see
God,
this,
you know what,
when I see
bro?
this
Just-
green,
this ain't
when I
worth
see the
it.
fact that this is
This ain't
green,
worth it, bro.
is what makes it green. The fact that I tell myself that it's green, I think that there's like some deeper fact there. And I know that you want to run the fuck away because you actually can't deal with the substance at all. You know, I know you got like just a bit like beat the fuck down on the substance. Oh, he ran. You know, fair enough. Wow, that one's clippable, I think, Molly. Generational crash out.
Yeah, that was quite the crash out. It was more of a crash in. He didn't stop crashing the entire conversation.
Yeah, how do you have
Actually, I think he probably just got hit by a car. I mean, to be honest.
Can't even call that a combo.
Yeah, I don't even know how you like have a life if that is how you act with people.
Yeah, he gotta chill out. Sounded like he couldn't really like hear too good. And instead of just saying that, he just kept ranting.
I think he needs to spend a day with you, Jay.
Yeah, right. I'll get him right. I'll bring him to my planet.
Yeah. I think even if you got him that high, he just like would still be just like maybe high strung. He would even come back down to normal.
I need some of that shit that you could synthesize.
I'm a physicist. We don't make anything that doesn't blow up.
It's all good, man. You know, gotta blow up my brains with the good stuff. I need some of that star, but
Someone earlier said they wanted more Planet Peterson, and this is kind of the perfect length before I have to go. I think I picked this out last night, but
there's always the one.
Oh, okay.
The one who sees the world.
There we go. Didn't someone come on last night that we ended up like having a debate with most of the night?
I don't fucking know. I was mostly just in pain last night. So
I feel like talking politics is what you guys were doing last night because I was in the chat for a little while but never thought about joining up.
We were at the beginning. When we were talking about the Professor Dave and Destiny thing. And then
we talked about voting with Joe Smith Jr.
That was it.
Only he wasn't really talking about fucking politics.
No, yeah, I guess not.
He was just a fucking liar.
The human library of
He's
Congress.
like, oh, I'm too stupid. I'm too stupid to vote. But here, let me tell you how I read the fucking Iliad in Greek. You know what? Get fucked, loser. You're just a liar. He just wanted to talk philosophy, and I don't know. I guess he thought that wouldn't fly. I don't know.
He ended up being cool in that later, but it definitely started rocky.
Yeah, when they got all into the philosophy stuff, I just I went and lay down for a while, and then I kind of like my head started pounding, and then when I like paid attention again, you guys were watching some video where someone was doing voices over like Benny Hinn stuff or something.
Yeah, Jack suggested a Djibouti Dubs video.
Yeah, that's what
that's
you
how
were doing when I came back.
Rolled out
and I was just like, oh man, I can't do this. I gotta go. And then you were like, okay, I'm done. Bye. I was like, okay, I guess I'm like, you know what? I just can't, guys. Sorry. I didn't even play the outro songs or anything last night. I was just like, I can't. I gotta go.
Yeah, that was my bad. I'm out at my normal time tonight.
So,
all right, let's jump into this Planet Peterson. Flat Earther sees curvature for the first time. This will prime you for Flat Earth Monday, Gretchen.
Right on. If we get a Flat Earth Monday. Hey, is Ray still here? He probably went to bed already. Damn it. I was going to make him watch some backroom shit with me.
Oh, yeah.
I did hear that the other night when I was
you
inside
messaged.
laying down. I heard him say, I don't even know what that is. I'm like, for fuck's sake.
He's going to learn.
I got all those movies. If you want to watch them, you know.
All of what movies?
Like the Backrooms
You got
and
the
all
Backrooms?
that.
You got Backrooms?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, I want to watch it.
Yeah.
Are you kidding?
For sure.
I absolutely want to watch that.
Let me know. Let me know. Anytime. You just message me and let me know.
Yeah, Baird, I did, and it's amazing that I heard it. But
come
it was just talking, so that I can apparently still hear. But apparently, it's all the nuance in the music that apparently I just can't fucking hear anymore. Thank you, RP.
Okay. Well, here we have Plano Peterson. Let's dive in.
So kind of you to take a north of 50 woman and make her face her own mortality. It's just so sweet.
Gretchen, age doesn't matter.
Has to push the boulder up a hill.
Gretchen, age doesn't matter. You can get hit by a bus at any time.
Yeah,
So.
like the last caller.
And when I go deaf, I'll be walking out in front of buses because like fuck that.
What's up, champ?
Nothing. Cloacamaxing.
Cool.
Yeah.
I disagree with the fourth one. I'm not a fan of this whole. I'm assuming you're taking the positive, right?
The Earth is not flat. Yeah, that's I don't know what you mean by the positive, but that's
like the positive claim.
Yep.
Sure. Do you have any evidence for?
Yeah, it's extremely knowable. If you
It's a cool Windows background.
Baby. No, sorry. It's not a Windows background. I took this actual picture. So, explain to me how, since the sun is above the Earth and the sun is always higher than the clouds, how is the sunlight hitting the high clouds but not the low clouds?
Refraction.
No, explain.
What refraction is?
Yeah, give the explanation.
Yeah, it's when the atmosphere can bend light to a certain degree.
Yeah, I know that. Explain how, like, refraction exists. Is refraction sufficient to explain why this looks the way it does?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it refracts, so it goes to the bottom.
Yeah, I know what refraction is.
Why are you confused?
Well, if it goes to the bottom, then the lower clouds should be illuminated with light.
Are they not?
No, literally
What's
in the picture.
Background? What's in the background over there?
Maybe it's kind of small. I'll blow it up a little bit. The dark ones, those are cumulus clouds. Those are only a couple hundred, maybe a couple thousand feet above the ground. The higher ones, those are cirrus clouds. Cirrus clouds are miles up in the sky. Now, if the Earth is a sphere, then as the sun sets, the shadow created by the surface of the Earth would shroud the lower clouds before the higher clouds. So this is 100% consistent with the Earth being a globe. I don't see any explanation for how this is consistent with the Earth being flat.
Yeah, because you have refraction, right? So there's like a refraction. It's refracting it not let it hit that cloud, right? But it's not to the higher clouds. It's just like that section that refracts the molecules within the atmosphere that like reflect it. Whoa. Never mind.
Oh boy.
Can't make fun of my speech impediment. It's not cool.
I didn't say anything about that. So this would be a better example. So you've probably seen this before. How is it that the light is going upward like that? Now, let's start with a different question. If the Earth were a sphere, isn't this exactly what would happen? The sunlight would hit the bottom of the clouds, not the top of the clouds, because the sunlight would technically, like in a frame of reference sort of way, be coming from under the clouds. So it would do exactly this. How on the flat Earth is the sunlight, let me move this so you can see me. How is the sunlight going like this, but only in this location?
How do I know it's not edited?
So nuh-uh.
How do you know it's not edited? That was my question.
I have no reason to think that it is edited. this picture's been taken multiple different times before. So if you're just going to claim all of the evidence is fake, then I'll just do the same thing every time you try to say I have evidence that the Earth is flat.
I can concede on that if you want. That's fine. I have no answer at this point. But
Then
on
why do
just
you
on that
think?
point,
Then why do you think the Earth is flat?
I think other reasons that just don't make sense. I don't believe that we went to space and stuff like that.
Okay. Well, what about the guy that sent his own rocket up into the sky and saw the curvature of the Earth?
I've never seen that photo. I have no idea to determine if it's reliable or not.
Okay, watch the video. Sorry. So here's the, I'm a YouTube premium member, so we can bump this baby up 4x. So
what a flex.
Let me get the framing a little bit better here. So there he is. He's building his own rocket, goes out into the desert in Nevada, sets his rocket up. A lot of this is just the setup. So there goes the rocket. They filmed the rocket being blasted from the ground. There's, I think, 2 cameras on the rocket. So we see that. There's the vertical camera, goes up, 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 up. So this whole thing happens, takes a little while. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. You can see the curvature of the Earth. Now, if you're going to claim it's just barrel distortion or whatever, the fact that we see an edge to the Earth at all is completely inconsistent with the Earth being flat. I mean, the Earth could have an edge if it's flat.
I mean, it looks pretty flat to me.
But the edge, well, you should try opening your eyes, I guess.
Nah, I'm doing it.
If we're going to claim, like, yeah, the Earth would have an edge if it were flat, sure. But the way it would look if the Earth is flat is completely different than if it were a globe. So you can go to Google Earth, which if you zoom out, it shows the whole Earth as a globe. And so we can look at where he's at and get the same perspective. And Google Earth shows, yep, you should be able to see pretty much this far. These are the things you'd be able to see. And the picture matches that exactly. If the Earth were flat...
Well, I don't know about exactly, but...
Well, it does, because if the Earth were flat, this is that's that's Pyramid Lake right there, and Lake Tahoe down there. Sorry, right here, that's Lake Tahoe. That's Pyramid Lake. If the Earth, so this is just California. If the Earth were flat, this just goes on and on and on, and then China and Japan would be out there. But instead, it just ends like that. That's 100% not what you would see if the Earth were flat. It would just extend out, not indefinitely, but it would extend out way beyond that. And we can just literally go to the ocean and see the fact that there's a horizon means that the Earth can't be flat. There wouldn't be a horizon if the Earth is flat.
Sure. Can I just, so you're saying like not every model holds to like an infinite,
It wouldn't have to be infinite, but if the Earth is a globe, it curves away and it cuts off sharply at a specific point. The real world videos match exactly that. If the Earth were flat, it just keeps on extending, not forever, but it extends way beyond what we can actually see. So, like, ironically, flat earthers say we see too far. No, we see way less than we would see if the Earth were flat. If the Earth were flat, that would extend way, way out, and it doesn't.
It kind of looks like my profile picture, though. Like, it kind of looked like it kind of looks flat at every angle you kind of looked at. It's kind of round in a sense of...
I mean, literally, no. I can show you a different one here. This is from a different experiment, but this guy, it's not really an experiment, but wait, is this the same one? Oh, this is the same one. But I thought this was from I think I have the wrong link here, but there's this guy, he has a YouTube channel. It's called Mr. Sensible. That's where these pictures are from. I guess I copy and pasted. Yeah, I duplicated that link. That's my bad. But he took his rocket and he went up to space, and he did see the curvature of the Earth. So this is Earth. Now it's kind of hard to see if it's curved, but if you just take the frame and you compress it, then you can see the hump of the Earth. And you can't say that's a camera. You can't see. Sure. You can't claim that that's an artifact of barrel distortion because underneath the middle, it would distort it in the other direction. It would be concave instead of convex.
But you just admitted this edited.
No, what I took a screenshot from an unedited video and then I squashed it so you could see what the shape is more effectively. I didn't manipulate. I didn't change what's in the picture. I just took the still frame and squashed it.
So
let's talk about gravity.
Sure.
Ooh. I was going to say something else, but I'm definitely happy to talk about gravity. But I was going to say, if you were a flat earther and you could just scrape together a few $100, you can get a picture of the moon with a camera and then fly to the southern hemisphere and take a picture of the moon, and it will appear upside down. And then you should be able to now go to sleep at night knowing you live on a globe.
I like that
elegantly
because
simple.
you don't need any math or science to follow that. But it's even, you can do one that's even more simple, in which you don't need math or science or even photography. And that's just looking at the moon during a lunar eclipse and looking at the fact that the Earth casts a circular shadow on the moon, which wouldn't be possible unless the Earth were a sphere, or unless the Earth itself were a circle and the sun was perfectly beneath it and the moon perfectly above it, which we know isn't the case. If the Earth was a flat circle and the sun and moon were in any relative position to it other than perfectly above and perfectly below it, the shape the shadow would cast, the Earth would cast on the moon would be an ellipse. Or it might even be a flat line.
Dash.
Yeah. So that's one where you don't need photography, you don't need math, you don't need science. You just need the ability to know that lunar eclipses happen, and maybe go look at one of them yourself sometime when it does. But yeah. No, that yours is a good one too. I mean, the inverted, the star contrails and the inversion of the moon are definitely really good
ones. Do you care to explain that for me?
Massive objects attract one another and they bend space around them. Both of those are confirmed experimentally.
Confirmed?
Yep.
Like it can't be any other thing whatsoever. Like it can't be just like displacement or something like that.
I don't know. I don't. Pretty sure you have no idea what I'm even talking about. Over 100 years ago, Arthur Eddington took a photo of the solar eclipse, and you could see a star that was behind the edge of the sun because light bends around massive objects. Massive objects bend the fabric of space-time itself. That's been confirmed. That's general relativity levels of gravity. And a Cavendish experiment proves that massive objects attract one another, which is just the observed law of gravitational attraction.
Yeah, I'm saying like locally, I still have the same explanatory power. Like in the sense of like density compared to air, compared to like more
density is not a force.
No, it's
it
density
can't make
displacement.
anything happen.
It can displace things, yeah.
When you do a Cavendish experiment, you're not displacing anything.
When you have like one thing that is less dense than the other and it forces it down?
That's not what a Cavendish experiment is.
That's what I'm referring to.
That's not what I'm referring to.
That's fine. I'm telling you what I'm referring to.
Okay, well,
So,
and so I'm telling you how we experiment.
There's one issue with the density argument, which is that density is mass divided by volume, and mass requires the way that we measure it requires gravity. It's I don't know how you're getting density without measuring mass. And also, you have no way to have a preferential direction for down with density.
They also like to try to say some electrostatic something instead of density.
Yeah,
it retreats to that too.
That one's actually worse, I think, because I can buy a magnet or just grab one off my refrigerator and drop a piece of wood in a magnet and see that they fall at the same rate.
Mm-hmm.
And I can even do two different types of magnets, like a neodymium magnet and a ferromagnet, and then drop them at the same time to even see if like there's some different effects between the two different magnets.
Yeah, put quite simply, mass is the amount of atoms, the amount of stuff in an object, and density is the relationship between the amount of stuff and the amount of volume the stuff occupies. So the more you decrease the volume, the greater the density. The more you increase the mass, the greater the density. The more you it's really simple, and like I think you said, you need gravity for mass. That's not exactly right. We have mass whether or not we have gravity. It's just, I think what you were saying is the way we measure mass involves gravity, because mass creates weight, because gravity pulls on mass, and weight is what we measure when we're measuring mass with like a scale or something like that.
Yeah, I was meaning in the context of a preferential direction for down. Your mass has no reason to fall down without gravity. So like when you want to, like, if you want to measure, so for example, if you have like a boat and you put a boat on water, it'll be able to float on the water. It will displace some water, yes, but why would the boat not go up? Why would the boat go down into the water? Why would anything go down instead of up? Was what I meant when I'm saying you had to have gravity to measure mass. I didn't mean, probably not the best way to word it, but I didn't mean like literally a dev gravity to have to measure mass at all.
Everything has gravity, like the
I got what you meant. I'm just being pedantic. Sorry.
No, you're good. It's a good chance to clarify.
There's really no such. My fault. I'm not saying this. There's really no such thing, in my opinion, well, at least in my opinion, as up and down, because it's like there is, but that's more like just for us, you know, like to like determine, all right, that goes up, that goes down. There's certain things we could control as up or down. When you look at the universe, it's just gravity or no gravity, a little gravity or a lot of gravity. That's what you know.
Yeah, on Earth, down is toward the center.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
no,
like
that-
up is like orthogonal to like, you know, the center of mass.
It'd be towards the center, but some like there's some objects that, you know, they fall towards the center, but it's not like a magnet, like a strong magnet pull. Like imagine a magnet pulling something. Like a magnet could pull it, and the Earth, like it's a stronger pull, I guess, because of the proximity of the magnet to the object than the core is to the object. But like if I'm on the surface, magnets work. You get what I'm saying? Like it goes to the magnet, not to the floor, to the Earth, like the big magnet.
Well, that's because the electromagnetic force is stronger than the gravitational force.
Yeah, it's not like a strong pull, but it's enough to keep things in place.
Well,
No,
let's not even get into competing forces, because Flurfs can't handle those.
Yeah, the electromagnetic force is so strong that a tiny magnet on your refrigerator can fight the gravity of the entire Earth.
That's what's amazing about it, because the Earth ain't really doing too much as far as gravity then, because if a little magnet like that could outdo it, you know what I'm saying? Like it's not even that hard.
The Earth's doing a lot. It's holding an entire moon in orbit. It's just that electromagnetism is much stronger.
That's crazy how electromagnetism is stronger than what's holding the moon in place. That's what you said, right? That the gravity.
Yeah, it's stronger in that it takes one refrigerator to generate enough electricity that you can make a magnet stick to it. But the Earth is able to make the moon stick to it because there's so freaking much of the Earth. The Earth is massive, right? That's the difference between the two.
No, yeah, I get it. And then it's also
And the moon itself is super massive as well, right? Compared to the refrigerator magnet, which is really tiny. And the gravitational relationship between these things is based on their masses and their distances from one another.
Yeah. You see that?
Verify the gravity. And so this is it, the Cavendish experiment. You take a setup like this. So we have very heavy weights. I want to get to the point where it actually, good grief. Okay, so there it was. I'm going to slow this down because the 4x is not helping us. Okay, let me see if I can find that again. Where was it wiggling back and forth? Yeah. So, sorry, a lot of that's kind of off the front. So I don't know why he has it like this, but over in the corner there, you can see over and over again, he moves the massive objects, and what that does is it causes the other weights to be attracted toward it. So he lets them go to rest. They actually start moving counterclockwise, and he puts the weights in there, and then they move clockwise, and they're attracted to it. So the phenomena of mass attracting mass, which is what gravity is known.
Could be like an electrostatic thing.
No, it can't.
Oh my god, I
called
called it. I fucking called it. These flirts are so predictable. Like their moveset is all the same.
I missed the whole damn thing.
And even if it was electrostatics, when they touch each other,
10 minutes left,
the electrical potential difference between them goes to 0, and yet you can then move them, and you can swap places with them, and then it'll always go, like you can have it go this way, and then go that way, and then go this way, and then go that way. If it were electrostatics, the first time they touch, the difference between them disappears, because that's what happens. We've all been shocked before. So then there's no potential difference. So there's no attractive force anymore. But the experiment continues working indefinitely. So
okay.
Your explanation. So the whole density thing, kind of a non-starter because it's not a force. So it doesn't explain why anything does anything. But also, we're not talking about why do rocks sink.
I'm saying it can displace things. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, why?
Yeah, so like things are less dense than air, so air takes up space and it displaces it downward.
Why does it move downward instead of upward?
Because there's more things up than down.
What?
There's more things above it than below it, so it forces it down. It creates a force.
Density can't create a force. Density is a property.
The same way that water will push shit up. It's kind of the same idea.
Well, if it's a boat, not if it's a rock. But yeah, density is a force, or it's not a force. So it can't make anything move. If you want to understand why do materials of different densities do what they do, then buoyancy is the force that does that. But buoyancy requires acceleration. Buoyancy has gravity written into it, into the formula.
Well, it just has the downward acceleration.
Yes, of gravity. If you do a centrifuge, so now you need to explain what is the downward acceleration, because density is not downward acceleration. What is the downward acceleration?
The displacement has a downward vector.
You're just describing where it moves, not the cause of the movement. The cause of the movement is the acceleration of gravity. If you have something alternative to that, then go ahead.
Yeah, I think this displacement is at a consistent rate. So it's consistently forcing it downward.
Yeah, why? What is the force doing that?
The displacement. It's acting as a force.
Displacement isn't a force. Displacement is just a description of what's happening. Now we need an explanation for why the observation is the way it is. And the gravity one does all of that really well. Perfectly, actually.
I don't know about perfectly.
Okay.
So you just don't like my explanation?
You haven't
You're
given
saying that
one.
yours has more explanatory power.
Observations are not explanations.
You can observe things to see how they work. What do you mean?
Observations are not explanations. I don't know what to tell you.
You don't think you can look at something and observe it and say, hey, that's how that works?
You can, but then you have to give the explanation. This book is orange. Okay, why is it orange? Well, I'm looking at it. No, why is it orange? Yes, it's orange. I'm observing an orange book. Yeah, why is it orange? I observe that it's orange. Why is it orange? Are you telling me we can't observe orange books? Right? You haven't
Science doesn't
given an
explain the why,
explanation.
it explains the how.
It does both. It just depends on what you mean when you use those words.
So why does
why things happen and how things happen are completely interchangeable.
Is the whole call been like this?
Why does an orange book exist?
Is he just like the laziest flurf ever?
In that case, because I wrote
Kind of.
You wrote that book?
Yes. Anyways, if you were going to use one piece of evidence to prove that the Earth is flat, what would you use?
One piece of evidence to say the Earth is flat. I've been to like water and oceans and shit like that, and I've never seen like curvature of any kind.
Yes, you have. You've seen the horizon. The horizon.
I haven't seen a curvature.
Of the flat Earth. Yes, you have. You've seen the horizon. The
Well, that can
horizon
just
is the
be-
curvature of the Earth.
No, that can just be like some things being higher than others.
That I don't know what that was supposed to be an explanation of.
No,
If
like,
the Earth
if I'm
were flat,
if I'm in a field and I'm looking off into the distance, right? It can have a hill off into the distance that makes it look
so let's
like
go to
that.
the ocean, like you said, where there aren't hills. So if the Earth were flat, have you ever like been on a mountain or a tall building?
Yep.
Could you see things that are 1,000 miles away from up there?
I don't know the exact distance. We can see pretty far.
1,000 miles?
I mean, I don't know the exact distance, but we can see pretty far.
Can you see the Empire State Building from the Eiffel Tower?
No.
No, why not?
That's because of the refractions.
Right, because of the refraction. So the light rays, as they go through the atmosphere, they start to change direction. So eventually things blur so much that they're just indistinguishable anymore. If the Earth were flat, then the ocean extends, like the surface of the water extends more than 1,000 miles, right? So it should get to the point where, because of refraction, it's actually scattering, but it should extend to the point where the scattering makes it so you can't see it anymore, which would in effect make the boundary between water and sky blur. That's not what happens. Instead, there's a sharp line, which is what happens if it is within your visual, range, but it's curving away from you.
Sure,
the
man.
horizon is completely impossible if the Earth is flat.
I don't know about that. You can have an upward refraction or scattering, however you want to call it. I don't see an issue there.
It wouldn't make a sharp line. That's the problem. You can see things that are behind the horizon, right? So if the horizon is the point where the light has scattered to the point where now we can't see anymore, then you can't see past the horizon. We can see past the horizon. Your explanation contradicts itself.
We see past the horizon?
Yes.
Isn't the
obviously.
horizon like the farthest we can see?
It's the extent to which you can see the surface ground, but you can see things that are tall behind the horizon.
Like what? Like clouds?
Yeah, clouds is actually a great example, but mountains, sometimes really tall buildings.
We can talk about God.
I don't think so. Get a free book, 2 free audiobooks, and ad-free videos by becoming.
Man, that attempt to pivot to the God topic after he gets just like completely body slammed, it was desperate.
I missed most of that. Let's better get some fucking flurf calls today, I swear. I'm gonna have to go on TikTok and start trolling the motherfuckers. Get them start calling in again.
Is flat Earth at least kind of dying?
That seems to be the trend.
I mean,
with
I would
Blitz,
say
yeah.
flat Earth is dead and it's on copium life support. Like there's only a few thousand flurfs left, maybe like sincere ones, and pretty much all the rest of them are just trolling.
The ones online, you mean? Like there's a lot that are online that believe that shit. I think of the followers. You know what I'm saying? Don't think of the creators. Think of the, some of them got thousands of followers each. Like they
I'm
flirt.
hoping they're just regrouping.
Why do you hope that?
Because I like the flat Earth content, man. I fucking love to watch Blitz work with a flat earther, man. It's just so much fucking fun.
Yeah,
like
I'd love to live in a flurf-free world.
Yeah,
it is my guiltiest pleasure ever.
I'm fine with living in a flurf-free world because we'll always have pee-pee drinkers. And they're just a step dumber than flurfs, but they're just about the same. It's like one of those conspiracy theories that's so dumb you don't even really need to debunk it.
Dude,
most people are just going to go, what? Ew, no.
I am still fucking crying about the fact that we lost PhD free. Like, what the fuck? He went and became a Glober. He was my favorite.
I remember one time.
Between Peterson and Blitz, he was the best, you know? Free put in the work.
Peter?
Yeah, I mean Peter. And, you know, it's like he put in the fucking work, man. He invented his own fake math for his arguments. You know, Free had a work ethic. Watching him get stomped was just a rare joy. But
yeah, I just get bored with the flat earthers because of how much it's just the same thing over and over. If it's
they
got to
don't
do with
understand math.
Yeah,
Simple
well,
trig.
and they don't, and their absolute refusal to accept what you tell them. Like, so many times I've been through it with people who have asked me about flat Earth. Like, and I don't really deal with a lot of flat earthers, but I do deal with people that ask, like, "Hey, what's that about?" And they'll bring up the density thing because apparently that's like their big thing. And and every time you explain the same thing we all just went through of like, mass has no reason to be in the downward direction. Density has no reason to go in the downward. There's no reason for anything to go down without gravity. Every time you explain that, then they're just going to be like, they just have some way to be like, nah, you know, like kind of like what that guy did, where he was like, well, it goes down. Like, yeah, I know. And your model doesn't explain it.
They don't have a model.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess air quotes around model.
Yeah.
Science denial depends heavily on tropes, and flurf shit is no different. They have tons of tropes. It's not just the density thing. They have you can't have gas pressure. You can't have gas pressure next to a volume, and horizon rises to the They have lots of tropes.
Gas requires a container.
Yeah, doing a Hovind voice for it is perfect because even though Hovind isn't a flat earther, I have no idea why the fuck he isn't.
Yeah. What's their argument for gas needs a container?
Just that.
Yeah, well, because they also think that vacuums suck.
Yeah.
So if you have an atmosphere right next to like the vacuum of space without a container,
just suck it all up.
that the vacuum would suck all the air out.
Yeah.
They have a cartoon.
They really. Yeah.
They don't understand that vacuum just means empty.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's insane. Like I said, I don't really enjoy flat Earth content, so I don't listen to it. But that's
I do.
I was like, why are we talking about gases and containers? And we think that the atmosphere should be sucked away by outer space. That's
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
and the correct answer, in case you don't know, so that we can maybe counter the mere exposure effect here a little bit, is that actually the reality is that you can't have a pressure gradient in a container. So we have a pressure gradient. Air pressure is way stronger down here at normal, elevation, and the higher elevation I go up, the weaker air pressure gets. So that's called the gas pressure gradient, and you can't have that in a container. In a container, you're going to have consistent gas pressure everywhere because that's how gases work. So ironically, the gas laws that Flurfs are invoking here actually prove them wrong. Shocker. I bet you're just totally surprised by that.
No. All right. Well, it is that time for me. Gotta go be a parent. But thanks everyone.
Yep.
Came out and hung out on the panel. Thanks Jason, Austin, and Jay. Thanks everyone who hung out in chat. I'll see you in the next one. Have a good one.
Good night, RP.
Take care. Peace.
Until we meet again, RP.
I made it back before he had to go. I wasn't sure if I was for a minute, man.
RP, I'll go this way, you go home. He'll get that because that's a Kung Pao reference. There's like all this chaos going on.
I was gonna say that sounds like it's from something, but
two of the martial artists are like plotting. They take a second, and they plot together, and one of them goes, "I'll go this way, you go that way. I'll go home," and that's how he solves. Yeah, you'd have to see. I'm sorry.
Oh, there's a new Walton Files.
What's Walton Files? I don't know. You even know what that is?
The Walton Files. It's like a retelling. It's of a reimagining of the Five Nights at Freddy's kind of deal.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, I've never heard of that.
It's a web series. It's been on for a few years, but yeah, it's very interesting. It's like an entire reimagining of the story. So instead of a pizza place, it's a burger joint, But yeah, and they are varying the story a little bit, so it's not like just the same story, which is cool. But okay, I need to find something else.
Somebody put in the comments there was a new quantum something discovery today. If you find the article, I'll take a look at it. New quantum. The comment says a new quantum something discovery. So if you find it, I'll be happy to look over it.
We can watch my Adam and Eve debate with Donnie Deals Badinsky.
Right, new quantum physics discoveries. Well, there's nothing on YouTube.
I can't wait for that telescope at the end of the month, the Nancy Grace. It's gonna be good. Nancy Grace telescope.
Yeah, I think Roman launches in September.
No, that's what I'm talking about. The Nancy Grace Roman.
That's this month.
Yeah, that's the 31st.
Oh yeah, August. Yeah, August 30th. I thought it was in September.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Nancy Grace Roman.
Yeah.
Is it finally after 20 years, major quantum entanglement theory has been experimentally confirmed? That was on July 29th.
New science. I always dig that.
That's from sciencealert.com. I don't know if that's a good one or not.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's
Put the link
crazy,
in
but
the private chat for you.
so you don't think guys like Avi Lowe was onto something? Like you think like he's just crazy, Avi Lowe?
I think he's a grifter.
Avi Loeb
He's
is completely fucking yeah. He's either crazy or he's just a fucking liar.
yeah, he's cashing in.
Yeah, I mean,
Do you really think that that those comets were made by aliens, Jay?
nah, I think he's just so taken aback by the way they was moving.
Well, they were moving as expected. He just kept lying and saying they weren't.
They were moving like comets. That's it.
Saying like certain stuff they was doing, like
they were.
like
It's in the chase. It's in the the private chat. It's they identified them as comets fucking immediately. Like immediately.
he said something about how it was moving. I forget what he said. I remember I heard an interview with him talking about it.
There was nothing out of the ordinary about them at all. Because he pulled this on 2 different comets, if I'm correct. The Oumuamua one and the Atlas one.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
I think
Atlas. Yeah.
I think he's 3 for 3 on mislabeling rocks as alien spacecraft. Well, I mean, I know comments.
Oh, there's a third one.
I think there's 3. How many interstellar?
Well, I know about the Oumuamua one, the long oblong cigar shaped one, and then the 3-eye Atlas.
Yeah, that's the recent one. But
I really feel like there was a third one.
There may have been.
Yeah, also IM1 in 2023.
He believes in aliens. I mean, I don't think there's not too crazy with that. But unless we're the only beings in the universe, which would be kind of crazy.
Well, I just think there's a difference between believing in aliens and then lying about meteorites and comets.
No, for sure, definitely. You shouldn't have made that assumption, but
especially when you're an actual physicist, you know.
But that's what I'm saying.
At Harvard.
Why would he just jeopardize that credibility? Like, I would love to just talk to him and see what his data was. Like ask him questions.
Jay, the reason is simple. It's the second.
It's money.
It's the second half of your name, Jay motherfucking Money, 100%.
No, I dig that for sure, but it's like then you could have did that without going to Harvard. Like you could have just did that, just
Yeah,
no,
I think
couldn't because otherwise he would be like fucking Austin Whitsitt on fucking YouTube, and he ain't making the kind of money that a Harvard professor that's gonna fucking write and sell a shitload of books and go on Joe Rogan. He's not gonna make that kind of money. It's the Harvard thing that actually gets him the credibility, dude.
Exactly. And I think it's both a combination of the grift and what's called Nobel laureate disease, which is just a fancy way of saying overconfidence. My guy thinks because he's Harvard educated that he can't be wrong even when all the evidence is against him. So that's a problem.
I don't think he believes that. I think he knows he's full of shit. I don't believe he thinks he's not wrong. I think he's just grifting, to be honest.
Yeah, he told a woman who had been the director of SETI that that humans or that we weren't putting any funding or we weren't doing anything to try to find extraterrestrial life at all. And if for those of you that don't know, SETI is the search for extraterrestrial intelligence.
Yeah, I was gonna say like that's her fucking job.
Yeah, she cooked him. I don't know exactly where that clip is, but she was like, in a very cordial and professional way, was like, Avi, you're an idiot.
Yeah, if anyone knows how much we're spending, she knows the budget. I mean, trust me, if anyone knows, it's that girl right there.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
That's
my
nuts.
understanding too is like he has a legitimate background in physics too, right? That's why you mentioned the grifting part.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why they
Not
just
like-
lied.
Yeah, yeah. That's what makes it so much more insidious, is that he has a actual background. He's just not some dipshit from off the
Yeah, like
street,
all
you
the
know?
Sabina Hassenfelder shit. Like what? I mean, like what?
That's why I like Michelle Thaler. She's pretty good. Michelle Thaler.
I don't know.
She's
who
my
that is.
favorite.
I love Michelle Thaler. Jay, are you trying to become my favorite theist or something? Because that's how you fucking do it.
Well, she's amazing. That girl's something, you know. I like hearing her talk. You know.
Oh wow.
She been through things.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
like,
saying? She's pretty good. Who else? There's a few people that's good.
Oh, Chase, I just wanted to ask you a physics question, so like a layman question. I don't know how long
Sure.
you're going to be on.
Not much longer, but I'll stay for this.
Okay, I just came up at the right time. So I don't know what the consensus is when it comes to the, I guess you could say, fate of the universe. Is the heat death still the predominant one, or now is it changing? In light of some evidence of the James Webb Telescope, I'm kind of confused on if that consensus has changed. Because my understanding the last time I checked is that the heat death was the consensus, but maybe that's not true.
Oh, sorry. My mic was muted. Yeah, the heat death is still the leading model, also called the big freeze. You have the big rip, which is possible. It's not really favored. You have the big crunch, which I mean everybody knows about. I'm sure everybody's heard these terms. Then you have the big bounce. You have vacuum decay. You have proton decay.
What the hell do you mean the big rip isn't favored? Because I take big rips every day, and I know Jay Money does.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. What? So that's the big rip. That
Mr.
one day,
Scientist.
one day Jay will take such a rip that it ends the universe. That's actually what the theory is.
The big crunch.
Yeah, the big crunch is what happened after the big rip, right? When the munchies set in.
Yeah, that's a fact.
And now you're speaking my language.
Yeah, and then the big bounce is heading back home after. But yeah, so basically a lot of these have to do with the cosmological constant. If dark energy behaves like a cosmological constant, you're going to get the heat death. So what you would be looking at wouldn't be so much the James Webb as the DESI and DES, the dark energy spectroscopic instrument and the dark energy survey. Those are looking at dark energy and is it decaying? Is it accelerating? Is it, what's going on with dark energy? Currently, we think it's a constant. They haven't gotten to what we call a 5 sigma confidence level, 5 standard deviations from the mean. So they haven't overturned the predominant view that it's a cosmological constant.
Okay.
And the big rip would be dark energy gets stronger over time, as you can guess. The big crunch is that gravity eventually overcomes dark energy and overcomes expansion. You have the big bounce, which is the universe starts contracting and then it rebounds expansion again. And so quantum gravities explore that. Like you have like conformal cyclic cosmology and like loop quantum cosmology kind of explore big bounce scenarios. Vacuum decay. So our vacuum of our current universe may not be the lowest energy state. So just you're looking at a general decay. There's really no evidence for this happening. It's just a theoretical possibility. And then proton decay is a long, it's a much longer one, but basically, if grand unified theories are correct, protons do eventually decay. However, nobody's ever found that. Like, there's no observation of proton decay. If it exists, then if it does exist, then matter would disappear way before black holes evaporate. If protons are stable, then things like neutron stars survive a lot longer. So there's a lot, but basically heat death big freeze is by far the leading, and that's because it's what's predicted by a cosmological constant, which is what we as of right now. And that's important because DESI and DES are finding results that the dark energy, the cosmological constant, could be non-constant. So keep an eye out for that as the data comes out. But
That's
until you
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good.
No, that's what I was gonna ask too. Because I was just I don't know if you're familiar with Dan Linford. He's like a he does philosophy of science a lot.
Then definitely not.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. So I don't want to send too much out or something, but he mentioned that there are different models of the cosmological constant, and I wasn't like aware. I was going to ask you about that. If there are different models of that, I'm pretty much just my understanding of what he was referring to when it came to making fine tuning arguments about the constants, and that's why I was asking about the cosmological constant. How there's like different models that doesn't just go from the prevailing one currently. I don't know if that makes sense, but
yeah. There's that the cosmological constant is what's going to define the expansion rate, and so how it behaves is what's going to define how the universe ends. And I mean, honestly, at this point, I would say the DESI and DES data is strong enough that personally, this is just me personally, like I said, the consensus of the field, the heat death still the leading view, but personally, I would say I think it's time to get a little more agnostic about it until we can get more data.
Okay.
But that may just be me being excited. So so my research is in quantum gravity. I have a focus in string theory, and string theory works with a changing cosmological constant, which I know that sounds funny because it's called a cosmological constant, but it's already been named, so we have to work with that. And so selfishly, I would like a changing cosmological constant for my research.
So like theoretically, right? Do you think that it's just, at least theoretically, right, possible that there could be something out there that's powerful, that's deliberately hiding from us, bending light? Like, is that possible to bend light in a way where something can't be detected?
I don't know. I'm sorry, what was that?
And refract light in a way where you can't see it, where it's there but you can't see it.
I mean, maybe you could hide behind. No, I don't know how you would, but I guess that would, if they were hiding, that would kind of be the point.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Say it's something that's not like within our atmosphere. There's something that's further out, probably like, in interstellar space, but not like, very close to us, and it's probably using something to hide. Would we even be able to see that?
It just depends on what I mean. If it had some material, like if something out there is harnessed dark matter and can hide behind that because it doesn't interact with light, but then you have the issue of you could probably see right through it. You would still see. Maybe you could be on the other side of a black hole. Those are notoriously hard to see. I don't know. I don't know how you would hide without being detected, really.
Well, I mean, isn't the Earth located like in a big cluster, like our galaxy, not just the Earth, but like our whole solar system? Isn't it located in like a big void, like in a big? They have a name for it. You probably know the name of it, right?
We're in the Laniakea supercluster of galaxies.
It's like a cluster, but it's like an empty. It's like a oddly empty void.
I think it's called the Bootis void.
I think, yeah. You see, that's the one. I think I told you that's the one, and that says like we stuck in like we're not stuck, but we like located in a region of space that's like irregularly empty compared to everything else outside of it. Like it's, mysteriously empty. Not mysteriously, but like the rest of it is not like that. You see what I'm saying? Like, but we happen to be in a place that's like that. You see what I'm saying? Like this.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're in the Bootis or the KBC void. One of them is like 700 million light years away, and we're in the other one. But I'm not an astronomer. I can look it up real quick.
Yeah, I know we're in some sort of void where it's like
KBC. Yeah, we're in KBC. So Booties is the one that's far away. Like,
well,
I think it's 700 million light years, but that I could be making that up.
I know that we inside of one, and the one that we in, that right there, is very oddly empty. And for this to be happening in the middle of that, it's like an anomaly in and of itself, because it's almost like it was cleared out for this shit to happen. Because otherwise, if it was like any other region in space or field, it probably wouldn't have happened. It probably would have been too much gravity, too much pull, too much activity, like the rest of space. But it's not like the rest of space. We happen to be in a part that's very empty in comparison. That's strange. I don't know. Could there be something they're hiding in that quote unquote emptiness?
I mean, I don't know. Something that big. So voids are like the biggest object. If you were to count a void as an object, I guess that depends on what you count as an object. But if you were to say that voids are an object, they'd be like the largest objects in the universe. So this is like whatever would be doing that, whatever would be hiding in a void or creating a void, clearing out a void would be unfathomably powerful to what we know.
That's exactly what would align with God. I mean, like, again, what I suppose is that the same way a mind emerged from the stuff here, that a mind could somehow emerge out there somehow and could manipulate maybe the solar system or like space in a way, that we don't quite know. What if something is working that way? Like, some sort of thing working out there, some sort of agency, some sort of mind. Like that's something I just can't write off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but we started by saying, what if it was a thing that did it? And that's not necessarily an assumption we could make. So we started by saying, could something out there be hiding? And I said, basically, I don't know, I guess. And then you said that voids exist. Could is it kind of strange we're in a void? It's unusual. But then you went from that to, it seems like someone cleared it out, and then that someone's God. But I don't know why we would assign
not
agency.
that someone's God. You made a statement about that it would have to be a very powerful being to do that, and I said that would align with with God, like with how people refer to it.
If you already agree that there is some agent that did that, but the fact that we find ourselves like in I don't even think I would accept that we find ourselves in an unlikely place. Like the Milky Way is in some void as compared to all other galaxies in the universe. Well, that's just what the facts are. I don't see how it's strange or unsurprising. I don't get that part. And even if it was strange and unsurprising, I don't think that it would entail some agentic force behind that.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's
And
like,
there's some evidence to suggest that you might need a bit of a void for life, because you do need a stable, long-lived galaxy. You don't want to be constantly having collisions with other galaxies. So you would want your galaxy to be in a bit of a void long-term for life.
I agree. I think a God would want his galaxy to be in that type of thing, so he would create the void. He would, move it as he must. You know what I'm saying? Like, and
you can also just make parody. You can make parody assertions as well and say there's just a natural disposition, right, for energy
Damn,
in
AJ's
some
here.
way.
Or
You know,
Jess is
like
here. I just called you AJ. Yeah. Hi, Jess.
yo, what up?
Been a minute.
But, yeah, I feel like there's room for something more, out there, and I think that the only real differentiator is dropping dead. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, there's rooms for it. Yeah, I mean, I think like nobody said earlier, like it's logical possibilities of the widest scope. There's rooms for a lot of different claims. There's room for fairies. There's room for simulators. There's room for powerful aliens. There's like, of course, no one's denying that, but it's just about coming with reasons as to why you think that's actually true.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, definitely just get to thinking, and I see how the universe works, and I learn different facts about how the universe works, and it's like, damn, that's pretty fucking odd. And then I realize, oh damn, we're not just a system. Our sun is moving upwards, and we're traveling around it in a circular motion, moving upwards as we go around this huge black hole that our galaxy, goes around, and then that, has other shit around it. Like, the universe is way deeper than that. Like, there's black holes everywhere. And there's just so much stuff happening. See what I'm saying? But it's all interconnected because it all comes from the same expansion. It's all from the same stuff. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, all I'm saying is that there are equal explanations or stories that account for the data that you see right now, right? That doesn't have to involve something that has agency. Like a naturalistic explanation can account for everything that you observe, probably even more so than an agent does, or something that has intention. Like intention is not going to naturally follow from things that you're talking about right now. It's almost the same thing with the puddle example. We just find ourselves in the state of affairs of the world right now. That's it.
Well, that depends. I mean, right now, think about it. Like, we have agency over smaller beings than us. Like here on Earth, apparently, and even in the universe, like we could send out tardigrades. We could make a whole colony of tardigrades out in the moon and just have them out there and grow them, and you know what I'm saying?
Oh, excuse me.
Like we could do all kinds of things, like as far as that goes, like controlling beings that are smaller than us. I'm just supposing that maybe there's something out there that has a higher control. I mean, it's been already supposed by scientists, Kardashev scale. Like all it takes is a Kardashev 1 to be able to do what I'm supposing, manipulate the universe and the stars and the solar system.
I thought Kardashev 1 was mastery over the planet.
Is it? So I'm thinking probably Kardashev 2.
I think 2 is your star. I could be making that up.
Yeah, I think it's the star.
Yeah, the home planet is type 1. And then type 2 is 100% of the energy output of its host star.
And then type 3 is the whole galaxy that it's in. But
yeah,
you know, my thing is, it's already been proposed and supposed, like the mathematics is there, like that could be the case. Like there's ways to achieve these technologies that we haven't done yet. And they're saying if we do, we would be classified as this. Well, what if something did that? What if something out there did that? What if something out there somehow didn't even need to do that? What if it's already just like that? What if it emerges like that, like the way we emerge on here? It's things I can't just write off because I don't know. It just looks odd. It looks like the footprints of something that happened. If I was to look at that, I would say, damn, something feels strange here. Like if I was to analogize that void into a situation on Earth, like just any scenario where I could analogize it into that would be a fishy situation. My spider senses would be tingling right away. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah,
that's
you're gonna
how
make me get the chalkboard out again.
Yeah, I mean, I think I understand what you're saying, but given our given our limited knowledge as to like the Earth being the only point, right, in the data set you can say, right, in terms of how life came to be, even though there are what I think hundreds and billions of galaxies or something like that that's been seen in the observable
2
universe.
trillion galaxies.
Oh, trillions. Okay, I'm way the hell
2
off mark then.
trillion.
So yeah, so like we haven't even seen. I don't even know what the radius is with the. There's like a sphere of radio signals that's been sent out since radio technology has been developed, and it hasn't even. It's only gone past like just a couple drops, to use an analogy, in an ocean in the Milky Way galaxy alone. So to just say that that it's so unlikely, just given us as one sample, right, in the data, and all these trillions of galaxies, it's just hard to even make that kind of probability when you have trillions of galaxies in the observable universe. There could be,
and we're not observing a lot of those galaxies as they are today. You have to remember, if we're observing a galaxy that's 10 billion light years away, we're seeing it as it was 10 billion years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard that. But my thing is, even still, like, all right, that might be the case, but that just like the light traveled from that time ago, and if we was to go there now, who knows? Maybe that planet wouldn't even be there. You know, like who's to say what it is in real time? But that applies to everything. Like even the sun. Like we only ever see the sun as it was 8 minutes ago. We never see the sun in real time. So if the sun blew up and disappeared right now, we wouldn't notice it until 8 minutes later. We'll probably feel the effects. We'll probably be all fucked up, but we won't see it till 8 minutes.
No, you wouldn't feel the effects yet, because the effects aren't going to get to you faster than the speed of light.
Well, look, there you go. You see what I'm saying? So it would take 8 minutes, and then we'll all be fucked. But we wouldn't know it till 8 minutes later. Like technically, the sun is gone. In actual reality, while that 8 minutes happened, the sun ain't there, and we still seeing the sun, and we still feeling the effects of the sun. You get what I'm saying? That's how this works. Like our whole vantage point is kind of like illusory. It's illusory based on our mind and our perception, our depth and sense perception. But what happens when we're no longer locked into it? Do we just disappear, or do we transition into another set of physics that we don't have access to from this purview? That's a different conversation. All I'm saying is that given the limited information that we do have when it comes to the emergence of life, right? Saying something as that it's unlikely, or isn't it kind of suspicious and all of that stuff. You can only make kind of things like that if we've surveyed the entire observable universe, right? In a hypothetical, and then we find no other life at all. Then maybe you can start, at least in the way I see it, you can start making claims of like or having justification for suspicion in terms of our existence here on the planet in the Milky Way galaxy. But the fact that we haven't done that at all, not even close, to me doesn't even raise any kind of suspicion. We are what we are. Like we're here in the same way any puddle is going to be there. It's just a description of what actually is. I just don't think we can extrapolate from that there is possibly, at least physically possibly, some kind of creator thing. That's the way I think about it. Maybe other people think about it differently, but that's what I'm hearing when you talk about this, Jay.
Yeah, well, and real quick to answer the comment because it's super fast. Zap, gravity travels at the speed of light. Gravitational waves travel at the speed of light. That's all. I was just answering his comment real quick.
Oh yeah. Well, I just say what I look for is like anomalies in space that indicate to me something that like this happens everywhere, but this didn't happen here. Like this is usually the case, but for some reason this is the case. And we see that with our very region in space. Okay, we might not see the planets close up. We might not have a Dyson swarm set up around our whole star, our sun, that's giving us ground level view of exoplanets. We probably can't see fish swimming in Setna, right? But at the end of the day, the universe is still showing us signs of irregularities that we're in, that we can't see past, like that void, for example. That right there is the biggest red flag for me, because we can't see exoplanet surfaces, but we can see regions of space, right? We got telescopes that look around like, we can't see the planets. Like, you're right, we can't see the planets close up. We don't study the universes close up, but we can see the patches of space that surround them. And we see different voids and stuff like that, but nothing like the one we're in. Like the one we're in is anomalous. Like we should look into it more here. Like I remember reading into it, like being just blown away.
What the fuck are you talking about?
The void that we're in, that he just confirmed, that Chase just confirmed, like we in the void. He said the name of it, but I forgot the name.
I don't know, man. You lost me. Like
I'm saying that.
Ago.
Oh my gosh! Look, you lost me, but the whole point is this. Look, this is the main point. We see shit happening in space that could indicate a footprint of something. To me, like for example, like this void that we're in, that indicates to me something different happened here to result in this. Because
when you say a footprint of something, what do you mean by that?
Like, okay, this is something odd to me. Like we're not just in the same type of space that the rest of space is in. This space is separated. What? Listen, this space is separated in a void. Like, look it up. Pull it up. Like you was looking up other stuff earlier. Why can't we look this up in real time? You was just looking up
you're
other
saying
stuff.
that there is some, and I don't want to be speaking out.
I don't even know what words to use to look up the shit that you're talking right now.
I think he's trying to say that the Milky Way galaxy or the group or whatever, right? The local group or something inhabits some void. Yeah. I'm sorry. Why am I thinking about this? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. So a void is basically a place with a certain density of matter per space, and our galaxy is in a void. If you were going to look something up, it would be, I don't know if it's KBG void or K. It won't take me but a second. Let me look it up.
This is what I'm saying.
KBC.
Okay.
The KBC void.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
so like
He lost me at the universe shows us stuff because the universe
No,
doesn't show us shit. We gotta
the
fight for
universe.
every last fucking image we get.
No.
I
What I'm
mean,
saying is, what I meant by that, I didn't mean like the universe literally says, "Hey guys, look at this." I didn't mean that. Like, I meant like if you look enough in different areas, you see what feels like, at least in my opinion, like footprints or like, like forensics, if you will, like the aftermath of something unique. You know what I'm saying? Like that we just chalk it off as physical process because it's occurring in the ether. Like it's occurring through a method that we cannot fathom. We can't.
What's
We
particularly?
We know how voids form.
no voids. We don't know our connection to this.
But what's particularly, you've implied that there's something particularly unique about the KGB, I guess, void, right? Is that correct, Chase? That
KBC. I think KGB is the CIA of Russia.
Oh, sorry, KBC. There's something particular and unusual about the void that we inhabit that's different from all the other voids, I guess, that different groups of galaxies inhabit. What's so
We're
different?
right in the middle of it. We're right in the middle of it, and it's likely the reason why we're able to be how we are, like without so much debris. Like even as it is, shit be hitting the earth all the time. Shit be hitting the moon all the time. They have a time lapse video showing how many comets and how many impacts hit the earth throughout like 100 years.
We're at a different.
Yeah, I think it's the slogan of NASA. Shit be hitting the earth.
The Earth is in a void, or our galaxy is in a void,
Our whole solar system,
or our solar system.
all of our planets.
It's like
huh? Our solar system is in the void. Okay.
Galaxy.
Milky
Our
Way.
whole galaxy is in the void.
Yes, in the void.
Well then, okay. Well then, so what if shit be hitting the Earth? So is the rest of our galaxy is in the fucking void with us. So of course shit be hitting the Earth.
No, I know that. I know that. But what I'm saying is that the fact that we're in a void is likely what made it possible for us to emerge. It's kind of like, think about it. If I'm a big old
know
kid,
that.
No, listen. If I'm a big old kid, right, and I'm sitting at the playpen, right, or whatever, I'm about to go play with my toys, right? I dump out all the Legos, right? What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna clear out a space in between the Legos, and then I'm gonna build in that space. This is what I'm
you
gonna
know what? If you were raising crickets to fucking fish with, you're gonna put a fucking aquarium right in the empty space in your fucking room, and then you're gonna let that fucking aquarium fill up with fucking crickets. How do you know we're not just fucking bait for some alien's fucking fishing trip?
Yeah, and that goes back to the story thing that can be provided as an explanation, right? For the Legos being spaced out.
I don't know where that came from. I just pulled that straight out of my ass.
I don't know neither, but it just made me crave strawberries for some reason.
Yeah. And the reason why I don't
strawberries?
In my mind,
that was fucking wild. What, strawberries?
That was
I don't know. I just picture big, beautiful berries. Oh man, I'm gonna get some today.
Yeah, but in my mind, Jay, I think that the space of Legos in your kid's room or whatever being moved out doesn't really map on to like the group of galaxies that are in this void that Chase was talking about. Is because we already have some priors and examples of children's rooms and Legos and stuff like that. We don't have any kind of background information about universes and how they form and how super voids tend to just have some kind of, or how some kind of like group of galaxies and stuff like that. Those two aren't the same. So this is kind of like the extension of the like watch.
It doesn't get you to a god.
Yeah,
because even if we did just get fucking cosmically lucky, we won the fucking cosmic lottery. It doesn't matter. It doesn't get you to a god. It doesn't mean someone wanted it this way just because it happened this way.
It's universal forensics, in my opinion. The universe itself has traces that shows
you just made that shit up. You just made up universal forensics.
Yeah, I did just now.
To make it real, you just made that shit up.
That's my term.
I've never heard that phrase before in my life. This is the first time.
But it resonates and it makes sense. You got it right away.
And you said it with your whole ass chest like it's a real fucking thing, and it's just not.
Because you understand.
I love you, Jay, but it's not real.
Yeah, that's a fact. You're gonna see, man. I'm gonna get rich. I'm gonna get. No, let me stop. I'm not gonna griff. I'm not gonna be a griff. But I'm gonna tell you this: that the universe got mysteries, man. You understand? And no matter what you say, it's gonna have mysteries embedded in it. I think the actual fabric of reality itself has mysteries in it, and I think they work in different ways.
Yeah, most of the universe is a mystery because we're never gonna see it.
Well,
it's gonna stay a mystery.
Everything is
chemical. A lot of
people
forget, dude. Like a lot of people just like at least implicitly forget or indirectly forget. Like we are just animals, right? Like as a collective, we're just apes with some of us just have really big brains, and then they're trying to like figure these things out. But I think the animality part is very important when we talk about things about existence or metaphysics or trying to figure things out. You know, to me, I think that's important, and our limitations and everything.
We are hairless
we
apes.
through like different,
we are a bunch of hairless apes on drugs. That's what we are.
Yeah,
Some of us are on more drugs than others, Jay.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, listen, it doesn't hurt, right? Shit, play with your brain. But I tell you this, you know, the universe, again, we wasn't born with instruction manuals, right? So why would God or whatever put this into play feel compelled to come to any individual? And it's kind of like
you
me
haven't
feeling
demonstrated that there is a God that did anything.
No, what I'm saying is
it could just be some brute facts about reality. There could just be some and some people, or at least I think at least a lot of people that I've talked to, they don't like this answer, but it's definitely possible. There is no other explanation, or it could be something brute, right? Like there is no explanation for why everything is here. We are just as everything else that we observe, and that's it. And there is no other deeper explanation or meaning behind it. People don't like that, but that could definitely be the case, right?
Maybe there was a God, and everybody was like in that universe was like, "This fucking sucks." Can you remake the universe without you in it? And God was just like, "Yep, totally." And God snapped its fingers, and now the universe always was natural. You know, because God can just break logic and do things like that.
Yeah.
That's what I hear. Yeah.
It could be a bet too. God could have just been it could have been some deity been like, you know what? I'm going to just create some universe. It's going to take a long time to create some kind of beings that kind of share some characteristics with me and see how they deal with suffering, and then let them talk about it for fucking centuries. And then they're probably going to die. So they'll live within a very small band of time within there's billions and billions of years or whatever. And I just want to see them just like kind of just fuck with each other a little bit. And then that's the end. That's also a possibility as well. You know that, right?
It might be a possibility, but to me,
like
I wouldn't see it like that. I would see it. Oh, what was you gonna say?
Well, there's nothing less probable about what I just posed, though. Than
no, it's not less probable. It's not less probable, but that's not what I would like run with. I would think it was more like something that emerged, that has agency, that understands life, that wants this life to live, and that's able to like move this life around. So eventually, life on Earth is gonna end. I feel like whatever it is that allowed this life here to happen will be able to move this life along somewhere in the galaxy. Like we will have our energy trace, like we have a trace, like a pattern, like a signature that follows us. That it you know, it records our time, like our pattern. Like we are a structure right now, and I don't think that structure just dissipates back into raw energy. I think that there are more physics at play than the ones we've you know, align with. You know what I'm saying? I maybe
Yeah,
it's gonna
without going into super detail, what you're referring to, like some kind of afterlife or whatever, this can totally be possible without any God too. Like it could just be an infinite, like there could just be afterlives. There could just be some conscious reiteration over and over again within some model of the universe, like going into heat death, going some cyclical model over and over again. But it doesn't require a creator. The only reason why I'm pushing back is because that it seems like you think that there's some higher probability when it comes to a creator given what we observe, and I just don't think that cashes out.
Because
that's
I
the only
see
reason
how
why I'm pushing back. Yeah,
because I see how everything works in the universe. I see how life begets life. You understand? I see how
you should go get your Nobel Prize if you see how everything works. I'm joking.
No, I mean,
But
honestly, think of every cell. Every cell mutates or, eventually turns into something else and then something else. And then before you know it, you got two different animals from the same stuff that can't even mate because they're so different.
Hey, OT. Still crazy.
So if life begets life and life has emerged from the universe, then it would only make sense to me that at some point life began, life begat, life begat life, because maybe the universe is not what's eternal. Maybe life is what's eternal.
I don't even know. Think about if life was eternal, the universe wasn't, where would the life be?
Again, embedded in the actual stuff.
That stuff is what we call the universe.
No, the stuff is what we call the universe, but we are literally made up of the stuff that's in the universe. The stuff that's in us now, we have like literal stardust in us now. That's why we come about. That's why we come about, because we are that stuff in the universe coming about. You see what I'm saying? But it's
but
still the
we
same
can't see
stuff.
past the Big Bang, so I mean,
yeah, but
we can't.
That's just our consciousness and our minds, right? Again, this is why I brought up the animality part. You can't separate us from the rest of the damn tree of biology and other animals and everything like that.
I don't.
The reason why.
How do you know that? How do you know that the whole hot dense state wasn't just the whole universe being sucked into like a huge black hole, which eventually collapsed, and all that matter and energy that was just condensed so small as soon as the black hole collapsed, because they don't explode, right, Chase? Black holes, they don't explode, but they can degrade and collapse, right?
Yeah, they can radiate.
Like everything left inside of it became the hot dense state. So
and then big ones
before it all got sucked into the black hole, maybe there was already life, and that's why the building blocks of life got thrown out in the expansion.
But that's what I'm saying, and that would mean that this is a black hole 13.8 billion years wide, 14 point something, billion years wide, which is very possible.
You gonna tell a black hole what to fucking do?
I'm not telling it what to do, but that's what I'm saying. If that's the case, then imagine if, because I said it the other day, you back up enough from Earth, and guess what you're gonna see? The Milky Way. You back up enough from that, you're going to get to some Oort clouds. You back up enough from that, you're going to get to some other shit. And then that's going to have an Oort cloud. And then you're going to see trillions of Oort clouds. You know what I'm saying? You realize that not only is that... No, I'm telling you. So you back up
the black hole's big enough, or has been around long enough, nothing can escape it.
You back up far enough to the Big
Bang.
Bang.
Absolutely nothing.
Now listen, you back up far enough.
We could be inside a huge black hole right now.
That's what I'm saying. And then we make a telescope. Maybe it's not going to be the Nancy Grace Roman one, but we make one eventually that could see through that radiation. And we realize, oh shit, there's trillions of 13.8 billion year old black holes everywhere. You know what I'm saying? And what we thought was the totality of everything that's our 13.9 years, we realized that it's just one of endless units like that of measure. And then we like, oh, wow, this is really crazy, right? Wouldn't that really fuck you up, your mind?
We've thought about this. It's
No.
called a type 1 multiverse.
Just what I'm saying. Like
It doesn't
that's
fuck me up at all.
Yeah, that
Nope,
would
it doesn't
fuck
make
me up.
me at all. That would just be what it is.
No, it's
It
not
fuck.
just.
I think it fucks you
It's
up, Jay.
stellar
I think
process.
it fucks you up. That's why you have to shove a fucking God in there
No,
because
I don't. I
you
don't
can't
have to
fucking grasp it. It fucks with you so bad that you gotta have a daddy that did it all.
I didn't. Nah, we can't say that.
It
Because
doesn't fuck with me at all.
That's not how I view it. I don't even view it that way. So you could run that.
I think
logic.
about how vast and honestly,
you're
I have
wrong.
thought about how fucking weird that we have that there is a universe at all. Like why? I don't know. But you know
Exactly.
what? And then I realized, oh yeah, life not fucking important. We need to fucking get the fucking Republicans out of here. That's pretty much my entire thought process.
Yeah, you was meant to be here riding on Republicans, like riding against Republicans. You know what I'm saying? Like that was universally encoded. You get what I'm saying?
No, I was not meant to. I chose to. I choose to every day.
That's the only reason why, like, she was bringing the your notion of like a god or whatever. Because I'm assuming I could just ask you, right? Because I think we've had conversations before. You just assume that there's just an agent that created everything, or the universe or reality, right? That's separate from universe or multiverse or anything like that. There's just some agent. Or do you think it's more likely based on patterns that you see in the universe and stuff like that? Is that correct?
Basically, again, like the term I coined earlier, universal forensics. Like you look around.
That's not real. It's not a thing, Jay.
Don't forget to trademark that, Jay.
I coined it. Yeah, that's a fact.
Oh, you
Thank
did coin that too. That's the first time I heard. That is very, very clever. Yeah. No, definitely.
Yeah, so I mean, I literally just made it up like within 10 minutes ago. So you know what I'm saying? But that's
Yeah, I know. I clocked that.
It's one of those
Still
things
not
where,
real.
I mean, it's real to me, damn it. It's still real to me, damn it. Remember that wrestling guy that was crying?
See?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, but my thing is this, right? It got to be something, because nothing just happens out of nowhere. I look at how everything works. Everything works that way. Animals work that way. Animals will creep up on you. Animals will use silence to creep up on you naturally. That's just their natural instinct they're born with. So why would I think that something that's out there would just come
Animals
out?
don't
like,
happen
"Hi,
out
guys."
of nowhere.
Yeah,
That
we are
animal
animals
that's
too,
creeping
Jay.
up on you had a whole ass life before he decided to take a bite out of your ass.
Yeah, because he was probably hungry, and that's why he took the chance. Other than that, he running away. He not even trying to be seen by you. You understand what I'm saying? He don't even want to be noticed with. It could be the biggest bear, and they don't want to be bothered. They only want to be bothered when they're hungry. That's when they'll eat you, or when they feel threatened. They got to protect themselves.
What does this have to do with your universal forensics?
What I'm trying to explain to you is I see how beings work. And there's nothing in the nature of beings, period.
No, you don't.
Biological beings don't work the same way that like the cosmological
The way the fucking galaxy
in a very like
it works just like a monkey.
Yeah.
Why are there still monkeys, Jay?
Monkeys are so cool, man. You know, you ever seen an orangutan grab?
They are. I kind of get what you're saying.
An orangutan is not a monkey. But okay.
Oh yeah, orangutan. Oh yeah. I think who's that one?
They're apes.
Oh, A said that. He said that when he was up here. Orangutans and chimps are just monkeys.
Orangutans are monkeys because all apes are monkeys. All apes are monkeys.
Oh.
So a monkey just means an organism that rests inside of the archont group, and apes are a more specific set within that group. So you've got the archonts, and then you've got hominoids, which are the great apes that rest within the archont group, and then humans specifically rest within the hominins, the chimps and bonobos, which is yet another more specific taxon within the hominoid group. So technically we're all monkeys and we're all apes.
Okay, I didn't know that. Okay.
Facts. We all Saiyans, you heard?
Why are there still monkeys, Jay?
Thank you, AC.
Now, because we Saiyans, we Super Saiyans. He ain't say, you know, he said it the simple
We're
way.
Super Saiyan monkeys?
Yeah, we Super Saiyans. Right?
Yeah, on the full moon, we turn into giants.
That's a fact. Our hairs turn yellow and our minds get mellow. But the truth is that none of this will ever be proven in this life. And that's why we have to just come to terms and accept the fact that science is our best tool to get us truths. But despite that, right, we still limited in our data. Even the shit we collect, right? We could get all this machines and do all of that and bring back all the data we want, all of it, right? A million terabytes, right, of data, right? Guess what we still have to use to process it? Our sense data, like our brains, us, like our five senses, and the machines that we build with our five senses and our current minds that we could come up with. But that's not going to be enough. That's not going to cut it. Like the science in 10,000 years from now probably won't cut it. You understand? Because when we talking about it's the actual fabric of reality here. It's not believing magic. It's understand that, you know, our best tool to get us the true truth of this is deeply, deeply hindered.
What truth?
By our limitations as beings. You understand, our five senses. So we can only stray but so far. And just because we hit walls and feel like there's nothing more for us to find out, to me, that doesn't indicate that there's nothing more there to find. It's that it just indicates to me that's the end of our ability to perceive and, you know, to see things. Like there might be
when you say
layers.
nothing more there, right? Like the language that you're using, right? When you say nothing more there, I don't think that any discipline of science is saying that, hey, we reached the limit and therefore there's nothing more else to discover. When you say nothing more else, I don't think that some intentional agent should be posited there as like a placeholder, right?
Well,
because then you can just say, okay, there's nothing more there. Okay, now we just don't really know. We're at the limits at the moment with our using sensory data and but by extension by some machines and things like that, right? But by nothing more, I don't know what you mean by nothing more there. What is that nothing more?
Nothing more, meaning like everywhere in space, there's always something. There's never a place where there's nothing, right? It could be the most emptiest void. It could be the most emptiest void. It could just look like pure darkness. It's, something is there. There's a force at play.
I presume when you said nothing more, I presume you were talking about the ignorance of our, like a gap in our knowledge.
Like no, but there is indeed a gap in our knowledge because, again, like we could speak from our current understanding, but we have seen how our science has evolved and how our gaps of knowledge get filled in, and then those gaps get filled in with more and more science. But there are breakthroughs in science. There are things that, you know, we could find out that could change everything. Like this, you know, we only get one side of the story. Like, all right, it's like the punch in the face. Look, it's like the punch in the face.
Humans, dude. We're not just gonna discover something that's gonna change anything unless like we discover something that we can figure out how to fucking monetize. Human beings aren't gonna get anything out of it.
And if anything, like in terms of like a track record of updating information, right, or updating like the gamut of knowledge, right, which is different from like, you know, saying that scientists or whatever are changing things. Like for instance, Newtonian physics is still applicable today at certain resolutions. It's just like you're just updating onto it. It's not that it's completely obsolete. Like Newtonian physics is obsolete. Like something like general relativity and stuff like that has been updating more as it gets more detailed as an explanation. So science doesn't change. It just updates on the information.
Oh, I know that.
It's more precise. Right?
Trust me, I know that. Believe me, I know that. I was just letting you finish out of, you know, respect. I know that. Like science, the method updates itself. That's what it does. That's why it can never really be wrong. It can only be updated. You can never say the science was wrong, even when it was wrong. It never really was wrong because that was always our best, again, tool to discern truth. You know, that was our best way to decipher truth. And now we have a better way. So now we update that, right? That's not necessarily wrong. That's now it's updated. You could say it's wrong, but it was never really wrong because all we was ever really doing was, you know, theorizing, like, you know, making theories, making, you know, nothing was ever definitive. That's not how this goes. But it has to be like that because it's built into the structure itself that you can't know everything. You have to leave open room for everything, like for anything, because it's the universe we're talking about. It's the fucking universe we're talking about. You understand what I'm saying? So anything is happening in that.
I think you left your mind so open your brain fell out.
Possibly, but it feels good up here.
I gotta get some rest, and my dogs are not happy with me right now for staying up all night.
Sorry, Chase.
No, it's all good.
My questions too. Really appreciate it.
Bummer.
I would definitely. Oh, my fault.
Have a good one.
No, you're good. Have a good one. I'll be around.
Damn it, Jay! You scared off the physicist.
Nah, man.
Get some rest so you can go learn the secrets of the universe, Chase.
It's all good. Chase is going to
trying. The universe is just really good at keeping secrets.
Yeah, man. Like for example, water being wet. Like
yeah, see, I don't fault guys like Chase at all for doing what they do. Like, you know, some people just have that in them, and you know, power to them. You go do your thing.
I know
the rest of us. We need to be taking care of what's going on here.
I know you don't think water. I know you don't think water is wet, right, Chase? I hope you don't think that.
I was gonna ask him. I was gonna ask him too.
You should have asked him that like 10 minutes ago when you were inventing universal forensics.
But he left. So I was trying to get him.
Gretchen, I was gonna ask him if he has his own YouTube, or if he planned on making his own YouTube channel.
Yeah, he should.
Yeah. He is. He's working on being a science communicator.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah, that's what's up. I'll definitely support that.
So
he kind of reminds me of like Professor Dave, but just cooler.
Hi, Satan Stalker. What was your name again?
My name's Ryan. Oh, my name's Ryan.
Ryan, that's right. Hey, Ryan.
Hey.
I think I got like a double feedback from the stream being still open.
That's you'll want to mute the YouTube, yeah.
Yeah.
So
I just know that life is so fragile and limited that it's fun to think about these things, but can't get lost.
Is it really fragile? Because I've almost died like 3 times in my life, and I'm still here bitching.
Yeah, it's fragile, and you still got life, so you just you're grateful. You know what I'm saying? That's good. You know, life is a gift, no matter what. Say what you want, but it is.
Yeah, I for sure know people who would disagree.
I mean, listen, I hear you, right? Some shit is just fucked up, right? But I could tell you one thing, no matter how bad anybody went through something, right? If they see that, let's say, for example, they know their story helped another person, like, you know, they could actually spare somebody from, you know what I'm saying? Like, some people, man, some people just be.
I know people who are in chronic psychological, psychosomatic, or physical pain who would rather be checked out.
No, I know, but then those people right
Me
there, right?
first.
Those people right there, guess what? If they wasn't in that pain, they would not want to check out. You understand what I'm saying? And if they could fight to like try to like get past that pain or like to some sort of regularity, they're gonna do it. You understand what I'm saying? And
What do you fucking know about it?
nah, I'm telling you. What do you mean? What do I know? I know. I haven't necessarily
No,
gone
I
through
don't think
certain
you do
things
that.
myself, but I mean,
I bet you don't.
You don't have
You
to
wouldn't
go
last
through the
one
first.
fucking day in my body, dude. I promise you.
Listen. You don't have to go through it, everything to know and feel the effects of it. Just put it like that. You know what I'm saying? Like you could be in a situation where you still feel the effects of it and see the effects of it in real time, and it ain't you, but it's still kind of like you. You know what I'm saying? Because you in there, like you know what I'm saying. You seeing it, like you getting a first class. You living it. You get what I'm saying? Everybody ain't
What are
walking
you
around.
talking about?
We got sick family
He
members
doesn't
out
even
here. You know
know.
what I'm saying? People that we
What
see.
are you
going through
fucking
shit.
saying?
You, what were we talking
What do
about?
you
Like,
mean I can live in another body that
Exactly. What are we talking about?
What the fuck are you talking about?
you losing me now because now you just wilding out. You getting all animated. So now you like throwing off my
No,
book.
I
Damn, about to go Sarah Connor.
Austin was talking. No, I'm not about to go Sarah Connor.
That's why I'm like, oh, you know. But yeah, so
I think you kind of lost the thread of the conversation. That's all.
I didn't lose it. I
don't
was
think
right
you
there,
know
and
what
then
you're
you went
talking
Sarah
about
Connor,
anymore.
and then I went, oh, you know what I'm saying? But long story short, right? There's like people go through things, they experience this shit, like the ailments that you talking about that they experience, and like some people are positive stories for others going through it and then help others through it. And I know that doesn't take away their pain, but some people feel good about that. Like there's always good you could do with your life. You understand what I'm saying? You could always fucking inspire some good. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, I don't know,
Who
like
says what's good?
Yeah, are you just saying like that kind of assessment is going to be subjective? 'Cause that's what I.
helping life along. You know what I'm saying? If you're the reason why something good came out of something bad, the thought of you, you know what I'm saying? If you didn't come into the person's mind, they didn't come across you, they would have did bad. Like this world is a collective, you know what I'm saying? Like we feed off each other. You know what I'm saying? You gotta kind of see it like that. You know what I'm saying? Because
On just human to human interaction, yeah, I kind of like I understand what you're saying, right? Just limiting
This
it.
isn't new information. We're a social species. We've always known this.
this is what I'm telling you. So goodness gracious, it boils back down to life being worth it, always precious, worth it, no matter what. Even if you're going through ailments and shit like that. I got a friend right now just called me from prison talking about he's messed up and he need money and you know it's fucked up. You know what I'm saying? This dude got 25 years left to go. He did 14 already. He got 39 altogether. Football jersey numbers. You know what I'm saying? He probably not gonna come home till he like 70. You know what I'm saying? Talking about they just deny his appeal, like his parole. You know, he's trying to come home with parole. They denied that shit. So he's like feeling real fucked up. You see what I'm saying? But I'm like, yo, bro, you in there and it's fucked up, and you don't want to be in there, and you fucked up, right? But that's the reality of life. This the life you got. Like you gotta put up with it. You have no choice. You have to do it. You understand what I'm saying? So you might as well do it.
Yeah,
Like for example, there's a really famous song by Metallica where they're talking about a dude who has his arms blown off, his legs blown off, he can't talk, he can't speak, he can't feel anything. He's just like he's just a shell of the former.
Yeah, you could say that darkness was imprisoning him. You know, all that he saw was absolute terror.
He just has to
Right.
keep living like that because he can't do
Right.
anything about it. But the rest of
It's
us,
actually based off of it's
you
based
know.
off a movie. It's called it's oh god, what's it called? Johnny's Got a Gun.
Johnny, get your gun.
Yeah, Johnny Get Your Gun. That's right.
Johnny, get your gun. Yeah.
I mean, listen, like this. I hear you. You wanna
What good is supposed to come out of that?
You wanna
No one has to do anything.
What?
By it's
You
only
wanna hit
gonna
me with a low blow like that? I hit you back with a low blow like that, right? How about this one? I'm doing a delivery one
How
day,
is
right?
that a low blow? It was a fucking Metallica song.
Because you trying to hit me with one of those haymakers, like one of them one hitter, bow. You respond to that one. Like,
By
you know what I'm
mentioning a
saying?
Metallica
So,
song.
but I'm just not the torso thing. You know what I'm saying?
It's based off a true story.
But anyway, I'm just fucking around. I can't just fuck around. Anyway,
It is,
listen,
and
one day
the story's really messed up. Actually, it's about a veteran who goes off to war and he gets his arms and his legs blown off, and he's just like a shell of a human who's completely comatose. And the only way he can signal to the people outside of the coma is to nod his head, and they see him nodding his head, and they eventually figure out that it's Morse code. And what he's saying over and over again in Morse code is "kill me."
Kill me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
What made that so famous too was there was the attending nurses that was looking after him actually did try to help him kill himself.
But that was a real story. Like that really happened.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't never heard that story before.
And some people, right? Some people have mental anguish to where even those kind of physical extremities don't have to come into fruition. There are like mental anguishes that's not immediately understandable to most people, right? So I'm bringing this up to where I'm just saying, to your point, Jay, is that it's subjective as to whether like life is necessarily a gift or not. That's the only thing I was trying to say.
What I'm saying is the experience, right? The being born, the being a kid, the being able to, and even some kids, you know what I'm saying, didn't get that chance.
I
So
don't
like
think
don't
so.
twist it.
Personally.
There's some kids that didn't make it out the womb. So I get that. But I'm talking about just like we see the process. We understand that there's some times that lefts happen.
So
like, it's not
what are
perfect.
you saying?
But
Because there's some kids that
the
didn't
process is a gift.
live
Like,
into adulthood. I have some sort of obligation to live the rest of my life in chronic pain.
no,
Is that what you're
goodness
saying?
gracious. No.
What are you getting
I'm
at
saying that
then?
life was a gift, and yeah, it might have went left. It might that might have happened. That's fucked up. That's
Yeah,
messed up.
my
But here
my
you
gift
are.
was a fucking box of coal.
No, but you here now. Look, you running your show. You good, right? You chilling. You know what I'm saying? You talking. You doing your interests, your hobbies, and
What, you think my lifelong fucking dream was to have a fucking YouTube stream?
I mean, you wouldn't be the first person. I tell you that. And a lot of people do want to do that. So you know, it's nothing to scoff at or look down at. Like we can't, you know. But at the same
I'm
time,
not looking down on it. I'm just saying this wasn't the goal, you know?
yeah, but that's the thing. I mean, it wasn't the goal, but what was the goal, right? But you were still in there anyway. Like you were
Dude,
still.
this was a fucking idea I had in like February.
I know. I remember when the very first day you did this, like when you had less than 10 subscribers. That's when I subbed. You understand? So
That
I
was in
remember
April.
when you. Yeah, I remember when you first told me about this, that it was just a
It
thing
took
where
me
you
2
was gonna
months to
do a
get it
video.
going.
I remember. I know. Like you ain't telling me that you was all in the chats before that. So you just like this type of stuff, and you get to do it. Like it would suck if you can't do it, right? All right, then. So you doing it, right? Imagine something happened where you just can't do it no more. You'll be like, man, that
Still
fucking
doesn't
sucks,
make it the
right?
goal.
Because it's fun, right? Because you're having fun, right? Because life is fun. Life could be fun. You understand what I'm saying? I know a person who lost half his body. You understand what I'm saying? This fucking guy was walking around like you and I, regular, like just, you know, doorman, like not even a doorman, a concierge.
He lost
inside
half
of the
his
building.
body and he was still
This
walking
fucking
around regular.
No, listen. He was walking like that. And when I had first seen him, then one day
I
he
was
just
thinking the
disappeared,
same thing,
right?
Gretchen.
Fucking
Which
dis-
half of his body did he lose?
Listen, fucking one day he listen. One day he disappears, right? For months. I thought, I didn't even think to ask because I'm like, people lose jobs all the time. This ain't my BFF, so why would I fucking ask? Like, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So months go by. So I'm like, he definitely quit, like out of my mind at this point. I go in there one day, like it had to be like, no lie, like almost 2 years later, bro. Like this dude is dead, a torso basically, like no lower half, like I don't even know if it was up to his belly button or what. He had like a round wooden thing under him, like under the stump thing, so he could like just lift himself, like have his body everywhere. You know what I'm saying? So like you just see half his body on the wheelchair and he's just wheeling himself around. This is just wild to me, like, and he's there working. He's there with the shirt on, working. They let him back on. Like, that's crazy. You see what I'm saying? Like, I think of that dude every time I go through a hardship, every time I go through a pain, every time something fucking bothers me, bro, I think of that dude. I can't tell him that.
And it does absolutely nothing for me at all.
Yeah,
That
like you can see people still valuing life as they continue to live after they've suffered third-degree burns over their entire body and stuff like that, and say, "Hey, I'm still living," stuff like that. But if they had the choice, right, I'm pretty sure that they would reverse that completely. So it's just like all of this satisfaction, right, that you're talking about when it comes to terrible things that occur in life is just a coping mechanism. It's not that like life is like intrinsically good or whatever, or that it's a gift. At least in my subjective evaluation, because I think that if people had the opportunity to make those kind of changes, and they actually would. Otherwise, they would just say, you know what? Even though I have the opportunity to change all the third-degree burns that occurred in my body, I think this is a blessing. I'm just going to keep it that way. I'm pretty sure most fucking people would not do that. They would change it.
And guess what? Get you know, much like matter and antimatter, there are some people that set themselves on fire until they burn to death.
That's really different from
what does that have to do with anything?
I mean, this is what I'm saying. There's always a like matter and antimatter. That's why I prefaced it with that. Like matter and antimatter. There's always an exact opposite to what you're saying. The person that would have reversed it, there's a person that would have doubled it. You understand what I'm saying?
But I'm always talking about a scenario where people or a person doesn't want that.
No, I hear you. That's fucked up, and that's so fucked
so
up.
That's not going to map onto your analogy that you just put forth, right? With the
I don't even know what we're talking about anymore.
Put it like this: I feel so bad for them. I feel so bad for them that God. Listen, I believe in God. God is my witness. I would give a finger to cure a person I don't even know.
I got some bad news for you about God.
You understand what I'm saying? Like I would do that. You understand?
Okay,
like I would give up a limb to restore them. That's how bad I feel for them. You know what I'm saying? Like dead ass. I would give up a toe or something like that if I could restore them. If that was the cost. You understand what I'm saying?
The reason why I'm bringing this up, Jason, I'm just saying it's subjective.
A whole toe.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, I would do that for a person who was burned and really messed up real bad. If all I had to do was give up a toe and that person, complete stranger, could go on and
if
live their
somebody
life.
set themselves on fire,
no, not
they don't want you to fucking bring them back, Jay.
I'm talking about that person, obviously. I'm talking about the one that Git was talking about. He was saying it was the person that didn't want that happened to them by mistake. You get what I'm saying? Like, or whatever. Like, you get what I mean? I'm talking about that. Like, that's how bad I feel for them that I would do that. But what I'm trying to say is that even still, that's life. So if a person comes out of that, right, and they're able to live a life, I'm pretty sure, like, especially if they could be around their loved ones would rather have them like that than to lose them. You understand? So I know they don't want to be that way, but fuck it. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, people just have different evaluations when you say that life is a gift. That's the only reason why I brought up that example. That's it. we don't have to go into a long conversation about it. I just have my own ways about thinking about it when it comes to suffering and things like that. That's it. We don't have to go to a 2-hour conversation about this though.
No, we don't. But I'm just saying, like, you know, life
Like, I
is.
mean, you
it
saying
is
that you
precious.
would give up a fucking toe to save someone's life. I mean, it's like, put your money where your mouth is. Why do you still have 2 kidneys, Jay? Why don't you go
No,
save
but
someone's life?
no, because
No,
that's a little
seriously.
that's a little different. That's not
Is
going to
it?
cost me my life. Yeah, because I got to be here for my son. I can't just give up my life for anybody. But like I said, a toe.
You
a
have
toe's
2
not gonna cost
kidneys.
me my
You
life.
don't need 2
A
kidneys
toe's,
to live.
a toe's not going to cost me my life. You know what I'm saying? And besides, I could hold
Yeah,
my
well,
kidney.
it will change
One
a
of my
lot
family
about
members
you.
needs it.
I don't
What
even
happens
need a
what
toe.
happens
Can
if
you
one of my
just send
family
me
members?
like? Can you just send me like $30 for McDonald's? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, but I am going to take this opportunity to jump off stage for a minute and actually feed the machine because I'm pretty hungry. But thank you for having me on stage, you guys.
No doubt, man.
Okay.
No worries.
All right, Austin.
Go eat, Austin.
Take care, champ. It's my guy.
You don't need 2 kidneys to live.
No, what
You
I'm
could
saying.
save a motherfucker's life. Someone whose loved
And
ones
guess what?
probably
And
would
guess
miss
what?
them.
And
They've
guess what?
probably
I'd be an
been on
organ
that
donor.
UNOS list for years, and I bet
I'll
you're a
be
perfect match.
and I'll be an organ donor, and they could have their pick when I'm done. And guess what? If it needs to be expedited for a family
Oh,
member,
that's not the same thing, is it?
oh yes, it is because if my
No,
family
it's
needs
not,
it,
Jay.
what happens if one of my family members needs it and I gave it away already? Nah, we ain't doing that.
Oh, now you're just thinking about you then. All
I'm
right.
not thinking about me. I'm thinking about
Sure.
family. I'm thinking about people like
What
that.
what if your family member needs a
You
fucking
and only
toe?
your genetic lineage. I'm kidding, Jay.
They got
I'm
it.
kidding.
They got it. Anything they need. Anything they need, they got it.
Well, not if you already cut it off to save a fucking stranger.
That's what I'm telling you. I listen to what I'm telling you. You obviously missed the point of that whole thing, so you don't get it. I feel for anybody who goes to something like that they didn't want, that happened to them,
It's
and
nice that you feel for anybody, but I'm
But
just saying
that's
that,
what-
you know, it's easy to say I'll take a bullet for anyone. I'll take a bullet for you, but you know,
I'll
when there's
do
no
that for
bullets fucking flying, it's easy to fucking say you'll take the bullet.
I'll do that for the right people. Like for the right people, I really, really will. But you know, because then at that point, it's like nothing else matters. You know what I'm saying? Again, it goes back to that saying. You should be able to quote me by now. You know what I'm saying? You gotta know what you're willing to live for, what you're willing to die for, what you're willing to kill for,
Oh, shut up with that shit.
what you're willing to cry
I
for.
hate that. I hate that. I really hate that. Okay.
Do you have any other people lined up, Gretchen, for your birthday for like MAGA people? Besides
No, but I got a little more than a month. I got like 5 weeks, so.
Oh, okay. No, I was just curious.
Yeah, I figure I'd like, you know, drop in on a Parker stream and get on TikTok and bug his guests. Say, hey, you want to come argue with somebody on 9/11? Because that would be cool.
Yeah,
of course,
I
since
heard
it's
that-
9/11, they'll probably think I'm trolling them, but you know, whatever.
Yeah, I heard
can't
the
help
tail.
it when
The
my-
tail.
I can't help when
end-
my birthday is.
Yeah, I heard the
I
tail
can't help that
end-
terrorists stole my fucking birthday from me.
Oh yeah, your shit's forever cursed. Since that fucking since 01, your shit's cursed.
Yep.
It just kind of tracks though, man. Since like, I don't know, MAGA people tend to follow this terroristic, right? They tend to be religious. They tend to not know things about science. They tend to, right? I really met anybody who's MAGA who just knows just general knowledge. I don't know. I just came into the tail end of when he was talking about George Floyd and shit. I'm like, oh, he doesn't know about the autopsy report. So shit's
Yeah,
It's-
he was just making shit up. Like,
yeah.
for real. So.
Yeah. It is what it is, man.
So like, You telling me that it's just impossible for there to be a God or something like that? Like it's just
No, it's not logically impossible. But I think
it's logically impossible.
Oh damn, Gretchen's going further. Okay. Well, personally, I don't think it's logically impossible. Like for me, it's just.
I do, because if there's an afterlife and it's like in any way managed by an actual God, then why are we here? What's with this fucking earthly life?
It's probably not managed by God though. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, Gretchen, but
if there's any afterlife at all, why does this fucking life make any fucking sense?
Because this is just a step. This is just an experience. You say this life as if this is like
no
more than just a step.
An experience? What are you talking about?
An experience that you feel for while you incarnated in this.
An exercise in pain. How is that an experience that we need to have?
Well, you'll learn a lot in this life, and then when you do it again, you'll be,
Yeah, you don't remember it when you do it again through your whatever, call it a theology, sure. But you don't remember anything. So what the fuck is the point of this if you don't fucking remember anything?
Because you'll be a different person, and the karma.
I don't want to be a different person. I'm fucking me.
The karma will still. No, you're not you. You're carbon.
Oh shit.
Oh my God, Jay.
You are. Your cells aren't.
You can have.
If I put your cells. What?
No, I was gonna say I'm actually sympathetic to some fucking notion of reincarnation or some afterlife or whatever, but that doesn't my point of me bringing this up is has nothing to do with the deity. There's no intention going on here, even if I were to really entertain that notion or possibility, right? Because you bring up possibility a lot, even when you talk to Nobody on Fire.
Yeah, because that's all we could do once you stem past where science currently stands. Is possibility.
Science has nothing to do with this. What we're talking about specifically.
No, that's what I'm saying. But no, it doesn't. But it does, right? Because ultimately, you have to defer to that, and you have to see where that is. Like if it has an answer for whatever you have a question for, you have to follow it all the way through to its current standpoint, and then only.
And even if you do reincarnate, you're not the same person.
Yeah, exactly.
You have a different brain.
Yeah, of course.
You know what? If I never go in the army and I never get hit by that truck when I was 24 or 23, I am not the same person that's sitting here right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to live my whole life in fucking pain.
I mean, you don't know what you can't say that.
I am not the same person that you see before you now.
You don't know that. You probably would have.
I do fucking know that.
You know, I'm saying
I absolutely know that.
How can you speak for a life you didn't live? You understand what I'm saying? You can only talk for the one you know. You get what I'm trying to tell you? Like I understand that you saying just like me when I broke my shit. Like I broke a few bones in my life.
Because there are chains of events.
If I never broke those bones, right? If I never broke those bones, forget it. I still feel it to this day, right? But guess what? I did, right? So I know that if I didn't, I see life would be pains in some space. But what I'm saying is I feel it, and this is how it is. I know it would. If that never happened, I would be feeling much better. I wouldn't be feeling as much as I do. You know what I'm saying? But hey, listen.
How do you know?
Right? No,
how
listen.
Can you speak for a life you didn't live?
Exactly. That's exactly. I'm glad you tried to run back my logic on me because that's how I came to that logic. How do I know that something else wouldn't have happened? How do I know the next day I wouldn't have broken my neck instead? You understand what I'm saying? And
entertaining possibilities is just not really interesting though, Jay.
It doesn't have to be.
It really isn't.
It's not.
No, listen.
My larger point wasn't that you can fucking see what happens. The fact is that you're going to be a different person if you, I don't know, you grow up as the fat kid. You're going to have an entirely different disposition than if you were the pretty one or the smart one or the fucking dumb one or the weird
That's based
one.
on perception.
You're going to be that's going to have an effect on you. It's going to change your fucking brain.
Mm-hmm.
And there are some things that are just going to last a fucking lifetime.
Exactly. Those are experiences.
Right. But once
And
you
so
die and your brain fucking liquefies and turns to mush, then even if you do reincarnate, you've got a different fucking brain and a different fucking body, and all of your experiences are going to be fucking different. So don't tell me you're the same fucking person. You're not. You're a different person, which means it's not fucking you. It's not you.
Goodness, Sarah Connor, calm down. I said that, you are the same essence, not the same person, basically. It's like,
what the fuck is an essence?
I don't know.
There's something in you that I suppose that's in all of us.
Show me on the doll where my fucking essence is.
That carries on. You know what I'm saying? That carries on.
Yeah, you're talking shit is what you're saying.
I mean,
what's an essence?
That's what I
is it a soul?
I can't prove it. Maybe it is akin or comparable to what people say a soul is, but
I just don't know.
Great, show me on the fucking doll where the soul is.
I mean, it's
let's go. Call it a soul, call it an essence, whatever. Show me on the fucking doll where it is.
It's probably in the blue Bamgata.
Oh God.
But long story short, like, no matter what you think about what I'm saying, damn well you don't got the answers to the universe. Nobody does. You ain't got the answers, Sway. So, let's all just be humble.
Yeah, if no one has answers, I don't know why there are a lot of people positing like God and stuff. If people don't have answers, if like human beings don't have answers, right?
I mean, because to me, it just makes sense. Hey, listen, it's just.
If you don't have, that logic follows. But if we don't have answers, why do you? Not even just you, a lot of people, right? Why do they have any business positing something so complicated as a God?
Well,
you
all
don't
right.
have answers.
If something, all right. If you all right, have you ever just wondered about everything? How everything came about, why everything came, why we here? You never wondered about the why?
Yeah, a lot.
Like, we see the how. What?
Occasionally.
Oh, okay. But that's what I'm saying. That's good because, how we happen, of course, we got models and stuff like that. But why we happen, we won't ever get that context. It's like,
why does there have to be a why?
The what?
Why does there have to be a why?
That's what I'm saying. But we won't know if there has to be a why or not until we experience death. You see what I'm saying? So even the God believers, right? And even the atheists, right? They don't know. The only people that are accurate in their prediction is the pure agnostic, the one who doesn't make a pick in either direction, because
agnostics and atheists separately, right? They don't make predictions. It's just a response to a claim. A scientist who's like a physicist, right? Let's just take Chase for example, right? Let's just say he's a theist. He's making way more fucking predictions than a lot of other people on your average fucking person. He could just be a theist. He's still making predictions about the world. Atheism has very little to do technically with science at all.
No, what I'm saying is, all right, like you have the atheist doesn't believe in God. The theist believes in God.
That's it. There's nothing more additional.
He doesn't believe in God. So that's what I'm saying. The theist believes in God. So the one in the middle is the one who's most accurate because they don't know. They don't know either way. Like the one who
that doesn't make them more accurate.
agnostics claim that you can't know. They're making positive claims too, whether you know it or not.
I mean, they say no. They
don't
they
think
all say you can't know. That's probably a separate type of agnostic then, because they don't all say that.
That's my understanding of agnostic. Yeah, maybe there's some real sense, but
they mostly say we don't know. Like, I don't know if there's a God. I don't know if there is or there ain't. Probably is, probably ain't. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? That's what an agnostic really is. Like anything that's saying, oh, I don't know if there is or ain't, but I lean more towards no. No, you're an atheist.
Yeah, there's just a lot of it's
No
just a lot of like easy heuristics when it comes to attributing a lot of other like associations with belief. Like a lot of people assume that atheists all, like know about science, or they're just more inclined to be scientific. It's like, well, you know, I don't know what the empirical data is, but there are a lot of atheists who are stupid as fuck. They don't know anything about science, and they do believe in a lot of the woo spiritual stuff, right, etc., etc. Whereas you have a lot of theists who are very scientifically minded, know a lot about fucking goddamn science, right? And I think that heuristic needs to change, or get like a wider picture in terms of like how one-dimensional like an atheistic belief is and a theistic belief is, and you don't have to attach or attribute all of these other beliefs about the world necessarily. That's all that I'm saying.
Well, I mean, I'm always going to be curious to the world, though. What's going on out there, right? I mean, I'm always going to wonder what's on the other side of a black hole. You know what I'm saying? I'm always going to
be
wonder.
one example of that. You would be one example of some type of theist who is interested in science, and you're not anti-science, and you accept evolution and all of that. I'm just trying to get rid of the notion that, you know, there's like an anti-science with theists, and then there's science acceptance with atheism. That's just, I don't think that's true. Or maps on.
Don't you have enough here on Earth to keep you busy to stop you from worrying about what's on the other side of a black fucking hole?
You know,
yeah.
I mean, if you really wanted to know what was on the other side of a black hole, you should have started studying physics a long fucking time ago. But you didn't.
Should. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing.
It shouldn't even change your theistic beliefs at all. You can still hold a belief in a God and then go study fucking physics.
My thing is, science doesn't discourage me from believing in a God. It empowers my belief in a God. Me seeing this complex universe empowers it. It actually strengthens my belief. Like when I realize the true contents of the universe, it almost like raised my percentage of belief by a significant amount. Like
most of all,
when you realize the what,
the
when you realize
the universe.
The true content. Do you know what the true content of the? Have you realized that, Jay?
Well, 14 point something billion years across, right? That's what
you
we
realize the true content of the universe.
Across,
you know all of it.
No, that's the wrong.
Go get your Nobel Prize, bitch. What are you doing here on YouTube?
I don't know.
Get your Nobel Prize.
I don't know all of it, but I know you grumpy with me sometimes.
Yes, I am. A lot, quite a bit. But I'm grumpy with everybody, so.
True.
You know.
Gretchen has chewed me out a few times, so.
It's so good.
It happens.
I don't think I've experienced this yet, and hopefully I don't.
It's so good. I take it as a compliment because obviously,
Jay, was most of all the like classical scientists who like discovered a lot of the things that we know, like Newton and Lionel and people like that. They were all practicing Christians. Like they believed in God and Jesus and this, that, and the other. But what their mindset is I don't know how creation came to be. I don't know what God's like will for creating the universe was, but I'd like to find out.
That's real. I respect it, and they did a lot of great contributions. But
you know, see the thing that they're but as they made more and more observations, they went, well, hold on a minute. The things that my faith tell me that are true aren't true. Like, you know, with because they were mostly, a lot of them were mostly Christians. Like Lionel, the father of geology, he made the discovery of like how organic limestone cannot form quickly. Like you cannot get it to form any quicker than it can. And this led to the belief that the discovery that the Earth was at minimally 8 million years old.
Well, no, it's 4 billion, 4.5 billion, but
well, that I said minimally.
Yeah,
and that was the discovery. That was the discovery of like how old could the Earth be?
Yeah,
the discovery was made by a Christian who up to that point, people legitimately thought that the Earth was made in either 6 literal days, or it was made in 6,000 years, because it was interpreted that each day of God was 1,000 years. But he made the discovery that can't happen. That cannot be true. And that rocked his faith and led to many, many more discoveries about the natural world that we live in. And that religion was just, they got it wrong. They didn't know anything about anything.
Well, you know,
it was just a bunch of dudes who were curious about how the world worked around them. They just didn't know anything about the world around them.
Oh my God.
Does a black light emit light? Does a black hole emit light? Like,
yes.
Would you see
Okay,
it?
I got a couple of choices on something we can watch, guys. I got one Joel and Mezzo video where they rank the 7 most horrible arguments, or the 7 most horrible Bible passages. It was kind of long, but still. And then I found a couple of old Dr. Blitz, like their reactions, kind of like his shorts that he does, but these are like longer form, like they're 12 or 13 minutes each. And it looks like Baby Blitz because it's like from 2 years ago.
I remember I was gonna freaking one day I was like mad stoned. I was gonna fucking call Dr. Bliss and troll him as a flat earther, but I didn't do it.
Why the fuck?
Don't do that,
You don't
Jay.
do that.
That was a while
It's
ago.
never a good idea to troll Blitz. It just isn't.
Oh, by the way, Jay, I can prove to you right now that the Earth isn't flat, because cats would have knocked everything off the edge a long time ago.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I agree with that. My cat would have did that for sure.
Yeah, I heard that joke so many times in the last like 2 days. So.
But yeah, I would have been like, "Yeah, it's this Bliss. Yeah, I think the Earth is flat, dude."
Nah, you can't troll Dr. Blitz.
So does anybody care?
I was gonna say maybe the
Anyone
shorts.
have an opinion? The Joel and Mezzo or the?
I would say
Blitz
Dr. Blitz
thing?
shorts, but it's up to everybody else, of course, or the consensus. I would say.
It's whatever, man. I don't even, you know. Yeah.
Hey, Chrissy. Hey, Nectar.
Nectar.
We were just talking about black holes, so we'll watch the black hole one.
And white holes, and you know, they got the huge black holes that when you go through, it's like very gentle. It doesn't pull you apart. It's almost like you.
No, it still definitely pull you apart.
And then the small ones, they devour you. They obliterate you. Very small ones. So you got the big ones.
Okay. See, look how young he looks. It was only 2 years ago, but look at him.
Just me?
I'm
Oh
going
wait, I didn't put it up there yet. Yeah, it is. It's up there.
hungry.
Looks super young. Must have had a hard couple of years.
Who's talking about a theory from a friend of hers, Jason Paget, who has this theory about black holes. It's quite long, but let's watch.
Okay, this is my friend Jason Paget, and he's one of 40 people in the world with acquired savant syndrome.
So if you don't know what acquired savant syndrome is, it's basically the idea that you had some brain injury or had some illness, and it effectively rewired your brain, and now you perhaps see the world in a different way. Maybe you see shapes, maybe you have synesthesia, maybe you are all of a sudden incredible at mathematics. So that's what she's getting at here.
And I'm going to tell you about a revolutionary theory he has about black holes. But first, I'm sure you want to know how this happened to him. Basically, he was attacked and robbed by two men outside a karaoke bar. After the attack, he began seeing the world through a mathematical lens. Water looked like tangent lines, and light became rays made up of lines and spirals.
So this isn't necessarily a mathematical lens. It's just kind of like geometric and patterns and shapes. This seems to be more like just brain trauma and less like this person is a genius at mathematics. But let's watch.
He started seeing sacred geometry everywhere.
That's a trigger word for me. There's no such thing as sacred geometry. We'll get there, I'm sure, though.
And he was diagnosed with acquired savant syndrome, which only 1 out of 40 people, he's one of only 40 people in the world with it. He is also one of the kindest people I've ever met in my entire life. And I think he's one of the next Albert Einsteins. Well, the next Albert Einstein.
Ooh. That's another red flag. There's no way that somebody...
She can't possibly be this fucking dumb.
Big red flag, yeah.
Yeah, she's an idiot.
My
This
kid,
is like she's probably
big
just doing these
Taylor?
TikTok videos to like practice for her OnlyFans page or some shit.
Yeah, I always be wary when they,
That's
you
what
know,
kind of a brainstormer we're dealing with here.
someone thinks their child is like the next genius that's going to overturn any kind of consensus in any field. I think that's always going to be a red flag, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I'm sure they're real close friends. Super close, even.
without any education in the field is going to be the next Albert Einstein. But I'm sure he is a very pleasant person. This is not to rag on him at all, but we have to treat science with a scientific lens. Let's watch.
The really interesting thing is...
Hold up. Do you see that? What is a light antitsetse? What is a black hole singhialitali? This image is AI generated, which is extra funny. And you'll see in a minute that this is going to be a signal of what's to come, but let's keep listening.
Very ironic. He got beat up outside a karaoke bar, and now his paper I'm about to read is called Black Holes Are the Vinyl Records of the Cosmos.
Oh no.
By the way, I have it pulled up. It's a Medium article. We'll read it in a minute, but here it is. See? Anyway.
So let me explain his theory. Okay, so he says, imagine the universe as a giant symphony where the black holes play the role of a vinyl record.
Okay, so this is very fluffy language, but we shouldn't let the...
Jesus Christ.
The symphonies play vinyl now, not instruments. They play vinyl now.
That's the frequency of the universe.
Vinyl is the frequency
maybe
of the
Chase could
universe.
somehow interpret this in a charitable way. If he was here.
So wait. So is it the vinyl? Is it 22 or 45? Which one is it?
Oh God.
420
Do you have any
hertz.
idea what I mean? Oh, you got to remember vinyl. Either 22, 45, or 78.
No.
Oh, I can't wait, Gretchen.
Huh?
I don't know. I know very little about vinyl, so.
I know about them, but I was no fucking DJ or nothing like that. But I know about them though.
Fluffy language, cloud, or judgment here. After all, it could have some seriously good ideas. It's a little bit strange that there's some music stuff and he got injured outside of karaoke bar. Maybe there's something to do with it there, but you know, let's give it the benefit of the doubt, right?
These cosmic records encode the universe's information, storing the melodies of existence in an intricate pattern of light waves, at their core, the singularity.
So she's definitely reading something, but that's fine. I mean, presumably she's reading from Jason Padgett's work.
At the heart of every black hole, like picture it going down, lies a singularity.
So that's not a great picture, but it's reasonable if you're trying to visualize in a two-dimensional way what a black hole is. It's called a space-time embedding diagram, where you have this kind of throat, this funnel going down. That's what she's getting at.
It is a point where mass converts to light wave.
Singularities are not a point where mass converts to light. We don't even know what singularities are. All they are mathematical places where the space-time curvature goes off to infinity. But certainly, matter isn't being converted to light because we don't even know what light does at that place. The physics just completely breaks down, so we can't even say anything about it.
Through a dance of destructive and constructive interference patterns.
Making any claims about what happens at the core of a black hole is fraught with problems.
He looks so young, and this was only 2 years ago. Fucking crazy.
The patterns are like grooves on a vinyl record. Each one represents a different note in the cosmic symphony.
Okay, so this is more fluff, and I have a feeling that there's not actually going to be any physics content here. Rather, we're just going to see the kind of imagery that happens when you're on LSD, perhaps, for example.
So now there's the holographic screen out.
All right, so now we're actually getting some real physics here. So holography is what Jason is kind of scratching towards, no pun intended, which is a real thing. It was first proposed, I suppose, in the 90s by Maldacena and Tuft, based off of work from people like Hawking.
What does that get?
No, as soon as I hear holographic, I just instantly think of Leonard Susskind, but he's yeah, I'm not in that. No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
People like Bekenstein, people like Susskind, work done in the 70s. The idea behind holography is basically that you can describe the physics of a system with gravity, with the physics of a system without gravity with one fewer dimension.
Side of it, which I call the plasma field.
Why do you call it the plasma field?
You could call it the
good. At least we know what she calls it. It's great.
Matrix,
No,
or
you
the
shouldn't.
Akashic realm, or
Don't
a
do
zero-point
that.
energy field, whatever.
Don't do that.
The
Nope.
universe, matrix field.
Energy field, whatever.
One fewer with gravity, with the physics of a system without gravity with one fewer dimension.
Side of it, which I call the plasma field.
Why do you call it the plasma field?
You could call it the matrix,
No,
or
you
the
shouldn't.
Akashic realm, or
Don't
a
do
zero-point
that.
energy field, whatever.
Don't do that.
The
Nope.
universe,
Don't do
space.
that. Nope.
He calls it the holographic screen.
Nope.
That's
Holographic screen is actually the word of art that's being used in the physics literature. So
That's not me.
W Blitz.
That's
Who's
not
echoing?
Blitz. Who's echoing?
Satan.
That's not me.
Satan.
That's not me.
Oh, did I fuck shit up?
Let me mute up.
You gotta mute the YouTube stream.
You gotta mute the YouTube stream.
I did. Yeah, I don't even have. Oh,
Did?
Oh, is that Jay?
Oh, is that thing?
Nah, I'm muted.
Okay.
I was muted
Still
when you
echoing?
asked that.
Am I still echoing? No, I've got Satan muted, and I don't hear the echo anymore. Do you?
Check. Okay. No, I hear no echoing.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
All
muted.
right. You're unmuted, Ryan. Whatever you did worked because I don't hear the echo anymore.
I think I fixed it.
Okay.
At least he's somewhat
Yeah,
familiar with
I fixed
the
it.
physics.
I tried putting
Or
my
is he?
headset in.
Oh, gotcha.
Surrounding the singularity. It's a two-dimensional surface where the information from the singularity is projected. In my
Okay, yeah, I mean, that's a fairly concise explanation of what physicists think of as a holographic screen around a black hole, which is like a real thing. This isn't some crazy idea that Jason Paget came up with. This is a real thing that people think about.
In my mind, basically, plasma is projected out of this black hole onto the field. Or
Plasma is just an ionized gas. It's not anything special, but we'll see what she thinks plasma is later.
consciousness. Either
No,
one, I'm
it's
not sure actually.
consciousness. They're not, no.
So the screen acts like the surface of the vinyl record, but
When you said consciousness, I'm like, oh my.
Okay,
fucking
so
God, dude.
this vinyl
Blood's gonna be glitching by the end of this video, just like going stop, 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 just stop.
Oh man.
He's gonna have a twitch by the end, like no, no, no.
Nope, that's not what plasma is.
vinyl record analogy is just that, an analogy. It doesn't seem like it's actually being used to convey any physical insight.
instead of physical grooves, it has the interference patterns of light waves that encode the universe's history.
Okay, so again, this notion of encoding the history of the universe in a holographic sense on a holographic screen, that's like well-established physics. This is, well, it's theoretical physics, of course, but it's not new. This isn't a new idea. He's just, I guess, framing this in a sort of musical way, which is, it's cute, but it's not new.
Akashic field.
What? Akashic? What? No? No!
So the light needle, he calls it Hawking radiation.
Okay, so he didn't come up with the name Hawking radiation. I don't actually know who did come up with the name Hawking radiation, but it's been in use for quite a while. Hawking developed the idea of Hawking radiation in the 70s, I suppose. She's going to give an explanation, I think.
So Hawking radiation is the theoretical thermal black body radiation released outside of the black hole's event horizon. So this is the event horizon around it. So right over here.
Yeah, so that's a fairly good, if lay, description of Hawking radiation.
So my theory, by the way, is that Hawking radiation is a type of plasma because it is not an electromagnetic radiation.
Hawking radiation is overwhelmingly electromagnetic. It's not always electromagnetic, but because photons are so light and so easy to generate, it is overwhelmingly electromagnetic radiation.
That, once inside the event horizon, electromagnetic radiation, it cannot escape.
That's true. Electromagnetic radiation can't escape from a black hole, but Hawking radiation doesn't come from inside the black hole. Hawking radiation actually comes from a region outside the black hole, anywhere from just outside the event horizon to, say, 3 or 4 black hole radii away from the black hole.
This black body radiation, Hawking radiation, escapes. I think it's plasma.
It's not plasma, at least not mostly. It is mostly just electromagnetic radiation.
Or something to do with consciousness. I don't know which one.
Consciousness and plasma, not related.
They're different. At the core, it's the same, but it's different.
No.
Sorry, back to Jason.
Okay.
So the Hawking radiation, the stream of particles emitted from the edge of the black hole, acts like a stylus or a light needle.
I mean, I don't even understand that analogy, but okay.
It reads the information encoded in the interference patterns just like the grooves on a vinyl record to produce music.
The grooves on the interference pattern would be outside the event horizon in this case, or is it inside the event horizon, which is like at the set? Like, the analogy just doesn't work, right? I'm not crazy here, right?
Universe is literally playing a symphony. This radiation is entangled with a singularity, which picture it is kind of in the hole.
I mean, that's one idea as to how Hawking radiation works. We're not sure, of course, but that's one idea.
And the holographic screen. So it's entangled with the singularity and the holographic screen.
There is no tripart entanglement. Well, rather, when we say that Hawking radiation is entangled with something inside the black hole, it's not entangled with the holographic screen. It's kind of across the holographic screen.
Making sure the information is faithfully projected into our observable universe. Almost like it's being weaved or music being played. or plasma being projected
Stop with the plasma.
onto the plasma screen.
He's bringing up plasma.
But it all doesn't.
I was kind of figuring if anybody's ever gonna break Blitz, it's gonna be some dingbat like her, you know.
But doesn't the universe go back to plasma?
He keeps his shit together through the craziest fucking flirts and all kinds of shit. And
Right.
like, if anybody's
He's
just
just
gonna
so incredibly
fucking break
nice.
him, it's gonna be someone like
Oh,
just
God,
like
yeah.
her, man.
His level of like diplomacy is insane. I get so heated watching his live sometimes. Like,
I know. Can you imagine
oh
how
my
many
God,
times
what the
Milo's
fuck?
head would have exploded by now?
Yeah.
If
No,
this was Milo
What? Yeah,
Rossi instead.
nice.
he's just
Hey,
way
did you
too
ever
nice to people.
did you ever dig into the Milo Rossi, the Mini Minute Man rabbit hole yet?
No, I haven't. I still need to look into it. I still wanted to watch
Oh
his.
god, dude, he's fucking hilarious, dude.
Oh, really? I still need to watch his
Yeah, dude, that
Bro
guy is
interaction.
great.
Yeah, I told you you gotta start. You gotta start with the one that I sent you.
Yeah,
Was
for
it?
sure.
I don't know if
No,
it was the
I've
Shane
been-
vibes or the Philip Zieba.
Yeah. I just
You
haven't
gotta
had
start with that
He
one
still
because
hasn't come through on that fucking Atlantis video.
that Atlantis video is never happening. He just does that to troll everybody. But for real though, like, you gotta start with the one that I sent you. Do you still have the link? 'Cause I'll send it to you again.
And
Yeah, for sure.
It's also
My
like
bad, Gretchen. I get busy
a
after.
quest,
It's just
a legitimate
always after
question.
Mondays
If
and Tuesdays.
You
Go
can
ahead.
do we
you can
think
always just
Milo
go
is
to
ever
you can
gonna
always just go to
finish
Mini
fixing
Minute
his house?
Man.
Okay, yeah, I'll find him.
Okay. You can always go to just look for the one. Oh shit. I sent you the freaking link. I'll send it to you. Are we friends on Discord?
This is pretty good.
I believe so, yeah. No, I'll get it, Gretchen. Don't worry about it right now.
Because I'll send it to you on Discord, so you definitely have it. But you have to start with the series that I sent you, because then you'll know the whole Google debunker thing and where it came from. And
Okay. Yeah,
it'll be great.
I'm pretty sure I already have it.
Yeah. So then if
Yeah.
you start watching them backwards, every time he talks about Google debunkers, which he does a lot now, you'll know exactly why that's fucking hilarious.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Okay.
The cosmic projection. As the singularity's information is read by Hawking radiation, it gets projected onto our holographic screen, creating the universe we see. Literally think of like a movie projector and a screen. The movie projector is...
So there's a problem with this, right? Because
Wait, are we watching a movie or are we listening to records?
Right.
Make up my mind. You daffy bitch. Fucking tell me what we're doing. Pick a metaphor and stick with it. Please.
the holographic screen is, in some sense, the event horizon of the black hole. Is she or he suggesting that our universe is playing out entirely on the event horizon of black holes? Because that's a little bit far-fetched. I mean, we see the event horizons of black holes. Well, we don't literally see them, but we can like know where the event horizon of black holes are. We're not on them.
Playing the history of the cosmos frame by frame for us to observe and experience. And I would say experience and evolve using this by what we see, by our perspective, by using our consciousness. And
there's so much nonsense here. Like, can we just stick with the physics, please?
Interacting with this plasma field or this Hawking radiation to evolve and experience life. The symphony of the multiverses. He says the singularity doesn't just hold the information of our universe. It contains all possible configurations of every universe in existence.
Does he back this up?
When these configurations are projected onto the holographic screen, they represent the sum of all possible histories, much like how different paths in a Feynman diagram contribute to the final outcome in quantum mechanics.
So he's using an analogy to well-understood physics to make a claim about something else. But is there any reason I should believe that this other claim? Like, or is it just like a kind of a vibe? I'll give you a hint, it's a vibe.
And just so you know, a Feynman diagram is a representation of quantum field theory processes in terms of particle interactions. So
yeah, that's decent.
Those subatomic particles, like a proton or electron. Basically, if you view our universe as a holographic universe with infinite possibilities, like Jason says, they could come together in a multitude of ways to make any reality happen. So then
how do you figure?
He says the sum of these histories gives rise to the overall wave function that describes our universe, predicting the probabilities of events in the grand cosmic play.
I'm usually pretty good at actually discerning word salad from non-word salad, even outside of areas that I'm familiar with. This is an area that I'm very familiar with. That's sort of word salad. Like, it's the kind of word salad that, like, ChatGPT would generate.
He goes on to say, interconnected artistry. He says, the beautiful and profound story of the cosmos reveals that we are both the art and the artist.
We are far and away from physics now. Now we're doing, like, philosophy, metaphysics, stuff like that.
The painter and the masterpiece, the projector and the projected. Everything is interconnected through entanglement, where each thing affects the other in a mutual dance of energy and information. I call energy plasma, and I call information consciousness.
Why do you
so
call
basically,
them that? Look, those aren't the same thing. Energy is plasma. Like, they're not.
Who was using like quantum woo? I forget his name. I don't know if it was like an Indian guy or something like that. You know what I'm talking about? Who was trying to defer to like quantum mechanics and then talk about quantum consciousness or some shit like that. I forget his name.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
God, I forget his name. I'm blanking on it. But this kind of shit is so annoying. Like, just piggybacking, like, these kind of people they try to regurgitate nuggets of truth about something, some consensus in science, especially like physical science or whatever. I'll probably look them up. And then warp it into their own fucking world. That's just so annoying to me, even as a layman.
Oh yeah, she's legit just reading this off a tablet or some shit, you know. Like,
as a layman, that really does
this.
anger me because like I can't go and tell that person they're objectively wrong because I don't know the principles behind why they're wrong.
Yeah,
but I know they're wrong.
God, I can't forget. Oh, it'll come to me. But this just annoys the fuck out of me, man. Like, you guys are just so caustic.
Who's caustic?
No, not you guys. I mean, people like her. People like her that's like using, like piggybacking on theoretical physics or science or the cornerstone of physical science to spread some kind of like bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll find his name, right? Yeah.
She's just a whore for fucking clicks and likes. That's all she is. Like 100%.
Yeah.
That's all she is. Like, I seriously doubt this Jason Padgett guy is even a fucking friend of hers, because did you hear the way she said his fucking name at the beginning?
Mm-hmm.
She said Padgett. Like, I'm sorry, I've never met anyone that pronounces it like that, like, ever. So, whatever. Probably just some guy she fucked or something.
Oh, Gretchen, yeah, I think you're okay.
Now she thinks she's smart.
Deepak Chopra?
By the principle of transitivity. What?
That's what I was referring to. Deepak Chopra? You remember him? Deepak?
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know who he is.
Yeah. It's like, to me, it's a similar thing. It's just kind of annoying. I don't know.
Yeah, it's very quantum woo kind of sacred geometry, weirdo bullshit. So it's definitely got that vibe to it. So
Right.
Words have meanings.
Everything he says goes along with what I think, which I think our consciousness is in a constant feedback loop with plasma.
Maybe I need to go
What
watch
does
some of
that
her other
mean?
videos, but
she won't fucking stop with the fucking plasma.
Dude, she brings it up like 8 times, 7, 8, 9 times in this fucking video.
Blitz is so charitable.
He is such a nice dude.
Plasma's just like protons and neutrons, electrons that are not bound together into atoms. That's all plasma is, right? It's like you can find it in a neon sign. It's not conscious.
Or energy, which is evolving us and helping us experience life. He says this makes us integral parts of the cosmic symphony, influencing and being influenced by the universal melody, which I literally call plasma, which
Again,
I don't want to be mean here because he clearly had something traumatic happen. This sounds like the kinds of things that I hear when somebody has partook in psychedelics.
he calls Hawking radiation. I think it's a type of plasma.
It would be has partaken, not has partook. Just so you know, Blitz. And
as in she's
you can totally be
actively
mean to her
partaking.
because she didn't get assaulted outside the fucking karaoke bar. You need to be mean to her. Just saying. I give
This
you
is like
permission.
he's just an angel.
But
man.
it literally
He's nice.
Right? I don't want to be mean here. You're
If I
allowed
had his
to.
level of knowledge, I would have cussed. I would have
She's
just
not the
started
one.
cursing a long time ago. I don't know.
So. And anyway, it would either be she partook in the psychedelics or has partaken. Just saying.
Oh yeah.
really connects. Like it all connects. In his conclusion, he says, in this grand narrative, black holes act as vinyl records, encoding and projecting a symphony of existence through light and quantum entanglement. Our consciousness and how plasma turns into other states of matter.
Sorry, what? Plasma is a state of matter. That's true.
The singularity holds the melodies, the singularity holds the melodies, the holographic screen / plasma screen, which is
Stop with the plasma stuff. It's not a. There's no plasma screen. It's just.
Vinyl records don't have screens. They don't. They don't project anything. It's fucking crazy.
It's a holographic screen, which is actually like an imaginary barrier. It's not like a real physical thing. It's just a place where we can envision all of the information being stored. But it's not actually like a physical barrier or anything.
my idea, not his. You could literally call it anything you want, though. It
No, you can't. Words have meaning.
projects the cosmic movie, and Hawking radiation serves as the medium through which this information is read and interpreted. Guys, it's plasma.
It's not plasma.
This tale of the universe not only unifies the concepts of quantum mechanics and general relativity, but also provides us with a deeper understanding of the informational dynamics that govern the very fabric of reality.
Look, so if you're going to make the claim that you've unified general relativity and quantum mechanics, you better be able to show your work. That means you better be able to show equations, make quantitative predictions. You better be able to explain where everybody else has gone wrong, explain why you're right, explain how it is that your result pulls back or in the limit goes to general relativity or in the limit goes to quantum mechanics. There's a lot of work to be done. Some guy writing a Medium post is definitely not going to be doing that.
Through this lens, we see that we are a part of the cosmic dance, eternally connected and creatively intertwined with the universe itself. I have always said, we are creating the universe with our consciousness and plasma as it's creating us.
Oh,
There's this plasma field.
Have you always said that? Like always? Tell us more.
And then we have plasma inside of us. I know they're two different plasmas, but they're actually not.
There is no plasma field inside of us. We have blood plasma. That's a separate thing.
Our consciousness, our conscious perspective, our unique perspective makes calculations based on what we're seeing out here and then feeds it back in here. And then we make
Feeds it back in here? The
What
larynx?
the fuck is she talking about?
choices and it feeds back out there. And then things happen to us in here. Like, you always wonder why you go through the same kind of lessons over and over until you learn them. Like, this is a spiritual cosmic order.
Physics generally doesn't have anything to say about spiritual reality. Whether you think that there's a god, or you believe in the spirit, or you believe in souls, that's not the realm of physics.
I wonder how many times he had to watch this story. He didn't fucking keep laughing.
Without just
through it.
laughing or. Jesus.
Hey, Nectu, good morning.
Morning. How is everybody?
Hey, Nectu.
It's great. This is fucking hilarious. I'm glad we
Yeah.
did this.
Yeah, hell yeah. I've been laughing my ass off.
It's great. And he
I don't know how
looks
much time
super
I'll be up here,
fucking young, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. This has been
Yeah,
2
he looks
years.
fucking
since this-
baby Blitz, man.
Right. I don't know how much time I'll have. I'm waiting for my wife to come out of a doctor appointment. I'm in the car. So, but I just
no
this
worries.
has just been too crazy to not join in on.
Right?
Yeah, it's my first time seeing Blitz here.
I've never seen him do other outside of the shorts that he does or the TikToks or whatever. I've never seen him do a long form reaction like this, so this is kind of neat.
So I would
I've seen him
appreciate it
do
if
this
you
chick before.
kept them separate. That'd be good.
There's an intelligence to this beyond us. This is only the start of, oh God, so much. I mean, people have known about this mythology forever. But what he is proving here and what I have
forever.
What he's proving here. We'll go look at the article in a minute. I have a feeling he's not proving anything.
said, which is the same thing, I just don't say it as smart as he does. He can put it into like mathematical and science terms where I just talk about it in like metaphysical and mythological and psychological terms.
Mythological.
But basically,
That's
we
amazing.
affect the universe and it affects.
So stupid. She's like, yeah, I talk about it in usually like just illogical, mythological terms.
She has this whole like I just woke up hungover in Vegas vibe about her. You know what I mean?
Oh my god.
Oh my God. I learned about the universe last night at the casino. Here's everything I know.
Mythological, physiological, logical. I forgot the other logicals, but yeah, got you.
All the smart words I've ever learned.
All the logicals. All the logicals.
All the logical suffixes, yeah.
Let's go. Let's fucking go.
us. The universe is a dance between surrender and control. Between
what?
Are we still doing Jason Padgett stuff, or is this? I think this is just hers at this point. So let's just finish the video. There's only another minute and a half left, and then I'll go show you the article, and we can scan through it really quick.
being the creator and the creating. I can't just create my reality. I have to surrender to the bigger reality, which is the plasma field, which
plasma
knows past, present, and future. It's the Akashic realm.
I changed my.
Oh, she won't stop.
Poor Blitz.
Mind. I'm done. Let's go look at the actual article rather than listening to her. I changed my mind.
Which knows past, present, and future. It's the Akashic realm.
That's when his diplomacy.
I changed my mind. I'm done. Let's go look at the actual article rather than listening to her go on for a while. So, here is the article. Right? Black holes are the vinyl records of the cosmos. Now, pause and read it if you'd like. We have words like quantum information holography and
We are not going to be doing that.
holographic screens as speakers, and there's all these lovely pictures, which are really quite lovely. There's a few equations here. Things like the energy of a photon is related to a mass of something that's at rest, which doesn't really work because something actually needs to be at rest, and photons are never at rest. There's some words about Hawking radiation. It's a great picture here. One thing that's kind of strange, though, is most people don't write like bullet points and then colons and then paragraphs and then bullet points, colons, and then paragraphs. This is a very peculiar way of organization. And if you're, oh, here's some actual equations, but this just looks like trigonometry.
Damn.
I'm going to control F something. The word delve shows up exactly once. Now, for those of you who know, delve is a signifier word for when something was generated by AI. And when I looked at this, it just screamed AI to me. So here's what I did. Let's just take this this first paragraph or so. Let's just dump it into a few AI checkers. So here's one, Scribber, pasting it in, analyze text. 100% chance that it was generated by AI, but maybe it's false positive. Let's try another. This one is 0GPT, detect text. 83.15% chance that it was generated by GPT. Okay, how about this one? AI detector. Scan.
You gotta make more use of it.
AI content detected. So I don't even think that Jason Padgett wrote this. I think that he had a conversation with ChatGPT because he had some poetic thoughts. And he asked ChatGPT to generate things that sound physicsy, given the shower thoughts that he had. And this checks out, because if you actually go through and read this, you'll find that there are some things that...
What's that?
He just wants to be worshipped like he's a genius without... I mean, go to Christianity if you want that kind of thing. They let people in all the time and will praise you like you're a genius without earning any of your... Don't come to science and pretend like you know everything. You're just going to make an ass out of yourself and get laughed out of the room. If you want undeserved.
For all we know, there is no Jason Padgett, and it's just this daffy bitch on TikTok trying to get clicks. You know?
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, and then
thought this
Smite
person was
could
for
very
real.
well be to catch on to this type of shit. All right, you can't just go on TikTok and then create a video like this and then think that people who know their shit, all right, are not going to be able to catch on to it.
All right. But Christians will. Christians, I mean, if Jason Padgett or this chick, if they want undeserved praise and worship, just be a Christian. They'll give it to you. You don't even have to ask. This you got to fight for.
Just keep going, or you can keep going with this fucking woo crazy shit, and maybe get on Joe Rogan someday.
Oh, that's so true. Yeah. That's another
like same as winning the lottery.
That's the fucking promised land for these fucking nut jobs, man.
Yeah, you know what's so depressing is that
such a good point, Gretchen.
shit like this works a lot for a lot of people. What she's doing or whatever, it works a lot.
It does. It's unfortunate.
Unfortunately, yeah.
People are stupid and it's so stupid.
Actually connect with real physics, like the energy of a photon being hf, or E equals mc squared. It's real physics. Hawking radiation is real stuff. Words like holographic screen, these are things that actually appear in the physics literature. But if you look for anything new, anything that is original to this work, you'll find that there's no actual physics there. It's kind of just vibes and fluff. It's just analogies. There's no actual solid claims being made, except about things that are already known. Which means, well, ChatGPT can't generate new work, right? It can only generate fluff about things that sound new. So I really think that the original poster of that video probably should have done her research here and maybe asked Jason, if they are actually personal friends, why this blog post looks like it was written by ChatGPT.
There you go.
Anyway, so thanks for joining us, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Talk about a
great song.
All the rage.
You dug out your guitar yet?
No, I haven't yet, but I will today.
God damn it! You and nobody need to get on the fucking ball.
Right. It was a busy weekend though. I thought
I know I'm asking a lot, but
No, it won't. Actually, it's not. I just need to get it out and plug it in. It really won't take more than probably an hour or two. I just got to get things moving. I'll do it today, though.
Oh, really? It only take that long?
Yeah, I mean, just got to plug in and set things up, and
Then
then
I don't
start.
feel like I'm asking a lot. Get on it, damn it.
As long as I have everything I need.
I mean,
I
if you and nobody need to talk, like is there like rhythm and like lead guitar in there?
Well, that's what I was gonna. I didn't know nobody was gonna.
So
use
like
the
you
guitar.
and nobody.
I was actually
need
gonna
to
use
talk
another
about
friend
that
of
and
mine.
decide who's gonna do what and.
Yeah, I will.
Or how many cookies and all that.
But I didn't know that nobody played guitar, so
yeah,
that works out better. Because I was gonna talk to a friend of mine who's really good at guitar about helping me with some stuff with it, but I'll just talk to nobody instead.
Yeah, like
nobody
anytime
does like acoustic guitar.
Me?
Huh?
No, I have an acoustic and an electric, but I was gonna use my Fender Jaguar.
Oh, okay. No, I was just I didn't.
There's
I was
already
asking
like
if,
it's like a 30-second AI audio clip, and we're gonna
20
bolster it.
second clip.
Yeah, and we're just gonna add some more tracks to it, like audio tracks on top of it. That's what I thought.
I rewrote the Blitz, this song, the Dr. Blitz, the this thing.
Right. Yeah, that's
I'll
the
see
one.
you guys in the next one.
That one.
Yeah, I got a couple ideas, for that, especially with the guitar.
I rewrote it for him.
And,
and it sounds really good. He liked it the way it was.
He likes
just as
it.
Oh, damn.
But
that's awesome.
He wanted something that was made by humans, so he asked if we could actually record it. So we're doing that.
Oh, we were recording it separate? I thought we were just laying tracks down on top of the
Well,
AI.
no, you and nobody are doing the guitars, and then Arpy's gonna do the
Well,
DJ
then we
magic
can let
on it.
Arpy's lay down the beat first, and then
And then Gretchen,
I think he already has.
You gonna write the lyrics, Gretchen?
Huh? I already wrote the lyrics.
Yeah.
You want to hear the song?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, play the
Oh,
AI.
I'm sorry. I'm so
That's
out
really
of.
good too.
Okay.
Okay. Hang on a second. Do I have it in there?
In fact, as soon as my wife gets out of this appointment, I'm planning on going home and just getting the guitar out right away.
Oh, that's so dope, man.
Downloads.
That's cool because I haven't had it since I got this guitar. I really haven't had much. I've recorded a lot of songs in my life, but I've never this Fender Jaguar that I have. I've never recorded anything with it yet. I've only had it. I mean, I've probably had it for about 10 years, but I haven't recorded much in the last 10 years. I did most of my stuff was when I was in my early 20s and mid 20s, when I was in bands and stuff, and I haven't been doing anything like that since.
So now you're like unearthing your musical ability again, kind of thing.
Well, I always play. I mean, you don't ever really lose. It's like learning to ride a bike. You never really lose. You might get rusty, but you're not going to lose the ability.
Yeah, that's awesome, man.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm probably a little rusty, but I play my acoustic, but I just But that's not like that's like a flamenco guitar. It's a flamenco acoustic guitar. It's the fretboard is much shorter.
You gotta be kidding me.
There's like no soloing possible on the acoustic.
Man, Discord sucks.
Yeah, I never properly learned to play any instrument.
I taught myself. I never properly learned either.
Yeah,
you can teach yourself how to play a guitar.
With a flute and a bass saxophone, but I never.
Nice. I played the saxophone and the trumpet in school.
Oh, nice. Yeah, but I never really applied that knowledge to like actually making music. That's something that I really appreciate about people who can do that. It's really cool.
Yeah, I'm not very good, but it's always been like
you probably are.
I hung out with did it, so I just kind of did with whatever my friends were doing. I thought I was Kurt Cobain when I was 20, like literally Well, maybe not literally, but I mean, I was. I thought I was
Wait,
going to be.
what's your age, Nick? Too?
47. I was.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're. Okay.
I was probably 15 years old when Kurt committed suicide.
Yeah. You're
That was
you
like
got
a
like a
huge
decade
deal
on
for me.
me. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, I was just curious.
Yeah. It was like then Tupac. It was like my favorite rapper. Tupac died right after that, like 2 years later.
Yeah, all the icons die early.
And then Notorious B.I.G.
Yeah, I thought, I was one of those people who thought Kurt was a genius, but
I don't think he was a musical genius. I don't think he was like skilled with playing his instrument or anything. He wasn't doing anything groundbreaking, but he was also. But I think what he was good at was, it was the time at the time in the 80s, where everything was hair metal. He knew that was like corporate rocker shit, and he was tired of it, and he was just doing his own thing. He was right place, right time kind of thing, but he also had like one hell of a voice, and like combining like almost like a metalish sound, like a really grungy sound with punk hadn't really been done like that. So I don't know, like he was just. I think most for Kurt, for most of Kurt, it was right place, right time, and that he was just the way he also had like an iconic look to him.
yeah, handsome guy and stuff.
Right.
Like like it kind of perfectly fits. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think people were just at that point in time. People were just tired of being sold cookie cutter music, and they wanted real people to make music. And Kurt was a real dude. Just somebody who got lucky.
I think a lot of his lyrics were good too, and a lot of his songs, but
he was probably a better lyricist than he was a guitar player. But he didn't like his own
that was
lyrics.
like mostly David Grohl and it was only
Dave Grohl was probably a better guitar player than Kurt was.
Dave Grohl. Yeah. Because my understanding is that Kurt just wrote he just wrote all the lyrics to.
He wrote all the music. He even wrote the drums. But I mean, once he had
He wrote
Dave
the
Grohl
music
in the
too?
band, like he could let someone else write the music along with him. In fact, the first song that someone else even wrote for Nirvana was on In Utero, is the second song, Scentless Apprentice, and that was a riff that Dave Grohl had come up with.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
have you listened to the drum beat for fucking "Smells Like Teen Spirit"? That's a fucking disco beat.
Is it? Who said that?
Yes, Dave.
I can't see it. My screen is so small. Satan Stalker?
That's Satan talking right now.
Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out. I was just seeing who's talking to me.
Yeah, Dave was like,
that's
I didn't.
Ryan.
Yeah. He's like
When
Dave
Smells Like Teen
admitted.
Spirit was written, though, Dave Grohl wasn't in the band. It was still Chad Channing, because they wrote that in the 80s. Kurt picked out met Dave Grohl for the first time, like in Olympia, I think, when Dave was still part of the band Scream, and he had seen him play and he was just blown away, and he tracked him down essentially and asked him to join the band. But it wasn't until like 91 when Dave was on the recording. He recorded Nevermind, but he wasn't involved with the writing any of the songs. Pretty sure almost all the songs were written when Nevermind came out. Or I mean, when Dave joined, not when Never. Of course, the songs were written when Nevermind came out. That's ridiculous, but you know what I'm saying. So anyways, what do you guys want to do now?
Where'd it go? I'm looking for
Waiting for
the
Gretchen.
Blitz song.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot what we were doing. It's in the production chat, isn't it?
Unfortunately, I can't get fucking Discord to work on my goddamn Chromebook.
Well, you can just play it for tonight if you want. I mean, it's not a huge deal.
Huh? Hang on.
Just wait till later.
I figured out, I think.
Yeah, no big deal.
Okay. Let's see. Whoops. All right. Media player. I just had to log in on my laptop because at least everything works there.
Sure.
Yeah, no rush at all. Now all of this talk makes me want to listen to Nirvana now.
I still listen to him once in a while.
Share audio.
Yeah.
I love In Utero. I always liked imagining what another album would have sounded like after In Utero.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Let's go.
All right, let's play it.
This is what his new outro song's gonna sound like.
Okay.
The quantum sage has seen the hidden lights. The lamp is calling through the endless cosmic night. Illuminati, trust the prophet blitz with quantum sight. Lift the lamp of reason, let it speak and shine. With science, we'll save the world by grand design.
Sounds good to me.
It.
I'm glad you guys
This
heard
is
it.
gonna be the outro for Blitz. Blitz's stuff.
Yeah, because he said something about I wanted to make him a song, and he was like, "Yeah, I really don't want that." He's like, "But what I'd really like is," he's like, "my outro song. I would like that redone." Because so I DM'd him. I'm like, "What do you want?" And he goes, "It's just," he goes, "the lyrics are like super glazy," and then he sent me this metal band he likes and said, "This is the kind of vibe I'm after," and you know, I don't know. I like the Quantum Sage part, but other than that, the lyrics are super glazy, and I just wish they weren't. So.
Oh, okay.
So I just redid it, and I sent it to him, and he's like, "It's so good, but I really wish it was like, done by actual people." I'm like, "Well, I wrote it." And he goes, "Well, that's, you know what I mean."
Yeah,
I'm
because
like,
I was like,
"Yeah,
these are your lyrics, right? That
I
was my
get
impression.
it."
Yeah.
Yeah, those are my lyrics, but the music is all AI with the influence by the band that he gave me, and
Oh, that's why.
so we split it into stems, and we're
Mhm.
recording the different parts.
Okay, now I understand. Okay.
Yeah.
And
then
that's
RP's
why you're talking
gonna
about drums and
use
stuff.
FL Studio to put it all together.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be fun. I'll talk to nobody today when I get home.
Cool.
Get my guitar out. Start messing around with it. I just gotta make sure.
Resources to contribute.
Huh?
I said I wish I had the resources to contribute.
Awesome.
You guys both talked at the same time again.
Sorry.
Yeah, you did.
I said I kind of I wish I had a computer because I maybe could contribute something.
Oh, well, I mean, you could on a phone as long as. Do you have a way to plug it directly into your phone?
Nah.
For audio. Like if you well, it depends on also what kind of instrument you plan on. What do you plan to use? What would you use?
Well, I have a no. I have an electric clarinet.
Oh, nice.
Mm.
That'd be cool. Well, yeah. As long as you played, as long as you played it into your phone, like you wouldn't have to necessarily directly tap in, but play.
Or if I had a computer, I could like mix it and like add effects onto it, like add distortion and like
as long as you
harmonizers
get it
and
onto
like
your
that.
phone, we could do all that. Like you could send it to one of us, and we could do all that. On the like we could do it over the internet. Like one of us could work on it, and we could
You
send
know
it.
what? If you could talk to Professor Hizzle in the chat, like he's usually here at the beginning of the stream and then quite often at the end because he actually sleeps, at night.
Yeah.
But talk to Professor Hizzle because he plays sax, and I bet you anything he will be able to tell you
Exactly
how to fucking record with an electric clarinet into your fucking phone.
Yeah.
I bet you anything he'll know.
I know how to do my guitar, but I just plug directly in to the computer or my phone. Or if I'm doing an acoustic, I'll set the phones. I'll set my microphone right up by the the amplification part of the guitar.
Oh God, how do I put this? The thing that like picks up the sound from the clarinet. It's in the barrel, and it's like this little fucking screw-on thing that you put in the barrel, and it's got a 3.5 millimeter input that goes from the clarinet to a standard sized guitar plug.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you should be able to plug in with that. You just might need an adapter for the phone to like get into the audio jack, and you can just go from like 16/4 inch down to the audio. I think I'm not sure what the audio size is, but you just use a standard audio jack. But you need to go from the quarter
here's
inch.
another one where he's
plug.
dunking on Candace Owens.
Ooh, that
You
sounds
want to watch
good.
another Baby Blitz?
God, I
You want to watch
despise that
another Baby
woman.
Blitz reaction?
Hell yeah.
God, I can't stand that woman. Yes.
Hey guys, how do you measure dead weight? Lindsey Grahams.
Nice.
That's a good one.
Megyn Kelly.
Oops.
Fucking
Hang on
all
a
these
second.
people, dude. They're just
Nope. I need to restart it. Because I didn't put it up on the fucking screen yet. Yeah, I fucking hate Candace Owens with a fucking passion.
Yeah.
I hope he doesn't decide he has to be nice to her.
Oh God, please. I
Please
wish
don't be charitable, Blitz.
Please, yes,
Come on,
Gretchen. You're taking the
Blitzy.
words out of my mouth. Yes.
Ian and Blitz both
Seriously.
treat women like
Let
with
it fly,
kid gloves.
Blitzy.
Candace Owens
Let
said
it fly.
something very stupid about
Ian's
the
even been criticized
Let's watch.
for doing it. Like, Ian,
I can now
stop
tell
being
you
so
I
nice
am
to
at
women.
a 0%
He's like, I feel bad being
belief in the
nice to
moon
women
landings and
or being mean to women. That's what he says.
Some women fucking deserve it, you know?
Right?
Oh yeah, this has nothing to do with gender here. She's just a very terrible person, in my opinion, and she peddles and reproduces a lot of misinformation. That's what I like. She's anti-science.
She thinks she's
fucking
white.
crazy, and I think she's a grifter. And I don't think she's stupid. She's just another fucking grifter who keeps reproducing a lot of misinformation about the world. And I
One
just
of these
really
days,
despise
I'm
people
going to
like
meet
that.
Ian,
Sorry.
and after a conversation with me, he won't have any trouble being mean to women ever again.
Oh my God.
Ian has tried.
Well, no, I have a whole theory about it, right?
Uh-huh.
Because, like, if you're going to be nice to me just because I'm a fucking woman,
Right.
then what you're really doing is fucking demeaning me.
It's misogyny.
Yeah, I agree.
You're telling me that I don't deserve to be treated like any other fucking adult because I'm not a man? Is that what you're doing? Because I will
Yeah, I don't
fucking
know.
prey on that and make you fucking pay for it.
I don't remember what Ian said.
How about maybe you just treat me like the way I'm fucking treating you?
Yeah. Everyone got on him though, and he said that he would. I remember when he was that stream that he was talking about it. Ian said like he would make an effort to not do that anymore, and I don't know. I don't think he's really changed a whole lot.
No, that's a good fucking point. Just treat if you really care about equality, just treat it doesn't matter. The gender doesn't fucking matter. If someone says something stupid, doesn't matter if they're black, white, woman, doesn't matter. Call them out as a fucking idiot. Doesn't really fucking, it doesn't matter at all. Like
Otherwise you're just infantilizing people.
Yeah, I agree.
That's worse.
Like even my brother had this conversation. Oh man, because she's a sister. Like, I don't give a fuck. She's peddling crazy shit, dude. She's saying stupid shit about the planet. She's anti-science and all this shit. Like, I don't give a fuck. She's very dangerous. She needs to be called out on it. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm kind of like venting now, guys. But Jesus, Candace Owens is just such a fucking pain in the ass, especially in the black community, in my humble opinion. But anyway, sorry, Gretchen.
Yeah, Candace Owens super fucking sucks. Like, period. She's a piece of shit.
1969.
And her husband too.
If you think that
She goes on to talk about dinosaurs and other conspiracies. But the point still stands. She doesn't think the moon landings happened. Presumably, that includes the other moon landings in 1970, 1971, and 1972. We're going...
Dude, she thinks space is fake and gay. I mean, get her, Blitz.
to use evidence from 1972 that is publicly available for everyone to prove that the moon landings did happen. So, let's go watch the Lunar Grand Prix. This was shot in 1972 on a 16mm camera.
Oh, I can't hear it.
On the moon.
Oh,
well,
I gotta-
at least that's what they say.
Can't
Let's
hear
watch
it?
the clip.
No, it's my audio thing again. I'm on my mobile phone, so I'll be right back.
Hey, Nectu, wait a second. You know what? Since you've got an Apple, right?
Yeah.
I forget who it was. It was someone from JL Stream said that
Yeah?
if you have an Apple and you want to use StreamYard, download the actual StreamYard app from the Apple Store.
Oh, yeah,
And
it is on
it
the
will
Apple
take away your audio problems.
Oh, well, I'll do that. Well, I won't do it right now, but
Yeah,
in the
I know.
parking
I'm
lot.
just saying that
sure.
I wanted to make sure you got that message before,
Yeah.
you know.
Oh,
So-
hey, my wife's coming out right now, so I'll have to drop.
Okay.
But anyways, I will see you
All right.
tonight, and see you
All
guys later, everybody.
Okay.
The craters and starts bouncing is when he gets his rooster tail.
You see that right there? That's a rooster tail. That's what the person in the audio is talking about. That's what we're going to use to prove that this could have only been filmed on the moon.
He makes sharp turns. Hey, that was a good stop. Those wheels just locked. Mark off.
Okay, so we're going to try to use the fact that we can measure the trajectory of these dust particles to determine where this was shot. Now, maybe it was shot on Earth, but we'll see that's actually impossible. I'm going to be referencing this paper, which was written, I don't know, 12 years ago by a few people, Xiangwen Tsu and Mihaly Horani. They go through this analysis fairly well. But the key point that they make is that they can analyze the motion of that dust being kicked up from the lunar rover and try to figure out the trajectory applying basic physics principles. Now, we know that under the influence of gravity, things go up and things come back down. And the rate at which things go up and the rate at which things come back down can be determined by how fast it takes things to fall. And that in particular is related to, say, the mass of the thing that you're standing on. On Earth, we know that things accelerate downwards at a rate of 9.81 meters per second squared. On the moon, it's about 1/6 that. At least that's what NASA says. Similarly, we can track the horizontal motion, the motion going from left to right of these dust trails. And we can try to figure out, is there air resistance? Is there not air resistance? Everybody knows that if you, say, take a handful of flour and you throw it, what you'll find is that it goes a few inches, maybe a foot, and then it kind of stops and then just falls down. And that's because of air resistance. Dust doesn't tend to travel very far when there's air around. So let's analyze the footage. Here's some clips that they use, some select footage. One of these was one of the ones I just showed you. This is clip 2, was the one I just showed you here. And this is the coordinate system that they're setting up. So they're measuring the position of the dust relative to the rear fender of the lunar rover. They're measuring the height, z, and the horizontal displacement, x. Now, the very important chart here are these two. So this is z, measured as a function of time. And then here's their best fit. So in the blue boxes, we have the data, and they also have some error bars included. But the important point is that it goes up and then comes back down, which is exactly what you would expect from a parabolic trajectory. This is standard Newtonian dynamics. And they were able to best fit this data using standard statistical
Damn it,
methods.
Blitzy.
They found that it started off just below z equals 0, and then it had some initial velocity. It was kicked upwards at a particular rate, 2.23 meters per second. And this term here, that 1.48, that is the critical term. That's the term that tells you the downward acceleration. If this was filmed on Earth, you would have expected that to be 9.81, not 1.48. However, maybe there was some funny business. So let's go look at the horizontal motion. So they do the analysis for the horizontal motion, and they find that, lo and behold, it actually just follows a straight trajectory, meaning that the speed of the dust in the horizontal motion left to right doesn't actually change. Whereas if you were throwing, say, a handful of dust, again,
Does he ever
on
actually
Earth
get
in a
back
room with air,
to Candace
the
Owens?
dust would go and then slow down and stop, and then it would just fall
anyone in
vertically.
Candace
But that's
Owens'
not what's
general
happening here.
audience
What's
going to be
happening
able to
here
even
is that the dust just
track any
goes
of
at a
this?
fixed rate, about 1.
What's that?
Is there anyone in like Candace Owens' audience going to be able to track any of this? Not that it really matters, but I
Oh,
actually love the level of detail. Don't get me wrong. Do not get me wrong.
No, people
But it
that
just-
watch Candace Owens aren't watching this at all. I
Right.
guarantee it. And yeah,
Okay.
he doesn't actually make it back to Candace Owens.
Yeah. Not
So,
blaming
never
him, by the
mind.
way. It's just he's very fucking rigorous. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we've seen him go through this whole rooster tail thing and the lunar lander, like, and how many flare
Mhm.
flies. Yeah. I wonder if he has any, like, other ones.
I thought he was gonna simply refer to the fact of like reflectors being on the moon and you can just do that. But I guess him being like a, very mathematical person, I don't fault him for going through all the data and stuff.
Peer review. Where's the
It was a short form video with one I really liked from Blitz was explaining why there's no green stars.
Oh yeah, I saw that one.
I was like, huh.
I think
I never actually thought about that.
Played it like a couple of weeks ago. Let's see. Ask a physicist. No, we're not doing that. Bliss reacts to magic quartz crystals. I need that in my life. Hold on a second. Curses and string theory. We might need to watch that too. This might be a whole new rabbit hole. Because I've never watched any of these Blitz Reacts things, the long form ones.
Didn't Chase say that he was like working with Dr. Blitz to some capacity?
Yeah, they're collaborating on something. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah,
sure
yeah.
what it is, but yeah.
Yeah.
I think he said what it was. I think I either wasn't listening or just didn't.
Yeah, I'm not
understand.
entirely sure either.
So.
Yeah, I've been seeing Chase show up in more.
Chase is very like erudite.
That dude's
when he
awesome.
speaks.
Yeah, he's awesome.
I just keep telling him that like that's cool and all, but if you're gonna be a science communicator, you got to learn how to talk to people that don't speak physics, because
Yeah,
like that's the whole fucking job, dude. You know.
he was in Monkey Boy's chat earlier yesterday, which was pretty. I think it was pretty cool, and just help. Like he said, I think we already talked about it. Talk about the thermodynamics and stuff like that. I think he is trying to expand. I don't want to say awarenesses, but because I've seen him in Dr. Blitz a lot, because Dr. Blitz is like a very mathematical person. And I think, of course, Chase is too. So I've only seen Chase in Dr. Blitz's chat. And then I was kind of surprised when I seen him in other chats, like Monkey Boys, and then he kind of talks more in here. So like, oh shit, this guy is like expanding.
Yeah, he's been in jail warrants, and he's just getting started on being a science communicator. So I told him, come by async whenever you fucking want, and I will ask you stupid questions where you have to explain shit to me like I'm 5. So
Same.
like,
No, I
well,
really
because
appreciate people like him. Yeah.
that's
Mhm.
what a science communicator has to do. They have to be able to explain shit in terms normal regular
Yeah,
people
for
can
yeah,
understand.
I
Otherwise,
agree.
who the fuck are you talking to? Other physicists? They don't need science communicators.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
It's the dummies. We're the ones that need it. So
Right.
you gotta talk the way we
Hey, it's
do.
asking a lot of him though. You know, he's like getting his PhD, and he's explaining a lot to us.
So this man is going to be trying to
grateful.
convince us that crystal.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no, I already finished. You're good.
Come on,
Crystals have magic powers. So this man is going to be trying to convince us that crystals have magic powers. Let's watch.
Good luck with that.
The Tesla wants to use this to power 200 lamps from 25 miles away.
Citation needed.
Give you an introduction to crystals. Specifically talking about this one today.
So that's a quartz crystal. Fine. Very, very common crystal.
Crystals don't have powers. Oh, really? Go check your watch and I guarantee you it says quartz on the back of it.
So you won't be able to see this, but I took my watch off. This is a Casio. It's a G-Shock. It almost certainly does actually run from a quartz oscillator. However, it doesn't actually say quartz on the back of it. I checked.
And the reason why is absolutely baffling. Now, it's in my hand as a solid, but it's neither solid nor liquid.
That is a solid. You cannot hold things that are not solid in your hand, at least with very few exceptions. Pitch would be a good example, but quartz is a crystalline solid.
It vibrates at 786,000 pulses per millisecond.
So that's a claim. Let's go see if we can find the source. Quartz, 786,000 pulses per millisecond. So the ornate oracle. What is this? Clear quartz is neither a solid or liquid. It vibrates at 786,000 pulses per millisecond. This must be where he got this claim from. Unfortunately, it's not true. And one of the ways that we know it's not true is because we can check the rate at which quartz oscillates even in electronic devices. So let's go to a common electronic retailer, Mauser. Let's go look at the frequency control and timing devices. This is a place to get electronic components, one of which is a quartz oscillator. Let's just type in quartz and just see what the frequencies are available. So what do we have here? So it looks like they go up to 669 megahertz, which is not 786 megahertz or 786,000 pulses per millisecond. So this claim seems false. Quartz doesn't have a natural resonant frequency anyway. It depends on the shape and the size of the cut of the quartz. So I'm not sure where this website found its claim, but it says it. Also, quartz doesn't originate from Madagascar. Quartz is found everywhere on the planet. Anyway, let's keep watching the video.
What gives it the structure?
So the oscillations don't give quartz the structure. In fact, the oscillations of the quartz, when you apply electric fields to it, is caused by the structure. Whenever you have a resonating thing, almost always, especially when it's mechanical resonance, like in the quartz crystal, it is the shape and the size of the thing that's doing the resonating that determines the frequency. And in particular, the shape and the size depends on the structure. So it's really the structure that determines the oscillations, not the other way around.
The root of the word crystal can be found in ancient Greece. In the 3rd century BCE, philosopher Theophrastus gave it the name crystallus, hinting at the word solid ice.
Okay. I mean, it's a cool etymology lesson. I'm not going to fact check on that. It might not be true, but it doesn't matter.
Theophrastus thought that quartz was a super cooled version of ice.
I don't know why he would think that. If it was super cooled, wouldn't it be colder than ice?
What's fascinating is this one's a little bit broken.
Dude,
but
you
in
got
the
2
17th
books on
century,
Greek
Danish
myths
philosopher
behind you.
Nicholas
Fucking look
Steno
it
figured
up
out that
first.
regardless of quartz's size or shape, the long prism parts of the quartz joined up at a 60-degree angle all the time.
Yeah. So as a result of the crystalline structure of quartz, it takes on this nice, beautiful crystal shape, which he just showed. A lot of crystals do this. You'll find that crystals of salt, sodium chloride, they form cubes. So they have 90 degree.
Yeah, terrible. He's got that non-solid ice. He's got that liquid ice. Or he's talking about dry ice. That's also solid because it's frozen.
Angles between their faces. Quartz, I'm just going to trust that it is 60 degrees. It looks about right. Well, it's at least 60 degrees exterior angle, maybe 120 degrees interior. Hard to say.
Due to its unique tetrahedral structure, which is 1 silicon and 4 oxygen atoms.
Right. So, in fact, actually, quartz would be better described as silicon dioxide.
He's got plasma ice and it's conscious.
Plasma ice is crazy.
I'm gonna try to match that dingbat's voice and like call into Bliss one day and start talking about plasma and consciousness. I would get banned so fast.
The lattice all lines up with the plasma. See, you're just not.
He
You're
would
not seeing
he
it.
would so fucking fire me as a mod. Like that would be the. You would not appreciate that.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna watch for sure. Jeez.
Yeah, and I couldn't do it without laughing either, so like totally wouldn't work.
Even though it is true that the 2 oxygen atoms in each silicon dioxide group are shared between other silicon atoms. So you end up with each silicon atom having 4 oxygens. However, the chemical composition for quartz is silicon dioxide.
But how does that help it being powerful?
Good question.
The oxygen atoms are shared between each shape. So instead of it being 4 oxygen and 1 silicon, it's actually SiO2, and then the last 2 oxygens are shared in the next part of the structure.
It's just what I said. Great.
That's what gives it the shape. Now, because it's made of silicon, it can hold energy.
Silicon doesn't hold energy. Silicon's just an element on the periodic table. It's no different than any other element. However, what you can do with silicon in its pure form is make semiconductors, which is super useful, especially because these semiconductors are precisely what's needed to make transistors. And transistors are the heart of electronics. However, silicon dioxide, not a semiconductor. It's just a crystal. In fact, it's a remarkably common crystal.
Apple, Microsoft, Tesla, Nvidia, all of these people are at fucking war over shit like silicon. They go in MacBooks, phones, everything.
Yeah, so there's silicon coming up in 2 different ways, or probably many more than 2, but at least 2 different ways in these electronics. First, basically every single transistor is going to have some amount of silicon in it. It might also be gallium arsenide, but most of them are going to be silicon. And the reason for this is because silicon conducts in a very particular way, depending on its temperature, depending on how you apply voltage to it, it will conduct electricity or it won't, which makes it very good for making transistors, which are sort of like electronic switches. The other way that silicon will show up is in the form of silicon dioxide, quartz, in the timing mechanisms of these devices. In order to make, say, a computer needs a clock to keep it running on time, to keep everything synchronized, and perhaps, and quite often, the clocks that are used in these computers are quartz clocks.
This is actually natural silicon made with oxygen. It has ridiculous properties. You put
Well, it's just silicon dioxide. Super abundant.
Pressure onto this, even though it's solid as hell, it actually generates positive and negative on both sides. The more realistic the crystal is to it being its natural shape, so it's essentially a 6-sided prism with a pyramid at each end. If you can get one of those, it's a fucking battery.
Okay, so the first part was right.
It's not a battery. It really isn't.
He's talking about the piezoelectric effect. And in particular, there's this lovely diagram here of what the piezoelectric effect really is. So you have a silicon dioxide crystal. This is kind of like a small chunk of silicon dioxide. And when you apply tension to it, the relative charges on the oxygen and silicon atoms changes their distribution, and you end up with net positive on one side of the crystal up here, and then net negative on the other side of the crystal down here. Similarly, when you compress it, it again redistributes the charges, so you end up with negative on one side and positive on the other side. What this means is that you can use it as, say, a pressure sensor. Alternatively, when you apply voltages to it, it'll change shape. And so the way that these crystal oscillators are made is that you apply a voltage to it, it expands, you turn off the voltage, it contracts, which gives off a voltage. And so the rate at which it expands and contracts will have some sort of resonant frequency. And if you time your input voltages just right, then it'll amplify and produce resonance, which means that you can then use that signal to, say, time a computer.
Pressure on it over time, it generates electricity and you can use it to power things. That's why they power watches.
So the one thing about piezoelectricity that everybody should know is that it is not used for power generation. It is not used to store energy. When you compress the piezoelectric material, in this case quartz, it definitely will have a buildup of charge, and you can use that charge to generate a short pulse of electricity. You can't just apply a constant pressure and expect to get energy out of it forever. There's no free energy. They don't store energy. They're not sources of energy. What they are is they can transfer,
right?
or transform, I suppose, mechanical energy into electrical energy in a very inefficient way, perhaps, but it can be done. It can be useful for sensors and for timing and things like that. But
And lighters.
they don't power watches. Watches are powered by batteries. In fact, the type of batteries that watches are powered by are called watch batteries. If you have ever handled a watch, you would know that sometimes you have to take the little round watch battery out, which is just a normal chemical battery, swap it out with a new one. It's a thing that you have to do. It's not powered by quartz.
Because the battery is compressed inside the watch. That's what causes the watch to function. This
That's not true.
feature is called piezoelectricity. The reason why it's so good at timekeeping is because of the vibrations that it holds when it oscillates back and forwards between the poles. It's consistent and unwavering.
That's roughly true. It doesn't have oscillations within it, but it has a resonant frequency, again, depending on the size and shape of the crystal. And it is very, very consistent. It hardly varies with temperature, with external pressure, things like this.
And because it vibrates at 786,000 pulses per millisecond,
it doesn't.
It cannot go wrong. Quartz is used in tons of stuff. GPS, mobile phones, and computers.
Yeah, as
the property of
timers.
piezoelectricity was discovered by a dude named Pierre Curie and his brother, Jacques.
Funnily enough, these are the same Curies that Marie Curie married, one of them, I think Pierre.
It's fucking wild to note that by the 1930s, the majority of electrical things were powered by quartz.
Nothing has ever been powered by quartz. I'm not sure where he got that claim. Quartz may have been in things, especially for early radios and the like, to get timings, but it's never been powered by quartz.
But outside of that, Nikola Tesla actually thought that quartz crystals were living entities.
Nikola Tesla also thought that you could marry birds.
Because they had the ability to store memory. Now, I don't know if you've seen that experiment where they get a quartz crystal, they put it in a jar of water, and then they put the jar of water in the freezer, and then it freezes, but it freezes in the same tetrahedral structure that the crystal is formed in. So essentially, if a crystal can provide that memory to water, likewise, we are providing memory to crystal. It has to work the law of cause and effect, as above, so below.
The law of cause and effect.
So I don't know what experiment he's talking about here.
Crystal must have plasma consciousness.
True.
It remembers its old shape.
Oh man.
My head just exploded.
People are terrible.
We just figured out the big info get.
True. The law of causality just matches with this crystal apparently.
Mm-hmm.
So fucking true.
Yep. We're gonna be rich. We need to go get our Nobel Prize.
Did some searching before I recorded this video. I couldn't find anything on it. If somebody can find something on it, let me know in the comments. But yeah, it sounds like nonsense. But more than that, let's say it's true. Let's say that because the crystal is in the water, when it freezes, it takes on that form because the crystal already has that form, and so perhaps the nucleation happens. What does that have to do with memory? Why does that mean that the quartz crystal somehow stores memory? And furthermore, how could we affect that? What this whole as above, so below cause and effect, it's just word salad words used to invoke a vibe.
What if you drop your crystal and you chip off a piece of it? Does it remember? And then when you freeze it again, it goes into a different shape?
And I forgot.
Would that be like some fucking crystal Lamarckism?
When you observe, like maybe this young man
I
forgot
mean,
to.
we could invent that shit.
When we observe the crystal dropped into water, it's going to make some kind of reaction. It's gonna. So our consciousness is changing the crystal's functions and shape. I'm just sure. I don't know if like Dr. Blitz is tracking that, right? That's the thing, man. You know.
Yeah, I don't think Blitzy is smart enough to get it.
He's not tracking, dude. He's not tracking.
I mean, something's wrong with the plasma in his consciousness.
That things should behave in a particular way with no reason.
This is so powerful, and I don't think we've begun to understand what it's capable of. It's been in my hand for this long now. It's absolutely roasting, so I'm going to put it down. If you have any questions.
Okay, video's over. Quartz is really useful. Like, it is a really useful crystal, but it's not powerful. It's not like magic. It doesn't have powers. We know a lot about it. It's a very simple mineral. Like I said, it's something like 12% of the Earth's crust, so it's the most abundant mineral on the surface of the Earth. So there's really not much more to learn about it as far as groundbreaking things. Now, I'm sure chemists and engineers, physicists will find new cool things that it does. That's how science tends to happen. But they're not going to find that, you know, it's going to fix your chakras or anything. Sorry.
Blitzy, you fucking spoil sport. How am I gonna get my chakras fixed? Like, what the fuck? Blitzy, come on.
I don't know why that was so funny.
I'm rolling up to the store, y'all, and I might jump back on if the stream's still going on, but yeah,
Probably not. I'm probably gonna shut it down pretty soon because Blitz is gonna start in an hour and a half. So.
Oh yeah.
We'll probably just do one more and then I'll wrap it up.
Alrighty, have a nice day, Gretchen, and I'll certain I'll probably see you around in some of the streams.
You too, Ryan. Yeah, if I'm awake, you'll see me.
Alrighty, catch y'all later.
So, all right.
Catch you later.
Later. So, let's see. Oh, most of these are like his short ones. Where's the reacts? There we go. Magic quartz. Oh, what do you think? Curses and string theory? That sounds like it could be a banger.
String theory proves curse.
It's only 11 minutes. Would have been awesome if Chase was here to see this one, but yeah.
Oh yeah, huh?
Because that's his whole thing, I think. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. He did say he is definitely into stringy stuff.
Yeah.
Should we save this for when Chase is here?
Yeah, I think that'd be a good idea. Yeah.
Okay, we'll save it. Looked like it was going to be a good one. Let's see. Peer review, ask a physicist. That one we watched already. Flat Earth maps.
I didn't know that he's been or maybe I just should have looked on his damn channel. He's been creating a lot of content for years before he actually kind of got more recognition, you know? It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I guess he like cut his teeth on debating flat earthers, so. Man defends Terrence Howard goes up in flames.
Oh God.
It looks like I already watched that, but I don't remember watching that. So we got flat Earth maps. Man defends Terrence Howard goes up in flames, or
Whatever's the shortest one.
simulation hypothesis, or not locally real. Oh, it's only 4 minutes.
Yeah, whatever's the shortest one.
Which one? It doesn't have to be the shortest one. I got like 40 minutes to kill.
Okay,
So,
okay.
The Cosmic Man calls me out.
Yeah, we can watch whatever. Doesn't matter to me. I'm gonna go on fucking Blitz's live anyway once he comes on.
You know what?
All right, we're back with another Terrence Howard debunking.
It says Terrence Howard. I can't resist.
Let's
I
go.
can't.
Yeah.
You know. I know he's one of Professor Dave's favorite targets. Oh, I haven't talked to you since the whole Professor Dave and Destiny thing blew up. Have I?
I think we talked last week, and I think I just agreed with you about Destiny's conduct and stuff. But I think you were saying
Yeah,
that.
I mean, Destiny's a shit person, but his political takes just.
Yeah, yeah. And I
I don't
don't think we
know. They
disagreed on
line
anything
up
really.
with mine.
Mm-hmm.
And.
Because
I
you were
mean,
saying that Professor Dave has a couple blind spots when it comes to the characterization of what's happening in Israel and Gaza, and
well, I
think
don't
that's what
think
you
he has.
mentioned.
I don't think he has blind spots. That's the thing. Is like Pangburn basically deemed that whole video. Did you watch it? Professor Dave's video?
Yeah, where he talked about Israel, and then he talked about
Yeah.
Destiny. Yes, I've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, and Travis Pangburn decided that that was a piece of propaganda. Now,
Okay.
I disagree with that because.
Mm-hmm.
And then he also went through, and Destiny made a reaction to it. And then he went through, he spent another like 10, 12 hours on Destiny's reaction.
Mm-hmm. That I
Now,
didn't see, but
he
Mhm.
I watched all of it. I even got the reports that he made and everything about the whole. It was 6 streams.
Gretchen, it
worth
is
of-
such a big deal. I was going to mention too, just real quick. I don't know if you're familiar with political commentator as well, Lonerbox. He particularly talks about.
Well, he's connected to Destiny, so I am.
So you
I
already
imagine
know.
I already know what that says.
God damn it! Okay,
You
you're
know?
okay. Okay. So
Yeah.
what did you think?
I don't watch Lonerbox, but I mean,
Fair enough. Okay. Okay.
he's closely connected to Destiny, so I imagine he lit Dave the fuck up, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, Travis, I thought was going to be fair and impartial because, you know, he has events with both of them.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I was wrong. He's in the tank for Destiny, like it, and it's not, you know, it's like with Dave, he went through and decided it was propaganda, and he checked every fucking claim, even the like snarky jokes that Dave made. He looked at that as a formal claim and fact checked it as such.
Mhm.
When you could tell Dave was just being a fucking dick, you know? And
Yeah, Travis is clearly biased towards.
yeah, and
he
we
likes
know
Destiny a
that
lot.
Dave.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know that Dave, you know, he doesn't do political content most of the time.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
this was just his fucking take. It was how he thought about all of it. Sure, maybe some of it was colored by his Palestinian wife and maybe his,
Mhm.
you know, half Palestinian kids.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But you know what?
just because he has, a Palestinian family and
Mhm.
he does rigorous, factual scientific content,
Yeah.
doesn't mean he's not allowed to put out a video about politics with his take on it. I mean, he should be allowed to do that. But, Travis didn't think he had the right to do it. He called it a propaganda piece. But then when it came to the Destiny shit, he hand waved shit and gave Destiny a pass and like, oh well, he's just joking. But you know what? Fuck you. Destiny does political content all the time. That's his wheelhouse. What the fuck are you giving him a pass for joking about this shit when this is his wheelhouse? Would you give Dave the same sort of hand waving pass when he was making jokes about science content?
Yeah,
No,
that's
you
actually a
fucking
good.
wouldn't.
That's actually a good point. Like the same level of
What if Destiny
charitability.
decided to make a fucking video about science content? You wouldn't hold him to like the strict,
Yeah,
standards.
I see exactly
Because
what you're
Destiny
saying.
isn't a fucking scientist. So
Yeah.
you know what? It was stilted and
Like I don't
just
even think it's I haven't seen Pang Burns or Travis's video or whatever. I in my mind, now that you're talking about it, I don't even think it is why would it be necessary to even make a video about this or make a video about
I think
Professor
Pangburn
Dave?
needs money. I think he saw this as an opportunity to grow his platform, and
Isn't he already making enough money? Or maybe I'm just naive, but I don't
I
understand.
mean, I think he makes most of his money off of the live events. I don't think he makes a hell of a lot money off his Discord or his YouTube channel. But maybe he's aiming to change that. But he definitely wants, the notoriety and the popularity, the clicks, the views. And because that just will make his events more popular. So
because maybe I'm just dumb or naive. Because like Pangburn, because I'm biased as well. I'll admit that, right? All his content has always like struck me as someone who's trying to be as objective as possible. But of course, again, maybe that's my
he
fucking.
says that, but then through all this, he wasn't. He was
Yeah.
harder on Dave.
No, if you're
when it
making
wasn't
videos,
necessary,
saying that,
and he
right?
was easier on Destiny when it wasn't necessary. In fact,
Yeah.
getting involved in this at all, I still don't think it was necessary.
No, not at all. Especially if you okay, right? Because this discourse between Israel and Palestine is already contentious in a lot of ways. There's a lot of people, including me, who doesn't understand the conflict to its fullest degree. There's a lot of fucking history that goes into it. So when you like, if you just make a video, right? If you just make a video going on one side or the other without giving any kind of context or nuance, maybe I need to watch the video, right? In some sense, maybe that is irresponsible.
Well, the video,
like in a thing
it's
way, Gretchen, like I'll,
actually 7 different videos, and I think it comes out to like 30 hours of streams.
Yeah. So, because this is the kind of thing I don't like. Yeah, like 10 more minutes, right? I don't want to like keep, because I can yap, but I don't want to yap that much.
No, I got time. In fact, I'm about to run it. Keep talking. I'm about to run in and grab something. So.
Okay, so for instance, because I watch The Line a lot, right? And I like The Line. I like a lot of the political takes and things like that. But there's something that ticked me off a little bit, right? That was not about Destiny itself, but it's about the conduct whenever they talk about him, right? So Jimmy, right? He made a metaphor, or whatever, was saying that Destiny, whenever he refers to Gaza, he's only just reading Wikipedia articles, and that's it. And it's like, okay, that's fine if that's your opinion, But I really would like it if you could just actually contest what he actually said about the conflict and not just talk about him talking about Wikipedia articles, right? Like just say what he said is actually wrong, and he didn't just do Wikipedia articles. Just be accurate in what you're saying. Not that I'm like sucking dick for Destiny or anything like that, but I just wish more people would stop being a fucking beehive and just like, if you think that he said something wrong when it comes to the criticism of like Hamas or Gaza, then actually point that. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Gaza. Point that out. Make an example. Don't just say he just read from Wikipedia. That's the thing that kind of like ticks me off a little bit, right? Just fucking like give examples, you know? Because I see this shit happen all the time in other progressive circles that I inhabit. It's always just he read Wikipedia, he's a Zionist, and then that's the end of the conversation without going into any detail as to what the criticism actually is.
Yeah.
You know what I'm trying to say? That shit doesn't make any sense, man. Yeah. That's all.
Yeah. You have the, Destiny reacting to the Avi Loeb stuff, in which he, called out Dave. Dave made a response video that has now been completely, I guess, fact-checked by Pangburn. And then Destiny made a response video to Dave, and then Pangburn did a whole response series on that too. And Pangburn got the idea, well, hey, how about we get you and Destiny on a stage at a debate and you can fight it out. And Dave said, fuck no, I ain't debating him.
Yeah, Dave's not going to debate him in the same way. I think like there's a creator called Lonerbox. Lonerbox is probably even more knowledgeable about the conflict than he is more knowledgeable than I would say either of the two. But he's not gonna debate Lonerbox either, right? I think that I think Professor Dave.
No,
he's
not going to debate. He's not going to debate a Zionist, which he has decided that Destiny is. He's not going to debate a Zionist for any amount of money or anything. Just the same way Mehdi Hassan will not debate a Nazi.
But is Lonerbox a Zionist? I don't think that's true at all. I'm not saying he said that.
I mean, he won't. The deal was Travis Pangburn tried to get Destiny and Dave to debate. And Dave said, fuck no. So then they came up with, we'll make it a charity fundraiser. And since you care so much about Palestinian children, we'll raise $1 million and send it all to the Palestinian children. And Dave said, don't try to fucking extort me like that. It's not going to fucking work. I said no. I mean no. And by the way, any work that we had in the future, I think it stops here. I don't want to work with you in the future.
Okay. Gretchen, I personally have a problem with that. Because
I don't.
You don't think so? Because if he's willing to debate everybody else, because I know Professor Dave, right? At least because I'm a big fucking fan of his, and I'll continue to be. He's a very smart guy doing good fucking work. But the fact that he's not willing to just debate, like, that's just begging the question and saying he's just a Zionist.
Destiny called him an anti-Semite. He doesn't want anything to do with Destiny.
Do you think that's justification then for him not to debate him then? The fact that Destiny called him that? I think we talked about this before though, Gretchen.
Do you think it's right for Pangburn to try to extort Dave into a debate that Travis is going to make money off of?
I mean, there's some level of, well, how is that different from any kind of I guess, altercation Destiny has had, or any kind of like conflict of different ideas, right? It doesn't have to be.
Huh?
It doesn't have to be restricted to just Professor Dave. Even Peterson or any, with like when Pangburn.
Yeah, but because of all this controversy,
Mhm.
if he strikes while the iron is hot, he can make a lot of money off of this debate.
That could be the influence, and that could be the motivation. But do you think that it should still? I think it should still happen, even.
Yeah, but Dave had already said no.
Right.
And so going back to Dave a second time saying, "Oh, we'll raise millions for the Palestinian children that you seem to care about." That's a bullshit move. That is extortion. And I'm glad Dave said no. He's standing by his principles instead of
After the
getting
first
suckered in.
rejection, yes, I agree
Yeah.
with you on that. Yeah. I see what you're saying now.
That's what happened.
Okay.
And then
I agree with you on that.
after Destiny's response to Dave's video,
Mhm.
now he's in the comments saying, "Yeah, well, guess what? I'm already working on my next response video. I'm gonna bury Pangburn and Destiny." So this
That'll
isn't
be-
over yet.
Oh yeah. I heard about that too. That'll be something to see. I think that I think we talked about this, Gretchen. All of the criticisms about Destiny's his take on Palestine and Israel and stuff like that. That could have been made without all of the personal attacks on his child and stuff. But we've spoken about this before last week, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, we did.
Yeah. And I just largely agree with you. So yeah.
Yeah.
It's definitely going to be something
Okay.
to see, and I think it's definitely something that's pretty big, at least in non-normie spaces, I would say.
Mhm.
But yeah, we'll see what happens, man. Yeah.
All right. Let's watch this.
This guy's defending Terrence Howard's 1 × 1 = 1 stuff, so let's watch.
And that there's probably too many stupid and angry people to actually have an intelligent conversation about 1 × 1 = 1.
It's actually 1 × 1 = 2.
Oh yeah, he has the equation wrong. Or Terrence.
Yeah.
Terrence Howard's
Probably
equation.
the stupid and
Yeah.
angry Wish.com version of Neil deGrasse Tyson. So let's continue.
But I'm going to give it a shot anyway, and we're just going to try to ignore all the barnyard animals making grunts and neighs. By the way, Eric Weinstein, one of the most brilliant physicists on the planet right now.
Brilliant.
That's a joke.
Not. Eric Weinstein doesn't even consider himself a physicist. Take a look at this. This is from Eric Weinstein's book himself, right? This right here is his book. Now, notice, if we move this up, notice that it says the author is not a physicist down here. He doesn't even consider himself a physicist. Now, what is true is that he did get a PhD in mathematical physics about 32 years ago. However, it turns out that, as far as I can tell, he hasn't published anything since then. He went to work in finance. Really, nobody considers himself a physicist in my field. Like, we don't even think about him at all. He's not like the most brilliant physicist alive. It's just not true. If you want to talk about the most brilliant physicist alive, look at Ed Witten. That guy and Roger Penrose, those people are brilliant. Eric Weinstein? No.
Confirmed that everything that Terrence Howard was saying about the periodic table and harmonics and frequency and atomic structure was all correct.
Let's see what else Eric Weinstein said about Terrence Howard's stuff. Let's play the video.
Ooh.
Right, okay, so here's him on a podcast some point a while ago.
And its use as a political tool.
So
we cannot count on people saying, wait a minute, can we get an expert opinion? Does this claim about the square root of 2? I mean, I'm just going to say it very clearly. To claim that the square root of 2 is somehow distinguished because its cube is equal to 2 times the square root of 2 is simply to say that the square root of 2 is one of 3 roots of a cubic polynomial that factors as y minus the square root of 2 times y minus 0 times y plus the square root of 2. We have a failure to teach high school
This is what I've been
algebra.
saying.
If this has gotten to this level and everyone thinks, oh, we need a podcast of all of you together to sort this out. No, we do not. Again,
Right. So the point is that we absolutely do not need.
What?
No, I'm sorry. I was just saying, has Joe heard this? Rogan, the one who has you on continuously on his podcast? And,
Oh, he has to have.
You're right. This is just so fucking ridiculous to me. But that he's saying this, you know?
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna listen to play for like a minute and a half. I gotta go throw something away.
Experts to come in and debate Terrence Howard, even though, of course, I would just because it'd be fun. This is a misunderstanding of mathematics. This is not like, oh, we're reinventing mathematics. No, this is just people didn't learn mathematics properly when they were in grade school. All right, let's go back to the video.
I just want to make sure that part hits home for all of you. Because while half of the internet was making fun of Terrence Howard for being an idiot and acting like complete morons in the comments, he was actually correct about all the things
he
said
wasn't.
Was psychobabble.
So he's actually referring to another, I don't know, a video or something that Eric Weinstein was in where he was talking about Terrence Howard again. And he said Terrence Howard has an over-associative mind, which is probably true. And he was also saying that, there's not like the official periodic table, which is also true, but there is a most useful periodic table. And that's what people like me and others have been saying, that there is a most useful version of these things, and like the spiral periodic table, not so useful.
And not only did Eric Weinstein confirm that all the primary arguments that Terrence Howard was making were absolutely true and in line with quantum physics, he went on to...
Actually, in that video, and I don't have it pulled up, but you can go look for it, just look up Terrence Howard, Eric Weinstein, or something. It's a 4-minute video. He doesn't actually mention anything about quantum physics.
Say that Terrence Howard is talking about the physics that no one is talking about.
Okay, so this is true. That's what Eric Weinstein said. But basically, he's saying that when we teach physics to like high schoolers or undergraduates, there are things that we don't really talk about because it just confuses them. And this is exactly why. Terrence Howard is remarkably confused, probably because he read about some of these things that aren't normally taught at the high school or undergraduate level, because they're confusing and it just muddies the waters. So that's why Terrence Howard is going on about all of this stuff, because he's confused. That's why nobody talks about it, because, there's nothing to talk about to high school students or undergrads. Physicists talk about these kinds of things all the time, but that's amongst ourselves.
But it's absolutely true that the public are kept in the dark about.
And there's the conspiracy.
This isn't a I told you moment to all those people who were talking smack. I could care less. I know what they're up to. They're either angry, miserable people,
See, angry,
or
miserable,
they
that's
know
me.
this stuff is true and they're trying to get you to doubt yourself and doubt true wisdom. This video...
Yeah, you could care less. You could care less so much that you're on TikTok making a fucking video about it. Way to go, dude.
Is a look out for those types of people video. This is a video for people that actually had an open mind about it, and maybe they were pressured to not talk about it or think about it because of all the fools around them that pretended to know what mathematics is, that pretended to know what quantum physics is.
This is probably referring to me, or if not explicitly me, then the kind of group that I find myself in. So let's look at what my knowledge on mathematics and physics is. Let's pull up my CV. Well, would you look at that? So I have a bachelor's of science in physics, a bachelor's of science in mathematics with a cumulative GPA of 4.0. I have a master's of science in physics and a doctor of philosophy in physics. So I can say with some degree of confidence that I do indeed know what quantum physics is. I do indeed know what mathematics is about.
There's a lot of fake experts out there.
I am
that are
indeed
trying
an
to
expert.
Control the narrative. I am so happy that Eric Weinstein came out and said what he said. Now, with all that being said, Eric was also critical of Terrence Howard for having an over-associative mind. Now, I think that's a bit of an unfair criticism. I think...
Are you kidding? The whole time, he was just making associations between anything that has any sort of oscillation. In one of the old videos that I did on Terrence Howard, he basically makes the association that because waves all have frequencies, and light is a wave and sound is a wave, there must be some connection between those two. That there is an association of color and sound, but there's not. That's just an over-association.
Better criticism would be, I think he's making too many associations with all that information and data.
He doesn't have data. He has like vibes, but he doesn't have data.
That's a fair criticism. To say he has an over-associative mind is a bit of a logic jump.
You mean like all of the logic jumps that Terrence Howard has?
I don't think Eric knows Terrence that well that he can make that assumption about him. Nor can we actually say that that is the truth, because we have to test all these associations. Because Terrence Howard is taking a bunch of physics that is in the dark.
It's not in the dark. It's just in the dark to the lay public. We talk about these things all the time. Just go to a physics conference. We talk about wild stuff all the time.
Right, that not many people are talking about. And he's saying, let's test things this way. Let's try this out.
So the trouble is that if Terrence was proposing some experiments, that would be great. I would love to see the experiments that Terrence is allegedly proposing. And then we could actually test those if they're reasonable to test. The thing is Terrence Howard didn't actually do that. He didn't provide any predictions, any hypotheses that we can test, nothing like that. He just has vibes and shower thoughts.
So before we can make a criticism like he's making too many associations or he has an over-associative mind, we have to test to see if those associations are real. And
there's nothing to test.
I mean by that is the associations he made between the periodic table, music, sound, frequency, and atomic structure.
Those associations are just conceptual associations. Like the point is that yes, we know that certain wavelengths of light have certain frequencies, and sound has certain frequencies, but there's nothing deeper there. He didn't make any predictions about what we should expect to find, what tests we can run. You can't just expect the scientist to do all the work for you. If you're going to claim to be a scientist and you're going to claim to be changing the world, you have to do the work.
And the flower of life. So just so you...
Oh, also the flower of life stuff is complete nonsense. It's like made up. There's nothing to it. So don't worry about that.
All those people who were making fun of him, who were acting like they were so much smarter, were absolute fools.
That's not going to age well.
Look at all the comments. Look at all the people who made videos about Terrence Howard.
Hey, that's me.
And we're just talking smack about him, saying he was delusional, saying he's an actor, he's just acting, saying
Probably
there's no
not.
way he could know these things. Whatever nonsense came out of their mouth, understand that they were either completely stupid about what was going on, or they were lying to you.
Or maybe you're wrong and Terrence Howard was wrong, and the experts, the people who have been studying this for almost 13 years now, know what they're talking about.
Okay, next. The 1 × 1 = 1 problem.
This will be good.
Now that people can see that Terrence Howard actually did his homework.
He didn't.
He didn't.
I want you to understand that what he's saying is not necessarily that 1 × 1 actually equals 2.
Are you sure? Because
Yes,
he didn't say that.
Yes, he
Here,
literally
look at this.
did.
This is a tweet from Terrence Howard saying that he's proven that 1 × 1 = 2. And he even offers a proof. And people have actually gone through this so-called proof and debunked it or whatever. Like, it's nonsense. The proof itself is completely like empty and makes no sense.
He's talking about a giant hole in the logic of how we use integers.
Look, so the way that we use integers is axiomatic. It's based on piano arithmetic, or alternatively, if you want to go deeper, it's based on set theory. And the point is that these things like multiplication and addition, division, subtraction, all of these things are defined axiomatically. And the implications of those axioms are things that, like, 2 squared is 4. Like, that would be an implication. Terrence Howard hasn't found any contradictions in any of this. He's just saying something that he thinks is wrong, namely that you shouldn't be able to cube a number and also get the same answer as doubling it. But he just doesn't understand that some numbers have that property as a result of some equations having certain solutions.
If you don't think 1 × 1 = 1 is weird, we'll try multiplying 0.4 by 0.4 and getting 0.16.
At least we know that you can do the multiplication table.
It's strange enough for something to not increase in value when you multiply it.
Multiply in mathematics doesn't mean to increase in value. It's just a mathematical operation that has certain rules.
It's even stranger when it decreases in value when you multiply it.
It's not. This happens whenever you multiply by a number that's between 0 and 1.
So how would we represent a fraction?
By the way, just as an aside, multiplying by a number between 0 and 1 is the same as dividing by the inverse of that number. So if you multiply a half by 0.5, that's the same as multiplying a half divided, or taking a half and dividing it by 2. So you would get a quarter. It's not so surprising. It's just multiplication and division are inverses.
of an integer in our reality. Well, let's say 0.4. How would we physically produce an object that is a fraction of a whole?
Take a pizza and cut it into slices. That's typically what we mean. When we're talking about a fraction, we're talking about a fraction of a relative size. So you would have one whole pizza, and if you cut it in half, now you have two 1/2 pizzas.
You see how all this stuff is becoming abstract? I mean, we can do something like, well, take 0.4 liters of water, right?
Sure.
That's a fraction of a liter.
Yep.
Right? But the 0.4 that we have is a whole object.
Right, but it's 0.4 of a liter. That's what the liter is doing there.
But let's just use this for the sake of the argument. Now, if we multiply that 0.4 liter by another 0.4 liter.
Why would you do that? What is this multiplication corresponding to in the real world? Now, you could add those. You could certainly add those together. So you take 0.4 liters of water and add it to another 0.4 liters of water, and you get 0.8 liters of water. But what does 0.4 liters times 0.4 liters mean? Let's see.
We are not going to have 0.16 liter.
You're right. We would have 0.16 liters squared.
liters.
So this is actually a common misunderstanding by the people who think that Terrence Howder's onto something. People don't understand that when you do multiplication with physical units like liters, centimeters, kilograms, whatever, the units themselves multiply too. So as an example, that's really easy to see. Let's say that you have a square that's 1/2 a meter on each side. So to find the area of the square, you take 1/2 a meter times 1/2 a meter. So that's 0.5 meters times 0.5 meters. So that gives you 0.25 meters squared. That tells you the area. Now, what does it mean that it's 0.25 meters squared? Well, it means that you can fit 4 of those 1/2 meter squares inside one square meter square. So if you have a square that's 1 meter by 1 meter, you can fit 4 1/2 meter by 1/2 meter squares in it. And that makes perfect sense. You just fill it up in a grid. You just have 1, 2, 3, 4, right?
We're not going to have about a third of the original 1 before we multiplied it.
The thing is you can't just multiply things by themselves and expect to get meaningful answers in terms of the original thing. A liter and a liter squared don't have the same units, so they're not comparable.
The argument that Terrence is making is that the abstract nature of some of our mathematical principles do not work in the physical world once we start trying to use them.
They absolutely do. That's why we invented mathematics. We invented mathematics so that we can use them in a rigorous and concrete way.
But many scientists are under the delusion that mathematical principles, like the multiplication of integers and the dimensionality of space, are real things also, which...
So this is a philosophical argument. I don't actually know a lot of physicists that are mathematical Platonists, meaning that they think that like numbers exist out there in the universe. I don't think so. I think that numbers are things that we invented. Mathematical operations are things that we invented. But the point is that the mathematics that we use is the mathematics that works. Get over yourself.
They're not. And this is why science and mathematics is on pause. This is...
Oh, it is? I should tell my colleagues that they should pack up their things.
Why science and mathematics have not been able to make good on the promises they made about technology.
So this coming from somebody who's using a smartphone that has transistors in it that are the size of nanometers? Like, really, is science and mathematics aren't making good on their promises of technology? Like, what about nearly unbreakable cryptography? Or what about artificial intelligence? Or, what about the internet? That came from CERN.
About the advancement of our understanding of the universe.
So just, I think it was 5 years ago, we discovered we imaged for the first time a supermassive black hole. Like we have an image of it now. We just took a picture. And a few years before that, we detected gravitational waves for the first time. And a few years before that, we discovered the Higgs boson, which provides mass for all of the other fundamental particles. Scientific understanding of the world around us isn't slowing down, it's accelerating. We're getting better and better at physics. It's just the low-hanging fruit is gone. So the physics that we do discover, the things about the natural world that we do discover, are harder to find. And so they tend to be more expensive, they tend to require more collaboration.
Why they're still stuck on string theory, which is never going to work. Because...
Tell me that you don't know what string theory is without telling me you don't know what string theory is. First of all, string theory is still widely regarded as like the most likely answer to quantum gravity or a theory of everything. That's why there's a lot of people working on it. Now, there are clearly some issues. There are issues with predictability, issues with can we ever test this? These are serious issues that people are looking at. You can look into like the string landscape and the swampland and things like that. But people are actively working on this. No one really considers it dead, except people like Sabine Hossenfelder, who is arguably profiting off of the cynicism and people who are generally outside of the field.
Because they're still treating dimensions as if they're more than mathematical measurement points.
Look, so I know that this guy doesn't know what dimensions are, but dimensions are just a way of characterizing how many different directions you can go in. That's all. Like, physicists know this, mathematicians know this, we all know this.
And before people get butthurt about me using the word stupid,
no one's
I don't
butthurt.
use it very
Don't
often.
worry.
But here's when I use it. When someone doesn't
Ooh, that
know
was
something.
kind of catty.
But here's when about me using the word stupid.
No one's
I don't
butthurt.
use it very
Don't
often.
worry.
But here's when I use it. When someone doesn't know something, but they think they do.
This sounds...
And they are forceful in their ignorance.
This is very
and
ironic.
They're mean about it. And they pick on other people for having different opinions when they have no idea what they're talking about.
Really?
Right?
Is that what you call stupid?
It's violent.
Really?
That's stupidity. So when I say stupid, I mean it. And I never take it back.
So, clearly you don't recognize the irony in that statement. I understand that. Fine. But it is very funny to me.
Because it's one thing to not know something. That's completely normal. There's tons of things I don't know. And
I
if
know.
you humbly ask questions and try to clarify things, and you get other people's opinions, and you keep an open mind, then you're a decent person.
Agreed.
You're not a stupid one. Even if you believe something that is not true.
Agreed.
Right?
Yeah.
Maybe you got a lot of bad information,
Being
or
ignorant
maybe
is
you
okay.
just haven't finished the calculations on something, and it seems like it feels right. Like it
feels right. That sounds a lot like what Terrence Howard was doing.
It's the right thing to believe in. But when you make your ignorance other people's problem, it becomes stupidity.
Yeah, it does. You should take this video down because you've done that.
When you start shaming, ridiculing, and censoring people simply because they have...
Shaming, ridiculing, you haven't done censoring, but shaming and ridiculing, you've called people stupid and liars. Right? Aren't you doing that?
Questions about the official story.
Oh, it's only when you question the official story that you're stupid. It can't be at all that if you believe conspiracy theories that you can be stupid. Okay.
Then you have become the problem. I understand.
So, that was an interesting video. I don't know why he made that video, but I think that he didn't really make any good points. I don't know how to end videos. Bye. Go listen to the theme song. It's pretty cool.
Dr. Blitz, the quantum sage. In the realm of science, he's overage. With a mind like lightning, bright and fierce, he shatters limits, breaks through fears.
Yeah, I can see why he wanted that rewritten, to be honest. So, I think it was time. Oh, get left. Okay. Cool. All right, guys. I need to go eat some breakfast and throw myself in a shower before Blitz starts. So, I'm going to end it here. Anybody got any I think we need some upbeat shit today. What do you guys think? Let's do BMFMs and welcome to Async. How about that? Sound good? Alrighty, let's do it. All right, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Had a great time. We did some fun shit tonight. Everybody remember about that blitz string theory thing the next time Chase is here. And hopefully we'll remember it. No, I never did watch the Backrooms movies because they extended the movie theater playtime. Jay, are you still awake? I could either pay $20 to watch it on Prime, or I can wait until it was great. Oh, that is so good to hear. I've heard a lot of people say that it sucked because I'm a big fan of the series, the web series, Backrooms. Obviously, it's where I stole the name Async from. So, yeah, hopefully, hopefully it's good. Well, if Jay was awake, I would ask him when we can get together and watch that on Discord. But he's not, so just have to do that later. You haven't seen the series movies, your first exposure? Oh, well, that could be good. So I know the same guy that made the original series also made the movie. So hopefully it's good. But I haven't seen it yet, so please don't say anything else about it. Anyway, as always, see y'all tonight. And everybody have a good day. I'll see you in Blitz if you go there, and Justin if you're there, and probably Joel or Mezzo if they do anything today. We'll see.
Dum da da dum dum da. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Come on. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah. He rolled in late with a twisted T, talking about stars and synchronicity. Don't let me cut my hair, he cried. Mercury dancing in his chaotic eyes. Do you believe in God? He said it's complicated. Tarot cards, a magnifying glass, the whole damn stream was captivated. But he kept talking after he got muted. Still preaching truth, nobody disputed. No sound, no clue, definitely no sobriety. Just jazz hands flying with no propriety. No one could hear him, but no one looked away. A silent prophet crashing out, and history was made. He has risen, BMF. Silence screaming to the cosmic depths. Twisted tea communion in his hand. Talking to dimensions we don't understand. He has risen 3 times at least. More witnesses than the Prince of Peace. No audio, but the faith was real. All hail the prophet with the hemorrhoid wheel. Chat went insane, the memes took flight. Crashed just before BMF all through the night. Bring him back, we need him now. The whole damn internet forgot somehow about the callers and theology, cause BMF became mythology. Some said Messiah, some said saint, others just wanted the mute constraint. He was checking oil spiritually, reading tarot universally, operating heavy machinery while transcending ordinary reality. When BMF disappeared, there was an empty hole. Everybody asking, where'd our drunken Yoda go? He has risen, BMF, brushing his glorious mane to death. Saint of the Kansas cigarette smoke, the patron lord of Inside Joe. He has risen, he came back twice, swung, twisted tea was his sacrifice. The crowd EMF is here. Say his name. Say his name. Say his name. His name was BMF. The alpha and the beta. The first mover. The last mover. He passed the breathalyzer with the fart. He taught us to look at the stars and chase twisted tea with fireball. 500 witnesses saw him return, combing his hair while the comments burned. He rose again after being cast away, then vanished before the break of day. No sermon, no revelation, just finger pointing, gesticulation, and somehow that was enough. He has risen. BMF, ghost of the live stream, never left, still silently yelling beyond the frame. Forever we'll remember his name. He has risen. Raise one more can. Nobody could understand. And if he returns at the end of time, as long as he's still muted, and everything will be fine. May all your twisted teeth be warm. And remember, BMF is going to rock you.
Yeah. Somewhere on the internet again. Another apologist talking wild. Dr. M's report to the scene.
Did someone post the M's bat signal again? Is there a Muslim on the call being ignorant? M's destroying life smooth like an AI voice mod, destroying all 5 pillars with the voice like a god. Habibi, why you getting mad at me? Because your book teaches you fake anatomy. When M's gets on the call, it's like a rectal exam, cause he knows the Quran like the back of his hand. You'll never see his face, but you're gonna hear his voice, getting surgical on the hadith of your choice. Muslims getting cooked in English and Arabic, biomedically trained ex-Muslim heretic. Gonna diagnose that cognitive dissonance that keeps you believing the Quran's nonsense. Did you say between the ribs and the backbone, bro? Sure, but that's a cell phone, bro. Blood clot gone and then into bones. You have no clue how an embryo grows. Just wait one beat, you're about to get owned. And M cuts you down with the biology he knows. You think your prophet split the moon? Are you stupid? You probably also think he never screwed a kid. Miss me with your Muhammad. Police be upon him. Justice for Aisha. You'll never see his face, but you're gonna hear his voice, getting surgical on the hadith of your choice. Muslims getting cooked in English and Arabic, biomedically trained ex-Muslim heretic. Did someone post the M's bat signal again? Looks like another apologist needs attention. Dr. M's has entered the chat. You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system now. It's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well, now welcome to Async, where we just wanna know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts that you sow.